Chapter 255. Extraordinary Return. Wang Xuan, with his spiritual eye, surveyed the scene and confirmed that all 6 individuals had perished, their spiritual forms reduced to ashes. These were beings that had emerged from a mysterious realm, surpassing the realm of herb gathering. Should any of them have escaped, it could have resulted in dire consequences. Do you think that by following me here, you can rampage freely? Wang Xuan mused to himself, seated before a Qingshi table, fiddling with a golden flag. This object was indeed formidable, living up to its legendary status as a weapon of destruction. He stored it away. He then turned his gaze to a dark, unassuming object resting on the table. Was it truly the skin of a peach tree? Wang Xuan examined it closely. It felt surprisingly heavy in his hands. Bringing it to his nose, he inhaled its fragrant aroma, which penetrated deep into his consciousness. It existed somewhere between a physical object and energy, presenting an oddity. According to legend, the peach orchard resided in a highly advanced spiritual realm. Wang Xuan had thought it to be a mere figment, yet his assumptions now appeared somewhat flawed. I hope it is the bark of a celestial herb, he thought, tucking it away in his fragment of a blessed land. If it indeed originated from the Yaochi, even its bark might possess some degree of the herb's medicinal properties, which would greatly benefit him once he reached the herb-gathering stage. The elder had also left behind a suit of armor specifically designed to protect spiritual forms, known in ancient times as the primordial spirit armor. This item, seemingly crafted from brass, felt weightless in his grasp. Ancient texts spoke of a rare and special copper, utilized for forging spiritual armor to safeguard the primordial spirit. How intriguing, Wang Xuan remarked, realizing that in that realm, both spiritual forms and physical objects could coexist. It was not merely a void of pure energy. Upon further examination, he discovered that the secret copper soul armor was remarkable, providing not only protection but also a temporary enhancement of spiritual power. What a treasure, he exclaimed, far superior to the tattered crimson armor he had been wearing. Recently, during his spiritual travels, he had been quite exposed. Now, he had acquired a splendid garment. Though the secret copper was rare, this armor was, in truth, merely a vest and trousers, leaving his arms, calves, and head still exposed. Wang Xuan projected his spirit outward, eager to experience the benefits of the secret copper soul armor. In an instant, he soared away, his speed of flight markedly increased, and he found himself able to venture further from his physical body. Quite impressive. Wang Xuan nodded, thoroughly satisfied. The silver armor left behind by the 5 soldiers also served to protect the soul form and could unfurl light wings. Yet this standard issue was somewhat inferior to the secret copper soul armor. Of course, this was a relative comparison. These were still excellent, extraordinary artifacts. On this journey of exploration, Wang Xuan had reaped significant rewards. 3 drops of spirit wine had elevated his spiritual strength by a 10th. Along with the peach tree bark and spiritual armor, he had also witnessed a mysterious world. He suspected that returning multiple times might allow him to validate certain theories. With the burning lamp and the quest for the path, I have indeed stepped into such a world. Wang Xuan pondered, reflecting on the peculiarity of this experience. How had he traversed such a distance? He had journeyed through the mist produced by the fate soil, entering another realm. No wonder it was said that fate soil was the origin of all laws, the foundation of the extraordinary. Everything begins here, truly a profound truth. Wang Xuan sighed. The essence of fate resides within him, yet its precise location eludes discovery amidst his organs and flesh. The mists it exudes extend into the void, reaching towards a peculiar realm capable of yielding both spiritual entities and tangible artifacts. This complexity is rather intriguing. Wang Xuan pondered for an extended period. However, he could not venture forth at present, for to collide with the muzzle of danger would spell trouble. Thus, he must bide his time. He harbored numerous doubts and speculations regarding that realm, yet regrettably, he found himself unable to step into the light, inadvertently entangled in the graveyard's black market. In the pitch-black and desolate village, there existed no extraordinary matter. In the serene metropolis and the world behind it, there likely thrived a rich abundance of transcendent elements. Otherwise, it would be insufficient to sustain the cultivation of its inhabitants. Wang Xuan felt a surge of anticipation and an insatiable desire for exploration. This time, I am not fishing for trouble. It is you who insist on pursuing me, he murmured to himself. In the ensuing days, he calmly delved into various scriptures, contemplating the path that lay ahead. 10 days later, he realized the extraordinary substance within him was dwindling. Lost in thought, he had concealed himself within the deep forest for over 2 months, oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. And he began to long for the temples and monasteries of various sections. The notion of 3 years passing, leading to the decay of the extraordinary, had been mentioned 3 or 4 months prior. If one were to calculate strictly, there remained just over 2 years. Wang Xuan felt a sense of urgency. Time was of the essence, and he could not squander it. He suspected that during his absence of over 2 months, events had unfolded in the outside world, and various supernatural entities had slowly begun to emerge. He wished to remain submerged, lurking beyond the mundane, observing the chaotic world from afar, yet regrettably, he now lacked the extraordinary substance to do so. In nearly 3 months, the outside world had indeed witnessed some developments. The extraordinary was approaching, and myths cast hazy shadows from the annals of history. In certain financial conglomerates, indescribable changes had occurred. Within the upper echelons, some had grown increasingly inscrutable. Others displayed unusual traits, and some bore an air of concealed anxiety. All of this stemmed from their secret vaults occasionally stirring with activity, certain treasures glowing, reviving, and emitting faint sounds, leading to peculiar transformations. What unsettled them most was that key figures, while in slumber, were visited by others for brief exchanges. The Sun family had recently adopted a more subdued demeanor, refraining from impulsive actions, with some members having relocated to reside within their mothership, subtly anticipating something. On the new star, certain temples and ancient monasteries had recently exhibited remarkable efficacy, gently emanating a fine mist that compelled reverence and offerings of incense. I too was visited in a dream last night. That figure claimed to be our ancestor, intent on sending someone back. A person spoke gravely. Anxiety permeated some as they sought counsel from professionals, while others remained composed, clandestinely embracing the extraordinary and engaging in confidential discussions, unafraid even of encountering one another in dreams. Recently, sacred artifacts from various clans resonated with thunderous sounds, and ancient temples glowed. Such occurrences were hardly surprising, as if an extraordinary force was swirling about, intervening in the realm of reality. Old Chun had been exceedingly busy of late. As a seasoned expert in the relevant field, he received numerous invitations to resolve various extraordinary issues. In a certain affluent household, an ancient painting adorns the wall, and in the dead of night, one might suspect a figure emerging, a woman gracefully dancing and singing, evoking an eerie sensation. Mr. Chun, an extraordinary expert, was hastily summoned to investigate and decipher the phenomenon. In another instance, within a significant organization, a newborn appeared in the home of a core member, exhibiting an unsettling precocity that warranted Mr. Chen's attention. The Sun family has recently been preoccupied with other matters. The last encounter with Zhou Chong left them quite shaken, and they are now amassing strength, closely collaborating with the Argon Consortium to develop a new class of warships. Do you think great-grandfather has awakened? I have a feeling he has stirred. One night, I seemed to see light emanating from his room, murmured Zhong Cheng. He sighed deeply, lamenting, "It's a pity about old Wang, who was tragically killed by the Sun family. Otherwise, he could have shed light on the situation." Zhong Qing, pure and radiant, remarked, "Wang Xian may not necessarily be dead. Look at Chun Yongjia. He hasn't rushed to seek vengeance against the Sun family, which suggests something noteworthy." As September arrived, the siblings had commenced their studies. Although they had not yet graduated, they spent most of their time at home, feeling a sense of unease. Yet, he had vanished for nearly 3 months, and even the Sun family had confirmed his demise. At the last gathering, Sunny Chen, after drinking too much, inadvertently let slip, coldly informing us that Wang Xian's remains were non-existent. He added, with a sigh, "Old Wang, I owe you an apology. I still owe you a scripture. Next time, I shall burn for you a genuine photo collection." Immediately, he was chastised by Zhong Qing. Recently, the Huang family has been quite active, claiming to adhere to ancient traditions. It is said that in antiquity, several members of their household ascended to immortality. They are a secretive clan, indeed preserving numerous ancient artifacts that have persisted into the present era. Recently, certain relics have begun to revive, bolstering their confidence. Mysterious voices have even emerged, conversing with the elders of the clan. The ancestors are manifesting, poised to return. An elder could hardly conceal his excitement as mysterious substances enveloped the Huang ancestral hall, giving rise to unusual phenomena. Practicing within the ancestral hall has yielded extraordinary results. akin to returning to the ancient extraordinary era chronicled by the family. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Some members of the Huang family were astonished, as the atmosphere for cultivation intensified, and everyone worked diligently. It is worth noting that a significant number of powerful individuals had once ventured into deep space alongside the consortium and have yet to return, a lamentable situation. Recently, there have been whispers of efforts to summon their return, hoping that they still live, as a few of our family's adept practitioners are among them. Similarly, several other ancient families have experienced unusual occurrences. In Sioux City, at Kaiyuan University, Qin Xingxin brimmed with confidence, preparing to duel a disciple trained by the Huang family. Believing it to be a trivial matter, "Professor Lin, I shall avenge you. They left fist holes in your chest back then. I shall not bully them. I will defeat them fair and square." He then sighed, expressing, "Old Wang, has he truly perished? I hope he is still alive. As for the past, let it be. This time, we shall keep it restrained and mindful." Professor Lin sighed softly, wishing for Wang Xian's well-being. The resurgence of the extraordinary realm should have been a rare opportunity for him. In truth, it is not just acquaintances. 3 months have elapsed. And whether on the secret networks or various major platforms, discussions about Wang Xian continue to arise occasionally. Recently, there have been whispers of various supernatural occurrences, with some claiming the resurgence of mythological entities. However, the passing of the sword immortal has left many in lamentation. It appears that other extraordinary beings are beginning to emerge, heralding the arrival of a grand era. Yet it is disheartening to note that we can no longer witness the sword immortal's soaring blades piercing the heavens. While some express genuine sorrow over Wang Xian's untimely demise, others revel in the chaos, eager to witness the clash of sword light against mechs and spaceships. 3 days hence, 2 vessels will return from the depths of space, bringing back a contingent from the Sun family, igniting a sensation. Upon learning of this, various financial magnates spring into action, dispatching ships and warcraft into the cosmic abyss. On the same day, a reliable source claims to have encountered a fox spirit while exploring the deep mountains, witnessing a white fox transform into a beautiful maiden as she emerged from an ancient ruin. The following day, another individual asserts to have seen a figure rise from the depths of a vast lake in the wilderness, only to vanish in an instant. Upon hearing such tidings, Old Chun sighed, proclaiming that the world was on the brink of transformation. Acknowledgement is due to Miss Jiran, Dong Taiyangs, and the Great Bunny of Humanity for their support. In Chapter 256, The World Has Changed, Chun Yongjin naturally feels the weight of expectation. Is this the rhythm of the celestial being's return? The intertwining of myth and reality may usher in a series of grave challenges. Yet, he mused, there is nothing to fear. He has long lamented not being born in the glorious era of extraordinary beings, unable to compete with those legendary figures. Now, the opportunity has arisen to coexist with the celestial beings. This is a time of great significance, where the current extraordinary individuals may either be courted or purged, rendering the situation quite complex. Old Chun strives to bolster his confidence, refusing to succumb to fear. "Let us return to our old homeland," proposed Guanlin, suggesting that she would invite Qian En, Ling Qiming, and others to escort them personally, believing that such a company would deter any potential attacks on their vessel. Chun Yongjie sighed, expressing his concern that the troubles in the old homeland might be more severe, suspecting that chaos would reign, as many myths and legends originated from that very place. It has been 3 months since he and Guanlin obtained their marriage certificate. Where has Wang Xian vanished to? Could it be that he has truly perished? Old Chun furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of uncertainty within. He murmured to himself, "If you meet an untimely fate, my son shall be named Chun Xian, and my daughter, Chun Xian." In the ensuing days, a number of ships gradually returned from the far reaches of space, secretly bringing back individuals long thought lost. The Mide is a realm of extraordinary beings, which the Eastern Financial Consortium has been exploring for years. However, there was another place, dubbed the Foodie. Many years ago, an influx of extraordinary materials caused a surge in Foodie's energy, rendering various vessels and probes unable to approach, leading to the loss of several powerful beings. Since then, the new stars have had no choice but to abandon Foodie. According to the White Peacock of Mide, this phenomenon signifies the final flicker of myths before their decay. Today, the life planet known as Foodie experiences a gradual retreat of the extraordinary, allowing vessels and escape pods to approach once more. The Sun family has been closely monitoring Fudi, as they have recently faced adversity and are eager to retrieve those trapped within. They were the first to act, having lost a significant number of their expedition team there years ago. This time, they succeeded, prompting others to follow suit. Upon receiving the news, Chen Yongjia exhibited a contemplative expression as familiar faces flitted across his mind. Indeed, some formidable individuals had vanished for a considerable period, likely ensconced within a fabled realm. Among them were contemporaries as well as seasoned characters from an older generation who had seemingly disappeared for many years without a trace. Not to mention, his foremost disciple, Wei Feng, had also been missing for over a decade. It remained uncertain whether he had perished or was ensnared in that mystical domain. I must enter seclusion. I have amassed sufficient essence of fate within the realm of Vitu, and it is time to contemplate further advancements. I cannot squander the medicinal earth I possess, Chen mused. He had once procured a piece of medicinal earth at the grand stage of the Earth Immortal City, which appeared to be a block of jade but was, in fact, imbued with the essence of celestial medicine, originating from a bodhisattva of Buddhism. Naturally, this substance was most suitable for those extraordinary beings engaged in the harvesting of medicinal herbs. From that day forth, Chen ceased to make appearances. Oh heavens! I encountered a celestial being amidst the millennia-old osmanthus grove at Moonview Cliff. A breathtaking maiden, with a smile that could topple empires, vanished in the blink of an eye. Everyone, I, too, have experienced a supernatural event. Are you familiar with Demon God Ridge? A place shunned by the indigenous people. Today, crimson lightning carved through the sky, and a rain of light cascaded down as if some creature had emerged, prompting me to flee in a state of panic, racing back in a suspended vehicle. In the following days, peculiar occurrences surfaced in various locales, each more astonishing than the last, capturing widespread attention and even eliciting grave expressions from the financial magnates. In the subterranean base of the Sun family, the number 5 robot had remained awake since its revival. At this moment, it departed from the mothership, ascending a mountain, gazing into the cosmos as enigmatic symbols materialized within its ocular cavities. It had intercepted a signal within a unique frequency band. It trembled, quaking with an emotion that seemed unnatural for a machine, leaving any observer baffled. Within its eyes, a series of mysterious information was reflected, painstakingly received, which it then swiftly relayed outward. In the vast depths of the universe, in a distant unknown region, a dilapidated mothership emitted a faint glow. Situated not far from a wormhole, the remnants of the mothership momentarily stirred to life, responding to the intermittent signals from the number 5 robot, attempting to convey information towards the wormhole. Clearly, it functioned merely as a transit station. In the depths of the mountains, by the lake, before a thatched cottage, Wang Xuan once again sought a path, clad in secret copper soul armor, venturing forth into the mists that emanated from Mu, pursuing the indistinct scenery in the distance. Following a peculiar route, he entered a mysterious realm. Soon, he beheld the station, where the lanterns still flickered with light. He exhaled softly and advanced quickly. After several days, he returned, eager to explore the luminous area within the enigmatic world and to validate certain matters. As he traversed a desolate village, with the pitch-black night sky silently shedding withered yellow paper money, he frowned, pondering the continuous descent of this antiquated yellow paper. Wang Xuan approached the radiant horizon with utmost caution, consistently employing his spiritual third eye to survey the surroundings, for after the last incident, he was apprehensive that turmoil had yet to subside. Soon after, he paused, gazing into the inky darkness ahead, his spiritual perception detecting an anomaly, a presence within a grand tomb. He turned and departed, deeming this expedition a failure. The previous turmoil had yet to subside. Astonishingly, silver-armored soldiers lay concealed within the graveyard, demonstrating remarkable tenacity, having held their ground for over 10 days. Alas, the last incident had resulted in total annihilation of that team, decimated by a formidable beast listed on the wanted posters. Even the skilled reinforcements met a grim fate, crushed by a colossal seal forged from the copper mother extracted from the unfathomable mountain. The higher authorities were incensed, casting nets far and wide to capture the great demon, leaving everyone uncertain as to when this turmoil would conclude. In this tumultuous season, various disturbances arose incessantly, leaving the city's elite in a state of trepidation, contemplating whether to seek allegiance with the distant, unparalleled powerhouse. In the present world, Wang Xuan opened his eyes, exhaling a soft sigh. No secret path was devoid of peril, each laden with dangers. For instance, the secret route he had recently uncovered might have offered benefits during more tranquil times, yet now, that enigmatic realm seemed fraught with unrest. Should he inadvertently encounter a formidable being surpassing the realm of transcendent freedom, the consequences could be dire. At this juncture, he had nearly exhausted the contents of his golden gourd and the extraordinary substances within his vessel, leaving him devoid of any mysterious resources. Wang Xuan felt he was on the brink of the fateful domain and realized he must seek out a Taoist temple or an ancient shrine to replenish his needs. Preparing for a significant advancement, certain questions lingered. Why had the number of detectors proliferated recently, even in these desolate mountains where simulated insects frequently flitted about, capturing the surroundings? Wang Xuan furrowed his brow. The surveillance of major organizations was pervasive, and recent events in the outside world had prompted elite factions to adopt a vigilant stance, with detectors even probing the depths of the mountains. He managed to evade the majority, destroying a few, but it seemed he could no longer remain in this place. At dawn, after freshening up, Wang Xuan frowned, realizing he had inadvertently revealed his whereabouts. A miniature detector hovered in the distance. It was impossible for him to constantly scan all miniature beings. The forest teemed with various insects and ants. If he were to focus on the minutiae of his surroundings, he could never achieve tranquility for his cultivation. With a casual glance at the nearby wild bee, he swiftly obliterated it and vanished from the forest. Today, a competition was unfolding at the Human Potential Research Institute of Kaiyuan University, a clash among various universities. Qin Cheng finally encountered the opponent he had been awaiting, linked to the Huang family, as he sought to vindicate Professor Lin. This battle drew considerable attention. As the connection between Qin Cheng and Wang Xuan was no longer a secret, many were aware of who stood behind him. However, the absence of the sword immortal was a source of regret. Qin Cheng's adversary was a tall, robust young man, trained by a master from the Huang family, renowned as a bastion of ancient techniques. Rumors circulated that a member of the Huang family had recently returned from a blessed land, sparking speculation that they might possess an extraordinary being. Bang! Qin Cheng clashed with the sturdy young man, displaying steady prowess as he decisively defeated his opponent, causing the latter to cough up blood and stagger backward. Qin Cheng heeded Professor Lin's instructions, exercising restraint and sparing his opponent from a grievous defeat. This act of mercy initially passed without incident. However, as Wang Xuan's whereabouts began to surface, subtle changes ensued. Members of the Huang family, intrigued by this recently renowned extraordinary individual, scrutinized his information and grew suspicious. Some even ventured into the ancestral hall to pray, seeking to connect with mysterious forces through a ritualistic slumber. On the secretive online platform, vague images of Wang Xuan emerged, announcing his continued existence. Behold who has returned, the embodiment of disdain. Various powerful factions had their detectors capturing Wang Xuan's silhouette, yet they chose silence, observing whether any significant events would unfold. Eventually, a young member of one family, upon learning of Wang Xuan's survival, could not contain his excitement and leaked a photograph online, igniting a sensation. This impulsive act led to a severe reprimand from his family, who chastised him for his thoughtlessness in such turbulent times. Regardless, it was too late. The photo had been revealed, causing a tremendous uproar. Lo and behold, the sword immortal resurfaces, who claimed he was dead. The rumors and speculations began to swirl. Once the news leaked, it ceased to be a secret, leaving various parties astonished that the extraordinary Wang Xuan had not only survived but thrived. The destruction of the source pool mountain, intended to eliminate him, had failed. Upon receiving this news, many from the Sun family felt as though they had been dealt numerous slaps to the face, sensing that Wang Xuan's return was a mocking gesture. Sunny Chen, overwhelmed with anger, slammed down his phone, having recently declared that Wang Xuan's remains were non-existent, only to see him emerge from the wilderness. The return of the sword immortal sent shockwaves across major platforms, sparking immense excitement. Wang Xuan, indifferent to the ensuing chaos, briefly contacted a few old acquaintances to assure them of his safety. He then sought a temple or ancient shrine to replenish his energies and ascend to the realm of destiny, intending to depart thereafter. Yet, he was acutely aware that his nonchalance would not guarantee others' compliance. He had learned that the world had seemingly transformed, with the extraordinary drawing closer and myths re-emerging in reality. Should adversaries arise against him, he would not shy away. He welcomed the opportunity to test his cultivation and the potency of his formidable weapon, ready to impart lessons to any troublesome entities. At the beginning of the month, I humbly request my dear readers to support with monthly votes. Thank you. Chapter 257. The genesis of all laws after what felt like an eternity of isolation, having traversed a realm steeped in the lifeless remnants of burnt offerings. Wang Xuan returned to the city, seamlessly reintegrating into its fabric. After spending a prolonged period outside, returning to a familiar environment filled him with warmth, easily evoking memories of the myriad joys of the past. The most beautiful aspect of life is indeed the vibrant essence of the mortal realm. Having personally traversed the pitch-black abyss and crossed the desolate villages, Wang Xuan pondered the potential fate if one day both the new stars and the old earth were shrouded in darkness, devoid of the sun, with no sight of stars or moon, rendering all things silent and lifeless. Such a reality would be profoundly cruel and terrifying. To prevent such extreme occurrences, he remained vigilant, navigating through densely populated areas. Fortunately, the Sun family had not succumbed to madness, and other organizations had not targeted him, allowing Wang Xuan to return to Sioux City smoothly, where he dined with Professor Lin and Qin Cheng. Subsequently, he departed the city, proactively visiting Qianan. Within the Sun family, some bore grim expressions, contemplating a covert dispatch of a small warship to bombard Wang Xuan, yet ultimately refrained from issuing such orders. The current situation regarding the new stars was intricate. The Sun family had been deeply shaken by the recent incursion of a formidable blood shadow that claimed dozens of lives within their stronghold. Particularly alarming was the fact that Wang Xuan should have perished on Yaochi Mountain. How was he still alive? At that time, they had witnessed him ascend the mountain, and in retrospect, it seemed he had anticipated their actions, merely feigning engagement before swiftly retreating. Some within the Sun family sighed in resignation, realizing that Wang Xuan had exploited their desperate desire to eliminate him. Sun Rongxing's gaze was cold and calculating. He instructed someone to inform Grant of the Argonne Consortium to investigate thoroughly, suspecting that his granddaughter had also been manipulated by Wang Xuan. He added a cautionary note, urging them to refrain from exaggeration and to present the facts accurately. Let the 5th Mechanical Unit take action. Eliminate him without hesitation. Then, we shall dispatch individuals from the blessed land to handle the aftermath. We cannot allow him to remain, Sun Chengqian declared. Yet, Sun Rongxing hesitated, feeling apprehensive. During such tumultuous times, he feared that overt aggression would paint the Sun family as the public enemy of the extraordinary. Their mothership was their stronghold, and prematurely revealing their trump cards while repeatedly instigating conflict was unwise. The circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for them, leaving them in a precarious situation. They had learned of insider information indicating that the Sun family would face upheaval and must endure for 3 years. The Zheng family had already succumbed, replaced by others. However, the notion that the immortals had decayed, even if they returned, would be exceedingly weakened, capable of resistance, was evidently flawed. The emergence of blood shadows had sent shivers down their spines, instilling a sense of trepidation within their hearts. They had underestimated the ancients, believing them to be outdated, their bodies frail, and their vision ill-suited for this era. Yet now, it appeared their struggles might unfold through their hands. Sun Rongxing murmured. Now, they had reason to believe that some information was indeed credible, while others were merely leveraging modern influence to strangle the extraordinary, clear the field, and eliminate adversaries. Should we extend our connections further? I am quite concerned that some scripts have already been written in advance. Qian welcomed Wang Xuan warmly, delighted by his safe return, and appreciated the young man's inquiry into his current health, finding him to be reliable. As I have mentioned, I will do everything in my power to prolong Elder Qian's life over several occasions, Wang Xuan replied with a smile. He assured Qian and that he remained dedicated to his commitments as long as he drew breath. Subsequently, Wang Xuan acted with remarkable decisiveness, swiftly entering the Taoist temple alongside Qianan. It can be stated that both host and guest were pleased, engaging in an animated discussion on the principles of wellness before the deity's statue. One must possess a sanctuary for the soul, dear Qian. Do you believe in the extraordinary? Recently, I have been endeavoring to cultivate tranquility, embracing the Taoist principle of non-action and not forcing outcomes. I find it quite feasible. In your daily life, you might also find solace amidst nature, letting your spirit roam among the clouds, unconfined by rigid forms. Indeed, there is wisdom in that. I have been traveling of late. My footprints grace the azure seas, the lunar surface, and even the cosmic resorts of deep space. As a mere mortal, I emulate the immortal sages, wandering through the vast void, and I sense my physical and mental state is quite splendid. The two engaged in a harmonious exchange, and then Wang Xuan urged him to center himself, closing his eyes to nurture his spirit. An aura of mystery enveloped them as Wang Xuan replenished his own essence, while also assisting Qian in harmonizing his physical form. That night, Wang Xuan sat in meditation within the temple for an extended period, continuously drawing in supermaterial energies, his flesh and bones rejoicing in celebration. He appeared as a serene celestial being. Though physically present, an ethereal mist surrounded him, giving Qian the impression that he was far removed from the mundane world, floating amidst the clouds. Eventually, it seemed he reached a pivotal moment. Within him, his spirit shone like a beacon, illuminating the ancient night sky of immortality, guiding him toward his path. He was on the verge of a breakthrough, poised to transition from the realm of illumination into the domain of destiny. He remained still, his spirit immersed within, the light guiding his way, his spiritual essence advancing step by step toward that enigmatic territory. It resembled the primordial birthplace of all things, brimming with vibrant vitality, reminiscent of a land where gentle wisps of mist ascended gracefully. Wang Xuan stepped forward, entering this sacred space where the entire cosmos transformed in an instant, causing his spiritual perception to surge. His flesh quivered, his organs resonated softly, his bones vibrated, and his entire being seemed to emit the sound of clashing metals. A hazy light enveloped his exterior. Wang Xuan transcended, advancing into the realm of destiny, where his spirit found its footing, as if life itself had found a foundation. This mysterious land bestowed upon him an elevation in the essence of existence, akin to a nourishing soil for both spirit and flesh. At the genesis of all methods, the extraordinary found its grounding. The spirit took root here, illuminating its own fate while gazing upon the eternal night sky of immortality. Everything commenced from this point. Standing on this mystical soil, Wang Xuan felt his vitality ascend continuously, his strength growing at a visibly remarkable pace. At peace within, he stood there, perceiving himself as a seed within the realm of destiny, just breaking through the surface, blossoming into a tender sprout of the Tao. Meanwhile, Qian was lost in thought, gazing at the youthful visage before him. The serene figure, eyes closed in silence, seemed more ethereal and sacred than any celestial being. The misty light and delicate fog enveloped him, as though he were seated beyond the mundane world, transcending earthly existence. Finally, all fell into tranquility. Wang Xuan inhaled deeply, nourished by the essence of destiny, birthing myriad methods and evolving myths. This place was saturated with mysteries. He opened his eyes and beheld Qian's expression, offering a gentle smile that evoked the sensation of moonlight casting a pure, serene glow. Wang Xuan extended his spirit, allowing Qian to drift into a peaceful slumber almost instantaneously. Then, he transcended his physical form, momentarily drifting away, testing the limits of his essence, extending his spirit 20 miles from his corporeal body, a feat that would surely astonish those endowed with extraordinary powers. The individuals of the realm of fate could traverse such distances, akin to a divine excursion. Furthermore, surrounding his spiritual essence were wondrous sights, majestic mountains, azure seas, and the spectacle of the sun plunging into a molten abyss, accompanied by the faint, ethereal winds of those undergoing tribulations from the heavens. Clearly, the extraordinary visions encircling him had multiplied, drawn from the nebulous realms beyond, the uncharted territory of the spiritual world. Now, these marvels were no longer confined to flesh and blood. They followed his spirit, enveloping him. Was Chuntuan's path of the five-colored golden elixir inspired by this? Could it be that by refining the 5 great wonders and encapsulating them within the golden elixir, one could unleash 5-colored divine radiance? Wang Xuan mused, striving to comprehend from the very source and penetrate the essence, believing that he need not strictly adhere to the identical path of others in pursuit of the golden elixir. He felt that mere imitation, replication, was a lesser pursuit. Only by grasping the roots could one stand alongside the ancients and discover a stronger path. The mountains and islands returned to the earth. The molten rock and setting sun returned to the fire. The azure sea and long rivers returned to the water. Wang Xuan contemplated the extraordinary visions surrounding his spirit, weaving them into a cloak of earth, fire, wind, and water to envelop and protect himself. In ancient times, the immortals revered the immortality of the primordial spirit and the protective nature of the Taoist robe. Had he inadvertently stumbled upon a similar realm? Wang Xuan remained tranquil. Devoid of joy or sorrow, his spiritual essence bathed in moonlight, drifting as if transcending into immortality, standing beneath the night sky with a natural way. He did not idolize the ancients, for he had acquired an abundance of scriptures, some of which were unparalleled masterpieces that resonated throughout history, providing him with a sufficiently elevated foundation. Even if he experienced enlightenment, he did not find it absurd. He believed it was only natural. It felt instinctive. Yet if others were to learn of it, they would surely be astounded. Here he was, merely stepping into the realm of fate, and already exhibiting such prowess. How could others possibly cope? This natural mindset of a formidable being was somewhat intimidating. With a swift motion, Wang Xuan vanished from the moonlit void, returning to his corporeal form, abruptly opening his eyes. He gazed at the Taoist temple, his spiritual domain extending, revealing a fragment of bone within the copper wall. This time, he did not transcend, yet he gained a semblance of heavenly sight. He increasingly appreciated the profound truth in the assertion that the realm of fate is the origin of all laws. From this point onward, everything would be different. He could establish himself upon this enigmatic land, accumulating extraordinary power, transmuting the abstract into the tangible, and weaving the fabric of mythic realms. Was resurrection imminent? He observed the bone within the copper wall, faint strands of blood intertwining, life gestating, a shadow lying dormant within the bone. Wang Xuan rose, choosing not to further extract the enigmatic substances of the immortals from this place. He once again tended to Qian'an's body, awakening him before bidding farewell. "Allow me to send you back," Qian'an remarked, gazing at his youthful and gentle visage, sensing that this was a being of future divinity. "No need. I shall return on foot under the moonlight," Wang Xuan replied, declining graciously. He ventured toward the distant mountains and forests beyond Sioux City. For during his spiritual excursion 20 miles away, he had caught sight of a being observing him. Now, as his spirit and body harmonized, he felt an unprecedented vitality and yearned to investigate further. The man returning from the great beyond, along with the extraordinary automaton, both exhibit significant issues with their own states. Not quite reaching the level of the carefree masters. Having established himself in the realm of destiny, Wang Xuan gained a deeper understanding of the fierce battle that unfolded within the Sun family. His heart remained serene, imbued with tranquility. The return of the celestial beings had inflicted far greater harm than he had anticipated. Having descended to the mortal realm, the celestial beings were indeed deteriorating, having suffered multiple severe setbacks. Given more time, anything was possible. Ahead, the mountains and forests under the moonlight were not overly dark, appearing as though veiled by a delicate gossamer. "Ah, so you dare to approach?" There, a vague silhouette emerged, seemingly a woman, who expressed her surprise. Having previously been observing without realizing that the true form of her counterpart would materialize before her, she gracefully stepped out from the woods, clad in white. Exuding an ethereal quality under the moonlight, her figure exquisite, her face strikingly beautiful, and her eyes enchanting, reminiscent of a fox spirit. "Are you a being that has emerged from the great beyond?" Wang Xuan inquired calmly. The woman revealed an unusual expression, smiling as she responded. "You seem to harbor no fear of the celestial beings. Quite intriguing. Allow me to see what makes you unique." Her white dress fluttered in the moonlight, imbued with an otherworldly aura, as if she were about to ride the winds and return to the luminous moon. Yet, at the moment of her strike, she was formidable. Her snow-white, crystalline hand sliced through the air, unleashing a blinding beam aimed directly at Wang Xuan. "I come with sincerity, wishing to converse with you," he began. But when he retaliated, he showed no mercy. Boom. He stepped forward, appearing as a transcendent being, serene and composed, yet his fist radiated brilliance akin to the blazing sun, shaking the night sky. This was the martial technique inscribed on the golden bamboo slips, a skill difficult even for the extraordinary to master. Yet he had gleaned insights from it, one of the fruits of his labor over the past 3 months. The feathered transformation fist, dazzling and resplendent, accompanied by a cascade of luminescent rain, compressed the void ahead, dispelling the darkness. Bang! They collided, and the woman was taken aback. Her current form possessed the pinnacle strength of an herbalist, yet she found herself suppressed, her arm shattered, and subsequently pierced through the chest. Wang Xuan's fist, imbued with radiant droplets, penetrated her body, and with a mighty tremor, she erupted in a resounding explosion. The scattered light rain revealed her face, frozen in an expression of disbelief as it dispersed into the night sky. If her true form is as fragile as this, all the better. Wang Xuan turned away, casting no further glance, and vanished into the distance under the moonlight. In a city named New Star, within a hotel, a woman clad in white, having just bathed and adorned in nightwear, was initially filled with delight, savoring the novelty and comfort of this era. Suddenly, she was struck with astonishment, alertness surging through her. How intriguing! My paper talisman avatar was shattered by a single punch, such ruthlessness. Her crimson lips parted, releasing a breath of frustration. This concludes tonight's chapter. Please do not stay up waiting. I anticipate some readers might comment, requesting another chapter. Very well, I lamentfully say, wait for it. It will be compensated later. Perhaps one day, an unexpected surge of chapters will arrive, which would indeed be exhilarating. Kindly await further developments. Chapter 258. Seeking a path for the extraordinary under the luminous glow of the silvery moonlight, a delicate mist seemed to rise from the earth as Wang Xuan strolled, contemplating the profound night sky. Does the world behind the curtain belong to a parallel universe, or is it merely a mythic realm temporarily constructed from supermaterial energy, tethered to our reality? As the supermaterial dissipates, does it no longer support the mythos? Perhaps it is more than that. The laws of the extraordinary are gradually faltering, akin to the day when the physical laws of the real world lose their significance. Otherwise, why has the return of the celestial beings weakened so drastically in this current phase? Was the myth merely a serendipitous occurrence? The corrections of this world seem insurmountable. A supreme decree. Everything extraordinary shall revert to its original state. What then was the foundation of such a beautiful mythic illusion? Beneath the moonlit sky, Wang Xuan stood alone for an extended period, gazing at the vast expanse of stars, pondering whether there exists a true soil for myths beyond this boundless cosmos. He yearned to comprehend that serendipity, for only by exploring its source can one uncover the essence of reality. The higher spiritual realm, interwoven with mysterious and vibrant light, raises the question, when the extraordinary falls silent, does that spiritual domain, accessible solely through the extraordinary, still endure? Beyond that supreme spiritual realm, is there anything else? Wang Xuan had not departed the city. The flying vessels and the little golden gourds were all significant consumers of supermaterial, and he sought places to replenish his resources. He intended to exchange some rare items during this opportunity, sensing that such chances would dwindle in the future, as various temples and ancient shrines began to revive. Their secret vaults now under scrutiny. Celestial beings, extraordinary individuals, motherships, automatons, and mythic creatures were all emerging in succession, heralding the imminent disruption of the tranquil period. To Wang Xuan's surprise, the following day, very few individuals reached out to extend his lifespan. Their enthusiasm appeared tepid, as if they were merely observing and waiting for something. He was astonished that a group of elderly men remained remarkably composed. He received some cryptic calls and messages, with individuals proposing exchanges of ancient techniques. Wang Xuan responded minimally, not acquiescing to their requests. For instance, he received invitations from the Huang family and communications from the Yun family, which he found perplexing, as he had never heard of these clans before. Soon, Professor Lin informed him that some belonged to ancient lineages of esoteric practitioners. Furthermore, Wang Xuan learned that among those who contacted him, there seemed to be extraordinary beings. The blessed lands had been unsealed, and many individuals had returned from deep space. Both Lao Chun and Zhou Yun were well informed, warning Wang Xuan to remain vigilant and avoid pitfalls, for a group of extraordinary beings lurked on the new planet. Wang Xuan pondered deeply. Had competitors arrived to claim the business? He began to understand the situation. Major organizations had brought back a number of extraordinary powerhouses, and surely the elites of the financial magnates did not believe those individuals could extend their lives, hence deeming it unnecessary to engage in equitable exchanges with him. No wonder these elderly men, who cherished life so dearly, were now less proactive. Wang Xuan comprehended the reality. Not all extraordinary beings could prolong life for others unless they possessed the means of those from the new techniques realm. capable of consuming the lives of others. Indeed, among the various financial conglomerates, there are individuals who seek the assistance of new extraordinary beings, hoping to prolong their own lives and treat them with utmost reverence. Among those who have returned from the blessed lands, there are indeed formidable figures who, upon learning the details, employ certain special means to invigorate their employers and realign their energies. After their incantations, at least in the short term, they genuinely provide a sense of physical well-being, leading some elderly gentlemen to mistakenly believe they can truly extend their lives. Thus, they have remained remarkably composed lately. Some even feel a sense of regret. Song Yun sighs, reflecting on the golden-hued small boat he gifted to Wang Xuan earlier, now feeling it was a considerable loss. Especially since there are extraordinary individuals among those who have returned from the blessed lands, capable of prolonging life as well. Others, like the Qin family, find themselves in a quandary. Qin Hunyuan has already expended several pages of gilded scriptures from the Shakyamuni Sutra and wonders whether to continue. Old Song feels regret, but ultimately reaches out to Wang Xuan, as the price had already been paid in advance, and the flying boat had been entrusted to Wang Xuan. Qin Hunyuan decides to halt further losses, opting not to produce any more pages of the Shakyamuni Sutra for now. Thus, when Wang Xuan proactively contacts him, Old Qin politely declines, stating he plans to recuperate on the moon and will discuss matters upon his return. Wang Xuan is left speechless, as such eagerness does not equate to commerce. Adhering to the principle of prioritizing long-standing clients, he hopes for a satisfactory conclusion, yet Old Qin remains unappreciative. In Sioux City, located in the central region of Zhongzhou, Wang Xuan travels eastward towards the scenic city of Songjia, situated 800 miles away, making a personal visit. Old Song's facial muscles twitch, feeling he has become a fool, particularly given the other party's eagerness. Could it be that business has been poor lately? Wang Xuan smiles, assuring him that his choice is both rational and wise, hinting that soon others may become anxious, as he will be quite busy and may not have time to meet. Old Song has little to say. Having lived many years, even if he feels discomfort, he will not openly express it, nor can he afford to sever ties. Among those accompanying him, apart from Song Yun's child, Song Wentao, a pallid young man remains present, discreetly scrutinizing Wang Xuan. Soon, Wang Xuan catches a glimpse of his thoughts, which are laced with contempt, berating Wang Xuan for being an anomaly, questioning how he could become extraordinary. Wang Xuan is taken aback, recognizing him immediately and feeling an urge to strike him down, for this individual is none other than the deviant Song Qian, who has previously sought to hire assassins to target Wang Xuan in the old world. Old Song promptly admonishes, "What brings you here? Return home. Your constitution is too frail. Refrain from unnecessary movement and focus on your recovery." Song Qian silently stands and turns to leave. Out of respect for Old Song, Wang Xuan refrains from taking action against the deviant, recalling his earlier words that everyone has had their youth, and thus, he chooses to let it go for the time being. Following this, the interactions between the two parties are pleasant and harmonious. Old Song genuinely feels a resurgence of vitality, his physical condition becoming increasingly robust, as if he is regaining his youth. Wang Xuan is also pleased, sitting cross-legged in the Song family's Taoist temple, channeling mysterious energies to nourish the flying boat and the golden gourd, replenishing the supermaterial. The next day, Wang Xuan does not depart, returning for another session with Old Song, which alleviates some of the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Wang Xuan observes that the charred bone fragment within the temple's deity statue is emanating a rich vitality, intertwining with blood color, and is in the process of being rejuvenated. He felt it was about time to cease his exploitative endeavors, lest he inadvertently rouse the slumbering entity. Qin Sheng called, saying, "Wang Xuan, Professor Lin and I have received an invitation to attend the Ancient Arts Exchange Conference at the Human Potential Institute of Yuntai University, and the organizers wish for you to be present as well." Naturally, Wang Xuan declined. He had embarked on a distant journey, and it was rare for the Sun family to remain untroubled and honest without further complications. He had visited locations such as Wangyue Cliff and Yaoxing Ridge, but regrettably, he had made no significant discoveries. Ultimately, he returned to the vicinity of Sioux City, choosing not to enter the city, but rather to observe the distant Hanwu Mountain. This place left a profound impression on him. On that fateful night, his spirit had transcended the corporeal realm, gazing into the horizon where he had glimpsed some enigmatic creatures. He had long desired to explore Hanwu Mountain, but at the time, it had seemed perilous, so he abandoned the thought. Now, armed with the god-slaying banner, he possessed formidable power against spiritual entities. In the waning era of the extraordinary, he yearned to comprehend how beings visible only to the spiritual eye might be affected. The present world was undergoing a correction, and myth was on the verge of dissolution, which filled Wang Xuan with a sense of urgency. He sought new avenues from every conceivable direction. Am I being too reckless? Wang Xuan mused. Yet he reassured himself that with the god-slaying banner shielding him and merely gazing from outside Sioux City, the risk was minimal. However, should he uncover secrets, he might forge an entirely new path in an age where myth is fading. This inspiration stemmed from the realm of the departed. The realm of the departed was suffused with extraordinary radiation and was considered one of the origins of extraordinary beings, harboring a plethora of unsettling spirits. The biological forms of Hanwu Mountain differed from those spirits, but bore some resemblance. What manner of beings are you, and what secrets do you hold? The sun blazed high above, casting its radiance upon the majestic mountains in the distance. Hanwu Mountain, with its lofty elevation, was perpetually shrouded in white mist at its peak. The god-slaying banner had been preliminarily refined by Wang Xuan. Although the journey ahead was long, it could now discern friend from foe, ensuring his safety. In the moment his spirit transcended, clad in spiritual armor and wielding a palm-sized golden flag, he gazed into the distance. The mountaintop, perpetually cold, even bore patches of snow. Yet as he looked upon it, he saw no signs of life. His current spiritual perception vastly exceeded his former capabilities, rendering even the objects captured by the spiritual eye more vivid, thereby allowing for a clearer observation this time. Evidence of habitation was present atop the mountain, with signs of past life. Yet where were the creatures? Not a single one in sight. The last encounter had occurred under the cover of night. Could that factor be relevant? Wang Xuan remained contemplative, not in haste, waiting until nightfall once more, only to find the same silence. Where were those beings? If they had never existed, then what of the remnants of habitation? After resting in Sioux City for the night, he ventured into the forest the next day, drawing closer to Hanwu Mountain. When he was less than 20 miles away, he transcended once more, gazing far into the distance. Yet the outcome mirrored yesterday's, still silent, devoid of life. Continuing on his journey, he drew within 10 miles, but encountered no anomalies. Upon reaching 3 miles, his perception remained unchanged, presenting no danger. And upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, he encountered no surprises. Wang Xuan commenced his ascent, his spirit firmly anchored within his corporeal form. Wielding the god-slaying banner with a serious demeanor, step by step scaling the frigid heights of Cold Mist Mountain. Along the way, the verdant forest teemed with life, abundant with fauna, thriving with vitality. Upon reaching the summit, an eerie silence enveloped the area. A thick fog shrouded the landscape, rendering the flora barren. As if the heavens themselves had descended. Even those of extraordinary capabilities would fail to perceive any anomalies here, let alone mere mortals. Having entered the realm of fate and soil, Wang Xuan, despite his spirit remaining within, had begun to cultivate a nascent ability akin to a spiritual eye, granting him glimpses of extraordinary phenomena. In the haze, he beheld a village and enormous feathers spanning several meters, each radiating extraordinary power. To uncover further secrets, he realized he must truly transcend his corporeal confines. He refrained from hasty actions, carefully observing until he reached the outskirts of the indistinct village, gazing outward over the precipice, where a more awe-inspiring vista awaited him, leaving him astounded and incredulous. Myth has waned. The extraordinary lies in eternal silence. I am discontent. Thus I have ventured here seeking a path for the future, yet I wish not to become mere blood and bone along the way, he pondered, hesitating on whether to proceed further. Chapter 269. The repository occupied beyond the mountain lay an expanse of golden ocean. The surface bubbled with colossal orbs, resplendent in myriad hues, each harboring beings such as magnificent azure birds, serpentine monsters with human heads, and grand peacocks enveloped in a halo of light. These creatures bore resemblance to some of the most illustrious beings from myth. The bubbles, rising from the golden sea, evoked the essence of both myth and fairy tale, suffused with divine energy yet imbued with a purity reminiscent of fables. With a soft pop, the bubbles burst, exploding before they could rise significantly, and the creatures within vanished in an instant, obliterated completely. In the golden ocean, gargantuan bubbles emerged ceaselessly, only to shatter in the end, their ephemeral existence extinguished. The beings within struggled valiantly, yet ultimately succumbed, transforming into fleeting glimmers of light, dissipating above that peculiar expanse. Unable to contain himself, Wang Xuan transcended his corporeal form. Gripping the god-slaying banner tightly, yearning to perceive the essence of all that unfolded, beyond the ephemeral facade of the bubble's demise. He was taken aback as the golden ocean exuded a potent, extraordinary radiation, threatening to tear his spiritual essence asunder. Fortunately, the god-slaying banner swayed gently, its intricate patterns intertwining, shielding him from the corrosive influence of the vast sea, repelling the encroaching golden light. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the golden ocean receding, gradually distancing itself from the precipice. The mountains and forests of the mundane realm could not hinder its retreat. It seemed to traverse through the void, intent on departure. As Wang Xuan's spirit returned to his physical form, he soared away, trailing behind, yet he was astonished to find himself unable to approach that ocean. Ultimately, he returned once more to Cold Mist Mountain, where the golden ocean roared beneath him, bubbling incessantly. What is the meaning of this? Is it a portent? Myth is but a bubble, destined to burst, he murmured. The golden ocean slowly receded, not hastily, suggesting it would take several days to half a month to vanish entirely from the void. What could this be? Wang Xuan speculated that he might have unexpectedly encountered a scene reminiscent of the realm of the departed, or perhaps it truly was that realm, but it was departing, returning to a state of void. Could it be that Hanwu Mountain was once such a place? Was the mountain stronghold akin to a ferryman's abode, a guardian of promises? Ultimately, amidst the golden expanse, there were indeed beings breaking free from their bubbles, soaring into the depths of the golden ocean, growing ever more distant, gradually fading from view. Wang Xuan lingered there for an extended time, only departing when twilight descended. 2 days later, Wang Xuan received a multitude of calls. He was inundated with business, for some had awakened to the realization that while other extraordinary beings could invigorate the blood and realign the meridians, the ultimate effect was comparable to mere massage. Such practices indeed benefited the body, yet they did not extend life. They had already summoned several renowned doctors for consultations, and after various medical examinations, the health conditions showed little significant change. Conversely, Qian En and Song Yun, after undergoing rigorous physical checks, were deemed to have experienced a reversal of aging, their bodies at least 2 or 3 years younger in just a matter of days. The Zhong family marveled, with Zhong Cheng exclaiming, "Old Wang is defying the heavens. He won't rest until he has thoroughly extracted every treasure from this group of old men." Yet, I too am intrigued and wish to converse with Wang Xuan, seeking an equitable exchange to become an extraordinary being. Sister, do you not wish to transform into a celestial being like Zhong? I assure you, when Zhao Qinghan and Wu Yin return, they will undoubtedly be ethereal, akin to beings from another world. My dear sister, stagnation leads to regression. A look of conflict suddenly crossed Zhong Qing's pure and radiant face. How could she not be moved, especially after comparing herself to those two? Remaining an ordinary person would be truly unsatisfactory. Sister, I believe now is the time for you to secure Wang Xuan. What a remarkable individual he is, so powerful and reassuring. Although he occasionally encounters troubles, at worst, he merely suffers bombardments from battleships. He is unharmed. He will not perish. It has happened several times, yet he remains lively. I see no signs of a short life. As Zhong Cheng reveled in his thoughts, and his sister prepared to chastise him, Zhong Changming arrived, seeking the siblings to ensure they would invite Wang Xuan. At that moment, Wang Xuan was in Yong'an City, visiting the Zhao family, having been invited by Zhao Qinghan's grandfather. What could he say? He declined the invitations of other elderly gentlemen, preferring this place instead. 3 months had passed, yet why had the old fox in the secret realm not released Zhao Qinghan and Wu Yin? Both the Zhao and Wu families had personnel stationed at the Brown Star base outside the secret realm, awaiting the 2 women's return from that extraordinary planet. Yet there was still no sign of movement. In an antiquated and elegant chamber, filled with tall rosewood bookshelves displaying various yellowed ancient texts, all comprising scriptures and secret volumes. This was Zhao Mingjing's study. With a beaming smile, he regarded Wang Xuan and said, "Take your time to peruse, see which scriptures might be of use to you, and feel free to take them." He was Zhao Qinghan's grandfather, so amiable that Wang Xuan found it quite difficult to treat him as an acquaintance. Wang Xuan smiled. engaging in polite conversation before examining the bookshelf and indeed discovering texts of immense value, such as Lingbao Bifa, Jindan Shimi Tupu, Wuzhen Pian, Luzu Jianjing, and Niden Shimi. Wang Xuan has acquired the 5-color golden elixir canon of Chen Tuan, and here, the sacred texts secretly transmitted by Zhongli Quan and Lu Dongbin have also emerged, effectively completing the framework of the golden elixir Dao. The presence of several patriarchs and their most significant classics left Wang Xuan somewhat entranced, compelling him to delve deeply into the study of the golden elixir Dao. He realized that Zhao Qinghan practiced the old arts solely to maintain her physique. She was not speaking falsely, for with such an abundance of scriptures at her disposal, it seemed she had not even perused them. Subsequently, Wang Xuan encountered the Purple Mansion Dao Canon and the Primordial Secret Map, among others. These were texts of paramount importance, akin to the ancestral foundations of a sect, stirring profound emotions within him. Had this been the era of ancient mythology, during that time of rich, transcendental essence, a mere scripture cast aside would incite a tempest of bloodshed among the extraordinary beings. Yet, in this age, no one seemed to pay much heed. Zhao Mingzheng simply left them on the shelf, allowing Wang Xuan to browse at will. Wang Xuan sighed, recalling the words of the ferryman. In this unique era, treasures abound, inciting envy even among the ancients. Artifacts from various historical periods and epochs have plummeted from the void, converging within a single lifetime, creating a spectacle of brilliance. Alas, in this current age, few possess the ability to cultivate such things. Regardless of his own capacity, Wang Xuan began by sweeping his powerful mental domain over the texts, committing their essence to memory for future study. He expressed a peculiar astonishment. Indeed, old Zhao was quite generous today. These ancient tomes were merely collectibles, artifacts of cultural significance. He could select whichever he desired and take them away. Zhao Qinghan's father, Zhao Zijuan, was also present, encouraging him to choose freely. After expressing his gratitude, Wang Xuan ultimately arrived at the Taoist temple relocated from the old earth by the Zhao family, where he meticulously examined the interior and discovered a fragment of bone within the bronze plaque of the main hall. He surmised that the financial elite of the new star had been profoundly infiltrated over a century ago. Those advocating for the reconstruction of the temple had undoubtedly done so with intent, having arranged it well in advance. Otherwise, it would be too fortuitous for every temple to harbor remnants of true bone. Wang Xuan found himself lost in thought. Had certain powerful figures among the immortal class been delineating their spheres of influence over a century ago? Was this a clandestine scheme by some formidable beings? Or the machinations of a superpower? He understood that once these true bones and flesh were reconstituted, and if the 3-year period had not elapsed, these locations would instantly transform into sacred grounds for cultivation, evolving into great doctrinal sects. The situation within the Zhao family was also quite severe. The true bone displayed an intricate mingling of blood, with portions of flesh beginning to sprout, though it remained uncertain how long it would take for the true form to manifest. Wang Xuan was tempted to wield the god-slaying flag to test the dormant being within that true bone and ascertain whether he could vanquish it. He harbored concerns that the true bones residing within the major financial circles might belong to formidable overlords, posing a significant challenge. Ultimately, Wang Xuan summoned mysterious factors to envelop both Zhao Mingzheng and Zhao Zijuan, invoking the spirit of the immortals and drawing upon the supermaterial essence of the true bones to extend the lives of the two Zhaos. Zhao Zijuan felt elated and invigorated. He genuinely sensed the transformation within himself. Although he was not yet old, the nurturing from the mysterious factors allowed him to perceive his bodily functions growing stronger. After departing from the Taoist temple, Zhao Zijuan discreetly informed Wang Xuan that a mysterious entity had recently visited his father in a dream. Though Zhao Mingzheng refrained from divulging specific details, "I am somewhat concerned," Zhao Zijuan sighed. Wang Xuan turned back to glance in the direction of the temple, pondering whether the bone had revived on its own or if some being had utilized it as a conduit to deliver a message. "Uncle Zhao, for the time being, there should be no cause for alarm. That entity, by all accounts, is unlikely to overstep its bounds, especially considering its cunning nature. Should it present reasonable requests, it would be prudent to accommodate them. If any issues arise in the future, I shall come to investigate. There is no need for worry," Wang Xuan reassured him. He believed that as long as the dreamer did not succumb to arrogance, they would act with restraint, being survivors of the harsh struggles behind the veil. As they had not yet regained their true forms, they would likely be gentle and might even bestow significant benefits upon the Zhao family. Zhao Zijuan was taken aback by the young man's apparent strength and confidence. Wang Xuan indeed felt a surge of assurance. Given a little more time, anything was possible. He even contemplated testing the waters with the bone while wielding the god-slaying flag. Zhao Zijuan hesitated slightly before saying, "Follow me. My father has been frequently examining the secret vault lately, and I suspect some entity is guiding him to uncover something. In relation to that being, he naturally placed greater trust in Wang Xuan, having realized that his daughter was closely connected with him. Wang Xuan followed him to the entrance of a treasure vault, abruptly stopping in his tracks. Furrowing his brow, he noted that the atmosphere was reminiscent of his time at the Sun family's estate. The vault had evidently been tampered with. Could it be that every financial consortium's vault had been compromised? Utilizing his extraordinary perception and unique celestial vision, he discerned that there were indeed powerful treasures within, yet none could rival the god-slaying flag or the soul-locking bell. After contemplating the situation, he opted to avoid confrontation and refrain from alarming anyone. He signaled to Zhao Zijuan, and they departed from the location. "Uncle Zhao, there are indeed issues present, primarily concerning the extraordinary beings, but they pose little threat to ordinary individuals. For now, consider this matter a mere whisper of the unknown. Should any peculiar incidents arise in the future, do not hesitate to contact me," Wang Xuan advised. Zhao Zijuan nodded, personally escorting him away and watching him disappear from sight. Subsequently, at the persistent invitation of Qin Honyuan, Wang Xuan visited the Qin family, successfully completing the last few pages of the Gilded Scriptures, thus acquiring the entirety of the Shakyamuni Sutra. Qin Sheng reached out to Wang Xuan to share some developments. "Wang Xuan, we have arrived at the Huang family, who pride themselves on their mastery of ancient techniques. After several days of exchanges, we unexpectedly found ourselves touring the Huang residence, which we could not decline. Here, Professor Lin encountered the individual who had once pierced his chest." Wang Xuan's heart sank. It seemed implausible that the Huang family would deliberately orchestrate a meeting between Professor Lin and Qin Sheng. He recalled that several days prior, the Huang and Yun families had invited him, but he had graciously declined. Qin Sheng continued, "The Huang family has been exceedingly courteous, and nothing untoward has occurred. Professor Lin has remained calm and has not held grudges over the past. However, the Huang family wishes to invite you for further discussions." "Very well, I understand." Wang Xuan nodded, feeling relieved that no unexpected developments had arisen. In the ancestral hall of the Huang family, wisps of ethereal white mist linger, where an elderly man lies in a deep slumber, having been visited in a dream, engaging in dialogue with a mysterious entity. In this dream, he speaks, indeed. Every time he extends a life, he enters a Taoist temple, a monastery, or a shrine. Summon him. The delicate whispers weave through the mist as a voice resonates within the elder's dream. Chapter 260. The world lacks pure land within the Huang family ancestral hall. The white mist swirls gently. Shortly thereafter, Huang Xinghai awakens from a brief slumber, having absorbed the words of the enigmatic being during his dream. A simple exchange now concluded. Rising from his repose, he respectfully bows within the hall before gradually exiting. At over 80 years of age, his physique remains remarkably robust, and his spirit remains invigorated. He murmurs to himself, "In this era, such individuals still exist, capable of unveiling the inner realms. Father, what guidance do our ancestors offer?" Approaching him is Huang Jinglin. Around 60 years of age, yet showing no signs of aging, his physique strong from years of diligent training in ancient arts. Huang Xinghai nods slightly, advising him to summon Wang Xuan. Despite 3 invitations, Wang has consistently declined. Huang Jinglin ponders for a moment before quietly suggesting, "Should I engage Lin Mingliang in a friendly contest? Such an encounter might draw him out." In the past, he and Professor Lin clashed fiercely, both masters of ancient arts of comparable prowess. However, Lin suffered grievous injuries from a firearm, bloodied and battered, and then endured a powerful blow that left a gaping hole in his chest, his survival a testament to sheer will. At this stage, refrain from reckless actions. Huang Xinghai suddenly turns, glaring at him. "I am aware of my limits," Huang Jinglin replies with a nod. "I observe that Lin Mingliang appears vigorous and rejuvenated. His old ailments seemingly vanished, his vitality exceptionally strong. Regardless of his calm demeanor, I sense that he harbors a desire to confront me." After departing the city, Wang Xuan traverses a mountain range, verifying whether anyone seeks to constantly monitor his movements. Presently, his dark, golden vessel, imbued with rich supermaterial, is airborne once again, allowing him to navigate with ease. Even if a warship were to lock onto him, he could evade capture. Indeed, he possesses the capability to pilot his craft into the heavens to retaliate. However, he prefers to remain discreet, avoiding unnecessary attention. He remains vigilant, a sense of impending danger lingering. Are there extraordinary beings fixating upon him? In this age of the extraordinary's decline, his performance has been remarkable, although he maintains a low profile. Repeated provocations compel him to act, making it increasingly difficult to remain concealed. As anticipated, satellites gaze down from the heavens, and pervasive detectors lurk within the dense forests, more subtle and concealed than ever. He does not believe this is solely the work of the Sun family, suspecting instead a collaboration between financial magnates and hidden entities, with mysterious beings now directing their focus toward him. After all, recent incidents involving prophetic dreams have been numerous. Let us coexist in goodwill. I harbor no desire to be your adversary. Can we not maintain peace and mutual well-being? He muses. If forced into a corner, I would have no choice but to strike back. In truth, given the option, he would prefer to temporarily depart from the new star, seeking refuge on an extraordinary planet, perhaps in a world of sorcery or within a universe of martial heroes. He sought to evade the myriad of monstrous beings, yearning to extricate himself from the quagmire. The current celestial bodies and the ancient earth were no longer sanctuaries, and the proliferation of aberrations loomed ominously. Alas, the world seemed devoid of pure lands. He furrowed his brow, pondering whether the realm of sorcery might witness the descent of divine entities, or if the martial world might see the advent of legendary warriors. Wang Xuan drifted into contemplation. Where could he discover a serene planet, untouched by conflict? It was a formidable challenge. If avoidance proved impossible, then confrontation was inevitable. Every return to existence exacted a harrowing toll. He could only speculate on their current strength, wishing to avoid measuring their might. What could he do now? Naturally, he should seize the final tranquil moments to wander and explore various locales. He hastened to offer his services, extending life to a group of elderly souls. Where are you, Wang Xuan? Old Chen's call broke through. Recently, as an expert in the extraordinary, he had dealt with various organizations regarding supernatural events and had acquired some peculiar artifacts, which he found rather unusual upon recent examination. He was preparing to head to Tai City. Wang Xuan informed him that he would be attending to the Zhou family for health consultations. All right, see you in Tai City. It had been a long time since they last met, and Old Chun was eager to reunite. Tai City, located in the eastern region of Zhongzhou, was bustling with life, particularly near the Zhou family's coastal city, where numerous luxury yachts docked at the marina. Wang Xuan, you finally arrived. Now that you're on my turf, I must treat you well. How about we set sail first, then visit my father later? Zhou Yun greeted him warmly. What if we attract a few warships for bombardment the moment we set out? Wang Xuan replied. Surely not. They have attacked you several times already. Would they dare to do it again? Zhou Yun's words belied a hint of trepidation. Old Chun would also be joining them. All right, I'll arrange accommodations for you. Since Old Chun has a family, I want to take him out to sea. We wouldn't want him to feel guilty towards Sister Guan. Zhou Yun remarked. Wang Xuan was left speechless, realizing that Old Chun was perhaps not as steadfast as he thought. It was evident that Zhou Yun feared the warships. Let us not complicate matters. Let's head to your family's estate with the temple. You know I am a practitioner and hold great reverence for the wise and virtuous of the past. Zhou Yun glanced at him and said, You must be eyeing the temple's incense burners and the ancient bell, but feel free. No one in our family can utilize those items. However, those brought back from the blessed lands have been on many minds. The Zhou estate was adorned with grand ancient trees, enveloped in tranquility. Wait a moment. I'll call someone. A renowned beauty is filming in Tai City, and if I tell her that the Sword Immortal is here, she will surely come to seek your tutelage. Zhou Yun prepared to dial a number. Wang Xuan quickly intervened, disapproving of the idea. It was evident that since Zhou Yun's return, he had fallen into a life of indulgence and excess. Do you really have time for this? I am always ready for a battle with mysterious beings. Brother, you cannot live this way. Life's triumphs should be celebrated. You have become a sword immortal. Yet you behave like a recluse. Zhou Yun admonished him. I can't help it. My tastes have become rather discerning. All I see are fox spirits or transcendent celestial beings. It's difficult to transition from luxury to simplicity. Zhou Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. I must say, Wang Xuan, when can you take me to meet these fairies? I feel the urge to pursue cultivation myself. His grandfather arrived, initially beaming with joy, but upon hearing his words, he swung his cane, driving Zhou Yun away. Shortly thereafter, old Chun made his entrance, full of vigor, still sporting a buzz cut, as he had not allowed his hair to grow long. Since Guanlin preferred the neatness of short hair, old Zhou promptly exited, arranging a space for them to converse. Chen Yongjia, with his eyes opening and closing, radiated a divine aura, the result of a significant enhancement in his strength. As long as he did not conceal it, a faint golden light would shimmer on his surface. His cultivation of the great golden body and the Shakyamuni Sutra had yielded fruitful results. Recently, I utilized medicinal earth, and the breakthrough was exceedingly forceful. It's beyond my control. He had ascended from the late stage of commanding earth to the realm of herbal gathering, thanks to a medicinal soil left behind by a bodhisattva, which contained heavenly medicinal properties with immense latent power. It was quite troublesome, for he had intended to stabilize his realm, yet his progress was accelerating daily, and he had already reached the mid-stage of herbal gathering. Soon, he keenly sensed Wang Xuan's unabashed aura, which had astonishingly ascended to the commanding earth realm. Have you also used medicinal earth? Old Chun exclaimed in surprise. For Wang Xuan possessed 2 pieces of medicinal soil, both of significant origin, stemming from unparalleled immortal beings. Wang Xuan shook his head and replied, Not yet. I need to stabilize my foundation and explore the commanding earth before utilizing it. Old Chun was momentarily speechless, realizing that once Wang Xuan began using the medicinal earth, he would likely surpass him in cultivation. Although he had mentally prepared for this, the day had come sooner than expected. Initially, he had intended to share that he had also begun cultivating extraordinary phenomena and could now traverse 10 miles in spirit travel, potentially surpassing even the ancient masters at this realm. However, he swallowed his words, convinced that Wang Xuan must have also experienced a significant elevation. Chun, the master, lamented his ill fortune, for he was born in an era devoid of brilliance, unable to measure himself against legendary figures. Yet he encountered a prodigy in this age of myth's decline. He sighed. Soon, he adopted a serious demeanor, advising Wang Xuan to conceal his strength. As there was a high probability that immortal beings would return, he had recently dealt with numerous supernatural occurrences and discovered various clues. Currently, Chen Yongjia maintained a low profile in public, with his realm unchanged, concealing his true cultivation through the secret methods of the Shakyamuni scripture. Wang Xuan nodded, yet pondered that if he had already attracted attention, no amount of concealment would suffice. After probing the surroundings with his spiritual domain and ensuring there were no anomalies, Old Chun produced a cassock, informing Wang Xuan that it was a genuine extraordinary treasure he had acquired while resolving peculiar incidents, possessing formidable power. Wang Xuan gazed at him and remarked, With your practice of various Buddhist techniques, if you were to don that cassock now, you would truly resemble a monk. Do not speak carelessly. I am officially ordained, he replied. Then, through spiritual sound transmission, he revealed that the cassock contained profound secrets, hinting at a monumental fortune. Wang Xuan, intrigued, inquired, Fortune? Indeed, if we can uncover it, it may rival the immortal beings, for it would establish an unparalleled foundation for us. Old Chen stated solemnly. Wang Xuan's expression grew grave. In this depleted age, everything seemed to be dwindling, with even inner landscapes potentially drying up. What resources could possibly possess such immense significance? Behind the scenes, on the sacred mountain, Shakyamuni had once struggled to harvest the heavenly medicine, the 9 calamities lotus, in the highest spiritual realm. Wang Xuan was taken aback. How could such a thing be left in the mortal realm? After harvesting the celestial herb, did Shakyamuni not partake of it himself? Old Chen replied, The 9 calamities celestial herb could not possibly remain. Yet several seeds from the lotus pod have fallen into the mortal world, destined for the future Buddha. According to the secret texts, when Shakyamuni harvested the celestial herb, an unparalleled powerhouse contended with him, resulting in a fierce battle that left half of the lotus pod in the mortal realm. The scriptures record that after the lotus pod entered the world, it was acquired by the Buddhist sect and sealed within a relic container beneath the ancient temple's crypt. Chen Yongjia speculated that these celestial herb seeds were meant for the future Buddha, but he believed they might serve another purpose. Shakyamuni likely sensed the impending end of an era long ago. These were seeds of celestial herbs, if buried in the soil of fate within the realm of herbal harvesting. Such a terrifying foundation was almost unimaginable. Old Chen's eyes sparkled as he informed Wang Xuan that the old earth had been excavated by the financial magnates. And if such a thing existed, it was likely found within the New Star Consortium's domain, making it not difficult to locate. Wang Xuan was equally astonished. This was indeed an extraordinary stroke of fortune, and he was contemplating how to elevate himself amidst an increasingly perilous and daunting environment. On the New Star, a temple had been rebuilt, backed by a few financial conglomerates connected to the Buddhist ancestral lineage, among which the Zhou family possessed an ancient temple. Old Chun revealed this information. Chapter 261. Meeting the immortal Wang Xuan was astonished. Old Chun had clearly come prepared. This visit was indeed aimed at the Zhou family's ancient temple. However, upon reflecting on the origins of the half-lotus pod, he felt a surge of excitement. Unable to remain calm, these were seeds of celestial herbs harvested by the unmatched powerhouse Shakyamuni from the highest realm of the spiritual world. He was unaware of the true circumstances of ancient times. Yet he surmised that it would be exceedingly rare for any being of his caliber to bury celestial herb seeds in the soil of fate. Such things were not accessible to those merely stepping into the extraordinary domain. While it could not be said that it was absolutely impossible, it would undoubtedly be extremely rare. Perhaps only accessible to those favored as successors by the most illustrious immortals. Was it wise to contend for opportunities with the Buddha? Could there be grave karmic repercussions? Wang Xuan furrowed his brow. There was already a red-clad female celestial being eyeing him. If an unparalleled Buddha were to appear as well, life would become quite arduous. In this day and age, who could afford to dwell on such matters? What was destined to decay would decay. What was meant to perish would perish. Everyone was struggling for survival based on their own merits. Moreover, look at what I have been practicing. The 6-foot golden body, the true sutra of Shakyamuni. The Bodhisattva fist, never mind. Discussing it further made me feel uneasy. Old Chen sighed, admitting that in the end, he felt somewhat like a disciple of the Buddha. Yet he had just gotten married and could not possibly renounce the world. Wang Xuan looked at him and said, "Indeed, if there is substantial karma, we cannot manage it at present. You could enter the temple to become the future Buddha, which would be quite splendid." Chen Yongjia instantly widened his eyes. What was this lad thinking? There was no crisis yet, and he was already preparing to let him take the fall. If you have the ability, go speak with Guanlin. Forget it, Sister Guan has it tough. Let us not cause her distress. I have also practiced the true sutra of Shakyamuni. We are all connected by fate. Wang Xuan chuckled. He then imparted the complete text of the Shakyamuni Sutra to Old Chun. Truly curious to see how far he could progress on the path of Buddhism and to what heights his cultivation could ascend. Chen Yongjia felt a sense of inner turmoil. Caught between an irresistible urge towards Buddhism and a fear of ultimately severing his ties to the mortal world, he decided to exercise caution and explore other practices to find balance. Having prepared a name for his son, he resolved that renouncing the world was not an option for him. After voicing his thoughts, he cast a glance at Wang Xuan. What are you looking at? Wang Xuan perceived a certain impurity in his gaze. Old Zhou, whose full name was Zhou Hongbin, was impatient. After several incidents, he had come to trust Wang Xuan as a reliable source for extending life, while others merely offered superficial remedies. Having concluded his conversation with Old Chun, Wang Xuan accompanied Zhou Hongbin to an ancient temple. Old Zhou was remarkably forthright, requesting several trays laden with various artifacts. Ranging from demon-slaying staffs to Buddhist altars and scriptures, an extensive array indeed. It was evident that he was a devout believer, as these relics were well preserved, and his eyes sparkled with reverence rather than mere curiosity. Old Zhou displayed considerable sincerity, presenting an impressive collection of items, including several treasures, among which was a unique alms bowl. In the resplendent era of antiquity, such treasures were considered rare divine artifacts and served as formidable weapons within the most esteemed sections. Wang Xuan examined the bowl but chose not to engage with it immediately. Instead, his attention was drawn to a piece of silk measuring 3 feet long and 1 foot wide, inscribed with characters he could not decipher. Old Chun, casting a glance at the yellow silk, sensed it contained extraordinary power but was unable to interpret its meaning. Could it be the 6-syllable Great Bright Mantra? He speculated. Wang Xuan refrained from making an immediate choice, opting instead to assist Old Zhou in extending his life. During this process, he infused some of the mysterious essence into the artifacts, conducting a meticulous study. What a magnificent relic! Old Chen exclaimed. experiencing a moment of transcendence as he beheld a relic concealed within a piece of ancient stone in the temple, radiant and perfectly spherical, resembling a precious pearl. Yet, he still could not perceive the inner sanctum seams. As Wang Xuan channeled the mysterious essence to prolong old Zhou's life, he also bestowed a portion upon Zhou Yun, who accompanied them, granting him some benefits. Aware that the tranquil period was nearing its end and opportunities to approach the true essence would dwindle, he took this chance to assist an acquaintance in rejuvenating his body. Simultaneously, he infused old Chun's flesh with the mysterious essence, as Chen Yongjia had already exhausted much of his vitality after breaking through to the medicinal realm. When Wang Xuan infused the yellow silk with the mysterious essence and studied it closely, a radiant light emerged, illuminating the characters. He sensed that this object was indeed extraordinary. In that moment, he resolved to select it, relinquishing the alms bowl. With the mysterious essence guiding him, both Wang Xuan and old Chun experienced a spiritual transcendence. Hastening towards the Zhou family's treasure vault to seek any trace of the half-lotus pod. Within the secret vault, numerous treasures lay scattered, among them several rare artifacts. But the most notable was a golden Buddha, exuding an unparalleled majesty, adorned with intricate runes, an exceptional artifact of the highest order. Wang Xuan scrutinized it further, choosing not to disturb it, for he sensed an underlying issue. It had been tampered with. After thoroughly searching, he confirmed the absence of the lotus pod. Only a few temples remain. We will find it eventually. Old Chun remained undeterred, brimming with confidence. Wang Xuan reminded him, "There is still an ancient temple on the crescent moon." Old Chun nodded, yet an inexplicable feeling stirred within him. The seeds of celestial medicine lingered among the new stars. Within the temple, Old Chun's countenance was solemn as he retrieved his kasaya and five-colored feather fan, requesting Wang Xuan to assist him in filling them with enigmatic essence. Recently, in pursuit of his cultivation, he had drained the extraordinary substances from the two precious artifacts. As Zhou Hongbin opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Old Chun draped in his kasaya, radiating a golden light that startled him. Who was this imposing monk? Upon departing the Zhou residence, Old Chun bid farewell to Wang Xuan, agreeing to pursue their separate paths. He intended to visit the Qin family, guardians of the true scriptures of Shakyamuni, to ascertain the presence of lotus seeds. He advised Wang Xuan to prioritize consultations with the affluent families that possess temples. Wang Xuan cautioned him, "Be vigilant and avoid entering secret vaults recklessly. It appears that the treasure troves of various families are now occupied by mysterious beings. Don the kasaya for protection, lest you fall prey to treachery." Wang Xuan, Professor Lin is preparing to confront the Huang family. Qin Cheng's voice crackled through the phone, delivering the news with urgency. At that moment, Wang Xuan was aboard a levitating vehicle, traversing westward from Tai City, having covered over 1,000 miles. With more than 400 miles still to reach the Huang family's domain in Yu City. Initially, he intended to visit the Wu family, but now he altered his course, heading directly to the Huang family, who prided themselves on their ancient traditions. "Do not fret, they dare not act with malice." Wang Xuan reassured Qin Cheng, indicating that there was no significant issue as he was already en route. He was convinced that the Huang family sought his presence, and after his repeated refusals, they resorted to other measures to compel him to appear. What are the Huang family truly after? He pondered. This lineage had produced numerous immortals in ancient times, and at certain epochs, they wielded considerable power. He sensed that a mysterious entity had likely set its sights on him. Was there a being behind the Huang family harboring ulterior motives? His expression remained composed. If it became necessary, he would have to contemplate the actions of some ancient figures. The levitating vehicle sped away, transforming into a streak of light as it raced towards Yu City. Recently, his audacity had grown. He roamed freely without seeking refuge within the city. Did he not fear being pinpointed from afar and subjected to a devastating energy barrage? In the Sun family, a figure wore a grim expression. They had been closely monitoring Wang Xuan and employing various means to track his movements. They believed his actions had become increasingly audacious. Did he truly not fear an aerial bombardment? Sun Rongxing remarked coldly. "It's not as if we Haven T deployed battleships before, not just once, but did he perish? Let us observe. I sense that trouble is imminent." For a levitating vehicle, the distance of over 400 miles posed no challenge. As Wang Xuan accelerated, it was not long before he appeared outside Yu City. Meanwhile, within the Huang family, under Huang Jinglin's challenge, Professor Lin had stepped into the fray to engage him. In Qin Cheng's view, Huang Jinglin's challenge was akin to reopening Professor Lin's old wounds. It was he who had once pierced the professor's chest, and now they were to battle again? Lin Mingliang. It is unfortunate that we faced each other under the duress of your grievous injuries from firearms. Now, I perceive your vitality is robust and far surpasses what it once was. I am truly gratified. Let us spar. Boom. In the arena, the clash between the two was akin to thunder erupting, as the force of their fists stirred the fallen leaves from the ground, sending them soaring into the air. In the midst of numerous collisions, Professor Lin's palms emitted a faint glow, shattering Huang Jinglin's arm and striking his chest, though he judiciously tempered some of his force. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could have easily penetrated through his opponent's torso. Huang Jinglin's sternum fractured, and he was sent flying, continuously coughing up blood. Struggling to comprehend such a vast disparity, he had already reached the level of a quasi-master before the emergence of the extraordinary. He was a well-known figure in the realm of antiquated techniques. How could it be that not only had he overcome his previous ailments, but he had also ascended to the rank of a master? This was deeply disheartening for him. In truth, after more than 3 months of recuperation, consuming the earth immortal spring, extraordinary royal jelly, and various elixirs, Professor Lin had not only restored his health, but had also achieved a breakthrough. Those attending the exchange conference were left in a state of shock. Many were aware of Lin Mingliang's recovery, yet his elevation to mastery was nothing short of astonishing. Without the presence of extraordinary beings, such a person would undoubtedly rank among the finest practitioners of this era. Humph! Came a cold snort from Huang Jingfeng, Huang Jinglin's cousin. Nearly 70 years of age, yet with a head full of dark hair, showing no signs of aging. He was one of those who had once been lost in the Blessed Lands. After more than a decade of training in the extraordinary realm, he had survived, bolstered by the consumption of numerous elixirs, and had become an extraordinary being himself. How could someone who prided themselves on traditional techniques accept defeat? Huang Jingfeng could hardly restrain himself from intervening, his expression icy as he advanced. At a critical moment, his uncle, Huang Xinghai, blocked his path, signaling him not to act impulsively. Hey, Lao Wang, where are you? The match has turned bloody. It's not Professor Lin. He.S. the one who has been mercilessly beating the opponent, leaving him drenched in blood. Qin Cheng spoke loudly on the phone, and attendees at the exchange could hear him. People were rendered speechless. Although Huang Jinglin had been defeated, he was far from being in such distress. Rising from the ground, he contemplated kicking Qin Cheng, thinking, are you doing this on purpose? He was acutely aware that this was Professor Lin's disciple, undoubtedly intending to humiliate him. I've arrived outside the Huang family estate, Wang Xuan informed. The Huang family may not be a financial magnate, but their holdings were substantial enough that failing to maintain a respectable status would jeopardize their legacy in the realm of antiquated techniques. All present were practitioners, their ears keenly attuned to the conversation between the two, and their astonishment grew as they realized the recent sensation, Wang Xuan, had arrived. Quick, welcome the sword immortal. Huang Xinghai took the lead, ushering everyone forward with considerable deference. Upon seeing Wang Xuan, the crowd was momentarily entranced. He appeared astonishingly youthful. His battle footage widely circulated across major platforms, yet always obscured, never revealing his clear visage. Now, the assembly was astounded. Was he truly in his early 20s? A powerful, extraordinary being. Sword immortal. Many gazed at him with fervent admiration, calling out in excitement. Wang Xuan wished to clarify that he was not a sword immortal and that swordsmanship was not his forte, but upon witnessing their eager expressions, he refrained from offering an explanation. He smiled and nodded, greeting the crowd before making his way towards Professor Lin and Huang Xinghai. Professor, are you all right? He inquired. The expressions of the onlookers were mixed. Lin Mingliang had managed to cultivate such an exceptional disciple, leaving them at a loss for words. I'm perfectly fine, came the reply with a reassuring smile. Professor Lin chuckled, remarking that he appeared significantly younger than in previous years. Those who have imbibed the celestial spring retain a vivacious essence, even if they intentionally dye their hair white. Mr. Huang, you have persistently invited me here. Is there something of importance? Wang Xuan inquired, directing his gaze towards Huang Xinghai. Indeed, there are pressing matters to discuss. Please, step inside. This is not a suitable place for such discourse, Huang Xinghai nodded. Internally, he was tumultuous. The individual before him was an extraordinary figure capable of unveiling hidden realms. a remarkable feat in this era of decay. Regrettably, he was not a member of the Huang family. He managed his emotions, bolstered by a secret treasure that concealed his inner turmoil, ensuring that no extraordinary being could detect his thoughts. An extraordinary being, a sword immortal? I wish to spar with you, Huang Jingfeng declared. Since returning from the Blessed Land, he had heard numerous tales of Wang Xuan and had longed to challenge him. Jingfeng, stand down, Huang Xinghai interjected, his expression darkening. Not at all. Wang Xuan gestured for him to proceed, eager to gauge the strength of one emerging from the Blessed Land. Huang Jingfeng moved, his fists glowing, crackling with blinding lightning, dozens of beams intertwining like a spider's web, crashing towards Wang Xuan. Gasps of astonishment erupted. Was this the might of an extraordinary being? Witnessing his thunderous strikes at such proximity was truly awe-inspiring. Wang Xuan extended his right hand, and with a resounding boom, all lightning extinguished, the energy collapsing, while Huang Jingfeng emitted a muffled groan, staggering backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Is that it? The crowd stood in bewilderment. Let us depart, Wang Xuan instructed, signaling Huang Xinghai to lead the way. He felt a sense of disappointment towards the Huang family's extraordinary members. They were merely shrouded in weak mists. Please, Huang Xinghai, though shocked, quickly regained his composure and guided Wang Xuan inward, apologizing to the others for not bringing them to the Huang family's ancestral hall. As Wang Xuan approached the edifice, he sensed something amiss. Life was stirring within. It was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Had an immortal returned? Resolving to confront the situation, he advanced boldly, the god-slaying banner already prepared. Chapter 262. The immortal bodyguard. The ethereal shadows of beings within the essence of true bones were awakening, manifesting in the present world. Wang Xuan halted, perceiving the vitality emanating from the building ahead. An enigmatic substance enveloped the area. Powerful, extraordinary beings awaited him within. Sword immortal, please. Huang Xinghai gestured. Do not refer to me as sword immortal. There are greater immortals of the Huang family present. I am but a mere mortal, Wang Xuan corrected. Striding directly into the courtyard, approaching the main hall of the ancestral shrine. Huang Xinghai was taken aback. This young man possessed an extraordinary sensitivity, able to discern the presence of the Huang family's immortal from a considerable distance. He refrained from following, remaining merely a guide outside. The Huang family ancestral shrine was shrouded in wisps of white mist, rising from the ancient structure. Within the haze, a spectral figure materialized, a middle-aged man. He was in a state of spiritual essence, clad in antiquated attire, his form slightly blurred, casting shimmering droplets of light amidst the white fog. This individual exuded an aura of immortality, scrutinizing Wang Xuan, and sighed. In this barren age, you have managed to reach such heights. Remarkable indeed. You were born in the wrong era. Had you arrived a millennium earlier, you would undoubtedly have been a peerless powerhouse. Then, shaking his head, he remarked, it is not entirely a misfortune. Perhaps you are more fortunate, for the freedom of transcending is constrained, while the vibrancy of the human realm is unparalleled. Your praise is unwarranted. I am but a mere moth on the ground gazing up at the golden-winged rocks soaring to the heavens. A mere shadow compared to the illustrious ancients, Wang Xuan replied, his demeanor cautious. The man before him was an ancient being, and in Wang Xuan's current understanding, such creatures were either grave diggers or those who buried the dead, inherently perilous. The middle-aged man countered, you are overly modest. In this terrifying environment of rectifying the world, your ability to open an inner realm is a talent that would astonish even the immortals. Wang Xuan understood all too well that every path traversed leaves a trace. Despite his caution, he was destined to have his concealed secrets uncovered. Moreover, in his quest for the supreme scriptures and the legendary treasures of antiquity, he had bartered with powerful clans to extend their lives. Should any extraordinary beings fixate on him and scrutinize his actions, they would undoubtedly uncover the truth. He frequently visited temples and monasteries, and while ordinary people might not comprehend his motivations, the immortals certainly would. The ancient temple, renowned as a sacred site of Taoism, was no ordinary place. It bore the marks of formidable beings, delineating territories and concealing true bones and relics. Once the immortals cast their gaze upon him, they would inevitably realize he was siphoning mysterious essences. When I stepped into the realm of illumination, I found the extraordinary night sky to be boundless and dark, a silence stretching through the ages, devoid of light, suffused with a sense of oppressive despair. Amidst the turmoil of spiritual energy, I unexpectedly unlocked an inner realm. Wang Xuan reflected, a look of profound contemplation upon his face. To have opened an inner realm at the mortal stage was something that must remain concealed, otherwise, any being from behind the grand curtain would seek to hunt him. This unique inner realm was regarded by the immortals as a conduit for escape, capable of being utilized effectively. You regard me with too much suspicion. As a wandering spirit, I hold no animosity towards you. I am hardly a true immortal, merely fragmented remnants of spirit, the middle-aged man said with self-deprecation, reassuring Wang Xuan of his benign intentions. He gestured for Wang Xuan to take a seat. Within the ancestral hall, there were ancient furnishings that evoked a sense of nostalgia, as if time had regressed to an era of scattered light. The indistinct figure from the past settled down beside him. "What calls you to summon me, esteemed elder?" Wang Xuan inquired, responding with a calm demeanor. After attaining the extraordinary realm, this was his first encounter at such proximity with a being revived from true bones. Would the immortals soon re-enter the mortal realm? Wang Xuan assessed the situation silently. The other was undeniably powerful, yet this fragment of spirit was constrained by the waning extraordinary laws, rendering its strength reasonable. His gaze drifted to an iron box within the shrine. In his celestial eye discerned a bone encased within blood vessels, brimming with vibrant life force. I, as an ancient being, once aspired to become an immortal, yet now find myself in a state that is neither human nor ghost. I am outdated, my views antiquated, thus. I wish to converse with you, a newly emerged extraordinary being, out of goodwill and nothing more. Wang Xuan gazed at him and inquired about the nature of the world behind the grand veil, its current state, and when the unparalleled immortals would return. With the extraordinary fading, what reliable countermeasures were in place? Since they were conversing, he felt no hesitation in posing a barrage of questions. The middle-aged man, with a bitter expression, replied, "The ancient covenant restrains the true words. Although I am but a fragment of spirit stranded in this realm, I cannot divulge too much." He candidly revealed that the rules of the extraordinary were dissipating, causing the ancient covenant to loosen. Otherwise, he would have been unable to speak at all, as the restrictions would be even more severe. He spoke solemnly, stating that the immortals confirmed the complete decay of myths, and even the most formidable beings would find themselves reduced to mere mortals. It is indeed a lamentable truth. Immortality is but a fleeting dream, and the glorious traces of the extraordinary will be erased, becoming nothing but an illusion. Wang Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering whether the immortals could provide some means of salvation. He had hoped that those beings might discover some avenues to delay or mitigate the tide of the extraordinary, preventing its swift dissolution. Through their dialogue, he learned that the middle-aged man was the last immortal of the Huang family, named Wang Xuan, who ascended during the late Tang dynasty. As for the other immortals of the Huang family, some had perished within the Grand Veil, while others had been missing for centuries. Wang Xuan sighed, remarking that the world beyond the veil was exceedingly harsh, and that achieving immortality is far from the idyllic notion held by the masses. He continued, warning that soon, various extraordinary traces would manifest in the present world, as turmoil would spill over from the extraordinary realm. This did not contravene the ancient covenant, as such occurrences could be anticipated. Wang Xuan had long foreseen such a scenario, where all manner of grotesque entities would emerge. The immortals were unwilling to accept their fate. In less than 3 years, various struggles would surely ensue. Clashes would arise between the great factions of the unparalleled immortals. Some immortals would be gripped by fear of becoming mere mortals, dreading capture and hunting by powerful organizations in the present world, prompting them to take preemptive action. Once the immortals descended, chaos would inevitably follow. Wang Xuan candidly shared that this time frame was imminent. "I sought you out to forge a benevolent bond and to bestow upon you a significant fortune." A white mist enveloped the ancestral hall, shielding it from the prying ears of other extraordinary beings. Wang Xuan regarded him in silence. Wang Xuan, with a self-deprecating smile, remarked, "Do not mistake me for a celestial being. The reality is that I am merely a shattered fragment of my original spirit, devoid of a physical form. Akin to a ghostly immortal, I am unable to contend for that fortune, but should you acquire it, I hope you might share a portion with me to aid in my corporeal restoration." Wang Xuan was moved. What an immense fortune it must be if it could lead to the reconstruction of a physical body. Shortly thereafter, the two higher spiritual realms would converge and collide, revealing traces within the present world. Wang Xuan disclosed this information, stating that the merging of higher spiritual realms would likely give rise to celestial herbs appearing in the present realm. If one were to seize the opportunity, perhaps they could be harvested. Is it truly possible to predict the emergence of celestial herbs? Wang Xuan mused, contemplating the formidable abilities of the immortals. Despite Wang Xuan being merely a fragmented spirit, Wang Xuan shook his head, cautioning, "Do not overestimate my capabilities. This is knowledge derived from the unparalleled immortals behind the veil." Indeed, the convergence of two exalted spiritual realms presents an opportunity for the formidable beings behind the scenes. Should they fail to seize it, the celestial elixirs would only manifest in the mortal realm for a fleeting moment. He candidly expressed that it is not exceedingly arduous for the transcendent beings to convey certain messages to this world. Wang Xuan, in resignation, remarked, "What can I do if the celestial herbs elude the immortal beings?" Wang Xuan replied, "There exists a substantial chance. For within this realm lie rare and wondrous treasures that could be utilized to procure the celestial herbs, which were previously unable to be brought beyond the veil." He sighed. "The world today teems with extraordinary artifacts. Alas, they are not particularly benevolent towards fractured souls, presenting peril at every turn." At this juncture, he rose and retrieved a stone box from the ancestral hall's wall. Upon opening it, he revealed a delicate thread, translucent and shimmering, measuring approximately 2 meters in length. "What is this?" Wang Xuan inquired, curiosity etched upon his face. "This is a strand left by a covenant keeper before their demise, capable of fishing in the spiritual realm. Its material is exceedingly rare. Even the renowned binding immortal rope is crafted from such substance." Wang Xuan remained vigilant, wary that this could indeed be the binding immortal rope, which would pose a grave danger if it ensnared him. He discreetly readied a short sword, prepared to strike should the situation take a turn for the worse. Of course, we currently lack the most crucial component, the fishing hook, which is essential for retrieving treasures from the spiritual world, a truly invaluable asset. Wang Xuan expressed with a glimmer of longing. He informed Wang Xuan that the illustrious Chong family possesses a fishing hook, a relic left behind by a covenant keeper who perished 1,800 years ago. He chuckled wryly, "I do wish to acquire the hook directly, but there are peculiarities involved. There lies a murky pool that bears a striking resemblance to the legendary pool of rebirth, said to ferry souls to the afterlife. Yet who can say if it truly delivers souls or devours them?" Wang Xuan, with a sense of resignation, added, "Even if I were to obtain that hook, I would hesitate to venture into the higher spiritual realm, as the descent of spiritual fire would be exceedingly terrifying. A being without a corporeal form would face dire peril." "Is it truly that dreadful? Perhaps I should refrain. My strength is insufficient for such grand undertakings." Wang Xuan shook his head. Wang Xuan urged, "Do not underestimate your potential. This is a monumental opportunity. Moreover, at this stage, I am far less capable than you. When the time comes, we shall unite our efforts. Yet it is you who must wield the hook to procure the celestial herbs." "Still, I sense instability in this course of action." Wang Xuan expressed his doubts, feeling inadequate for such a responsibility, requesting Wang Xuan to allow him some time for seclusion. "Time is of the essence," Wang Xuan countered, shaking his head. "Do you possess any secret techniques or ancient methods to swiftly enhance one's strength?" Wang Xuan inquired. Wang Xuan fell silent, ultimately shaking his head resolutely, stating, "I cannot jeopardize your well-being. Certain rapid methods may ultimately undermine a practitioner's foundation. Are there truly no harmless techniques?" Wang Xuan earnestly pressed for guidance. "Inner landscapes, celestial herbs, the departed land. These are viable options. Our immediate aim is to fish for the celestial herbs," Wang Xuan advised, urging Wang Xuan to remain patient, for progress requires steady steps. "And the celestial herbs are within reach. When shall we glimpse a fragment of the exalted spiritual realm in reality?" Wang Xuan asked. "In 3 nights' time, under the veil of darkness," Wang Xuan informed. "So soon? I fear we shall be ill-prepared and meet our demise beneath the spiritual fire," Wang Xuan lamented. Wang Xuan sighed. "Given the circumstances, I shall not press you further, yet it is undeniably a significant opportunity." He added, "Let's assess the situation when the time comes. I believe there could be an incredibly grand spectacle unfolding. Perhaps even the divine medicine will fly to us unbidden." Wang Xuan, puzzled, displayed a look of intrigue and inquired why that would be so. "I have received word that behind the scenes, Several unparalleled powerhouses will emerge to vie for the celestial medicine of the higher realms. What if they manage to force it out? Or perhaps it might even flee to us of its own accord, which would be splendid. Huang Kuan's eyes sparkled with hope. Wang Xuan, now intrigued, remarked, "Will we witness the battle of the celestial beings?" He yearned to observe such a monumental clash, a spectacle he had never encountered before. Huang Kuan nodded, replying, "It is highly probable that we will witness it. The battle among the celestial beings, with multiple factions clashing, will indeed be terrifying. Very well, in 3 days. We shall act when the opportunity presents itself," Wang Xuan agreed with a nod. However, he soon appeared troubled, pondering over certain matters, and said, "I sense that a formidable, extraordinary being has been tracking me lately, and I fear for my safety. I implore you, Senior, to intervene and shield me from this impending peril." Huang Xinghai, stationed outside the ancestral hall, couldn't help but flinch upon hearing Wang Xian's words. Did this young man wish for the true immortal of the Huang family to act as his bodyguard? Chapter 263. The Celestial Medicine. Huang Kuan sighed, revealing a look of difficulty, and informed Wang Xuan that his current state was but a fragmented essence, and his strength may not even rival Wang Xian's. Moreover, as he was in the process of reshaping his flesh, he could not stray too far or for too long, lest he encounter mishaps. His true bones required protection and merging with true spirits. He disclosed this information, allowing Wang Xuan to understand for the first time the current state of the relics and true bones possessed by various families. What if the enemy is nearby? "I feel someone lurking outside the Huang family," Wang Xuan expressed. "Senior, he has set his sights on me. If you do not deal with him, I may not survive these 3 days." Over the past days, not only had the tracking device been following him, but he had also sensed faint traces of an extraordinary being keeping its distance. "Very well, wait here while I investigate," Huang Kuan replied, feeling somewhat helpless. This young man had quite a thick skin, as he had already declined his request, yet still sought his assistance. Nevertheless, he swiftly adjusted his mindset, realizing he must adapt quickly. This was no longer ancient times, and modern individuals seemed to lack the timidity of yore. As white mist swirled and light flickered, Huang Kuan vanished. Wang Xian's gaze sharpened. He recognized the prowess of this individual. Moreover, the audacity to pursue outside while allowing him to remain here indicated that the true bones harbored some secrets capable of self-preservation. Dozens of miles away, a woman clad in white, graceful and elegant, was driving with a group, occasionally glancing toward the Huang family estate in Yuqing. Dressed in a simple yet breezy outfit, she wore shorts that revealed her long, fair legs, complemented by a t-shirt and sunglasses, skillfully piloting a hovering vehicle. A group of young people drove together to the summit, marveling at the wondrous sight of the Buddha's light illuminating the surroundings. Swoosh! Huang Kuan arrived. Ordinary individuals could not perceive him, yet this woman attempted to masquerade as one of them. "Fairy, you have overstepped your bounds," Huang Kuan declared. Hu Xian, feeling somewhat exasperated, adjusted her sunglasses perched on her prominent nose and replied, "I did not come for you, nor is there any intention to target you. You may leave. It is your guest that should not be here." Huang Kuan remarked that, behind the grand curtain, his lineage had never been on amicable terms with the demon immortals, often engaging in conflict. Hu Xian possessed a face of exquisite beauty, fair and delicate, exuding a beguiling charm reminiscent of a vixen. This was reminiscent of their encounter outside Su's city beneath the moonlight, where she had clashed with Wang Xuan. However, that had merely been her paper talisman incarnation, which Wang Xuan had shattered with a single blow to her chest. She smiled lightly and said, "Oh, you certainly have a wide reach. He is a man of this world, unrelated to your lineage. I wish to follow him. Does that hinder you? Do not provoke me, lest I dismantle your shrine and ensure your resurrected true form finds no peace." Huang Kuan replied coldly, "This is my domain. I shall not allow a mere puppet to act recklessly. Do not think I am unaware of your true form reviving at Wanghua Cliff. If you dare to lay a hand on my shrine, I shall seek out your resting place." Wang Xuan sensed an extraordinary energy surging in the depths of the forest outside Yu City. In an instant, he transcended his physical form, soaring into the sky, where he witnessed Huang Kuan in combat with a woman, the extraordinary matter enveloping them causing the mountains and forests to crumble in silence, eroding the cliffs into oblivion. They had truly begun to fight? It was that woman, a seductive fox spirit. He did not linger to observe further, but swiftly returned to his corporeal existence. A moment later, Wang Xuan returned and informed him that the woman had departed and would not be following him for the time being. Thank you, senior, for driving away the demon immortal. Wang Xuan expressed his gratitude. Outside the ancestral shrine, Huang Xinghai was profoundly moved by the revelation that a celestial being from the Huang family had become a combatant for this young man. Allow me to check if you still bear any peculiarities or markings left by others, Wang Xuan stated, since you've chosen to intervene. It is only right to see it through to the end. He genuinely feared that Wang Xian might encounter unforeseen circumstances and fail to appear in 3 days. Wang Xuan employed a secret technique, using soul light as a mirror to illuminate Wang Xian. This ancient method was one he could only barely execute now, drawing upon the true bones nearby and utilizing some of the extraordinary rule's power. Wang Xian remained motionless. Yet the god-slaying flag within the fragments of the blessed land was poised to strike at any moment. Fortunately, the opponent did not direct their attack at him. They were indeed illuminating various abnormalities and anomalies with the mirror light. Soon, the soul light mirror revealed the shadow of a mechanical being, not very clear and somewhat blurred. It was the fifth mechanical entity. Wang Xian furrowed his brow. Was that mechanical being from the battle with the Sun family observing him? Recently, he had noticed anomalies with his detectors. It seemed that extraordinary machine was monitoring him. It has taken an interest in you, but has not exhibited any intense murderous intent. It appears to have merely gazed from afar, never approaching, Wang Xuan stated. However, his composure faltered as the soul light mirror displayed something alarming. Burning, withered paper money that, upon contact with the mirror's surface, rendered his mirror light instantly hazy. His soul light quaked violently, prompting him to halt the technique. And a wisp of smoke began to rise from him as he severed a fragment of his soul light, relinquishing it. Wang Xuan gasped, "What have you stirred? What is it that resides within you?" Wang Xian pondered for a moment, retrieving a tattered piece of paper from the fragments of the blessed land. This was the second time he had brought back paper money from the mysterious world he entered through the mist that emanated from his life's soil. I am uncertain how it came to be. It inexplicably appeared on me. I discarded it once, yet it re-emerged, seemingly impossible to shake off. I have long sought someone to examine its origins, Wang Xian remarked, extending the aged paper money forward. Wang Xuan recoiled, declining to accept the relic imbued with a sense of antiquity. There is something amiss with this item. It seems to carry the grievances of an entire world, he replied. Wang Xian discarded the paper money, reducing it to ash, and asked, "Elder, could you assist me once more in discerning whether there is anything else amiss?" Wang Xuan furrowed his brow, the reflective light returning, yet this time he detected no anomalies. If discarded, it will soon return to me. I am uncertain how it manages to reassemble and manifest once more, Wang Xian stated. This was, of course, a fabrication. He merely wished for Wang Xuan to uncover the true nature of the paper money. He had once pursued its origin for an extended period, watching it drift from the darkened firmament, yet it seemed devoid of source, impossible to trace. Wang Xuan's demeanor turned grave. It is difficult to say. You should exercise caution in the coming days. I recall certain matters. This item appears to be connected to the ebbing of the extraordinary. I once overheard two unparalleled beings lamenting the demise of the mythical world. I was at a distance and could not hear clearly. Now, in light of the grand narrative and the present world, it seems quite pertinent. Wang Xian took his leave from the Huang family, agreeing to reconvene in 3 days to embark on a journey to the Golden Summit, several dozen miles away, to fish for celestial elixirs. Huang Xinghai entered the ancestral hall, where the Huang family's immortal was in a state of revival. There was no need for dreams to communicate. The two could converse directly. "Elder, are you truly intent on collaborating with him to fish for elixirs from the higher spiritual realms?" Wang Xuan nodded in affirmation, then returned to his core essence. Professor Lin and Qin Sheng also departed with Wang Xian, but en route, they switched to a hovering train bound for Sioux City. Smoke and flames rose as the extraordinary manifested. One doctrine after another emerged like bamboo shoots following a rain, with merely 2 years remaining. Is this the final frenzy? The evolution of the mythical world saw plutocrats transforming into increasingly fearsome doctrines. Sacred mountains, Yaochi, and Mount Buzhou encroached upon the present realm. I hope it does not come to that, Wang Xian mused as he wandered alone, his expression somber. Old Qin contacted him via the latest coded language, employing a touch of supermaterial to provide a brief cleansing for Old Qin's body, granting access to their secret vault. It was indeed perilous there, yet filled with rare treasures. including what appeared to be the snow-white conch left by Shakyamuni, radiating Buddhist light. The Qin family was associated with numerous Buddhist scriptures and ancient artifacts. The wealth of fine items was overwhelming. Shun Yongjie discovered an exceptional treasure, yet it was regrettably immovable, as it had a guardian. Let us assess the situation. If that conch proves sufficiently powerful, it may warrant the risk. We shall seize the opportunity. With Shakyamuni still alive, he would eventually emerge from the grand narrative. Entering the Qin family's secret vault posed a risk. Even if he obtained the conch, it would likely be reclaimed in due time. One could exploit a temporal advantage, utilizing the conch for various endeavors, and at worst, return it afterward. Their exchange was brief. Alas, Qin Yongjie lamented that he had still not discovered the half-lotus pod. After I conduct consultations with one or two more families, I shall proceed to the Zhong family, Wang Xuan informed him. Very well. The Zhong family possesses both a Taoist temple and a Buddhist monastery, Old Shun had already discerned. That evening, Wang Xuan arrived at the Wu family, receiving a warm welcome. His emotions stirred as he once again thought of Zhao Qinghan and Wu Yin. Is that old fox reliable? Why has he not yet returned the person? Wu Qinglin personally accompanied Wang Xuan, and they were already quite familiar with one another. During this time, Wu Yin's father appeared and engaged in a detailed conversation with Wang Xuan about Wu Yin's experiences in the secret realm, expressing his concerns about her prolonged absence. At the Wu residence, Wang Xuan continued to generously assist the elder members of the Wu family, including Wu Qinglin and Wu Yin's father, in rejuvenating their health. However, he also encountered an unexpected delight here, discovering a wooden figurine which, upon meticulous examination, revealed astonishing utility. The following evening, he departed, contemplating his next steps as he headed towards the Zhong family, needing to meet with Old Shun to discuss matters in advance. He must treat the endeavor of fishing for celestial herbs with utmost seriousness. Was this undertaking truly feasible? Careful preparation was essential. On the third morning, an extraordinary celestial phenomenon manifested at Jinding Peak, situated several dozen miles beyond Yuqing. Ominous clouds loomed, as if a darkened sky were about to collapse. Subsequently, blood-red lightning intertwined, resembling rivers of blood and tumult. Terrifying globular lightning erupted from the clouds, and as these brilliant spheres descended, they shattered the cliffs below. Wang Xuan, sword immortal, where are you? Why have you not yet arrived? Ominous signs have already appeared. Huang Xinghai anxiously contacted Wang Xuan on behalf of Huang Kuan. Wasn't it supposed to be in the evening? Why has it occurred so early? I've just found the fishing hook. Wang Xuan replied. In Yuqing. Huang Kuan listened to the thunderclaps, gazing at the pitch-black sky, pondering. Such occurrences cannot be precisely predicted. The celestial herb is a rare opportunity, and today it has manifested prematurely. Lacking a physical form, he instructed Huang Xinghai to relay this message. In Kuanqing, at the Zhong residence, Zhongqing appeared serene and exquisite. Her gaze fixed on the images collected by the detector, astonished as she exclaimed, "There truly is a celestial herb." Amidst the darkened sky, lightning occasionally streaked across, illuminating a peculiar plant that seemed to materialize from the void, each appearance radiating with divine brilliance. Wang Xuan and Qin Yongjie were also transfixed by the screen, observing the celestial herb. Gratitude. Winter X, the storyteller wine. Thank you for the support from the Alliance leader. After submission, maintenance personnel will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please be patient. Chapter 264. The clouds stir from all directions outside Yuqing. It was undeniably still morning. However, the sky bore an inky darkness, with clouds resembling two colossal land masses colliding and descending. Their encounter unleashed terrifying energy, with thick, green lightning illuminating the sky like a magnificent range of verdant peaks. Everyone was astonished by this extraordinary spectacle. What an incredible sight! The massive green lightning, grand and imposing, loomed high above, seemingly suppressing the world below. Something strange is afoot, everyone. Have you seen the news reports? Yuqing is experiencing an unprecedented celestial phenomenon. With lightning resembling towering mountains, it's terrifying. Someone disclosed online. In fact, platforms had already been tracking this event, promptly reporting on the bizarre celestial occurrences in Yuqing, beginning with the blood-red lightning, followed by the globular lightning, and culminating in the emergence of thunderous mountains. Experts interpreted this as quite normal. The dense accumulation of multiple black clouds and lightning could create an illusion of overlapping thunder, resembling a great mountain. Which expert made such a claim? Come to the scene and witness for yourself. The verdant Thunder Mountain has yet to vanish. This is hardly a fleeting vision. In the skies above, two indistinct land masses appear to collide once more, causing the Thunder Mountain to crumble as a cascade of lightning pours down like a waterfall. Boom! The earth seems to shatter. And the renowned scenic spot, Golden Summit, has been obliterated by the waterfall descending from above, leaving only a truncated peak in its wake. This sight is profoundly shocking, leaving everyone in a state of awe. Expert, step forward. Do you still dare to assert this is merely an illusion? I could toss you into the thunder abyss. The pitch-black sky outside your city resembles the shadow cast by a floating extraordinary continent, descending with terrifying energy that instills dread, prompting a flurry of news reports. Wang Xuan gazes at the celestial canvas. When the magnificent thunder rumbles across the sky, he perceives far more than the average person. A particular plant radiates brilliance, exuding an air of sanctity. He informs Wang Xuan not to rush over, as he has ample time to prepare. What he witnesses now is not the true celestial herb, but rather an illusory image cast by the thunder. He instructs Huang Xinghai to convey that the celestial herb is rooted in a higher spiritual plane, observable by only a select few, and can only be perceived through the means of the immortal, allowing for a vague glimpse of its traces. At the Zhong family residence, Wang Xian nods in acknowledgement after receiving news from the Huang family. Chun Yongjie remarks, "Old Huang shows some sincerity. He hasn't concealed anything just to hasten your departure." Zhong Cheng is also present in the monitoring room, having gleaned part of the truth, filled with excitement and wishing to partake personally. The celestial herb of the higher spiritual world? The immortals will compete behind the scenes, and here in the mortal realm, they can vie for it as well. What a grand spectacle. None of your concern. Zhong Qing shoots him a glance, urging him to remain silent. Both Old Chun and Wang Xian are cautious, fearing that extraordinary beings might overhear their conversation through secret treasures they communicate in the spiritual realm. Do you wish to pursue the celestial herb? With great opportunity comes equally great risk. One must consider various calamities, such as spiritual heavenly fire, Chen Yongjie states. Wang Xian fingers the glistening silk thread, which already bears an ancient fishing hook, a relic left by a covenant keeper capable of penetrating the spiritual world. To be honest, I have contemplated extensively and devised several commendable plans, yet upon reflection, the scale of that gathering is simply too immense, involving both immortals and celestial herbs. I shall remain a mere observer, refraining from participation. He ponders briefly before deciding that since he does not intend to venture forth, he shall relinquish everything and return the silk thread to Huang Xuan, allowing him to seek another collaborator. The fishing hook may be lent to him. In Yu City, at the Huang residence, Huang Xinghai is somewhat dazed after receiving Wang Xian's call. He is a decent person, willing to directly lend the fishing hook to the Huang family. He expresses that his own strength is insufficient, rendering him reluctant to engage in such a grand affair. He relays this to Huang Xuan. What a pity, Huang Xuan sighs, instructing Huang Xinghai to convey his hope for future collaboration opportunities. At Wanhua Cliff, a centuries-old osmanthus tree flourishes, its fragrance permeating the air, soothing the senses. A woman clad in white employs extraordinary means to transmit a message. The Huang family is undertaking significant actions, seemingly preparing to pursue the celestial herb. Evidently, there are not merely one or two extraordinary beings associated with the grand backdrop of the new star. There even exists an underground circle, and this communication has stirred considerable tumult. Within a certain underground palace, Zhou Chong, after 3 months of recuperation, still finds his physical condition gravely deteriorated, primarily due to the shattering of his true bones. These fragments constitute his celestial essence, and their direct rupture has resulted in significant loss of celestial material, inflicting profound anguish upon him, inciting a deep-seated hatred for the fifth mechanical being. The sole source of solace and exhilaration for him is the soul-locking bell that has come into his possession. At that moment, a luminous butterfly fluttered in, dancing gracefully and conveying a message. His expression shifted to one of astonishment as he declared, "The higher spiritual realm manifests. There is a possibility that the heavenly medicine may descend, if I could obtain it. The regeneration of my fractured celestial bones and the perfect reconstruction of my flesh would pose no challenge." In the region known as the Demon God Ridge, as described by the indigenous people, a vague silhouette stirred from a lake, stepping forth upon the water's surface. At Source Pool Mountain, an indistinct figure murmured, my disciple Christine, Han Solo, both perished here. This is a collision of technology and myth. Is this how intense the present world has become? Oh, even the heavenly medicine has emerged. Within an ancient Taoist temple belonging to a certain financial magnate, the intertwining of blood-colored true bones lay still, disturbed by abnormal fluctuations from the outside world. As someone called out to him, "Forgive my intrusion. I must report, the heavenly medicine has emerged, capable of reshaping celestial bodies." In other cities, the dormant phantoms within ancient temples were also roused, not merely one instance, temporarily awakening. Outside Corning City, within the mothership base of the Sun family, the eyes of the fifth mechanical being flickered with various symbols of information, capable of monitoring numerous locations and gathering intelligence at a pace far surpassing others. It infiltrated various secret networks, collecting diverse information regarding the Huang family, the heavenly medicine, and Yu City, continuously switching surveillance images. The heavenly medicine, a product of the higher spiritual realm, greatly benefits my spiritual seed. It might even allow for my restoration. It was in the process of validating, monitoring, and assessing whether to take action. Then, it transformed into a fervent mechanical being, brazenly breaching the celestial network in search of information. In this era, nearly all human activities are under the gaze of the celestial eye and detectors. If one were to trace the evidence, no secrets remain. The fifth mechanical being, operating with remarkable efficiency, naturally tracked down the footage of Wang Xuan entering the ancestral hall of the Huang family, after which beams of light fiercely flickered from the depths of its eye sockets. Moments later, it morphed into a shuttle-shaped flying craft, soaring upwards and swiftly vanishing. Breaking news: a tremendous thunderstorm has unexpectedly struck the mountains outside Yu City, devastating the summit of Golden Peak. At this moment, the entire network is abuzz, having never witnessed such terrifying lightning, as if a great mountain had fallen from the heavens, with torrents cascading downward. Which fellow cultivator is undergoing tribulation? A heads up next time would be appreciated. I nearly stumbled and soaked my feet in fright while attending to Nature's call. Such a rare phenomenon is impossible to overlook. Whether out of genuine fear or as a jest, it signifies the immense ripple effect caused by the lightning striking Golden Peak. Soon, someone posted a photo of a closely cropped young man along with a caption, "A poor monk is undergoing tribulation at Golden Peak." Yaochi saw this immediately, nearly smashing his screen in disbelief. Who posted this? He released the photograph of himself during the Battle of Mused City, radiant and slightly illuminated by a celestial aura. Initially, the crowd erupted in disbelief, but soon they recalled that extraordinary beings had emerged, transforming myth into reality. Such phenomena were no longer implausible. Was that truly a natural thunderstorm? It seemed far too grand and terrifying. Zhong Qing, Wang Xuan, and Chun Yongjia were fixated on the large screen, observing the increasingly astonishing storm outside Yu City. Are you really willing to forego the heavenly medicine without a trace of regret? Old Chen inquired of Wang Xuan. Suddenly, the Zhong family's super-intelligent computer emitted a piercing alarm. It had been breached. Who could possess such audacity? Zhong Changming seethed with rage. However, the issue was swiftly resolved. As for the secret vault, it was rich in supermaterial, with a layer of dust lying in the pool, rendering the place eerily silent, devoid of any anomalies. The items that had just been dispatched were intercepted. Someone reported back with partial footage. A small spacecraft belonging to the Zhong family, originally tasked with delivering silk threads and fishing hooks to Yu City, had been inexplicably invaded mid-journey, resulting in the theft of extraordinary artifacts. How brazen! Where did these marauding machines come from, daring to rob our family's vessel? Zhong Cheng slammed his fist down in outrage. In Yu City, Huang Xinghai stood in a daze before hastily informing Huang Kuan that a hook capable of penetrating higher realms of consciousness had been stolen. Huang Kuan frowned and replied, "No matter, the thief is undoubtedly interested in the heavenly medicine. He will soon make his appearance at Golden Peak Mountain." Wang Xian pondered for a moment and asked Zhongqing if it were possible to rent a medium-sized warship. Zhongqing regarded him with a peculiar expression. Her family possessed a variety of new ship designs, and she wondered what his intentions were. He seemed unusually subdued today. "Old Wang, do you intend to seize the heavenly medicine?" Zhong Cheng's spirits lifted, unafraid of the commotion. Wang Xian shook his head, stating, "No, I'm merely seeking self-preservation. But I prefer not to utilize your family's warship. It would be best if it left no trace." Zhongqing replied, "That's simple. contact the Grey Blood Organization. They engage in assassination contracts and lend out warships among various services, and should anything go awry, it would be of no concern to you. Outside Yaochi, thunder and lightning clashed as colossal shadows converged like two continents, with torrential cascades of electricity crashing down, astonishing bolts resembling a galactic waterfall. Some mountains and peaks appeared to tumble from the heavens. What an extraordinary sight! Were they also manifestations of thunder? On the platforms, excitement surged as speculation erupted regarding the scientifically impossible shapes of these lightning strikes. Everyone, that is not mere lightning. It seems to be a glimpse of the celestial realm, illuminated by the bolts, revealing another world. Look, someone is undergoing tribulation. Countless viewers fervently discussed the latest developments on various platforms. Had the beings behind the curtain begun to compete for the heavenly medicine? Extraordinary individuals had arrived on the scene, revealing their presence against the pitch-black sky. Celestial beings had made their move in the world behind the curtain, seeking to enter the higher realms to harvest the heavenly medicine. A shadowy figure gasped in astonishment. Those extraordinary beings lurking in the shadows understood that the time was drawing near. Even the unparalleled celestial beings had but a fleeting moment to act. Should they miss this opportunity, they would be forever estranged from the heavenly medicine. The eyes of the fifth robotic entity flashed with symbols, ready to pierce the dark heavens with its hook at a moment's notice. The chapter concludes with a vivid portrayal of two worlds brushing against each other. Majestic mountains loom, casting shadows over the mortal realm, where celestial light bursts forth, revealing the presence of formidable beings in action. The innate danger of divine creatures manifests as the robotic entity number 5 gazes into the inky sky. The inhabitants of the real world are astounded, as if they are witnessing immortal beings wielding their powers in another realm. Extraordinary beings have arrived. Some have strategically positioned themselves at the summit of Golden Peak, awaiting the potential descent of a celestial herb into the mortal plane. Suddenly, a transcendent figure's eyes radiate divine brilliance. In the obsidian sky, colossal mountains float oppressively, with fierce thunder cracking the air as a magnificent plant emerges, unmatched in its sanctity, showering the world with ethereal rain. A celestial herb approaches the earthly realm, causing the countenance of the extraordinary beings to shift. Has the opportunity finally arrived? The atmosphere is charged with tension, and the higher spiritual realm becomes increasingly vivid, with towering mountains stretching far beyond the mortal world, as boundless as the starry sky itself. The grandeur of the landscape, overlapping from above, evokes a sensation of suffocation. The immortal beings seem anxious, pursuing something in the distance, where a vast curtain appears as they ascend towards the higher spiritual realm. A celestial sword arcs through the air, intertwining to form a staircase of blades, upon which the powerful tread, charging into the profoundly elusive spiritual domain. In the mortal realm, the imagery remains blurred. Yet there is an innate sense that the magnificent mountains above are indeed the realm of the immortals, leaving the onlooker speechless. Myths have manifested before the eyes of the world, validated, inducing a collective shiver of awe. The robotic entity number 5 continues its assessments, preparing to act. Sensing the imminent arrival of the celestial herb, having initially detected its essence. Years prior, the mothership had encountered this herb while approaching a certain layer of the spiritual realm, but regrettably missed the opportunity. Why can I not see it? Nearby, some extraordinary beings murmur in discontent, their frustration culminating in anger. The glowing plant becomes increasingly resplendent, emanating gentle ripples as it intertwines with the earthly realm, yet many extraordinary beings fail to perceive its presence. As for ordinary individuals on the new star, they are entirely oblivious, merely catching glimpses of what seem to be immortal figures in pursuit of something elusive. At that moment, a luminous bone materializes near Golden Peak, intertwined with veins, pulsating with blood patterns, radiating divine light to form a hazy human figure. Additionally, a relic glimmers, constructing a golden silhouette that casts its gaze upon the myriad phenomena in the darkened sky. Such beings, possessing genuine bones and relics, carry an impressive lineage, instilling considerable trepidation among other extraordinary beings. Come back. A commanding voice echoes from above, as a supreme immortal raises a hand to summon a golden rope, ensnaring the colossal mountain and pulling it back, intent on preventing the higher world from drifting away while seeking to harvest the celestial herb. Curse it, fail quickly. Beneath the fractured summit of Golden Peak, a creature growls, fixated on the heavens. The thunderous roar reverberates through the air. The formidable alliance of celestial beings could not prevent the higher realms from departing. The majestic mountain range grew increasingly distinct, almost colliding with the heavens of the present world. Even ordinary individuals could discern its presence, accompanied by flashes of lightning that seemed to threaten to crush them beneath the weight of the screen, inducing a suffocating sensation in all. The onlookers, even those endowed with extraordinary abilities, trembled with apprehension. In Xuan City, the Zhong family pondered whether to approach the scene. Though it was fraught with terror, human calamities, divine disasters, and the peril of spiritual infernos all loomed ominously. Chen Yongjie spoke gravely. Wang Xuan shook his head, stating, "To be honest, I have contemplated extensively. Initially, I intended to deceive Huang Xuan. In my perception, aside from the sword immortal, the ancients are perilous. This had been his earlier intention, yet ultimately, he refrained from executing it. If Huang Xuan's intentions were benevolent, to act otherwise would be rather unsporting. Conversely, if he harbored ill will, then by entering the fray personally to engage in the struggle would merely be a descent into folly. Thus, Wang Xuan chose to remain an outsider, suppressing all impulses. He deemed it unnecessary to be so fervent, preferring to maintain distance and mutual well-being. Huang Xuan's inclination to collaborate with him was likely motivated by his regard for Wang or a desire to gain access to the Zhong family's allure. However, upon Wang Xuan's clear withdrawal, Huang Xuan did not press the matter, seemingly leaning towards obtaining the allure instead. Amidst the roars, the colossal mountain approached the present world. The celestial beings were unwilling, yet appeared powerless, helplessly witnessing the retreat of the heavenly elixir. "It's coming," someone shouted. A plant, more vibrant and radiant than lightning, surged forth. At that moment, extraordinary beings emerged near the golden summit, yearning for the descent of the heavenly elixir. Zhou Chong, wielding the soul-locking bell, was eager to engage. Had it not been for the ghostly presence still struggling for control within the bell, he would have been confident in wielding the legendary silver bell to sweep away all present. True bones gleamed, and the radiant relics intertwined to form celestial silhouettes. As the vicinity of the golden summit brimmed with extraordinary substance, rising in vapor. With a hiss, the fifth mechanical being finally sprang into action, unleashing crystalline threads that rapidly spread under extraordinary means, attempting to lure the heavenly elixir. Suddenly, the entire mountain range trembled violently, iridescent lights flickering before intensifying and soaring skyward. The forest surrounding the golden summit seemed to awaken with life, dense with symbols. Some extraordinary beings present exploded, transforming into blood mist. Unable to utter a single cry before succumbing to death, their extraordinary essence was extracted and vaporized into the heavens. A crack resounded as true bones shattered. Even the most formidable, mysterious entities suffered grievous injuries, their celestial bones fracturing and their rich celestial substances dispersing, absorbed by the sky. With a pop, some relics disintegrated, transforming into rich Buddhist light that ascended into the firmament. "Huang family, have you lost your minds?" Someone bellowed, shaking the entire mountain range. "Damn it! It's the pinnacle of innate divine demons. Otherwise, I would not have been deceived." The fifth mechanical being's eye sockets were filled with intertwining symbols as it forcefully reeled in the lure. However, this could not alter the outcome. Beams of light surged through the mountain, intent on dismantling the bodies of all extraordinary beings. Centuries ago, when the extraordinary had not yet fully receded, a passage for guidance was established, and we became mere sacrifices. A shadow surged forth from a piece of celestial bone, yet it was unable to break free from the confines of this place. In Yu City, above the Huang family ancestral hall, Huang Xuan observed this spectacle with a calm demeanor. Another figure, in a spiritual form, was none other than Hu Xian, with a face that could enchant. She now bore a grave expression and remarked, "You are truly ruthless. Do you not fear inviting calamity? Among those individuals, some possess formidable roots, and trouble will surely arise. An unparalleled powerhouse intends to cross realms. When it comes to settling accounts, it shall not be my burden." Huang Xuan interjected, "Once this endeavor succeeds and the unparalleled powerhouse descends, who would dare to seek retribution? I have spoken on your behalf this time. Should anyone discover me standing with you again, the hatred directed at me would be insurmountable." In an instant, Hu Xian vanished. Bong! The soul-locking bell emitted a thunderous resonance, silver ripples expanding, revealing the true scene. There was no higher spiritual realm. Only a hazy curtain loomed close to the present world, where a gathering awaited, ready to cross realms. Do you not fear the descent of your own realm? At that moment, a shadow within a true bone was enraged. It recognized those behind the curtain, among them an unparalleled powerhouse whose name resounded throughout the celestial realm. Such beings typically refrain from crossing realms lightly, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash their terrifying path and power. The more powerful the celestial being, the more they fear descending into mortality. Bone, the soul-locking bell, defying heaven, rang out repeatedly, dimming the runes within this territory. Zhou Cheng concealed himself within the great bell, guiding it as it fled towards the distance. The fifth mechanical being's body melted away, sinking into the earth, suffering grievous losses. Its spiritual ember nearly extinguished, and half of its active metallic form consumed. The celestial bone shattered, relics crumbled, some shadows fled while others dissipated on the scene. As for the other extraordinary beings, they transformed into blood mist one after another, leaving this area in swift silence. Only a handful managed to escape, primarily due to the current depletion of supermaterials. The extraordinary factors within the passage established long ago were limited. It is your turn, the true miracle, the path of guidance, Wang Xuan declared, soaring to Golden Peak Mountain, activating the final special formation. He then gazed into the distant sky, awaiting something. At the Zhong family residence, symbols emerged one after another on Wang Xuan, radiating brilliance, ultimately forming 3 rippling halos that ensnared him. What is happening? Zhong Cheng exclaimed. With a swish, Wang Xuan vanished from his spot. This was the authentic method of celestial formations, capturing the living across distances. Shortly thereafter, Wang Xuan materialized at Golden Peak Mountain. Beholding a desolate landscape, stained with blood and scattered celestial bone fragments, he sighed. What a grand spectacle, how ruthless. He beheld the hazy curtain ahead. What more was there to comprehend? Numerous extraordinary beings had perished, celestial bones and relics destroyed here. Do you not fear the immense karma you have sown? Wang Xuan turned to Wang Xuan, observing, the biting dog seldom barks. Those who came here personally are certainly not great figures. We can bear such karma. Wang Xuan replied nonchalantly, then gestured for Wang Xuan to wield the fishing hook, guiding the immortal beings behind the curtain to return. Wang Xuan remarked, You have brought me here, compelling me to summon the formidable beings lurking behind the curtain of reality with my very life. Do you truly believe I would acquiesce? He appeared to be suppressing the fury that simmered within him, his expression one of cold indifference. Indeed, this Wang Xuan was no benevolent character. 3 ethereal ripples of light enveloped Wang Xuan, binding him and making it arduous for him to engage in a life-and-death struggle with his adversary. Wang Xuan chuckled softly, saying, I am not coercing you. Rather, I am imploring you to utilize the inner realm to summon unparalleled power back into existence. We assure you, your survival is guaranteed. Wang Xuan was not caught off guard. The audacity of his opponent's actions stemmed from their knowledge of his greatest secret, that he had accessed a unique inner realm even in his mortal phase, prompting such drastic measures. He fell into a contemplative silence, eventually exhaling a sigh, stepping forward to retrieve a glistening thread, and with a swift flick, pierced the softly glowing curtain. On the other side stood a formidable assembly. At the rear, a man clad in black and gold armor, his helmet obscuring his face, exuded an aura distinct from that of the celestial beings. He was silent, instilling awe even through the veil, and Wang Xuan, a being of immortality, trembled in his presence. Mountains and rivers appeared diminutive before him, and the sun in the sky seemed to dim. The celestial beings surrounding him were almost rendered inconsequential, easily forgotten in the shadow of his might. We have returned to the mortal realm, someone exclaimed, brimming with excitement. At the moment the thread was cast, an earth-shattering roar echoed forth. Whoosh! The celestial beings sprang into action, several racing along the thread in a flash. Hurry! Time is of the essence. The ancient pact is unbreakable. Cherish this fleeting moment. It is more precious than celestial elixirs or unparalleled scriptures. Flee now, the others urged. As shadows flickered, 7 individuals surged forth along the crystalline thread, only to be met with horrific screams as they erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Celestial blood spilled, imbued with unfathomable power, as terrifying runes obliterated their corporeal forms, tearing apart their very souls. Why has this happened? The celestial beings who charged along the thread roared, casting glances at Wang Xuan and then at Wang Xuan, as their spiritual essence rapidly dissipated. This was akin to a direct assault on the curtain. You changed the thread. What of the one I provided you? Wang Xuan rushed forward, inspecting the situation with mounting rage. His original thread had been personally refined by a supreme being behind the curtain. Wang Xuan addressed him. I noticed your thread appeared somewhat decayed. I offered one of a similar material, fearing yours might not withstand the strain. Wang Xuan was nearly driven to madness, unable to bear such provocation. The 7 celestial beings who had crossed the curtain were now obliterated, a sight to behold. In Wang Xuan's eyes, Wang Xuan was merely a pawn. Once the summoning passage was activated, the celestial beings of their faction would tread upon Wang Xuan's lifeless body to return. In the past, on the realm of the departed, a mysterious entity on the moon attempted to ensnare Wang Xuan, only to have him sever a length of fishing line with a dagger, which had now proven to be of use. Being a good person is no easy task, Wang Xuan sighed. Chapter 266, A Lesson for the Celestial Beings. In a certain sense, the fishing line material gifted by Wang Xuan was of superior quality. Had it truly been employed to catch celestial medicine, it would undoubtedly have proven effective. Wang Xuan's body trembled as he struggled to contain his fury, yearning to reduce Wang Xuan to a mere puddle of mush, for his current predicament was indeed dire. With heartfelt sincerity, I offered a fishing line of enhanced quality. Yet I never anticipated such treatment in return, Wang Xuan lamented. Upon hearing these words, Wang Xuan felt as though he might explode on the spot. Wang Xuan continued, I had held you in high regard, believing you to be members of the celestial class. Yet you have forsaken the pure and noble essence of humanity. Your malice has seeped into your very bones, corrupting the deepest recesses of your spirit. His voice remained calm, devoid of any fierce reprimand. Yet this tranquility was even more unbearable to the listener. His nonchalance felt like a secondary assault, akin to pouring salt into the wounds of Wang Xuan and his companions. Upon reflection, it was indeed the case that if the celestial beings harbored no ill intent, such a tragic occurrence would not have transpired. It was all a consequence of their own actions. Wang Xuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath of ethereal substance, managing to restrain himself, suppressing the urge to lash out violently. He knew he had been deceived, and the pain and bitterness within him were exacerbated by Wang Xuan's words. As if he were being chastised for the situation, the expressions of the celestial beings darkened. Here was a young man who had recently extricated himself from the realm of mortals, yet he dared to impart a lesson upon them. Wang Xuan recalled the mechanical being and inwardly seethed. What business did it have to meddle? Had the fishing line been returned directly, perhaps he would have examined it more closely. In that moment, he sensed an overwhelming malice. He believed that all of this was orchestrated by Wang Xuan, a clear trap laid for them to stumble into. The 5th mechanical being, having escaped the area, strained to eavesdrop on portions of the dialogue. The symbols in its eye sockets blinked furiously. With a resounding pop, its spiritual spark became overly agitated, causing some energy circuit boards to rupture, emitting smoke. Realizing the peril, it fled. For staying any longer would result in the depletion of its spark and metallic body, leading to its ultimate demise. Wang Xuan prepared to speak again, but Wang Xuan could no longer bear the sound of his voice. Each word was a torment, every syllable a humiliation, as if he were being ground into the floor. With a swift motion, Wang Xuan charged forward, seizing Wang Xuan, intent not only on silencing him, but also on making him pay the most grievous price. At that moment, 3 shimmering ripples composed of runes surrounded Wang Xuan, binding him with energy that made any attempt at a desperate struggle exceedingly difficult. Undoubtedly, it was during his inspection of Wang Xuan at the Huang family's ancestral hall that Wang Xuan had set this dark scheme in motion. Could you not simply be a good person? Wang Xuan gazed at him. Indeed, he was being cornered once more. He could not be permitted to speak again. Wang Xuan pinned Wang Xuan before the hazy curtain, tearing open his palm, blood flowing profusely, forcing him into direct contact with the hook, bypassing the line entirely. Such an act would render this human passage a mere consumable, incapable of being utilized a second time. You, the essence of existence, is to traverse the path of immortality and guide the celestial beings back to their realm. He spoke coldly, a chilling aura penetrating to the very marrow of one's bones. Today, however, he had made a grave misstep, being casually targeted by a youthful individual from the present world, which brought the 7 beings of the grand tapestry to the brink of annihilation. Before the grand tapestry, the seven masters' flesh and blood shattered, incinerated completely, leaving not even a trace of their essence, dissipating into wisps of smoke. It was as if they had never graced this world, their existence erased by an ancient covenant. Their primordial spirits rapidly decayed, ultimately leaving behind only faint shadows. Without the protection of an unparalleled powerhouse, they would vanish into oblivion within days. The seven, filled with despair, gazed towards the grand tapestry, hoping that the unparalleled being, cloaked in black gold armor, would break free from its confines and rescue them. Wang Xuan's hand melded with the fishing hook, his entire being pressed against the grand tomb, fixating on the silent, yet formidable figures within. Even amidst such turmoil, the beings inside remained composed, coldly observing him, their essence rich in the aura of immortality, all formidable entities. According to the classification standards of the fifth mechanical being, those beings beyond the grand tapestry were equivalent to innate deities and demons. Should such beings emerge unscathed, retaining their current powers, one alone could obliterate all transcendence of the present world. As for the immovable figure in the back, seemingly transcending time, as if standing amidst the myths of antiquity, it was even more terrifying, utterly still. With each breath, the supermaterial distorted the very fabric of time and space. Someone stirred, reaching for the fishing hook, burrowing into Wang Xuan's flesh, attempting to forcibly unlock his inner realm. Within the grand tapestry, some beings were spiritual entities, while others possessed flesh, coexisting as genuine matter and spiritual energy. Wang Xuan spoke, his gaze fixed upon the grand tapestry. Yet, he appeared to endure agony, furrowing his brow as something approached. Trailing along his bleeding palm, bang! Wang Xuan struck him with a palm, unable to tolerate his calm demeanor amidst such peril. Naturally, he yearned to witness his fear and panic. Wang Xuan cast a glance at him and remarked, "From beginning to end, your malice is evident, yet in the end, you deem it my fault?" Wang Xuan retorted coldly, "A pile of decaying flesh, a few rotten bones, on the brink of death, and you still feign resilience? Were it not for the necessity of preserving your inner realm path for the time being, could I allow you to remain so obstinate?" Yet, he dared not strike again, fearing instability in the inner realm might jeopardize the return of the celestial beings. Outside, the signals flickered intermittently, and the detectors struggled to capture a clear image of Golden Summit, as the supermaterial was too dense, obliterating many expensive instruments. Now, only a blurred panorama was visible. People were astonished to discover the sword immortal was there. What was he doing, confronting the beings within the grand tapestry? A veil of hazy uncertainty shrouded the scene, instilling profound unease. Outside, various factions were bewildered. Were those the celestial beings? Had someone just perished, exploding before Wang Xuan, their flesh turned to ashes? The crackling sounds echoed intermittently, the signals growing weaker, causing trepidation among the major organizations outside. What was truly happening at Golden Summit? It was inaccessible. At the front of the grand tapestry, a voice of anxiety emanated from Wang Xuan's body. The celestial beings, having touched the fishing hook, attempted to intrude into Wang Xuan's inner realm, yet their efforts consistently met with failure. Faintly, he discerned some indistinct shadows. This should be the peculiar inner space. But why did he repeatedly falter? Time was of the essence, and further delays could precipitate unforeseen calamities. Someone spoke. Whoosh! A few among the celestial beings moved, following the hook, seeking to invade Wang Xuan's bloodied palm and forcibly access that unique inner domain. Cooperate with me. Wang Xuan's face contorted in anguish. Today he had already made a misstep, resulting in a tragedy involving the seven masters within the grand scheme. He could not permit any more mishaps, for to do so would render him unable to face that unparalleled powerhouse. Another incident would lead to his premature demise. Wang Xuan disregarded Wang Xuan, instead casting his gaze across the expanse, inquiring, in the world beyond the grand scheme, do the corporeal beings belong to the indigenous populace, or are they newly formed entities? What is your true state? He pondered, making comparisons. The enigmatic realm he had entered through the rising mist of the command soil also housed a coexistence of the tangible and the spiritual. If there were a connection between the two, seizing the right moment could enable him to accomplish much. Wang Xuan could hardly tolerate Wang Xuan's queries, with death looming. He still asked questions, exhibiting a foolish bravery. He seized Wang Xuan by the neck, his demeanor chilling, a a stark contrast to his earlier gentility in the ancestral hall, and coldly commanded, "Silence. Behave yourself. You would do well to lower your hand and show me some respect." Wang Xuan replied coldly. Wang Xuan, exasperated yet amused, found it absurd that a mere mortal youth dared to speak to him in such a manner, despite his ascension to the celestial ranks. However, in an instant, his body stiffened, for behind the grand scheme, the celestial beings were watching him. A group of entities bore unfriendly expressions, questioning his competence. Was this truly the time for rivalry? Silently, Wang Xuan released his grip, adopting a strategy of forbearance. He regarded Wang Xuan as already dead, envisioning a scene of his spiritual decay and physical obliteration. What did it matter if there was a special inner space? Time for growth had run out. What gives you the right to harbor animosity towards me? In truth, it is I who should find your countenance repugnant, Wang Xuan retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Xuan, who exuded malice to the core. If both the ancients and celestial beings were of such ilk, it would be better to eliminate them altogether. They were no paragons of virtue. Uttering harsh words, what could you possibly achieve? Wang Xuan reined in his emotions, calming himself, and replied mildly, "The dissolution of the inner realm and the corruption of the true self. That is your fate. I shall not hold you accountable for now." "I will hold you accountable," Wang Xuan asserted. Wang Xuan's cold laughter echoed disdainfully. He deemed it not worth further discussion. At the horizon's edge, a warship emerged, traversing the sky with remarkable speed, not excessively large, but rather a medium-sized vessel. Nonetheless, its frigid hull instilled a terrifying sense of oppression. Once this war machine operated at full capacity, it could easily raze cities, pierce the earth, and obliterate mountains and rivers without difficulty. We do not accept local missions. We would face sanctions from the conglomerates and major organizations. No one is permitted to deploy warships on the new star. In the warship, a middle-aged man from the Grey Blood organization was drenched in cold sweat. Old Chen sat in the control room, his gaze fixed on the large screen, emanating an air of menace. He glanced back at the man, making him tremble and swallow his words. "We know our limits," Chen Yongjie remarked, moving aside to retrieve a small, golden gourd. From within it sprang forth a figure, Wang Xuan. How can the Sun family engage in such activities without consequence? If not, you should raise the Sun family's banner, Wang Xuan stated aboard the warship. The middle-aged man, recognizing the newcomer and hearing such words, began to wipe away his cold sweat in a frenzy. "Shall we decide on this?" Wang Xuan turned to him, urging him to hasten. The warship approached the outskirts of Yaochi, its sleek lines exuding beauty but also harboring peril. "Fine. I will abide by the law and temporarily adhere to the new star's regulations. However, when it comes to confronting the celestial immortals, it cannot be the same. At that time, we shall face external foes and defend our homeland." Wang Xuan boarded a small airship, departing from the warship, yet wielding formidable weaponry. Locking onto the Huang family's ancestral hall, intent on obliterating Wang Xuan's celestial essence, severing his roots first. Chapter 267. Severing celestial essence. The Huang family, prosperous and influential, possessed a sizable estate, with their ancestral hall nestled in a tranquil spot surrounded by ancient trees. As an airship approached, Wang Xuan sat coldly within, surveying the celestial domain from above, preparing to hunt for immortals. It was unnecessary to get so close, even from a distance. The airship could easily obliterate the Huang family's ancestral hall, but he was primarily concerned about any fragmented souls escaping. Physical attacks were manageable, however, should a spiritual avatar flee. Modern technological weaponry would be unable to detect it, necessitating Wang Xuan's personal vigilance. Having turned against them, he felt no reservations this time. Even if it meant confronting the unseen beings behind the scenes and engaging in fierce conflict with the celestial immortals, he was prepared to strike back. Others would tread upon his corpse to return, so what was there left to care for? This time, he intended to retaliate with unyielding ferocity. If the celestial immortals crossed realms to seek vengeance upon him, he would fight to the bitter end, to see who would unleash a massacre. At Golden Peak Mountain, a veil of darkness covered the land, the celestial immortals silent and still, emanating a rich essence of the celestial path as they gazed upon the human passage in the present world. Their long-cherished aspirations were on the verge of fruition. They would once again return to the mortal realm, becoming tangible celestial beings. Some issues remained, as shadows of the inner landscape were observed, yet remained inaccessible. Was it due to the peculiarity of his inner realm? Within Wang Xuan, a voice of a woman emerged, having attempted several times, all ending in failure. At this moment, 5 beings had already crossed over into his body, using his flesh and blood as vessels, attempting to forcibly connect to the inner landscape. His flesh is fine, but something seems off with the inner realm. Someone spoke. Wang Xuan maintained a stoic expression, seemingly unfazed. Yet inwardly, he lamented the extraordinary nature of ancient treasures that had eluded even the celestial immortals. This was certainly not his true self, but it was remarkably lifelike, almost indistinguishable from him, as if a replica had been created, with the flow of blood revealing nothing, yet supermaterial essence and vitality were fading. On that day, shortly after departing from the Huang family ancestral hall, he found himself in a state of mental dislocation. Through his spiritual perception, he examined himself, discovering vague runic imprints. At that moment, he naturally entertained various thoughts. However, he refrained from placing Huang Xuan on his blacklist. Perhaps the latter feared that he might covet the threads of the exalted spiritual realm and thus held back. After all, any entity capable of penetrating the higher realms of the mind is invaluable and should not be easily relinquished. Wang Xuan, of course, intended to eliminate this threat, but preferred not to act in close proximity to the Huang family, lest he alert Huang Xuan. Subsequently, he hastened toward the Wu family, seeking to extend the lives of Wu Chunlin and others. During his time at the Wu residence, he came into possession of a wooden figure, which he meticulously studied, recognizing it as an extraordinary treasure, akin to a puppet. As he delved deeper into his research, he discovered that it was far more astonishing than a mere puppet, capable of extraordinary transformations. Particularly, during his final examination of the wooden figure before departing the Wu family, he inadvertently activated it, unveiling the true marvel of this artifact. An alternate version of himself materialized, the wooden figure coming to life, standing vividly beside him, an embodiment so real it was nearly indistinguishable from his true self. Upon realizing the nature of this artifact, he sighed in lamentation, heart aching, for once activated, it could only be utilized for 7 days, with no possibility of interruption. He felt as though he had squandered a precious opportunity to maximize the potential of this wondrous object, failing to wield it effectively. It was also at this juncture that he noticed the secret runic imprints on his true self shifting, appearing upon his avatar, clearly visible through his spiritual perception. Once activated, the wooden figure had a fleeting existence of merely 7 days, prompting Wang Xuan to forego the removal of those imprints. Such a divine object, an extraordinary treasure, regrettably expended in such a manner. Wang Xuan shook his head. However, employing it against the celestial beings was not without merit. At the very least, his current avatar now housed 5 living entities, all destined to become sacrificial victims. Before long, a 6th entity emerged from the wooden figure, and they once again attempted to unlock the vaguely visible inner realm, yet they failed once more. This was utterly absurd. Who were they? Permeated with celestial essence, yet unable to access the inner space of a lower-tier individual, an unfathomable predicament. Some contemplated invading Wang Xuan's primordial spirit, a step they had initially wished to avoid, yet found themselves at an impasse. Surely, they could not summon an unparalleled powerhouse to intervene personally? Cooperate, will you? Huang Xuan, unable to contain his frustration, seized Wang Xuan's collar, his other hand poised to deliver a resounding slap. Insult me? I would rather perish. Wang Xuan replied with calm resolve. Huang Xuan's hand froze, gripping his collar, as he met Wang Xuan's unwavering gaze. Though his hand was raised, he dared not strike. Within Wang Xuan, the 6 entities sneered, rather perish? Is that truly feasible? They were convinced that even if Wang Xuan desired death, he would find no opportunity. A few among them proceeded to encroach upon his primordial spirit. Nevertheless, they were cautious. Had circumstances not forced their hand, they would have been loath to resort to such measures. Only by triggering spiritual transcendence could one hope to access the inner realm, a space intricately linked to the domain of the mind. If they were to exert their strength and inadvertently damage the host's spirit, they would sever their connection to this peculiar inner realm. Yet, in that fleeting moment, they found themselves in a state of bewilderment, unable to capture that ethereal spark of consciousness, as if it were a distant mirage, unattainable. Simultaneously, Wang Xuan, full of resolve, declared, better to die than to be unfree. Dare to die, and I shall see. Huang Xuan retorted with a sneer, dripping with scorn. However, The instant he uttered those words, his expression froze. Wang Xuan pressed his bloodied hand against the grand curtain, and with a sharp crack, it severed, bursting forth in a conflagration of blood and bone. Wang Xuan's complexion turned pale, tinged with fear. How had the other managed such a feat? Once the hand was severed, the wooden figure that had once embodied Wang Xuan's extraordinary flesh seemed altered. Though the body still possessed extraordinary attributes, it now bore no distinction from other transcendent beings. Lacking the unique qualities of the humanoid passage, a mournful wail emanated from within the wooden figure, as 6 entities were eroded by the ancient pact. Particularly unsettling was the vanishing of the shadow within the inner realm. Not only could they not approach or activate it, but it was entirely out of sight. In truth, both the spirit and the inner realm were intangible for them, akin to a mirage. Wang Xuan grasped Wang Xuan's other arm in an attempt to restrain him and force him back towards the grand curtain, but with a sickening pop. That arm too was severed, blood spraying forth. In Yu City, at the Huang family ancestral hall, a terrifying beam of energy descended from the heavens, piercing through the shrine, striking the so-called true bones of the immortals. As Wang Xuan prepared to hunt celestial beings, the weaponry he wielded was naturally of formidable strength. Designed for deployment from a warship, with a crack, the immortal bone shattered. Boom. The beams continued to rain down, not particularly thick in appearance. Yet the energy was profoundly frightening. Their frequency was not rapid, but each strike was true to the immortal bone. The bone was obliterated. The essence within, that so-called immortal life force, erupted forth, showering down like a torrential downpour, forming a parasol-like luminescent mass reminiscent of a mushroom cloud. A shadow surged forth, faint and ethereal, invisible to the untrained eye, but not to Wang Xuan's spiritual vision. He had stationed himself within the airship, awaiting this very moment, ready to strike again. Boom. When the fragment of the primordial spirit was struck, it exploded. Quickly, that spiritual entity began to reconstitute, yet the supermaterial it contained was shattered. Wang Xuan remained utterly impassive, seated within the warship, gazing downwards, wielding a dark, crimson, divine lamp. He opened the hatch and unleashed a terrifying red beam of light, striking the residual shadow. He did not employ the god-slaying banner, for it was unnecessary. The ancient lamp in his hand was already capable of targeting the primordial spirit, and after infusing it with a divine flame, its destructive power surged further, transcending mere spiritual realms. The shadow, already weakened, was instantaneously dispersed, and Wang Xuan followed up with 2 more crimson beams, the scarlet arrows piercing through, obliterating the remnants of the primordial spirit. Celestial beings are but this, he uttered coldly, before stepping back into the airship. Atop the golden summit, Wang Xuan's anguished scream pierced the air as he cradled his severed head, feeling as though the very essence of his life had been shattered. My true bones, my foundation of Tao, the traces of my existence in this realm have been obliterated. He bellowed to the heavens, now akin to a rootless weed, stripped of his future. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of weakness engulfed him, as if he were a plant severed from its roots. Behind the veil, a group of once immobile figures, resembling primordial deities, now displayed expressions of shock and concern as they beheld the unfolding chaos. The one responsible for guiding them, Wang Xuan, had lost his celestial foundation. Before the curtain, although the wooden effigy retained Wang Xuan's form, it was now marred by numerous cracks, no longer bleeding, but radiating celestial light. Within, 6 beings struggled against the old covenant, unleashing desperate cries of defiance. This body had ceased to be extraordinary, now indistinguishable from other superhumans, no longer serving as a conduit for celestial passage. The harrowing scene caused the pupils of the immortal beings to constrict, leaving the tormented Wang Xuan shivering with dread. All of this was too horrifying, a veritable dead end. Wang Xuan had returned to his true warship, departing from Yu City, the metallic hull exuding an oppressive aura as it soared through the skies. Behind the curtain, the unparalleled warrior, clad in black and gold armor, stirred for the first time, lifting his gaze to the horizon beyond the veil. A chilling warship emerged at the edge of the sky. Wang Xuan had arrived. His expression was devoid of warmth as he surveyed the indistinct curtain and those ominous figures. He did not approach, but instead looked down upon the immortal beings from a distance. To lose one's celestial life and yet remain alive? Open fire, Wang Xuan commanded coldly. The middle-aged man from the Gray Blood organization felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing those words, his entire being electrified with dread. To attack the immortals? Wang Xuan sat there, motionless, his demeanor icy, appearing to the middle-aged man as a merciless demon. In the warship, the middle-aged man was drenched in sweat, anxiety and tension coursing through him. His decision weighed heavily, for it would usher in an entirely new chapter in history. To wage war against the immortals? This heralded a terrifying new era, and he would be both a participant and a witness. As Wang Xuan prepared for combat, he found himself compelled to act, destined to become a mere background figure in this monumental event. I am afraid, I am terrified. Will the Grey Blood organization be annihilated because of me? He swallowed hard, grappling with the gravity of his situation. Yet did he have a choice? Autonomy was beyond his grasp. The composed young man advanced with an icy gaze, instilling a bone-chilling dread within him. Before the curtain, the wooden effigy was riddled with cracks, celestial light shooting forth from the fissures. The anguished cries of the six beings resonating within the veil, chilling the very bodies of those present. This was the terrifying consequence of their entry into the mortal realm without support. The immortal beings suddenly looked up, finally noticing the distant sky, their attention fixed on the imposing warship, much like the man clad in black and gold armor. What has transpired at Jinding Mountain? The images emerging from there have grown increasingly indistinct. Is the detector unable to capture a clear view? How is Wang Xuan faring? His body appears to be emanating light. Meanwhile, countless individuals from the outside world are fixated on Jinding Mountain. The luminous spectacle, an expansive and ethereal realm, showcases a congregation of serene immortals, vividly manifesting before our eyes. The boundary between mythology and reality has never been so tenuous. Are the immortals about to make their appearance? Reactions vary. Some are anxious while others are exhilarated, each person experiencing a unique emotional response to the legendary beings of lore. The pursuit of immortality and the art of swordplay across the heavens are no longer mere fantasies. They are on the brink of becoming reality, allowing ordinary individuals to immerse themselves in myth and seek mentorship. Some harbor expectations, believing the tales of various deities to be enchanting. However, one must not be overly optimistic. In a certain sense, they have transcended humanity, becoming an entirely different species. Conversely, a segment of the populace feels a heavy burden of caution and skepticism, particularly in light of the destruction of the Jinding Mountain Peak and the suspected demise of several extraordinary beings. The Huang family ancestral hall has been obliterated. What intentions does that warship harbor next? Major financial conglomerates and organizations are closely monitoring the situation, possessing far more insight than the average person. Some harbor animosity towards the celestial beings, while others, having experienced prophetic dreams, are inclined to collaborate with them. For these entities, the next 2 to 3 years appear perilous. How will they navigate this uncertainty and safeguard their current assets? The forthcoming decisions will be pivotal. Countless eyes are fixed on Jinding Mountain, which seems outwardly tranquil. Yet all parties involved are steeped in an atmosphere of tension and oppression. Will something catastrophic ignite there? In a fleeting moment, the entire world feels as though it has frozen in time, with many aware that a significant event poised to shape the future is about to unfold. Boom. It is as if a divine sword has cleaved the heavens, reaching from the horizon directly to the forefront of Jinding Mountain. With a beam of terrifying brilliance striking Wang Xuan, at long last, he has opened fire upon the region surrounding Jinding Mountain. In the realm of reality, several major organizations are taken aback, sensing the gravity of the situation has escalated to an unprecedented level. The financial magnates are well informed. They had already captured Wang Xuan's silhouette as he opened the airship's hatch and targeted the Huang family. Within the warship, Chen Yongjie strives to maintain composure. He has yet to devise a strategy for confronting the celestial beings, yet the adversary has approached. Intent on paving the way with Wang Xuan's flesh and blood, there is no room for choice now. Following this incident, I must locate that half-lotus pod. We urgently need to enhance our strength. His countenance is grave. Regardless of how the financial titans and major organizations choose to act, he will undoubtedly stand by Wang Xuan. Do not be alarmed. The situation is not yet so dire. Wang Xuan smiled, then fixed a penetrating gaze on the middle-aged man, urging him to continue firing upon a specific area before the grand spectacle. His target is Huang Xuan. As for the beings behind the curtain, they remain confined, and none can affect the other. Now it remains to be seen whether they will send someone across the boundary. With a swift motion, Huang Xuan shot upwards into the sky. Though he felt the impact, As a remnant of the primordial spirit left in the present world, he possessed formidable strength. In the next instant, he rapidly traversed the firmament, heading towards the warship at the horizon, intent on breaching its defenses. In this era, the courage of mortals is remarkable. They dare to strike against the immortals. Behind the grand curtain, a voice emerged, gazing into the distant sky. They were ancient beings who had survived into this era. In their time, each possessed the power to topple dynasties, revered by the masses. What lay before them was profoundly shocking. Before our very eyes, they dared to strike against the celestial beings who had guided us? Such a lack of reverence. Within the shadows, a chilling voice resonated. Particularly among the more traditional of the celestial beings, this scene was utterly intolerable. In their eyes, how could mortals dare to wield blades against the true immortals? The warship unleashed its firepower, launching multiple assaults against Wang Xuan, most of which he deftly evaded. Infuriated and astonished, he found that someone had desecrated his divine shrine, extinguished his celestial life, and now commanded a warship to bombard him. Boom. Ultimately, a colossal energy beam grazed him. Due to the expansive nature of the impact, he could not evade as he sped towards it. In the outside world, various factions were alarmed, the warship continuously firing into the sky. Who were they targeting? Were celestial beings stealthily approaching? Both ordinary citizens and powerful factions were on high alert. Had they finally reached this critical juncture? A collision between the mortal and the divine was imminent. It was Wang Xuan who had made his move, stationed aboard the warship. The secret network revealed this news, which swiftly spread to other platforms, igniting a frenzy. At this moment, after being grazed, Wang Xuan's spiritual fragments trembled violently, some of the supermaterial scattering away. Yet his pure essence remained unaffected. He pressed on, closing in on the warship. Here they came. Old Qin's expression turned grave as he donned his cassock. A radiant red light enveloping him, golden threads intertwining, his visage majestic, resembling a luminous monk. Wang Xuan gestured for patience. He would take action himself. At this moment, a small, golden gourd materialized in his hand as he opened the hatch, preparing to hunt the immortal. Boom. Once again, Wang Xuan was struck. The supermaterial within his spiritual fragments quaked, spilling forth. His murderous intent soared as he advanced. His gaze fell upon Wang Xuan, quietly awaiting his arrival within the hatch, igniting a tempest of rage within him. It was indeed you. Consumed by fury, he felt utterly wounded. What more was there to comprehend? All his suffering stemmed from this young man before him, his true essence shattered, his celestial life extinguished, like a rootless reed adrift. You have destroyed my foundation, severed my future. I shall not rest until you are vanquished. Wang Xuan's spiritual energy surged through the sky, the intensity of the waves penetrating deeply. He made no attempt to conceal it, and some in the distant Yu city heard his tumult. Wang Xuan regarded him with calm indifference, stating, when inflicting harm upon others, one must not evade self-reflection. A being devoid of humanity, such as yourself, is hardly worthy of the title immortal. I shall claim you. In his grasp, the golden gourd radiated light, a vortex forming at its opening, sending ripples towards Wang Xuan. Armed with a wooden staff, an extraordinary treasure, accompanied by thunder and fire, Wang Xuan charged forward, intent on suppressing Wang Xuan and seizing his gourd. The thunder and fire were absorbed by the gourd, yet the staff temporarily held its ground against it. Wang Xuan sneered, closing in. However, as he entered the warship, his expression froze, deep-seated terror gripping him as golden patterns intertwined, tearing at his very essence. No! With a sudden exclamation, he was swiftly drawn into the gourd, and in an instant, he beheld the god-slaying banner within. As his primordial spirit was being strangled, he realized what it was. Attempting to scream but unable to do so, it was the nemesis of primordial spirits, a treasure from ancient legends. Wang Xuan gently shook the gourd, and with a soft puff, Wang Xuan was reduced to ashes within it. He did not wish to reveal the god-slaying banner before the beings of the Grand Curtain, choosing instead to conceal it within the gourd while vanquishing his foes. Had the celestial beings been dealt with? Wang Xuan's final scream resonated in the hearts of the onlookers. Before a profound silence enveloped the scene, distant detectors captured the moment, and after Wang Xuan shook the gourd, a battle concluded. Had he successfully slain a celestial being? All parties were left in a stupor. Though they could not see the invisible entity, they surmised that Wang Xuan had swiftly dispatched his opponent. Some major organizations were convinced that Wang Xuan was targeting the beings behind the Grand Curtain. Had he triumphed in the first battle? It was speculated that Wang Xuan had indeed killed a legendary immortal, sparking a wave of astonishment among many. Before the grand curtain, the wooden figures shattered, and 6 beings surged forth, engulfed in flames, bound by chains composed of symbols, screaming as they were torn apart before the grand curtain. These individuals faced a great calamity, leaving behind only faint shadows destined to dissipate entirely within days. The demise of the 6 resonated with the celestial beings, instilling fear and rage, as if they themselves were confronting an inevitable fate. In the mortal realm, humans were hunting immortals. Behind the grand curtain, a group of powerful entities harbored murderous intent, fixating on the reality of the world. Now everything was clear. The individuals Wang Xuan had captured were problematic, not the rightful owners of the special inner landscapes. Undoubtedly, it was a top-tier extraordinary treasure, challenging even the celestial beings to discern its authenticity, coupled with the obstruction of the grand curtain. Their ability to make precise judgments was further diminished. The major financial factions found themselves in disarray. Had an immortal perished? They deliberated on their next steps. Should they deploy the latest super battleships against the celestial beings, or adopt a wait-and-see approach, collaborating where necessary while maintaining distance where needed? Wang Xuan connected a middle-aged man from the Ash Blood organization with the Sun family, quickly reaching out to core member Sun Rongxing for a direct conversation. Old Sun, I'm dealing with the celestial beings. Care to join me? Sun Rongxing, taken aback, hung up immediately. How could he possibly agree at this moment? Even if he had thoughts, he would not dare to surface now. It was already generous not to provide him with an energy cannon. Why would they want to drag them into danger? The Sun family deemed Wang Xuan's timing for communication utterly reckless, fearing the celestial beings' wrath upon them. They observed coldly, remaining inactive. A cosmic upheaval was imminent, and it was time to initiate the primordial plan, preventing future calamities. Major financial factions engaged in discussions, swiftly reaching this decision. Meanwhile, the celestial beings behind the grand curtain gazed into the distant sky, addressing Wang Xuan. Are you declaring war against us? You have slain our guide. The voice, though not loud, was terrifying, accompanied by thunder and lightning, piercing through the grand curtain. I hold great respect for those who can attain immortality. I merely act in self-defense. Wang Xuan downplayed the unpleasantness, refraining from mentioning their intention to imprison him or tread upon his corpse to return. Some of our companions have perished, and your actions have left us profoundly dissatisfied. A being from behind the veil spoke. Surely, I cannot offer my life as a sacrifice. Wang Xuan remarked. Within the warship, the members of the Grey Blood organization appeared ashen-faced. Although this individual was negotiating with the celestial beings, the atmosphere seemed tranquil. Yet a violent confrontation could erupt at any moment. We may find a way to collaborate. A powerful voice resonated from behind the veil, intended solely for Wang Xuan's ears. He sighed. I cannot agree to that. Inviting the other party in would undoubtedly lead to ruin. He was unable to acquiesce. Are you willing to forsake our goodwill? In truth, the situation is not as dire as you perceive. We can offer you much, ensuring that you remain unharmed. Wang Xuan shook his head, exercising restraint. He did not trust those promises and would never place his fate in the benevolence of others. You hunt the true immortals and have slain our comrades. We have already shown considerable restraint. Should you insist on opposing us, then you shall have your wish. A calm voice emerged from behind the veil. Another added, if you choose enmity with us, you will indeed encounter hostility. I do not wish to be your enemy, but if you continue to exert such pressure, forcing me into confrontation, then let us each deploy our own methods. Wang Xuan responded calmly, unperturbed by the turn of events. You have relinquished a path of brilliance. Finally, one of the celestial beings lost patience, and they resolved to intervene in the mortal realm. Wang Xuan too turned against them, unwilling to endure their provocations any longer. A battle was inevitable. Chapter 269. The intervention of the mortal realm leads to a hunt on Golden Peak. The dim veil gradually darkened, and the heavens roared with thunder and lightning, torrential rain pouring down, transforming the celestial phenomena in an instant. Blood-red lightning streaked across the sky, and deluges inundated the mountains and forests, reminiscent of the anomalies that once graced Source Pool Mountain. The celestial beings, enraged, rendered the landscape colorless. Such a spectacle was indeed fearsome. In ancient times, the celestial beings' manifestation could summon storms and instill terror in the hearts of common folk. Wang Xuan remained composed, fully prepared. The The celestial beings were indeed poised to intervene in the mortal realm. He had witnessed a similar event on the new moon, where a formidable figure had shattered a warship with a mere hand. However, that veil had subsequently dissipated, and they had paid a grievous price. There were not just one but multiple veils beyond the mortal realm, seemingly concealing several nebulous celestial domains. The towering figure he had seen was likely one of the leaders of that veil, hence his immense power. The critical factor was that, at that time, an ancient being had opened a portal to the inner realm, enabling that figure to breach into the mortal realm with a single hand. Now, however, no one was there to grant the celestial beings access to the inner realm. They could not unleash the same celestial might as that towering figure. Thus, Wang Xuan felt a degree of confidence, awaiting to gauge the terrifying power that would be unleashed when they intervened in the mortal realm. Old Qin, would you care to join us? Back at the new moon, you were a force to be reckoned with, ready to eliminate the celestial beings at a moment's notice. Let us join forces. Wang Xuan urged the middle-aged man of the Gray Blood Organization to contact the super-rich Qin family and speak with Qin Hong. Qin Hong harbored a certain disdain for martial practitioners, lacking any fondness for practitioners of the arts. Upon receiving the unexpected phone call, his demeanor became notably uneasy. How could the perverse Xiao Wang reach out to him? The Qin family was indeed formidable, having once spearheaded the testing of the true strength of the celestial beings. However, they now had no intention of wading into murky waters. Brother Wang, you are embroiled in a conflict of the extraordinary. Even if I dispatched a warship, it would be of no assistance. We are mere mortals and shall refrain from interfering, Qin Hong responded with a smile. If you can muster a super battleship, we could collaborate, merging myth and technology to vanquish the immortals. With that, Qin Hong decisively ended the call, unwilling to become mere cannon fodder. He sensed that today, Wang Xuan faced dire peril, as a multitude of celestial beings had gathered behind the curtain. Old Shun, you should leave now. Do not delay. Wang Xuan urged Chen Yongjie to depart via airship. The impending grand spectacle would not be altered by the presence of an additional person, and should he fail, it would inevitably endanger old Chen's life as well. Chen Yongjie shook his head, declaring, "What are you saying? In the realm of herbalism, my prowess surpasses yours. If you can contend with them, I too can slay the immortals." He added, "Rest assured, if any misfortune were to befall me, I have no regrets. I may soon have a son, and I have even chosen a name for him, Chen Xian." Wang Xuan shot him a glare, contemplating a physical reprimand. Old Chen patted his shoulder, saying, "Look, are you regretting it now? Feeling anxious? If you had married and had children earlier, you wouldn't be in such a state of turmoil at this critical juncture. If you survive this ordeal, hurry back and learn from Zhou Yun. It's not necessary to find 3 girlfriends. 1 or 2 would suffice, wouldn't it? Spare me your jesting. I have but one demand. Change that name. If you dare to use it, I shall challenge you daily." Suddenly, a blinding crimson lightning split the heavens, illuminating the darkened sky, causing the curtain to glow with an ominous brilliance. At last, Wang Xuan understood why the celestial beings often accompanied their interventions with bloodshed. Indeed, blood was being spilled. Before the curtain, some beings were tearing their wrists, partaking in a ritual to honor it. The unparalleled warrior clad in black metallic armor did not intervene, remaining silent in the background, observing as the celestial beings infused the curtain with their blood. "Everyone, hold on. I have something to say," Wang Xuan conveyed through mental transmission. Speaking cost nothing, and if he could cause a misunderstanding to disrupt the ritual, it would be most advantageous. Unfortunately, the celestial beings paid him no heed. Once the ritual commenced, they would not cease midway, their resolve unwavering in their intent to forcefully intervene in the mortal realm. Seeing their obstinacy, Wang Xuan could only earnestly impart some wisdom. "In truth, you ought to gradually accept reality. 3 years hence, the extraordinary will cease to exist, and the celestial beings shall fall, ultimately becoming mortals. Why not adapt gradually now, returning quietly with a modicum of extraordinary power and adopting a humble posture? What is there to lose? Do you truly believe your superiority places you above us, rendering it unacceptable to be on equal footing? It's merely a matter of acclimatization. Some of you are destined not to return to this world, and for the few who do, what significance will your dominance over the past 2 or 3 years hold? In the end, you shall still become mere mortals, whether marrying and having children or becoming someone else's spouse. In correcting your course in the mortal realm, you shall blend back into the ordinary and the mundane. Enough. A chilling voice emanated from behind the grand curtain. We must depart, Wang Xuan declared solemnly, urging the warship to withdraw from the vicinity of City and Jinding Mountain. Who would remain here passively, awaiting the celestial being's assault? Let them gather their strength at their own pace. Where to? Inquired a middle-aged man from the Gray Blood Organization, his heart racing with anxiety. He yearned to flee. Can we approach the location of the Sun family mothership discreetly? Wang Xuan asked, aspiring to reach the stronghold of the fifth mechanical being, where it was likely that advanced technological weaponry beyond the current era awaited. We would be shot down, the middle-aged man lamented. It is inaccessible. Then it is settled. We must rely on our own strength, Wang Xuan resolved, propelling the warship into the heights and retrieving the dark golden small vessel, preparing for a potential escape should the warship be destroyed. Boom. At Jinding Mountain, a crimson glow erupted as a dozen beings behind the grand curtain unleashed their power, pressing their bloodied palms against the fabric as if attempting to burst it. A terrifying radiance was poised to break through, forming a colossal blood-red flying sword. Although it would inevitably be targeted by the ancient symbols upon its emergence into the world, for a fleeting moment, it would shine brilliantly, intent on severing Wang Xuan or binding him, dragging him closer to the grand curtain. Fortunately, its might was significantly diminished compared to the formidable power the watchful man had initially manifested. Wang Xuan exhaled, noting the absence of an inner realm to exploit, and the celestial might was considerably lacking. Wang Xuan instructed the middle-aged man to fire upon the grand curtain, creating a diversion. Amidst the blinding light, the runes on the curtain shimmered as the combined blood sacrifice of those beings was indeed disrupted. Initially, Wang Xuan intended to navigate the warship into deep space, evading the adversary's blood ritual. However, he recalled how the watchful man, even after sacrificing a hand, had that hand pursue them relentlessly into the void. He resolved not to retreat, but to confront the source directly. Old Chen, take a look at this silk. Wang Xuan produced a 3 feet long, 1 foot wide piece of silk acquired from the Zhou family. It bore 6 Buddhist characters, resembling the 6-syllable mantra, which shimmered brilliantly upon the slightest provocation, illuminating all directions with a divine radiance. It was a remarkable treasure, more formidable than many extraordinary artifacts. Chen Yongzhen nodded, suspecting it to be a relic from an ancient Buddha. To obtain it, Wang Xuan had even forsaken a precious artifact, choosing this marvel instead. Wang Xuan spoke coldly. This is it. Let us test its power. I intend to educate the celestial beings. In this world, there is no shortage of wonders and extraordinary treasures. I shall strike them down. At that moment, the celestial beings behind the grand curtain activated the enormous red sword, its tip piercing forth, triggering the ancient covenant and summoning thunderous strikes. In that instant, Wang Xuan commanded the warship to descend, opened the hatch, and activated the Buddhist artifact, refusing to wait for the adversaries to fully summon their colossal blood sword. In fact, he hoped to thwart the celestial beings' offensive techniques at their own doorstep, pinning them down and exhausting their celestial essence, thus instilling an educational sense of ritual. Of course, this hinged on his discernment. This artifact must indeed possess terrifying power. Old Chun assisted, his golden body radiating light, amplifying the brilliance and astonishment of the artifact's divine light. Observing this, Wang Xuan wasted no time, shifting to channel the Shakyamuni Sutra, urging the power of this talisman. Boom! The yellow silk was thoroughly activated, and 6 intricate characters revived, emanating a brilliance reminiscent of the 6 paths of reincarnation, overwhelming and radiant. It surged downward, rushing towards the grand curtain. Faintly, one could perceive 6 strands of peculiar powers swirling, as if 6 blurred realms materialized, accompanied by the ethereal image of an ancient Buddha seated in meditation, with a multitude of arhats reflecting in the background, harmonized with a vast and boundless chant of Zen. In that moment, it felt as though a realm of enlightenment descended from the heavens. Boom! The yellow silk radiated light, and the 6 characters unleashed immense power, resembling a colossal seal that descended upon the grand curtain. The massive sword that had just pierced through was shattered, crumbling, and then exploding, while simultaneously, the force of the old covenant surged, impacting the grand curtain. The Buddha's light illuminated all, followed by a suppression. The tremendous roar, the terrifying backlash, resembled crashing waves against the shore, as celestial blood flowed from the grand curtain, and the dozen or so beings affixed to it were swept away by the runes. Stumbling back, the celestial beings bore injuries. Some had blood streaming from their noses and mouths, and even their eyes and ears bore crimson marks, revealing the dreadfulness of the Old Covenant's backlash. Come, I possess wondrous artifacts and treasures here. Continue your cross-realm interference, and I shall strike you down once more. Wang Xuan challenged. In truth, he felt a flicker of confidence, realizing that without the guiding presence from the moon pit, the celestial being's interference in the mortal realm was rather limited. At the very least, he could utilize some powerful exotic treasures and artifacts to disrupt and even defend against them. The grand curtain dimmed, and the celestial being's gazes turned icy, genuinely enraged. How dare a mere mortal repeatedly provoke them? To their eyes, any practitioner who had not attained immortality was but a mortal. Yet, they undeniably felt a sense of defeat, a chilling realization that their interference in the mortal realm had indeed failed. Behind them, the unparalleled powerhouse still showed no intention of making a move, choosing to maintain his peak condition, for the depths of the Grand Curtain were truly chaotic. The hazy light began to fade. The Grand Curtain could not remain manifest forever. The celestial beings had collaborated to sustain it thus far, but could no longer maintain its manifestation, and it was on the verge of vanishing. You shall send me across realms. I will capture him. My true essence remains in the mortal realm. I shall also pass through. One spoke. I possess my true bones in this world. I shall join. Two are insufficient. Include me. Before the Grand Curtain vanished, the celestial beings resolved to cross realms, ultimately confirming that 5 individuals would enter the mortal realm, each possessing remnants of their true essence in reality. Boom. In the final moment, lightning cascaded like a waterfall as the celestial beings united, tearing a corner of the Grand Curtain, paying a dreadful price akin to sharing the burdens of the Old Covenant's damage for those 5. The supermaterial surged, soaring into the sky, obliterating various detectors as the celestial beings entered the mortal realm. Even so, the 5, upon crossing the Grand Curtain, suffered grievous injuries, reminiscent of Zhou emerging from the Source Pool Mountain, a scene of utter desolation. The weapons they brought were shattered and splintered, their primordial spirits also torn apart. The mortal realm was correcting itself, and the Old Covenant was striking back, tormenting them to the brink of death. In the distance, a warship descended at high speed, still far away, yet affected by the intense radiation of the supermaterial. Enough. Do not follow. Depart swiftly. Upon descending to the ground, Wang Xuan instructed the members of the Grey Blood Organization to commandeer the warship and make a swift exit. The middle-aged man, as if granted a reprieve, activated the vessel, which vanished in an instant. On the ground, Wang Xuan and Chun Yongjia boarded a flying boat, racing towards the realm of supermaterial tumult, where the curtain had now lifted, revealing celestial beings crossing into their domain. Undeterred, the two advanced boldly. Having witnessed Zhou Chang's combat prowess, Wang Xuan believed that with the possession of a rare treasure, they could hunt down their adversaries, especially now, when the foe had been severely wounded and was at their most vulnerable. The flying boat surged towards Golden Peak Mountain with the swiftness of lightning, impervious to the detrimental effects of the supermaterial radiating from ahead. The curtain dimmed, completely vanishing. A few spectral entities staggered, floating up from the shattered earth, though they felt a lingering trepidation, having been severed from both ancient covenants and the present realm. They ultimately survived, erupting into laughter. Yet, within that mirth lingered a hint of bitterness. The corrections of the present world proved far graver than they had anticipated, suggesting that the day of extraordinary extinction would arrive sooner than predicted. We must hunt in this realm, seeking that glimmer of hope. How can we resign ourselves to becoming mere mortals? One voiced. A streak of dark golden light flashed as Wang Xuan and Chun Yongjia piloted their flying boat closer. How audacious to pursue them! Do practitioners in this era possess such arrogance? Spoke a shattered primordial spirit of a celestial being. The 5 individuals regarded the 2 aboard the dark golden vessel with indifference, acknowledging the formidable treasures wielded by their opponents, which could pose significant challenges. Yet, having ascended to immortality, would they truly wait here to be struck down by those treasures? Upon returning to the mundane world, they would, like dragons returning to the sea, swiftly adapt and commence hunting the extraordinary beings of this realm, particularly the youth possessing a unique inner landscape. He must be captured and exploited before being disposed of. Without hesitation, Wang Xuan wielded a palm-sized golden flag, directly gesturing towards the opposition. Faced with the celestial beings, even in their weakened state, he resolved to employ his most potent means of confrontation. However, the five, true to their former celestial status, instinctively sensed the looming threat of fatality and scattered, striving to evade. Had it been any other extraordinary beings, such a strike would have annihilated them without a moment's notice. Ultimately, three spectral entities, three beings that had crossed into this realm, were caught by the golden patterns radiating from the slaying god flag and were obliterated in their attempts to flee. Even those who once ranked among the immortals could not escape. Having fallen to the mortal plane, they too were subject to death. Gratitude. Aiden, thank you for the support. My lord. Chapter 270. We are the future. You to be a celestial, solitary on a desolate mountain, signifies a departure from the mundane world, enduring the trials of life. Subsisting on meager sustenance, grappling with solitude and loneliness, and traversing various tribulations of life and death to attain immortality. Yet, in the end, such a fate awaits them. After years of cultivation, enduring the pains of aging and suffering, with contemporaries long departed, only a few precariously returned. Now, having paid a heavy price to pierce through the curtain, they finally set foot on the soil of the real world, only to be met with immediate annihilation. The two individuals who fled to the distance were enveloped in a profound sense of melancholy. Once exalted among the celestial beings, they had fallen to this disheartening fate alongside their companions. It felt surreal. Centuries ago, before they stepped onto the grand stage, they could command the winds and rain, single-handedly altering dynasties. Indeed, myths are but fleeting dreams. They lamented, a deep sorrow gnawing at their hearts. Yet they did not cease their escape into the depths of the forest. Alas, their opportunities were dwindling. Wang Xuan, wielding his flying vessel, pursued them with greater swiftness. Once again brandishing the god-slaying flag, despair enveloped them as the golden patterns intertwined and spread into the void. Even as they exerted every ounce of their strength, traversing heaven and earth, fleeing in separate directions, igniting their primordial spirits to the utmost limit, they were still struck by the golden threads. The spiritual essence of the one soaring through the skies vanished halfway, only to be instantaneously ensnared by the brilliant crimson robe conjured by old Chun. The one who had plunged into the depths of the earth lost half of his body, his primordial spirit on the verge of collapse, a truly pitiful sight. Old Chun waved his five-colored feather fan, and with a thunderous explosion, the mountains erupted, revealing a vast chasm. The blazing crimson robe descended like a fiery cloud, drawing the individual back into its folds. Within the robe, the remnants of the two spirits were on the brink of disintegration, with little time left to live. This dire state primarily stemmed from the exorbitant cost of crossing boundaries. They were in an exceedingly weakened condition. When Zhou Chong returned from the original Pond Mountain, he had to recuperate for 2 days and nights before daring to show himself. How lamentable, how tragic. Do we still consider ourselves celestial beings? One shook his head, not out of anger, but from a profound disillusionment that resonated with his very soul. Wang Xuan did not hasten to act, sensing their despondent emotions. The other spoke. There are terrifying issues in the present world. The retreat of mysterious substances conceals a deep-seated malice, observing us from the shadows. The fate of the celestial beings is destined to be grim. Ever since they learned of the decay of the extraordinary, knowing that everything would revert to its origin, they had endeavored to alter their fates. Yet, in the end, they were horrified to discover that the entire world seemed illusory, as if they had merely engaged in a grand dream. Upon awakening, all celestial beings would realize that they were nothing but fleeting illusions, and ascension was but a mirage. While ordinary people lived their lives peacefully, ultimately returning to nothingness, they awoke from their slumber, experiencing anguish, as reality corrected its course. Once standing tall in the heavens, the celestial beings found themselves in a lamentable plight. The two did not direct their words toward Wang Xuan or Chun Yongjia. Rather, they murmured to themselves, expressing their disappointment and despair toward the world, sensing the deep malice that lingered at the brink of death. What significance is there in repeating our path at the decaying end of mythology? Finally, they turned their gazes toward Wang Xuan and old Chun. Wang Xuan, feeling a complex array of emotions, found his hostility toward them diminished. He empathized with their plight. If he were to find himself in a similar situation after all his cultivation, he too would feel a chilling sense of sorrow. Where are the celestial beings now? At the end of their road, caught in a grand dream, Their lives appeared dismal and futile. One figure began to fade away, on the verge of vanishing. Old Xuan, too, felt a twinge of discomfort. 3 years hence, and in a far more distant future, would this be the sum of their lives? The extraordinary was extinguished. If they pressed on, it seemed they were destined for emptiness. He withdrew his robe and released the 2 individuals, knowing that they would struggle to survive without intervention. Wang Xuan spoke. Shall we engage in a dialogue? Until today, there has been no profound enmity between us. We are all navigating turbulent waters, and certain matters leave us with no choices. One individual responded calmly. Chun Yongjie remarked, in this life, who does not contend in the currents of existence? Presently, the financial magnates are consumed by fear, anxious about losing all they possess. The celestial beings are equally troubled by the uncertainties of the future, plagued by anxiety. We find ourselves caught amidst a web of intricate forces, also traversing the tumultuous waters. Though our positions differ, it is conceivable that one day, a transcendent celestial might become a financial titan, while I may remain a solitary practitioner, lost in the decay of myth, unable to see the path ahead. Thus, we can engage in a serene discussion, setting aside our prejudices and refraining from opposition. Wang Xuan expressed his desire to comprehend the ancient covenant, seeking to understand the essence of the path of cultivation from its origins, and to fathom the current state of affairs behind the grand veil. In a distant past, celestial beings adhered to the ancient covenant, a mutual agreement to ascend and depart, a shared understanding. Those who remain in the mortal realm shall inevitably perish. The celestial beings face their decline, and the decay of their primordial spirits will gradually manifest in all its brutality. Only the unparalleled strong ones lurking behind the veil, or the ancient immortals, possess knowledge of the full details. The 2 figures began to blur and fade, devoid of animosity. Only a sense of helplessness and desolation lingered. We, in our present state, are but reflections of the future selves yet to come. In an instant, they transformed into ash. Wang Xuan and Chun Yongjie sighed softly. Lacking the exhilaration typically associated with victory, they shook their heads, lamenting the demise of those who were once celestial beings. Indeed, a tragic fate. The beings behind the veil now stand in opposition to us, yet perhaps one day, the celestial beings from another faction may choose to ally with us. Chun Yongjie remarked. Wang Xuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, for instance, the faction of the Sword Immortals, and the female practitioners whose methods seem less aggressive. It is likely that contact may occur soon. In this world, there exists no absolute right or wrong, no unchanging people or situations. Not long ago, he was engaged in battle with the Sun family of the financial elite. In the blink of an eye, he found himself clashing with celestial beings. Who can predict what tomorrow shall bring? Despite achieving a resounding victory, their spirits remained dulled, as the final words of the deceased profoundly impacted them. Chun Yongjie inquired, if cultivation becomes unattainable, what are your plans? I intend to establish a martial arts school and become a fighter, gradually seeking a path, for ultimately, I am unwilling to accept defeat. The celestial beings have not yet relinquished hope. It appears that certain possibilities persist. We cannot afford to be pessimistic. We must continue to elevate ourselves, Wang Xuan asserted. Once the celestial beings faded, they left behind only fragmented weapons and a glistening thread attached to a fishing hook. Wang Xuan approached to collect them. There was no divine medicine. This was merely bait intended for Wang Xuan. Without him, it would serve no purpose. Those individuals required his inner vision to escape the ancient covenant. Wang Xuan presented the problematic fishing line to Wang Xuan, urging him to seek the hook. It was merely an illusion, as Wang Xuan and Old Xuan had previously speculated. Although there is no divine medicine at present, it may prove useful should they encounter a higher spiritual realm in the future. The 2 departed, leaving the crumbling golden summit behind. Old Xuan parted ways with Wang Xuan on the road, determined to continue his search for the missing half of the lotus pod. As the dense supermaterial dissipated, various detectors gradually approached the mountainous region, attempting to unveil the truth. However, they uncovered nothing but desolation. The primordial plan was set in motion, and preparations for departure were underway. Some wealthy tycoons were engaged in clandestine discussions, although the specifics remained unclear. The overwhelming presence of the celestial beings suggested a high probability of Wang Xuan's demise, as they were expected to manifest in the mortal realm. Certain factions among the tycoons contemplated abandoning the new star, opting for the escape route they had previously devised, venturing into the depths of space where no myths lingered. They believed that evading the extraordinary for 3 years would allow them to return and reclaim control over their destinies. Initially, some tycoons intended to confront the celestial beings head-on, even developing annihilation-class starships. However, the recent extraordinary conflicts had shaken their confidence. They could obliterate planets, yet the ethereal entities remained elusive and indefatigable. They could not risk total annihilation of the new star. Jinding Mountain lay in silence. Had the celestial beings arrived? What of Wang Xuan? Had he perished? The crowd awaited the outcome. Half an hour later, astonishment swept through the masses as Wang Xuan emerged from the forest, calm and relaxed. Approaching Yaochi as if he were on a leisurely stroll. The outside world erupted in chaos. How could such a commotion from the celestial beings not result in his demise? He appeared unscathed, his attire immaculate, not a strand of hair out of place, exuding an air of composure and poise. What of the immortals who had threatened revenge? Their spiritual communications had reverberated throughout the area surrounding Yaochi, heard by many. Wang Xuan had triumphed once more, even in the face of celestial beings, seemingly unfazed. The external reaction was one of fervor. No one had anticipated such an outcome. Not even the legendary mythical beings could contend with him. Many were eager to discover what monumental battle had transpired amidst the tumultuous supermaterial, the obscured celestial eye, and the malfunctioning detectors. At Cliff, a woman clad in white expressed disbelief. This young man from the new star had somehow emerged unscathed. In a villa, Zhou Chong sat despondently upon a silver clock. His spirit dimmed. He furrowed his brow, astonished by the fierce courage of the young extraordinary he had once wished to possess for himself. There was something profoundly significant about him. The thought of the lost god-slaying flag suddenly crossed his mind, igniting his concern. Old Wang, this defies the heavens. Even the divine beings behind the scenes cannot contend with him. I am thoroughly impressed. Zhong Cheng was left in shock. In the Sun family, senior members were rendered speechless upon receiving the news. How could Wang Xuan be so formidable? It was prudent not to provoke him now. His opposition to the celestial beings could lead to war. They resolved to observe for the time being. The external discourse intensified, and Wang's disdainful image was once again circulated, drawing attention. Nevertheless, the primary concern for the wealthy tycoons lay elsewhere. Should they execute the primordial plan? Should they retreat decisively, or wait to assess the situation? On that day, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble faintly, followed by the emergence of an extraordinary phenomenon that left onlookers astounded. Across various life planets, including the new stars and old Earth, within the vast expanses of the cosmos where myth and legend prevail, there have emerged extraordinary celestial phenomena. The grand curtain rises, casting reflections that closely mirror the present world, as if separated merely by a veil of ethereal light. Some interspersed curtains once formed passages between each other, yet now they begin to fray. Subsequently, the hazy realms within the grand curtain dim at a visible pace, and in an instant, half of the territories illuminated by the curtain are extinguished. The beings behind the curtain are shaken, gripped by horror. This cataclysm has arrived with alarming swiftness. Why has the progression accelerated? Moreover, the renowned lands of the departed are undergoing terrifying transformations. For instance, on the new star, the Frost Mist Mountain, where Wang Xuan once beheld the Golden Ocean, and the bubbles enveloping strange creatures, all vanish in an instant, fading away forever. In the depths of space, in the realm of the departed that Wang Xuan had once traversed, the ferryman sits upon a transcendent bamboo vessel, his hairs standing on end. He suddenly gazes skyward, searching for the moon, which has inexplicably vanished. In the next moment, a chill runs down his spine as the moon reappears, but it bleeds, blinking twice. He nearly leaps away in fright. The moon above the realm of the departed is, in fact, an enormous, unfathomable eye, specifically, a silvery pupil that now drips with blood. Crimson streams cascade down, resembling a blood-red waterfall cascading from that silvery pupil into the azure sea below. The grandeur of this blood waterfall connects the azure sea and the luminous moon. The ferryman, gripped by terror, finds no escape. According to ancient covenants, he must remain here. He is profoundly astonished. The once eternal, tranquil silver moon is revealed to be the pupil of a living being. He gazes into the night sky, pondering what lurks in the dark firmament, and why the pupil now weeps blood. Who has inflicted harm upon it? On old Earth, the grand curtain stretches across the heavens. instilling boundless terror, existing in multiple forms, far exceeding other realms. A preeminent sage turns back within the curtain, gazing longingly at that familiar land, rendered speechless. A sort of mortal, with a complex expression, observes the reality before him. The moment of transcendence once coincided with the fragrance of camellias, yet, separated by the medieval era, the return is impossible. At the instant when half of the territories are extinguished, many beings in the celestial realm behind the curtain perish alongside them. From the darkened firmament, with an air of antiquity, yellowed joss paper silently drifts down. On the new star, the grand curtain is equally magnificent. The deities within tremble. As the celestial realm faces depletion, and an inexplicable malevolence sweeps across the land, with supermateriality plummeting. In less than a year, the celestial realm will fall silent, and the curtain, like a fleeting bubble, will vanish alongside the myths. An unparalleled powerhouse speaks in a low voice. Initially, there were still over 2 years to go. But with the onset of these celestial changes, time has drastically shortened, and should any further anomalies arise, it may hasten even more. Other extraordinary planets experience similar phenomena. Grand curtains manifest, as if a gust of wind has swept through the cosmic starry sky, altering all life planets steeped in myth and legend. On the new star, ordinary people scream in terror. Some are frightened, others astonished and exhilarated, while the majority of the normal populace is deeply unsettled. However, the grand veil that nearly enveloped the entire expanse of the new star did not linger for long. After extinguishing half of the territory, it gradually faded away. Wang Xuan stood outside Yaochi City, gazing at the heavens and then at the horizon of the earth. He took a deep breath, sensing a dissonance in this realm. When he attempted to harness his extraordinary powers, the consumption of mysterious elements accelerated, as if responding to a call, eagerly retreating and fleeing. Where are you going? His spirit transcended his corporeal form, focusing on the retreating supermaterial, discerning its essence. They disintegrated and vanished completely. He furrowed his brow. Once his spiritual entity departed from his physical body, the supermaterial consumed was greater and faster than before, reshaping the present world, specifically targeting the extraordinary. Wang Xuan's spirit returned to his body, retrieving an ancient lamp of dark crimson hue, gently activating it. An arrow-like beam shot forth. Yet it lacked the range it once possessed. Its power had diminished. Wang Xuan scrutinized the dark crimson metallic lamp, employing his celestial vision to peer within. It bore several layers of enigmatic runes. The first layer had originally revived, but now, upon inspection, it appeared somewhat dimmed, lacking its previous brilliance. Shortly thereafter, Wang Xuan entered Yaochi City, heading towards the Huang family, intent on gathering spoils. Wang Xuan sought to pave the way with his flesh and blood, ushering the celestial beings back, and he had no intention of being courteous. Naturally, he aimed to strip this family, which prided itself on ancient traditions, bare. Within the Huang residence, he discovered numerous scriptures, undeniably remarkable, with some tomes captivating him profoundly. The Huang family was indeed formidable, pursuing the path of pure martial immortals. Unfortunately, there were no extraordinary treasures, merely an array of weapons and artifacts, none of which caught his eye. In Sioux City, Christine, a believer in the deities of Han Solo, cloaked in heavy robes, walked the streets, suddenly coming to a halt. He felt his body grow faint. He had come here to wait in the Hall of Nurturing Life for Wang Xuan's return, to observe this exceptional young man, but now he turned and departed. Is my purpose in existence destined to vanish? He traversed through the throngs on the street, his once vibrant divine flame now dimming, the corporeal form constructed upon faith becoming indistinct. The extraordinary was perishing. Despite an abundance of belief, he too would cease to exist. His voice was low, fading beyond the outskirts of Sioux City. For him, this was the apocalyptic end. Without a turning point, the sacred fire he ignited and the divine realm he elevated would face utter extinction, and the world would be devoid of deities henceforth. In a solitary villa, Zhou Chong was also silently contemplating. At this moment, he appeared as a blood-red humanoid figure. With a gentle motion of his right hand, he resonated with his fragmented true bone, attempting to unleash some form of power, yet the supermaterial poured forth, leading to his failure. In an instant, his blood-red form trembled, a chill coursing through him, instilling a profound fear that resonated from the depths of his soul. The extraordinary rules had become ineffective. What did this signify? The mythos was decaying from its very source. If it were merely the depletion of supermaterial, a retreat, he would not be so fearful. By storing sufficient mysterious elements in advance and conserving them for the future, he could sustain himself for many years, perhaps awaiting a turning point. However, now, the extraordinary rules had inexplicably ceased to exist, collapsing from its very foundation. 3 months prior, during his battle with the fifth robotic entity, he had wielded extraordinary rules to triumph. Now he found himself bereft of such capability. This had been a formidable power bestowed upon him by the immortal bone. Why had this happened? He gazed out at the sky, where the wind whispered and the sun shone brightly. The air felt refreshingly pure. Yet, the extraordinary realm lay in ruin. Even if the supermaterial did not recede, the emergence of beings at the level of celestial immortals was an impossibility for the future. In truth, the supermaterial was swiftly diminishing, evaporating. Today, following the great battle at Golden Peak Mountain, a series of dramatic events unfolded across the land, causing panic among ordinary people. Fortunately, these phenomena did not linger for long. Soon, experts from various disciplines of mysticism and human potential research emerged to interpret and study the occurrences. After several days of turmoil, the storm finally began to settle. However, after that day, Wang Xuan distinctly felt that the world had changed. An indescribable sensation lingered, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the new star. This feeling resembled the calm before a storm, as if something was brewing. In the days that followed, blood-red lightning pierced the skies of the new star, accompanied by torrential rain. Wang Xuan understood that this was undoubtedly the return of the celestial immortals, desperately seeking to escape back to the present world. The curtain was dimming, and the legendary deities were growing anxious, all devising ways to flee. The new star remained oblivious to how many beings had returned from behind the curtain. News from the old land arrived, far more perilous than that of the new star. Everywhere, crimson thunder cascaded, and torrential rain fell daily. Astonishing phenomena abounded. Should I return to the old land? With the curtain extinguished prematurely, does the sword immortal need to be awakened sooner, and what state is she in now? Wang Xuan furrowed his brow. Simultaneously, he pondered whether the mist emanating from the land of destiny leading into the mysterious realm was the world beyond the curtain. If so, perhaps he could save people in the new star, confront adversaries, and accomplish much. What events were destined to unfold in the realm of reality? Wang Xuan walked through various locations in the new star, seeking the celestial immortals, searching for beings who had returned from behind the curtain. Had the whimsical tales of yore come to fruition, with Shakyamuni residing in the front courtyard, Zhang Daoling operating a breakfast shop at the entrance, and the nine heavens mystical maiden dwelling in the Gobi Desert? Or was there another tempest brewing, poised to erupt? Wang Xuan observed the increasingly bizarre present world. Chapter 272. It truly appeared in a dimly lit bar. Soothing music played, and familiar faces gathered, their glasses clinking together, the crystalline liquid within swaying. The aroma of alcohol wafting through the air, reminiscent of the fleeting nature of youth. Wang Xuan lost track of how much he had drunk, gazing at the familiar classmates seated across from him, feeling as though time and space had misaligned. Just days prior, he had clashed with celestial immortals, and for many days, he had been delving into the essence of mythological decay, exploring the secrets of the extraordinary decline. Now, seated in the bar among acquaintances, toasting under the dim, flickering lights, he savored the tranquility of the present world, the serenity within the mortal realm providing him a sense of grounding, as if this was the true reality, rendering all he had pursued ethereal. Wang Xuan, don't lose focus, have another drink. Someone called out, and the glass chimed once more. Ever since he returned from the hidden realm over 3 months ago, some university classmates, having learned of his arrival in the new star, eagerly invited him to gather. However, at that time, he had been entangled in various troubles and could only decline, prolonging the reunion until now. After fruitlessly pursuing the traces of the immortals across various regions, Wang Xuan returned to Sioux City, leading to this gathering where the familiar yet youthful faces showed little change. Following dinner, Qin Sheng, who could be considered a local host in Sioux City, invited everyone to partake in some drinks. May I interview you, Wang Xuan? What does it feel like to become a sword immortal? Su Chan inquired with a smile, her vivacious and inquisitive nature shining through. It feels surreal, as if I am in a dream from which I might awaken at any moment, Wang Xuan replied, acutely aware of the intensifying retreat of the extraordinary. Soon, everything would revert to its original state, and the mythic occurrences would fade away, leaving the world tranquil and mundane. Is this the future that awaits us? Wang Xuan pondered. I never anticipated that you could progress so far along the path of ancient arts in such a short time, capable of battling mythical beings within just a few months. Su Chan remarked, her sense of disbelief mirroring Wang Xian's. It feels like a story passed down through generations, difficult to accept as reality. Wang Xuan, do you think I can become a sword immortal? Zhou Kuan asked, his handsome features softened by a hint of melancholy that dissipated with the influence of alcohol. In the past, Qin Sheng had often gleaned valuable information from him, sometimes through feigned drunkenness to share insights with both Qin Sheng and Wang Xian. Just practice casually. Consider it a way to strengthen your body. The environment has changed significantly, Wang Xian advised. I truly did not expect you to engage with the legendary immortals. How did the battle at Jinding Mountain conclude? Kong Yi inquired. During their university years, he had little interaction with Wang Xian due to his pursuit of Ling Wei. But he had invited Wang Xian for drinks at graduation, putting their past behind them. What more can be said of the divide between the immortal and mortal realms? We shall see each other no more, and wish each other well. Wang Xian shook his head. The immortals have no future. Some will perish with the curtain, while others may emerge, likely triggering the final turmoil among the immortals. Are you still practicing the new arts? Wang Xian asked. To strengthen the body, intermittently. I have not been able to persist, Zhou Kuan responded. However, many classmates are pursuing this path. Some who were chosen have entered the depths of space to continue their journey. 5 classmates have died, Su Chong sighed, her youthful beauty tinged with melancholy under the dim light. Along with Zhou Kuan, Kong Yi, Li Qingzhu, and Su Wenbao, they belonged to a group that practiced diligently, or else returned home to inherit their family businesses, coming from small to medium-sized financial conglomerates. Recently, I have felt a surge of motivation and wish to become extraordinary. Li Qingzhu interjected, breaking the momentary somber atmosphere. She possessed an air of literary elegance and typically exuded a quiet demeanor. Let it unfold naturally. Even the immortals are anxious nowadays, Wang Xian expressed. He had initially intended to offer caution regarding the reliability of the new arts, but upon reflection, as the world of the extraordinary began to collapse, he deemed it unnecessary to voice such concerns. The group fell into silence. Is this truly acceptable? You speak of the immortals as if they are commonplace, exemplifying them in your discussions. Yet, when recalling how just days prior, he had been engaged in fierce combat with the mythical beings behind the curtain, they could only gaze in awe and aspiration. I, as an extraordinary being, may face unemployment in the future, and I might need to rely on your support, Wang Xian remarked. When that time comes, seek out Goddess Zhao or Ling Wei. Let them provide for you. Su Chan boldly suggested. Zhou Kuan directly inquired, will mythical beings and ancient immortals truly descend to Earth in 3 years and become mere mortals? Even they are aware of this. Wang Xian was taken aback. Initially, only a select few and high-ranking officials of the wealthy elite were privy to these secrets through dreams. Now, it appeared that the news was spreading rapidly, as several classmates with notable backgrounds had also heard of it. Kong Yi, once aloof, had set aside past rivalries and now maintained a decent rapport with Wang Xian. He quietly asked, will the immortals truly become mortals? Do the celestial beings of ancient mythology need to marry in modern society? Wang Xian was at a loss for words. Even the typically aloof man had such a side. Observing his expression, Kong Yi quickly clarified, do not misunderstand. I fear that those splendid figures from mythology, once cast down to the mundane world, may encounter unworthy companions, leading to a tragic end that elicits sighs of regret. Wang Xian patted his shoulder and replied, those who have survived to this day are no ordinary individuals. They possess greater prowess than you and I. Those lacking adaptability perished long ago in ancient times. Marrying a celestial maiden is not beyond the realm of possibility. With a year or so, the timing will be ripe. A man, appearing to be in his late 20s, elegantly strolled by, pausing with a radiant smile as he raised his cup in greeting to the group. Kong Yi, Su Chan, Li Qingzhu, and the others were taken aback. The man left a profound first impression, exuding an ethereal quality. Wang Xian remained motionless, yet his body tensed, prepared for a confrontation. He recognized this man, having personally released him from the inner realm. Previously, in the ancient lands, aside from releasing the sword fairy, the ghost monk, and the female alchemist, there had been another mysterious figure. When the inner realm opened, that man had beamed at Wang Xian and Old Chun, raising his cup in acknowledgement before soaring away. It had been a long time since their last encounter, and he had now arrived in the new star. The man took a seat beside Wang Xuan, nodding to him. The two clinked their cups together with a sound, their unspoken understanding evident. As the extraordinary world crumbled, even the great crocodiles beneath the surface could no longer contain themselves and began to reveal themselves. Wang Xuan remained composed. He realized that the night owl did not visit without purpose. The man approaching him likely sought his assistance in guiding his true essence back. He assessed whether a conflict would arise between them, pondering who would emerge victorious. Soon, he displayed a hint of surprise. Today, in the presence of the ancients, he found himself remarkably calm, no longer as apprehensive as before. Wang Xuan and the elegant man exchanged glances, both smiling, yet imbued with entirely different meanings. "Handsome fellow, why do I sense an aura of immortality about you, akin to Wang Xuan?" Su Chan remarked, feeling that the man was exceptional. "Oh, I attained immortality during the Eastern Han period," the man replied with a charming smile, captivating the attention of nearby women. Wang Xuan remained silent. The man's words were likely genuine. The world had indeed transformed. The celestial beings had entered the realm of ordinary mortals, and this would likely become the norm. Su Chan rolled her eyes, dismissing such nonsense. Qin Sheng, observing Wang Xuan's demeanor, felt a stir in his heart and spoke. "Immortal, do you perceive any celestial affinity in me? Might I be worthy of marrying a celestial maiden?" The man shook his head, then, with a smile, pointed towards Wang Xuan, saying, "He is the one. No introduction is necessary, as there will undoubtedly be celestial maidens willing to wed him." "Immortal, tread carefully with your words," Wang Xuan interjected. As he pondered a matter in his mind, could he now venture to seek the wondrous objects of ascension, to reopen the inner realm? Several days prior, he had slain Wang Xuan, extinguishing the celestial fate within the true bones, and had gauged the general caliber of these individuals. In the ancient temple, the ancestral ground of Taoism, lay the true bones of great sages and ancestors from generations past. However, he had no desire to meddle, for unearthing them would invite overwhelming karmic repercussions. He feared that, in the near future, the assembly of immortals might conspire against him. Yet, should he discover the true bones of his enemies, he could engage in battle, likely forcing the reopening of the inner realm. "I do not speak in jest. This is the truth. Would you care for me to show you?" the man said with a grin, then grew slightly solemn, asking, "When might you ferry me across?" "I am preoccupied. I possess but one life and cannot ferry an immortal," Wang Xuan replied, shaking his head. The man responded, "It would not diminish your Taoist path. I shall offer you ample compensation. The ancestral ground of Taoism once nurtured a celestial herb, and there is a high probability that remnants or seeds still exist. I could gift it to you. Even if you lose your foundation, you can regain it." Wang Xuan was taken aback. Who was this individual to possess such treasures? Qin Sheng, Kong Yi, and Su Chan were also astonished, increasingly sensing the peculiarity of this person. Was he truly a living deity? "Immortal, do you still take disciples? What do you think of my aptitude? Might I ascend to the ranks of the celestial?" Qin Sheng, the boldest, edged closer, presenting a cup of the finest wine. "Your aptitude is somewhat lacking," the man replied with a smile, offering no gentleness. "In this era, seeking me is less fruitful than seeking your brother." His aptitude astonishes even me. He was, of course, referring to Wang Xuan, who had opened the inner realm during his mortal phase. Throughout history, such individuals are exceedingly rare, perhaps existing solely in the present. The select few who were unique have long since perished, having been coveted by too many. Even those who emerged as transcendent explorers in the era of extraordinary origins ultimately fell victim to strife and turmoil, conspired against by others. Hearing the man's tone, the group sensed his formidable background. Su Chan, Kong Yi, and Li Qingzhu regarded him intently, while Zhou Kuan boldly inquired, "Immortal, what of me?" The man shook his head, stating, "Your path is flawed. It is better not to practice." The group from years past labored diligently, yet produced only this meager outcome, rather disappointing. He then chuckled, exuding an aura of celestial grace, saying, "This is the twilight of myth. Clinging to these aspirations is meaningless. Even I am contemplating a change in vocation." Ultimately, he appeared somewhat melancholic, remarking, "Within a year at most, perhaps in just a few months, all deities and true immortals will dissipate into oblivion. What we and you insist on pursuing is but an illusion." Handsome stranger, who are you? Suchan could not help but inquire, as a modern individual. Even with the awareness of the man's potentially significant background, she felt little fear. Indeed, esteemed immortal, which historical figure do you truly represent? Li Qingzhu also probed. It was not just them. Even Wang Xuan was curious about his identity. My surname is Zhang, the young man replied with a smile. While the others had yet to perceive the gravity of the situation, Wang Xuan was taken aback, finding it somewhat inconceivable as he gazed upon the man's refined and radiant visage. He sighed, I often speak of old Zhang. It couldn't be that I summoned you merely by mentioning your name, could it? The man chuckled, neither confirming nor denying, and turned to Wang Xuan. How do you find my proposal? I shall compensate you with the celestial medicine seeds from the Taoist ancestral ground. Suddenly, his body tensed as if a chill ran down his spine, and he swiftly produced a copper mirror, holding it firmly in his grasp. Wang Xuan was equally startled, questioning the bizarre turn of events that had caused old Zhang to become so anxious. As Teacher Este approached, let us extend heartfelt wishes to all educators for a joyful celebration. Chapter 273. Surrounded by fierce individuals, the refined man appeared to be in his late 20s. Handsome and resplendent, yet he seemed to embody the essence of old Zhang, now standing as if confronted by a formidable foe. This was astonishing. What was his identity and status that he would be so tense? Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous stir, instilling fear in many. The refined man fixated on the copper mirror inscribed with enigmatic symbols, where something seemed to dart past at an incredible speed, too swift to discern. Esteemed immortal, could it be your adversary? Is a legendary demon approaching? Qin Cheng inquired, his hair standing on end, sensing something amiss. Having mingled with Wang Xuan, he was well aware of who old Zhang was, especially given Wang Xuan's frequent mentions of him during their time at the Taoist ancestral ground on the crescent moon. The refined man's expression turned solemn, an ethereal aura emanated from him, and golden symbols flickered in his eyes as he scrutinized the ancient copper mirror, where something was reflected. Waves of crimson lines traversed the mirror's surface, resembling intricate red lightning interwoven, akin to blood vessels spreading, rendering it difficult to discern their nature. This is troublesome. The man gazed at the copper mirror, furrowing his brow, sitting upright as he set aside his wine cup. Wang Xuan was moved. If this man were indeed Zhang Daoling, the seriousness and gravity with which he approached the matter suggested an extraordinary adversary. The enemy of the founder of Taoism must be an unparalleled demon. Otherwise, who among the divine beings or celestial spirits would dare approach old Zhang? Even from hundreds of miles away, they would flee in terror. Even without his spirit leaving his body, Wang Xuan possessed partial abilities of spiritual sight. He focused on the imagery within the mirror and finally discerned it. His brow furrowed deeply, his expression grave, as he perceived a crimson figure, moving at an extraordinary speed, leaving behind countless afterimages that intertwined in the night sky. What was she doing? Her trajectory mirrored the crimson lines on the mirror's surface, the blood-red patterns depicting her passage. The extraordinary world is collapsing. She is attempting to activate the extraordinary rules, the man stated. Wang Xuan felt overwhelmed, a chill running down his back. Was it the one who had intended to dance for him that had emerged? Yet, he was not prepared to appreciate such a spectacle. Perhaps, to be precise, it was not that the individual desired to dance with him, but rather, she was approaching to confront him. The unparalleled celestial fairy had descended. How many could withstand her? Recently, Wang Xuan had been exceptionally formidable, yet he was reluctant to engage with beings of such caliber. Old Zhang, the person you've offended seems extraordinarily powerful. In what era did you incur such a formidable adversary? I can see your body is tensed. You wouldn't be unable to subdue her, would you? Wang Xuan inquired. Qin Cheng felt a bit dizzy, thinking to himself, you really dare to call him old Zhang? Wang Xuan clarified, my apologies, esteemed immortal. I meant it as a term of endearment. It slipped out inadvertently. The man glanced at him, seemingly unconcerned, and remarked, although I have crossed paths with the peerless powerhouse in the mirror, it does not necessarily imply she seeks me out this time. Indeed, old Zhang was impressive. Wang Xuan marveled inwardly. He was acutely aware of that woman's might. She was a being capable of traversing the grand stage of existence, one of the unparalleled elites. She had slaughtered from ancient times to the present, having once personally vanquished a ruler within the grand stage during the contest for the health-preserving furnace, shattering him with her pristine white fists. However, he then considered that given old Zhang's high status, it was expected for him to be formidable, thus highlighting the woman's strength even more. The refined gentleman noticed Wang Xuan's distraction and reminded him, "She is most likely seeking you. Esteemed immortal, how could a nameless nobody like me attract her attention? This is directed at you. Prepare yourself and do not underestimate her," Wang Xuan earnestly advised. The man smiled, radiating a striking handsomeness that captivated several women nearby, drawing their gazes. Su Chan interjected, "Gentlemen, you both exude celestial elegance. Do be mindful of your influence." She, along with Kong Yi and Zhou Kun, remained unaware of the man's true identity. Although curious, they felt no awe towards him. "Do you not recognize her? Surely you have clashed with her white tiger?" The man chuckled. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan immediately understood that this individual was well acquainted with his past, rendering any further denial pointless. Yet he remained composed, replying, "Esteemed immortal, if you do not deal with her, how am I to guide you? You need not worry. Her true form remains behind the grand stage," the refined gentleman responded. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, becoming serious once more, for he sensed another threat through the mirror, the emergence of yet another peerless being. He adjusted the copper mirror slightly, discovering a white light manifesting not far from the red line. As he moved the mirror, the scene became a touch clearer. Before them stood a woman in white, hovering gracefully in the air, casting a slight smile through the mirror, truly breathtaking. This woman is stunning. Su Chan, herself a beautiful young woman, felt overshadowed by the ethereal figure floating in the night sky, utterly astounded by her beauty. Kong Yi sighed. "Esteemed immortal, is this one of the ancient female immortals? Truly transcendent, possessing an unparalleled grace. Does even such a being descend to the mortal realm?" The refined gentleman nodded gravely, turning his gaze to Wang Xuan, and asked, "How have you managed to attract such illustrious figures?" The demure Li Qingzhu and the slightly melancholic Zhou Kun immediately turned their attention to Wang Xuan, as if to say, "You certainly have a knack for attracting attention amidst a sea of flowers. What are you all thinking?" Wang Xuan shook his head. The woman in white is undoubtedly a female practitioner, currently known to be the only top figure whose physical form remains intact, and her strength is beyond question. Has the female practitioner returned from the secret realm? Or is this a manifestation of the spiritual entity controlling the Zheng family? Furthermore, has a portion of the red-clad demoness primordial spirit entered the new star? Wang Xuan furrowed his brow. These two figures are out in the night sky? He felt that it shouldn't be this way. Are they in the high atmosphere? "Old Zhang, can you handle this alone?" Wang Xuan inquired. The man replied in a low tone, "They have already departed. Just now, the woman in red attempted to take action against you, but was stopped by the other. However, both were intent on attacking me earlier." The others present were speechless, thinking to themselves that this individual is no pushover and is rather unlikable. Wang Xuan remained seated, his spiritual eye gazing out of the window. The elegant man gestured for Wang Xuan to observe the copper mirror, within which two silhouettes faded away, only to gradually become clearer again. One was a beauty in red, holding an oiled paper umbrella, surrounded by a fine drizzle. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her captivating gaze enchanting, utterly bewitching. As if sensing something, she glanced over. The other woman in white, bathed in moonlight, descended gracefully, untouched by the mundane world, lightly landing on the earth before casting a glance this way through the copper mirror. Wang Xuan frowned. The fact that these two women had come together filled him with a profound sense of unease, as this was far from good news. The refined man looked at Wang Xuan and said, "It appears they will soon manifest in the mortal realm, having prepared the location for their descent, likely in Sioux City. You promised to guide them back, did you not?" Wang Xuan's expression changed as he shook his head. "No." The situation was exceedingly grave. These were not ordinary immortals. "You have too many issues surrounding you." The refined man looked again into the copper mirror, astonished to find one withered yellow paper money after another drifting down. He sighed. "Why are there so many ruthless individuals and oddities around you?" Wang Xuan nodded helplessly, glancing at him, wanting to say that all of them are formidable, including him. The refined man suddenly closed his mouth, bowed his head to drink, and quickly stowed away the copper mirror. Wang Xuan caught a fleeting glimpse. Seeing the final silhouette within the mirror, his expression changing. The copper mirror was extraordinarily mystical, even reflecting such beings. Soon, several entities appeared at the bar entrance. Some clad in spacesuits, others seated upon golden lions, laughing as they entered the establishment. In the bar, after several entities entered, They conversed among themselves. Yet ordinary people could neither see nor hear them, completely unaware of the intrusion of a certain species. They wore spacesuits, exuding a strong sense of technology, yet rode upon mythical creatures, creating an oddly surreal atmosphere. Their presence in the bar felt starkly out of place. The golden lion, its fur crystalline, emitted a brilliant halo, exuding a terrifying aura. The young woman seated upon its back appeared quite graceful, though her helmet obscured her full visage. The fusion of technology and mythology appeared exceedingly unconventional to modern eyes. The emergence of such beings weighed heavily on Wang Xuan's heart. He chose not to stare, believing that some matters should not be provoked. The refined gentleman, sipping his drink, remained composed and did not cast a glance at the nearby individuals. Yet, it was evident that he had discerned the arrival of certain beings through the copper mirror moments prior. Wang Xuan regarded him thoughtfully, pondering whether, in the absence of the mirror, he would have perceived these entities. One should not dwell too much while indulging in drink. Life is but a fleeting span of decades. Swiftly slipping away, seize the present and disregard the ephemeral illusions. The cultured man raised his glass to Wang Xuan, seemingly a gentle reminder. Qin Chung sighed, immortal. It seems to me that individuals like you embody a certain ethereal quality. He continued, perusing historical texts. You appear so distant from us, existing within various documents. Yet today you stand before us. The gentleman shook his head. I am but a triviality in comparison to the vast cosmos, merely existing in a realm that is half material and half spiritual. Presently, even the extraordinary soil has vanished. Perhaps one day, I shall return entirely to the annals of history. Wang Xuan was taken aback by such words, wondering if he did not care about revealing anything, especially with those beings so close at hand. The gentleman remarked, is the new star vast? Is the old soil expansive? Yet, in the grand river of the universe, they are as minuscule as dust, and who knows when they might explode, like fireworks. Su Chan interjected, immortal, do not be so pessimistic. If we follow your reasoning, it seems our very existence is a mere accident. The refined man nodded. Indeed, it is an accident. Look around. Among trillions of stars, how many harbor life? All that meets the eye is silence. At that moment, a group of astronauts, invisible even to the extraordinary, approached. The leading woman removed her helmet, revealing long blue hair, fair and delicate skin, and striking black eyes. She gracefully descended from the golden lion, radiating a luminous aura. Her spacesuit was new, unlike the ancient attire Wang Xuan had seen at the Sun family base. She seated herself at a nearby table, beckoning others to join her, engaged in a conversation unknown to him. Old Zhang, what exactly are these beings? Wang Xuan inquired, feeling a sense of trepidation towards such species reminiscent of the eerie spirits. Can you see them? The cultured man asked, having previously assumed Wang Xuan had caught a fleeting glimpse of the figures through his copper mirror. Not being able to see is preferable. Seeing them could lead to trouble, he remarked, echoing sentiments akin to those of the ferryman Su Fu and the records of Chen Tuan. What are they? Wang Xuan pressed on. Consider them as occasional intersections from parallel universes temporarily entwined with our reality. Ignore them. Treat them as mere air, the gentleman advised. You are an immortal. Yet you explain this to me with layman's terms? Wang Xuan replied, at a loss for words. He yearned to understand how the immortals perceived entities akin to eerie spirits. Ordinarily, they wield little influence over the present world, unseen and untouchable. They merely vex extraordinary beings who experience spiritual dislocation and unusual perceptions. Yet, they do not belong to the mythological dimension. Look, we sit here, and they seem unresponsive, do they not? The cultured man stated, clinking his glass with Wang Xuan's. At that moment, he felt the copper mirror upon him grow warm and caught a glimpse of those individuals directing their gaze towards the two of them. Wang Xuan was at a loss for words. Did you not say that our inability to see each other would have no bearing on anything? The cultured gentleman consoled him, stating, it bears no impact on me, though it may cause you some distress. Relax, do not let your spirit wander, and refrain from casting your spiritual eye carelessly. Wang Xuan chose to ignore that direction, instead indulging in his drink. He had no intention of stirring up trouble, as he already had more than enough complications. I do not plan to provoke any issues. I wish to avoid attracting a swarm of them. Otherwise, eliminating them would not be overly challenging, the cultured gentleman remarked. A few individuals rose and approached, their gazes fixed upon this side. seemingly displaying suspicion as they directed their attention toward the bronze mirror. The cultured gentleman emanated an ethereal aura, causing all the runes on the bronze mirror to fade, rendering it rusted and ancient, as if it had been buried for millennia. Its extraordinary properties vanished. Not perceiving such entities as harmless, but recognizing them can lead to complications. Indeed, this mirror had undoubtedly attracted some trouble. The cultured gentleman stood up and said, "I must return to my company. There are pressing matters at hand. Should there be any urgent news or significant events, please contact me." "What is happening? Has old Zhang fled?" Qin Chung muttered, watching his hasty departure. The group clad in space suits returned to their previous positions, no longer paying heed to this area. Even deities manage companies now, returning to attend to corporate affairs. What a peculiar world we live in, Zhou Kuan sighed, feeling an overwhelming sense of strangeness. "Is it truly old Zhang?" Qin Chung inquired of Wang Xuan. The others, upon hearing this, promptly questioned Qin Chung, "Which old Zhang? What is the true identity of that cultured gentleman?" Upon learning that he might be Zhang Daoling, they were left utterly astounded. "Did we just share a drink with a figure from historical texts? Is it genuinely old Zhang?" Wang Xuan mused, noting that the individual only mentioned his surname without either denying or confirming anything, cloaked in mystery. Furthermore, this night had grown increasingly bizarre since the arrival of old Zhang. First, the crimson-clad female demon appeared, followed by the female sorceress, both revealed by his bronze mirror, uncovering their whereabouts. Subsequently, there was the unsettling presence of the spectral entity at a nearby table, bizarre events unfolding one after another. Did the crimson-clad female demon truly appear nearby? Wang Xuan pondered. Could it be that the cultured gentleman is intentionally misleading me, instilling a sense of urgency, compelling me to seek a formidable ally to hastily guide him back? Wang Xuan indeed harbored doubts about the series of events that transpired that night. The crux of the matter was that old Zhang's mark left in the mortal realm seemed to lie within the Taoist ancestral temple on the new moon, where his Yangping Zidudu seal resided. Moreover, Wang Xuan had previously sensed vast, ethereal, mysterious energy there, which appeared to harbor old Zhang's true essence, along with a slumbering, primordial spirit. A surge of impulse struck Wang Xuan, urging him to ascend to the new moon to verify, to unveil the primordial spirit's mark within the Taoist ancestral temple and discern truth from falsehood. Or could it be that old Zhang had fragmented into multiple shards of primordial spirit? At that moment, his phone rang. The cultured gentleman had reached out again shortly after his departure. "Regarding significant events, I wish to remind you that the woman in red will soon return to the old earth in search of her corporeal form. This is good news for you, as she will not make an appearance in the coming days." Wang Xuan was taken aback, exclaiming, "She still possesses a corporeal form?" "I cannot say for certain. Even in the absence of a physical body, traces of her celestial bones may remain. Matters of this nature are not easily comprehended by others." Wang Xuan, in a trance, had already asked old Chun to relay the message back to the old land, instructing Qingmu to venture to Xiangshan, also known as Shenangjia, to excavate the lair of the female demon immortal, uncertain if an early discovery could be made. He would need to inform old Chun to communicate the news, preventing Qingmu from making any drastic moves, thereby averting potential calamities. The cultured gentleman remarked that the white-clad female immortal would also be journeying to the old land. "As for me, I intend to ascend to the new moon shortly to inspect my Taoist sanctuary. Be cautious. Do not let any misfortune befall you." Wang Xuan was taken aback. Was he truly planning to head to the new moon? He mused that his safety would be assured once these individuals departed. Otherwise, even with the god-slaying banner in hand, he felt a sense of insecurity. Seizing the opportunity while they were absent, he aimed to strengthen himself, requiring 2 pieces of medicinal soil, and he pondered whether old Chun could locate the seeds of heavenly medicine. If his power increased swiftly enough, what could the return of the weakened celestial beings mean for him? If he were sufficiently strong, he would have no cause for concern. "I solemnly advise you that the celestial beings will soon continue to cross realms, potentially engaging in large-scale incursions. You must prepare yourself mentally. Some of the new generation of demon and immortal clans may not adhere to meticulous standards in their actions. To swiftly gain control, they may resort to violent means to seize territories, and the new star could very well face dangers of bloodshed and chaos." The significance of this news from the cultured gentleman altered Wang Xuan's expression. Was turmoil imminent in the new star? In truth, the old land would also face similar upheaval. Chaos was on the horizon for the entire world. At the neighboring table, several individuals clad in spacesuits rose, their conversation unintelligible to Wang Xuan, who, in a daze, could only vaguely perceive their presence. They departed. After a brief moment, regaining his senses, Wang Xuan gazed outside the bar. Alas, not only had he failed to uncover the relics of his ancestors, but he had also lost Xiaoxian. Time was running short. He must return, or they would completely dissipate in this realm. He resolved to seize another opportunity to return. Lingering any longer could lead to dire consequences. Wang Xuan was astonished to overhear their dialogue as the figures moved away, their bodies passing through ordinary individuals without any discernible impact. The group entered a peculiar spacecraft on a plaza, ascending skyward, a burst of light radiating, forming a luminous halo in the pitch-black cosmos, before their vessel vanished within it. Boom! Outside Sioux City, amidst the mountaintops and forests, thunder clapped and lightning flashed, amidst torrential rains, painting the landscape crimson. Wang Xuan gazed from a distance, sensing that many beings were crossing realms in that area. Subsequently, from another direction, more celestial phenomena emerged, brilliant red light piercing the heavens. Even above Sioux City, similar sights appeared, as heavy rain poured down. Indeed, the heavens were shifting, aside from the unparalleled powerhouses biding their time for the opportune moment. Others were in a state of panic, rushing to return. Wang Xuan muttered to himself. Suddenly, he turned sharply. Through the downpour and amidst the intertwining crimson lightning, a colossal entity approached him. The aura it emitted was terrifying, a murderous intent swirling, its scarlet light akin to blazing flames as it strode forth from the street. Wang Xuan fixated on it. Was this a being returning from behind the scenes? Were the demon and immortal clans so brazen after crossing realms? Could chaos erupt right on the streets? You can actually see me? Fortune indeed. Little did I expect that upon liberating myself from constraints, I would encounter a creature, a luminous beast, perfectly suited for my return. Wang Xuan quickly realized his misunderstanding. This was not the returning celestial being he had anticipated, but rather the diminutive Xian, akin to a ghastly spirit. Simultaneously, he recognized this entity as the true mythological creature, the Bien, an extraordinary being far from ordinary malevolence, encountered in the realm of reality. Do you wish to consume me, to usurp my essence? Wang Xuan recalled the tales inscribed in Chuntuan scripture, where even earthly immortals had their essences devoured by such ghastly spirits. Yet, this night was unlike any other. The extraordinary world had collapsed. The once mighty mythological laws had decayed into oblivion. Could such a creature truly devour him? If these ghastly spirits still wielded extraordinary rules, perhaps they could perpetuate the myths and revive the extraordinary realm. Understand this well, the Bien proclaimed, its body radiating crimson. Resembling a fierce tiger adorned with dragon whiskers and horns, towering at a height of 10 feet, gazing down upon Wang Xuan. You shall submit, remain still. Wang Xuan fixed his gaze upon it, intent on unraveling the mystery of these ghastly spirits. The Bien's eyes glimmered with 10 symbols. Its entire form engulfed in a fervent red glow, striding through the rain, illuminating the street, yet none within the bar or adjacent edifices perceived its presence. Chapter 275. The Grand Revelation. The Bien, entirely crimson, akin to molten iron, its massive form casting a red light upon the rain-soaked streets, bore a colossal tiger's head with dragon horns radiating a fiery brilliance. It summoned its supernatural powers. However, despite the material essence cascading from its horns, the anticipated sacred ripples failed to resonate outward. The expected crimson waves, capable of effortlessly crushing adversaries, had now become ineffective. Momentarily stunned, it altered its approach. Opening its cavernous maw, an eruption of material essence surging forth, intended to engulf the various sights upon the street. Yet, even as its jaws stretched near to its ears, it found itself paralyzed, unable to ensnare its adversary. Wang Xuan observed in silence, pondering the futility of such a wide-open mouth. With a swift gesture, he summoned a shoe belonging to Qin Sheng from the bar and hurled it into the creature's maw at the speed of light. Roar! The Bien erupted in fury, its eyes ablaze with 10 symbols, unleashing a thunderous roar, yet only Wang Xuan within the city could hear it. Its sharp claws trembled, aimed forward. Yet no runic beams capable of tearing through the heavens emerged, only the discharge of material essence. Even it found itself at a loss for words. All its supernatural abilities were as ephemeral as mirages, utterly ineffectual. Had the prophecy come to fruition? Had the extraordinary world truly crumbled? The Bien, momentarily lost in thought, felt a profound sense of despair. Shall we converse? Wang Xuan inquired, recognizing that this Bien was a mythological creature nurtured by the ghastly spirits, albeit in a peculiar state. Very well, the Bien nodded, squatting upon the rain-drenched street. Wang Xuan approached and asked, who were those individuals clad in spacesuits earlier? Remnants of a bygone era, surviving failures, replied the Bien. Wang Xuan was taken aback. Those individuals had traversed the path of technology, capable of contending with primordial deities, capturing mythological beings as mounts. And yet they were deemed remnants of failure? Be more specific, he urged. Indeed, they were formidable in their time. Are you familiar with the term departed Earth? The Bien inquired. Yes, I have encountered it, and I am acquainted with it, Wang Xuan affirmed. Remarkable. Have you encountered the realm of the departed? The creature known as Bian was visibly moved, and with a heavy sigh, remarked, those beings are outsiders, utilizing the realm of the departed as their passage. Suddenly, a blinding crimson light erupted, engulfing the surroundings, casting a deep scarlet hue upon the rain-soaked city above. Bian, in a fit of fury, swung its massive claw towards Wang Xuan, who sat beside it. You beast! Devoid of honor. Wang Xuan's exterior was enveloped in a radiant shield, as an ancient lamp floated above him, showering him with luminous protection. With a deafening crash, Bian refrained from employing its supernatural powers, relying solely on a pure amalgamation of material and spiritual essence. This was the extraordinary strength it could currently wield. One must concede. It was indeed formidable. When its claw descended, the light shield formed by the ancient lamp trembled violently, emitting a cracking sound. Wang Xuan was taken aback, astonished by the immense supernatural prowess of this mythic creature, while lamenting the diminished might of the ancient lamp since the extraordinary rules had waned. This being approached the level of transcendental freedom. Though it bore unique traits invisible to others, it nonetheless belonged to the realm of the spirit. In that moment, Wang Xuan activated the ancient lamp, unleashing a flurry of dark red arrows that struck Bian. It was significantly stronger than an ordinary spiritual entity. Although pierced through its crimson tiger-like form, it did not perish. Instead, it grew more ferocious, swinging its colossal claw with terrifying supernatural force that disrupted the surrounding environment. Various electrical sources crackled ominously, streetlights extinguished, and many appliances within nearby bars were rendered inoperative. Wang Xuan feared that it might go berserk within the city, wreaking havoc. His spirit hastily returned to his corporeal body as he emerged wielding the god-slaying banner. Indeed, this beast, resembling a fierce tiger adorned with dragon whiskers and horns, was about to storm the bar. With supernatural energy surging, the streets erupted, streetlights shattered, and nearby buildings were riddled with cracks, their windows splintering. Furrowing his brow, Wang Xuan realized that it was impossible to spare this creature. Initially, he had intended to interrogate it slowly. He swung the god-slaying banner, and a golden mesh enveloped the creature, resulting in a resounding explosion. The god-slaying banner? He pondered, realizing that it was a different side altogether. Its counterpart, the god-slaying banner, had manifested once more. The creature let out a low growl, transforming into a cascade of luminous rain, leaving nothing behind. Wang Xuan, what is happening? Qin Cheng, Su Chan, Kong Yi, and others appeared at the entrance, gazing in astonishment at the shattered streets amidst the torrential rain. A monster has perished, Wang Xuan stated, exhaling in relief. The god-slaying banner proved effective against such malevolent beings. However, the monster had referenced the god-slaying banner, implying there was another banner targeting corporeal forms. Originally, there had been a pair. Was this a defiance of fate? Yet, as the extraordinary gradually dissipated, Wang Xuan pondered whether that banner would remain useful in the future. He felt a heavy burden as he stowed away the palm-sized golden banner. Scattered texts and treasures lay strewn about. Would there come a day when they would all become relics, neglected and unusable, leaving one to rely solely on their physical form and pure, formidable spiritual strength? Wang Xuan mused. Having fought recently with otherworldly treasures, he had not engaged personally in battle for quite some time. He harbored doubts that these aids might gradually lose their efficacy. Without such treasures, against the likes of Old Zhang or the crimson-clad fairy, he surely could not withstand the onslaught. especially when he considered that the crimson-clad fairy had ventured to the old earth. Seeking her corporeal form to prepare for her true descent, his heart grew heavy. The world has become restless, celestial beings traverse boundaries, and even malevolent spirits seem unable to resist their solitude. After emerging from the bar, their gathering came to an end. Wang Xuan returned to the health pavilion and promptly called Old Chun to share his experiences from the evening, exchanging insights while inquiring about any progress on the heavenly medicine seeds. At this stage, he contemplated every method that could swiftly enhance his strength. The returning true immortals would undoubtedly grow increasingly formidable. While he could manage them for now, the future remained uncertain, and he might soon become prey to others. Old Chun, speaking in coded language, informed Wang Xuan that progress was imminent. He had reevaluated his approach and narrowed down the search. He had a hunch that the seeds were either hidden within the Zhong family or the Ling family. Although both families had shown him courtesy by allowing him near their secret repositories, he sensed an underlying danger. For instance, within the jars of the Zhong family's treasury, he stumbled upon some bones and relics. The audacity of old Zhong to excavate such items was shocking. These artifacts were akin to ticking time bombs. Whether true or false, you should discuss it with Zhong heir and inquire if he has unearthed any bones from Xiong Mountain. If so, I shall dispose of them immediately. The following day, Old Shin contacted Wang Xuan again, revealing that Zhong Changming was uncertain whether Old Zhong had excavated old soil from Xiong Mountain. Zhong heir had not participated in such illicit activities in the past and was relatively innocent. There existed a coffin, emerald in hue, adorned with leaves, containing a corpse that had remained intact for a millennium, its origin unknown. Chun Yongjia expressed his bewilderment, likening the Zhong family's secret treasury to a den of demons. Upon entering, he was immediately met with various unsettling sounds. There was also a copper coffin housing a mysterious body, covered in silver fur, gleaming brightly, with silver light seeping through the coffin's seams. The crucial question remained: where had these items been excavated? Aside from old Zhong, no one else in the family had investigated or classified them. Zhong heir boasted to me that the Suiho pearl was in their possession, along with several dragon balls, which I glimpsed from a distance. They were enormous relics, glowing ominously in the dim light. Listening to old Chen's grievances, Wang Xuan felt speechless. The Zhong family seemed poised to unleash something extraordinary. Previously, while conversing with the ferryman in the realm of the deceased, he had not anticipated that his jest would come to fruition. It appeared that he had underestimated old Zhong, who seemed unafraid to excavate anything. Given this context, it was plausible that the remains of the ferryman, Su Fu, might indeed be hidden within old Zhong's abode. It was likely that old Zhong had also recognized the extraordinary nature of those bones, speculating they were celestial remains, and had gathered them accordingly. The only stroke of fortune was that the Zhong family possessed a murky pool, reminiscent of the legendary pool of rebirth, which seemed to maintain a semblance of order and had not yet caused undue disturbances in the treasury. Wang Xuan cautioned Chun Yongjia against recklessly entering, suggesting he search from outside instead. I know my limits. At that moment, old Chun held the Suiho pearl, a massive relic, with reverence as he chanted Buddhist scriptures to ward off evil spirits while exploring the treasury. Early in the morning, Zhongqing and Zhongcheng, siblings, gathered, both displaying unusual expressions. They whispered to each other, exchanging thoughts. Remarkably, they had been visited in dreams by Zhongyong. Old Zhong urged them to take him along for a hasty escape. In the primordial plan, the evacuation of the new star, the two exchanged glances, communicating the insights gleaned from their dreams. Undoubtedly, old Zhong had awakened, revived from his chrysalis, yet feigning death. It is likely that great-grandfather was terrified by the current state of affairs at home. At a loss for words, the two realized that old Zhong, who cherished his life above all, had inadvertently dug numerous deep pits, all laid bare within the household. Enough said, they were on the brink of a major upheaval. Heeding great-grandfather's wisdom, they quickly prepared for an imminent departure from the new star. When it comes to survival and longevity, no one was more adept than him. Before leaving, they would summon Wang Xuan, discreetly inquiring whether he wished to accompany them, and offer him a glimpse of those ancient texts he had long coveted. He had been fixated on them for ages, each visit resembling a red-eyed rabbit, fixated on the direction of great-grandfather's study. Without the rebirth pool, he would have likely lost his mind and come to steal the books. It must be said, the siblings were quite familiar with Wang Xuan. In the ensuing 2 days, Wang Xuan was far from idle. making various preparations, fabricating identities, donning human skin masks, etc., as he sought to return to the old land. An unsettling feeling gnawed at him. The new star resembled an apocalyptic scene, with relentless downpours and blood-red lightning illuminating the skies. Even he felt a shiver down his spine, uncertain of how many deities might descend upon him this time. His heart raced with trepidation. He was not yet prepared to confront the myriad of celestial beings. It was unthinkable. Should the forces of Wang Xuan and the crimson-clad female demoness arrive in mass, they would undoubtedly hunt him down. Thus, he too had to prepare a game-changing strategy, journeying to the old land to summon the true essence of the Sword Fairy, bringing her back. There was no time to wait for 3 years. Every day brought unforeseen changes, and the curtain could fall at any moment. As long as he could successfully summon the Sword Fairy and preserve her cultivation, she would likely find no equal in this realm. For the other celestial beings were not whole. With everything in place, he intended to stealthily set foot in the old land, readying his game-changing plan, potentially trapping the crimson-clad female demoness in the process. Chapter 276. The true game-changer. Only when the time comes does one lament the lack of books. And when the need arises, one never finds money sufficient. Wang Xuan suddenly realized that his account was far from affluent. He could not even afford a single ticket. A ticket cost 2 to 3 million new star coins, a price that had diminished with the continuous upgrades in technology that reduced the cost of interstellar travel. Previously, it had been even more expensive. He possessed ancient scriptures, preaching golden bamboo slips, and several rare treasures, as well as the Earth Immortal Spring, all worth a fortune. Yet he could not exchange them. There were indeed numerous opportunities to earn money, such as extending life, but he opted for rare treasures. Though these would likely depreciate within a year, necessitating preparations for future sustenance. He mused. After the collapse of the mythical dimension, even the fallen celestial beings were forced to confront reality, grappling with survival, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. None could escape these concerns. Wang Xuan pondered, a year from now, when the supermaterial vanished entirely, what state of existence would those deities find themselves in? Would they start businesses or work for others? Compared to the past, traversing the North Sea in the morning and the Kangwu Mountains in the evening, the disparity would undoubtedly be vast. This time, Wang Xuan did not purchase a ticket himself. He enlisted the help of Qianin, Guanlin, and others, who assisted him in altering his identity as he prepared to head to the old land. Outside Sioux City lies the 5th largest spaceship base of New Star, from where journeys to the old Earth are remarkably convenient. In the distance, one can behold a vast steel jungle, featuring not only colossal spaceships, but also formidable defense systems and giant waiting halls. This area is well equipped with security and service facilities, with robots and intelligent luggage carts prevalent throughout. Recently, both New Star and Old Earth have been beset by torrential rains, with crimson lightning intertwining in the sky, creating an unsettling atmosphere that has resulted in fewer travelers venturing out. The interior of the spaceship is serene, with few passengers aboard. Behind Wang Xuan sits a family of 3, parents in their 30s and a daughter who appears to be 7 or 8, charmingly beautiful. "We are finally returning to Old Earth and will see our grandparents," the little girl exclaims, full of vigor and anticipation for the journey. "Home is indeed the best. I am also preparing to return and invest in my homeland," a middle-aged man nearby remarks with a smile. Many aboard the spaceship are individuals who have emerged from Old Earth, now returning after striving in New Star. An elderly couple, advanced in years and possessing kind faces, share a tender moment as the woman softly states, "Fallen leaves return to their roots. This time we go back to stay for good. Indeed, we shall not depart again. We will remain in Old Earth," the old man replies with a smile, gently stroking his wife's hand, already envisioning a pastoral life. Wang Xuan sits calmly, awaiting departure, no longer feeling the novelty he experienced during his first journey across the stars from Old Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the ship of the Zhongyang Deep Space Company, a member of the Galactic Alliance. Is this enterprise of the Zhong family? The influence of the wealthy is omnipresent, permeating every facet of life. Wang Xuan, now with golden hair and a changed visage, adorned with special irises, exudes a demeanor markedly colder than before. At last, the spaceship ascends into the sky, hurtling toward outer space as it begins to accelerate. Suddenly, an icy dread grips Wang Xuan. His hair stands on end, and his expression shifts dramatically. Something is amiss with this vessel. Is a return possible? He surmises that there is no time left. He senses that a high-energy weapon has locked onto this spacecraft, likely intending to bring it down from the sky. A terror attack. Someone seeks to destroy the ship. Wang Xuan immediately channels his mental prowess, transmitting this urgent warning directly into the minds of the captain and others. In his hand, an obsidian golden small boat materializes, ready for him to fight back. The old captain displays remarkable reflexes, while others are momentarily stunned, unable to ascertain the truth. He commands the activation of the energy shield and presses the main control button. He chooses to err on the side of caution, prioritizing the safety of the spacecraft. Most importantly, he recognizes that the warning resonated from within his heart, a precursor from an extraordinary being. Boom. As the energy shield materializes, a terrifying beam strikes almost simultaneously, colliding with the protective barrier and causing the entire spaceship to tremble violently. All aboard are taken aback. They are still high above New Star, not far from the surface. And yet they face such a horrific assault. This is utterly terrifying and reckless. In recent years, New Star has remained relatively peaceful, with only occasional accidents involving small private ships, but it has been years since a large vessel faced such malevolent aggression. The ramifications of such an event are profound. Now, there exists a deranged individual attacking the spaceship. In the cabin, panic ensued as people turned pale, their faces reflecting sheer terror. How could such a calamity befall them? A resounding crash echoed as a second violent impact struck. The energy shield surrounding the spacecraft formed a luminous barrier, successfully absorbing the force of the second assault. Yet the brilliance of the explosion was utterly horrifying. The occupants aboard were gripped by utter fear, their screams intermingled with the cries of children. This was no mere accident. They had genuinely fallen victim to a dreadful attack. Who wouldn't be frightened by such an event? Soon, the energy shield began to falter, unable to withstand the overwhelming firepower of their assailants. If this continued for even a moment longer, the energy barrier would be breached. Blinding beams of light shot towards them from various directions, all striking the exterior shield, which was gradually succumbing to the onslaught. To the escape pods. Prepare to flee, commanded the old captain, remarkably composed amidst the chaos. At that moment, Wang Xuan found him, urging him to open the hatch and allow him to draw fire away from the others. Wang Xuan surmised that the energy beams were likely aimed specifically at him. Perhaps due to some leaked information, someone intended to eliminate him in midair. However, the ruthlessness of their tactics was utterly unforgiving. Disregarding the lives of those aboard the ship, an act of pure malice. The captain, displaying remarkable decisiveness, acquiesced to Wang Xuan's request. The dark golden vessel burst forth, hovering in the upper atmosphere, distancing itself from the ship's vicinity. Wang Xuan gazed into the distance, a sensation of excruciating pain enveloping him. He had been targeted. He maneuvered the flying craft, altering its trajectory like a bolt of lightning racing through the sky. In the distance, the ship's shield dimmed, and several escape pods launched, hurtling toward the surface of the new planet. Unexpectedly, a few escape pods detonated, pierced by the energy beams in a horrific display. It was utterly barbaric. Wang Xuan turned back, sensing that the assailants had no moral compass. They were recklessly slaughtering the innocent and attacking civilians. He did not retreat. The vessel illuminated brightly, deliberately designed to lure the attackers, yet explosions continued to erupt among the escape pods. A terrifying beam of energy zipped past the side of his craft, narrowly missing him. Boom. From afar, the sound of a tremendous explosion reverberated. The ship had been breached, a significant portion torn away. It was designed in modular sections, and the captain had willingly abandoned the left rear compartment. Do not attack the ship. That individual is on the illuminated vessel. In the distant expanse, within a battleship, someone suggested tremulously that the previous strikes had been excessively brutal. With the explosion of escape pods and the ship's fragmentation, blood and lives were being extinguished. Patience. Let me test the might of the weaponry from this era. Quite impressive. However, should it strike me, my flesh would not withstand it. A blood-red figure spoke coldly from within the battleship, encased in a bone fragment, commanding, "You are to carry out your orders and cooperate with me." Another escape pod erupted, though many more surged toward the ground, scattering in flight. At that moment, the main body of the ship came under attack once more, fracturing again. Not everyone managed to escape in the pods. Some remained trapped. Wang Xuan found himself under relentless assault, once unable to evade the oncoming beams. which grazed the tail of the ship, causing the supermaterial to boil. The energy shield of the spacecraft expanded, bracing itself against the blow. He discovered that 3 medium-sized warships were ruthlessly firing from a distance, penetrating the spacecraft and systematically destroying 4 escape pods, mercilessly slaughtering the innocent. That vessel was extraordinary. Capable of withstanding the energy beams of the warships, it was indeed the legendary pinnacle of treasures. If he could activate more layers of the vessel's runes, it would become even more extraordinary and astonishing. From one of the warships, a spectral figure spoke, revealing a cold, menacing expression, coveting Wang Xuan's dark golden vessel. Be gentle. Eliminate him while striving to preserve the vessel, someone suggested. Surrounding Wang Xuan, beams of light intertwined, as the 3 small warships relentlessly bombarded him, displaying a brazen audacity. In a situation where the new star forbade the casual use of warships, they acted with impunity, committing their atrocities in plain sight. Eliminate him swiftly to prevent any interference. A blood-red figure from one warship spoke, its heart comprised of a true bone, entwined with numerous blood vessels. Wang Xuan's chest heaved as he suppressed a surge of fury. These individuals were tyrannical and blatantly violent, mercilessly slaughtering ordinary people, disregarding the new star's regulations. Evidently, someone had been watching him closely. Even after employing various connections and altering his identity, his movements were still discerned, thwarting his return to the old land to revive the sword immortal, intent on his demise. Suddenly, another beam shot towards him. Wang Xuan deftly maneuvered the vessel to evade it. Holding a small golden gourd, he struck its bottom forcefully, unleashing a radiant burst of supermaterial brilliance that collided with the energy beam, resulting in a tremendous explosion in the skies. With a swift motion, Wang Xuan sped away, catching up to the descending spacecraft, where a handful of individuals remained trapped as there were insufficient escape pods. Lacking the immense power to conduct a thorough search, he seized the opportunity as his vessel surged forward, rescuing the desperate souls he could from the cabin. As the spacecraft plummeted, he retreated, pursued by the 3 warships that continued their relentless assault. Additionally, one warship targeted the already fallen spacecraft, firing upon it with a resounding explosion that obliterated it, transforming it into a colossal sphere of energy. Wang Xuan turned sharply, his gaze filled with an unquenchable wrath. These individuals had gone mad, treating lives with utter disregard. He piloted the vessel into a rapid dive, intent on delivering the 20 or so people he had rescued to safety below. Simultaneously, he silently prepared to activate the weaponry that the vessel inherently possessed: shields, spears, and flying swords, accompanied by a multitude of intricate runes. Suddenly, a crimson net descended from the sky, akin to a celestial web, enveloping him with its dense supermaterial essence. The vast red net expanded, threatening to ensnare the vessel. Wang Xuan, wielding the golden gourd, unleashed a series of terrifying beams of light, dispersing the crimson net. Indeed, the celestial beings from behind were intervening, merging myth and technology. Wang Xuan declared coldly, "Today, this shall not end peacefully. Even if the adversary wishes to withdraw, I shall not relent." As the spacecraft continued its rapid descent towards the ground, deep down, he lacked the heart to be ruthless. Initially, he had intended to save some people while drawing fire, which had left him restrained. Within the vessel, a small girl trembled, clutching her parents. The elderly couple whispered softly to one another, hands intertwined. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed as an energy beam struck again, relentless in its assault. Despite Wang Xuan activating the ship's defenses and the built-in shield, the tremendous force caused the vessel to roar and violently shake, nearly overturning. Had it not been for the protective barrier, many aboard would have been cast into the abyss. Even so, bodies collided against the walls of the ship, eliciting cries of pain from numerous passengers. At last, the vessel neared the ground, approaching a city, and Wang Xuan swiftly dispatched them to safety. However, the sight that met their eyes was harrowing. Many were bloodied and injured, the little girl's eyes wide with terror, trembling uncontrollably. As for the elderly couple, they lay silent, embraced in their final moments. Their frail bodies could not withstand the tumultuous impact, and their hopes of returning to their homeland were dashed, meeting their end in this foreign place. With a resounding crash, Wang Xuan shattered a lifelike mask, his visage twisted with fury as he activated the ship, determined to ascend into the sky. "Celestial calamity? You dare obstruct my return? You slay the innocent indiscriminately. Today, I shall eradicate you all. Once more, he endeavored to breach the cycle of reincarnation, urging everyone to make haste and record the 3 chapters of the cycle. Chapter 277. The sword strikes the warship in the clouds. A warship fired once more, unleashing a blinding and terrifying beam that hurtled toward the crowd like a comet descending from the heavens. The assailants reveled in their slaughter, viewing the ordinary as mere fodder, disregarding their plight entirely. As Wang Xuan navigated the vessel, he witnessed this horrifying scene, a surge of murderous intent igniting within him, a long-buried desire for vengeance awakening. The dark golden ship billowed with mist, fully activated by his command, while a flying sword erupted with dazzling light, colliding with the energy beam. Over 20 terrified individuals stumbled, frantically fleeing toward the city, unaccustomed to such chaos in times of peace. "Mom, I'm scared," the little girl wept, her shoes lost in the chaos. Who is perpetrating this terror? Have they gone mad? Some, bolder than others, glanced skyward in rage, assisting a paralyzed companion as they fled toward the city. Fortunately, the energy beam did not engulf them, thanks to Wang Xuan, whose radiant sword light met the energy beam with a resounding clash. The explosion reverberated, a thunderous sound that scattered light and debris, leaving remnants of energy scorched into the ground, melting rock and pavement alike. Had the beam struck the crowd, it would have obliterated lives, leaving nothing but ash, transforming the area into a vast chasm with seething magma. Wang Xuan's murderous intent boiled over. The individuals aboard the warship were devoid of humanity, exploiting the softness in his heart, manipulating his compassion to bind him, repeatedly unleashing lethal force upon the innocent. Spare them. They are civilians, defenseless, and without the means to retaliate. Even our intended targets are shielding them. Amidst the clouds, a voice from the warship trembled, lacking color. As they uttered, "I can no longer bring myself to strike." In the vessel, a blood-red figure sat, the bones in its heart vibrating, producing a chilling sound. Cheap sympathy. Laughable weakness. These are utterly useless. In my pursuit of the blood god technique, I have not only slain dozens, but have also laid waste to entire cities without a second thought. The crew aboard the warship trembled in fear. This was no celestial being, but a practitioner of dark arts. To him, murder and massacre were mere trifles. Such a being, having not perished in antiquity, had returned to wreak havoc in this era, a threat no one could withstand. Rest assured, I still exercise restraint. Quickly, focus on that overly sympathetic young one below and eliminate him. You are wasting precious time, which displeases me greatly, the blood-red figure spoke flatly, instilling terror among the crew. The oppressive aura it exuded was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to resist. 2 medium-sized warships appeared in the distant sky, unleashing terrifying beams of light, which Wang Xuan deftly evaded with his flying vessel. Observing the 20-odd individuals entering the city, he could not concern himself with them any longer. With so many people within the city, if the madmen in the sky truly launched an assault, he would be powerless to stop them. However, one could presume that the prominent organizations on the new star would not sit idly by. In modern society, no one could tolerate such frenzied terrorists. At this moment, Wang Xuan's killing intent surged. Upon the dark golden flying vessel, images of flowers, birds, fish, and insects, along with various ancient divine beasts, materialized, their inscriptions flowing with radiant light. This artifact was of the highest caliber. With a whoosh, Wang Xuan soared skyward, unable to contain himself any longer. He yearned to hunt celestial beings. Those who had returned from the shadows were far too reckless. If he did not eliminate them today, he could only wonder what calamities awaited him in the future. Would he constantly be under attack? Once the dark golden flying vessel was fully activated, the engraved creatures and ancient beings on its hull seemed to come to life, vibrant and animated. Despite the increased consumption and rapid depletion of supermatter, under Wang Xuan's command, the entire vessel exuded an aura of transformation. Whoosh! It darted through the air like a streak of light, arriving at high altitude in the blink of an eye, astonishingly swift and almost unbelievable. Clearly, without spatial leaps, conventional warships could not match the speed of this vessel, which was rather terrifying. How intriguing! It has chosen to come at me, Wang Xuan mused, increasingly enamored by the vessel's aura reminiscent of a top-tier artifact. He hoped it would withstand the battle and not suffer damage. Boom! Beams of light intertwined as the warship opened fire, targeting Wang Xuan. The dark golden vessel being smaller and highly maneuverable, closed the distance between them at an incredible pace, evading danger under Wang Xuan's formidable spiritual perception. The vessel ascended into the sky, where weapons floated. At the bow of the dark golden ship, a flying sword surged forth, radiating 5 colors of brilliance, enveloped in ethereal mist and inscribed with countless runes. Densely packed. In that moment, it shot skyward, departing from the vessel, not merely igniting sword light, but manifesting its true form to strike through the void. The heavens trembled. Clouds above were cleaved apart and disintegrated in an instant. In a sense, it was the true flying sword. Wang Xuan's short sword bore no flying sword runes and was controlled by his potent spiritual force. It was not suited for long-range combat. Crack! The flying sword is terrifying, bursting forth with celestial light. The runes intricately etched upon its blade form luminous symbols, swirling around it, effortlessly cleaving through the battleship. Even though the vessel is crafted from the latest alloy materials, astonishingly robust, it is still sliced open, sparks flying from a section as energy detonates. What on earth has transpired? Many in the city below gasp in astonishment. Is it truly the end? Moments ago, it appeared that a battleship was assaulting the ground. Now, someone wields a legendary flying sword, severing a modern military vessel? Indeed. From the moment of that horrific attack to Wang Xuan soaring into the sky to engage the enemy, everything unfolded in an instant, leaving many in the city bewildered, some still in a daze. Undoubtedly, this event will soon spread and intensify, given its monumental impact. The flying sword rapidly expands, now measuring several meters in length, slicing through the battleship, cleaving it asunder. Moreover, the densely packed runes on its blade summon thunder, shattering a section of the vessel with a deafening roar. Simultaneously, fire runes on the sword unleash towering flames, engulfing the cold metallic hull, melting portions of the ship. Even Wang Xuan is astonished by the immense power of this flying sword, far surpassing many magical artifacts. A crucial section of the battleship has been breached, utterly devastated. Within the ship, many pale in fear, wondering about this situation. Someone is attacking the vessel with a sword? This is the most extreme manifestation of cold weaponry confronting technological arms. With a whoosh, the sword's radiance erupts. Its previously ancient appearance now dazzles as it swiftly traverses the hull, creating a smooth cross-section. Surrounding the blade are countless glimmers, ancient characters that resemble a scripture, as though someone is chanting, accompanied by thunder and flames, resulting in a terrifying destructive force that rends the blade and obliterates everything in its path. Let us begin with a brief chapter to affirm the return to the earthly realm. Rest assured, the word count for the day will not be lacking. Chapter 278, Enlightenment Through Education. A sword cleaving a battleship? Nearby, some in the city witnessed this spectacle, parched with disbelief. This is a myth made manifest. The hull suffers severe damage. Abandon the right front compartment. Within the vessel, panic ensues. How can there be such a person wielding a cold weapon to dismantle a battleship? They disengage that segment of the module, which, ablaze, plummets toward the earth. It is indeed a fusion of extraordinary treasures. The flying vessel is a rare divine artifact, and its accompanying flying sword is equally remarkable, truly a sight to behold. Inside the battleship, a crimson specter sits calmly, unafraid even as the ship is destroyed. For he can soar through the skies and vanish into the earth. At this moment, he too summons a treasure, a vast red net, shimmering with starlight, exceptionally radiant, casting a myriad of crimson rays towards the flying sword in an attempt to ensnare it. Wang Xuan maneuvers the flying vessel, altering his position continually. Like lightning traversing the vast sky. Once targeted by the battleship, he moves erratically, shadows of the vessel appearing in all directions. Grasping a small, golden gourd, he aims it at the grand net, seeking to draw it in. The vast net glowed ominously, resembling a blood-red lightning interwoven with various objects such as beast horns and bird beaks, along with human skulls, all forged to a vivid crimson hue. Within the net, a mournful sound echoed, the cries of countless creatures reverberating with deafening intensity, casting terrifying blood shadows across the sky as they lunged downward, seeking to grasp the flying sword. A yellowish light shimmered at the gourd's mouth, tugging at the blood-red net, as 2 extraordinary treasures trembled, emitting a thunderous roar. It obstructed my beast net, revealing that even among mortals, there existed such remarkable treasures, which, though not in the hands of the celestial or demonic beings, were like pearls cast into obscurity. A man aboard the warship spoke, activating the great net in an attempt to seize the flying sword while contending with the resplendent gourd. Clang! The flying sword traversed the air like a fleeting streak of light, illuminating the heavens with an array of characters, akin to a scripture being turned, exuding an awe-inspiring force. There, the supermaterial surged, accompanied by an unparalleled brilliance, severing some adornments from the crimson net, as the skulls, horns, and beaks cried out in despair. Within the warship, aside from the blood-colored shadows, there were several pure spiritual entities. At that moment, one of them silently darted out, aiming to ambush Wang Xuan. However, under Wang Xuan's celestial gaze, the spiritual entity shone like a flame in the night, glaringly bright, rendering its attempts at concealment and use of treasures for disguise utterly futile. Beside Wang Xuan, an ancient lamp floated, shooting forth scarlet beams that transformed into arrow feathers, instantly pinning the spiritual entity, eliciting a chilling scream. Not dead. Wang Xuan urged forth the dark red arrow feathers again, releasing 6 in succession that homed in on the target, all striking true with hissing sounds. With a resounding boom, the spiritual entity exploded, pinned to death, its essence fragmenting into a shower of light. Even as the extraordinary realm crumbled and the ancient lamp's power waned, the additional arrow feathers remained beyond the capabilities of an ordinary transcendent to withstand. A sense of unease gripped Wang Xuan's heart after dispatching his foe, awakening an acute alertness within him. Scanning with his spiritual eye, he discovered a blood-red mark upon himself, as if a vengeful spirit had grasped him, leaving behind a terrifying trace. Yet, he felt no pain. How had he been ensnared? After vanquishing his opponent, he found himself unwittingly ensnared in a hidden trap. The prey bore an abundance of divine artifacts, all top-tier treasures, proving to be quite formidable and inconsistent with his employer's descriptions. The blood-colored shadow sat within the warship, manipulating the great net, as images of various avian and feral beasts emerged, bloodlight soaring, staining the sky crimson, a ghastly sight. The cries of beasts and birds intermingled with the countless human figures lamenting, remnants of the blood souls from years past, their deaths horrifyingly tragic. On the ground, ordinary people had never witnessed such a scene. Chills crept down their spines. What manner of monster was this? In an instant, they felt that the return of the celestial beings was not as delightful as they had imagined. At this juncture, Wang Xuan unleashed the final strike of the flying sword. Fierce and astonishing, cleaving the battered warship in its entirety, as thunderous flames erupted, and the sky resounded with violent explosions. Boom, boom. In the distance, 2 smaller warships continued their assault on Wang Xuan, their beams intertwining across the vast expanse, yet he deftly maneuvered his flying vessel to evade their attacks. The bloodstained figure, bearing a vast net, soared through the skies and vanished into a warship. Wang Xuan pursued, his dark golden vessel transforming into a stream of light, arriving in an instant as he urged his flying sword forward with lethal intent. Suddenly, a spear erupted beside him, sharp and unmatched, expanding at an astonishing speed to a length of 20 meters, piercing through the warship with a resounding crash, unleashing a torrent of supermaterial with devastating force. Then, an ancient shield emerged, resembling a turtle's shell, expanding to shield the flying vessel, steadfastly resisting an unavoidable energy beam. This extraordinary vessel had been discovered by the Song family, along with its accompanying flying sword, spear, and shield, all no larger than a fingertip, previously worn as pendants by the granddaughter of Old Song. Today, they finally revealed their true forms. In the sky, the spear spiraled like a celestial dragon, returning to once again penetrate the colossal hull of the ship, igniting a fiery explosion of energy. However, Wang Xuan frowned. The consumption was terrifying, and should he continue this way, the vessel would likely not endure much longer, as the supermaterial was rapidly depleting. Following the collapse of the extraordinary world, the repercussions were immense. The potency of various treasures diminished, while the consumable supermaterial surged. Suddenly, 3 spiritual entities surged forth, launching an assault on Wang Xuan while employing psychic secret techniques, their tricolored radiance erupting in fearsome shockwaves. For an ordinary person, just one of these shockwaves would lead to cerebral death, utterly collapsing their psyche. Wang Xuan withstood the onslaught, refraining from invoking the god-slaying flag in plain sight. As the lurking giant crocodile beneath the water remained an unknown quantity, he summoned the ancient lamp once more, unleashing a barrage of dark red arrow feathers. After a dozen beams shot forth, they impaled the three spiritual entities. Yet, his expression grew increasingly grave. With the psychic eye scanning, he bore 3 additional blood-red marks, each kill resulting in a new affliction. For other extraordinary beings, this would likely spell tragedy. Without the psychic eye, such anomalies would remain undetected. Wang Xuan was undeterred. He would cleanse the aftermath. Regardless of whether they were celestial or demonic, he was intent on eliminating them entirely. Several detectors locked onto this area, bearing witness to the terrifying spectacle, a collision of myth and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, did you witness that? That individual appears to be a sword immortal, engaged in fierce combat. Spears piercing warships, swords cleaving through a bizarre red net. What is transpiring here? An extraordinary duel intertwined with technological weaponry? The cold steel cleaved through the warship, dismantling it. As this news spread, accompanied by various blurred images, it ignited heated discussions, sending ripples through the outside world. The destructive power of the extraordinary was astonishing. Recklessly unleashing their might in the skies, effortlessly cleaving through warships. The ramifications were dire and required stringent suppression. Some voices emerged, condemning the combatants in the sky. This sword immortal has gone too far, attacking a warship in broad daylight. What is his intent? Questions arose, leading to a surge of followers attempting to stir the waters, seeking to resonate with the masses. Yet, those attempting to steer public opinion clearly lacked sufficient power. Just as they stirred the tempest, they were swiftly exposed. Those who escaped from the spacecraft have taken to various platforms to recount the truth of the events. A terror attack was instigated, targeting the vessel. It is suspected that Wang Xuan intervened, thwarting several warships and saving numerous lives. The news has rapidly proliferated, creating significant upheaval. Warships bombarded the spaceship, resulting in considerable casualties. Who is responsible? Astonishingly, someone has attempted to absolve those 3 warships. Step forward and take a look. It is imperative to identify those who have attempted to whitewash the situation. They surely have been compensated for their efforts. Even if they are not directly connected to the perpetrators of the terror attack, there remains a link. The major financial conglomerates received the news earlier than others, capturing clear footage and are closely monitoring the situation. This is outrageous. I believe we should retaliate. Are they celestial beings? They are fiends, attacking ordinary people. If we remain passive now, their actions will only escalate. However, as celestial beings return in droves, will other mythological figures remember us and strike from the shadows? I believe it will be fine. Those who have communicated with us through dreams do not possess such inclinations. This is an isolated incident that can be thwarted. In fact, many on various platforms are calling for action at this very moment. Sun family, did you not claim that the extraordinary are disrupting the order of the new star? The time to act is now. The one you deem a disruptor, Wang Xuan, is rescuing people and confronting the extraordinary fiends. Where are you, Sun family? In a fleeting moment, the platforms of the new star erupted in a cacophony of voices, with various discussions and calls to action. Some major organizations contemplated intervening but feared retribution from the celestial beings, uncertain of the allegiance of those who would act. Fire. Utilize the extraterrestrial warship to assist Wang Xuan in taking down those 2 medium-sized warships. Yet, for safety, do not reveal our involvement. After serious deliberation among key figures of the Zhao family, a decision was reached. Zhao Qinghan's father, Zhao Zijuan, personally issued the command. Boom. In the sky, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, a medium-sized warship engaged in battle with Wang Xuan was obliterated, completely annihilated. Grandfather, issue the order to destroy those 2 warships. It is intolerable that our Zhong family spacecraft has been destroyed without a response. Moreover, we are about to depart, embarking on the primordial plan. What do we have left to fear? Let us also assist old Wang in dealing with his adversaries, strongly suggested Zhongcheng. Zhongqing concurred resolutely, stating, let us act. 1 warship has already been downed by another. We are about to embark on our journey. As we leave, we need Wang Xuan to help us ascertain if any peculiar entities are trailing our vessel. Very well. Zhong Changming quietly issued the command. Boom. Simultaneously, 4 terrifying energy beams hurtled through the sky, striking their target and tearing apart the already damaged warship. Clearly, at the last moment, 4 factions intervened, resulting in its destruction. However, ultimately, 3 blood-red figures and 4 ethereal entities emerged, floating in the air, narrowly avoiding demise. 2 of the ethereal entities had previously detonated, their supermaterial dissipating severely, rendering them exceedingly weak, yet their spirits coalesced, they did not perish. The remnants of scrap metal lay scattered, and the extraordinary shall ultimately return to the extraordinary. It is time to eliminate you. A blood-red figure spoke, fixating his gaze upon Wang Xuan. Clutching a crimson divine net, he declared, "Were it not for the disintegration of the extraordinary rules, a mere mortal like you would fall to my finger with ease." His tone was flat, imbued with a considerable arrogance, as he looked down upon the earth and proclaimed, "Even as the supermaterial wanes, I, Qi Ming, shall reshape the extraordinary in this era. The true blood of humanity is ample, and my path shall not be obstructed." The bones in his heart vibrated, resonating with a clarity that echoed like thunder, deafening all below. Goodness, this Qi Ming must be a fiend. His words suggest he is poised for some reckless actions. Such a creature ought to be eradicated by humanity. The detection device captured the audiovisual spectacle, inciting an uproar beyond. At this moment, many beings from the Great Curtain had traversed into this realm, each with their unique life forms, and they too were watching this unfolding drama. Within an apartment in a certain city, a blood shadow stared at the screen, a tumult of fury and shock coursing through him. Who dares impersonate me? I am the true Qi Ming. A chill enveloped him, though he was no paragon of virtue. He had no desire for madness at this moment, nor did he wish to bear the blame. His gaze darkened with palpable malice. In the sky, Wang Xuan remained silent as he retrieved a talisman, invoking it in an instant. A divine radiance illuminated all directions, engulfing the beings from behind the Great Curtain. This was a symbol acquired from old Zhong to extend his life. He had previously utilized invisibility talismans, lightning talismans, and sword talismans, all of which proved astonishingly powerful. Now, there was no room for hesitation. To vanquish his adversaries and ensure not a single one escaped, he unleashed a holy light talisman. Wang Xuan believed it imperative to establish rules for them, to educate these beings to the point of utter obliteration, serving as a warning for those who would follow, thus enlightening more celestial and demonic entities. It felt peculiar to rise so early. He decided to pen a few more lines to supplement the chapter. Chapter 279. Celestial Embryo. The holy light talisman blossomed like a divine lotus, resonating with the sound of blooming flowers. Its enormous petals unfolding to release blinding beams of runic light that enveloped the area ahead. One must admit, the purifying effect of this holy light surpassed all expectations, yielding an utterly perfect result. The 4 spiritual entities rapidly disintegrated. As the lotus petals unfurled, they were consumed like straw figures ignited in flames, leaving not a trace behind. I should visit old Zhong's residence more frequently, Wang Xuan mused, recalling the stack of decayed papers Zhong Changming had once given him, their potency truly unparalleled. The sole drawback of these talismans was their disposability. Each use depleted his supply. His expression grew solemn, despite his caution. Protected by the luminous barrier of the ancient lamp, he still bore 4 crimson marks on his body, as though clawed by a vengeful spirit. What was this predicament? The adversary exceeded his expectations, capable of penetrating his protective barrier without his awareness, displaying formidable skills and prowess. 3 blood-red figures surged forth, attempting to break free. Yet the immense lotus continued to bloom, its flowering echoing through the sky, accompanied by the rustling sound amidst resplendent holy light, resembling a cleansing ritual, strikingly magnificent. Boom! At last, as the talisman paper was about to be consumed by flames, 3 figures emerged, somewhat disheveled. The one wielding the divine net lowered his head, gazing at the dimmed extraordinary treasure, for the consumption of supermaterial had been excessively severe, with some of the netting showing signs of wear. Wang Xuan took a deep breath. The depletion of his supermaterial far more alarming. He needed to conserve it. He activated the flying sword of the dark golden small boat, targeting one individual with precision and striking decisively. Let us go. The 3 unexpectedly turned to flee, sensing the looming threat as a warship locked onto them, instilling a sense of trepidation, particularly with the blood-colored figure now manifested. Wang Xuan maneuvered the flying vessel in swift pursuit. The figures darted forth like 4 streaks of light, diving towards the distant mountains on the earth below. Boom! At this moment, Numerous beams of light descended from the heavens as warships opened fire, bombarding the three blood-colored figures, most of which they deftly evaded. Only one beam struck a target, causing the blood mist form to explode, revealing cracked true bones. Yet that individual reassembled their blood-colored manifestation and fled once more. Subsequently, beams of energy continued to lock onto the trio, relentlessly bombarding them. Ultimately, some energy beams found their mark. In an instant, the three blood-colored figures exploded intermittently, their true bones emitting cracking sounds, seemingly on the verge of shattering. The situation had entirely reversed, as significant organizations deployed warships against them, shattering their true bones, placing them in a perilous predicament. Boom. At a critical juncture, an energy beam unexpectedly targeted Wang Xuan, sending a chill down his spine. With acute awareness, he swiftly evaded it. Bang! A distant mountain peak crumbled and exploded. Obliterated by the beam, Zhao Zijuan wore a grave expression, stating, "Is it the Sun family attacking Wang Xuan?" Moments ago, their celestial eye system had clearly detected that the beam originated from a secret base of the Sun family, nearly striking Wang Xuan's flying vessel. Someone contacted the Sun family, as not only Zhao family had noticed the anomalies at their base. It wasn't us. That base has lost contact and is likely under the control of the celestial beings. Or rather, some malevolent entities, explained a member of the Sun family, sensing the gravity of the situation. Those celestial beings are truly malevolent. Aware of the discord between them and the extraordinary beings of the new star, intentionally stirring chaos. Sun Rongxing's expression darkened as he remarked, "Consider the ancient tomes excavated from secret repositories. What were those practitioners like? Undeniably, some sects adhere to righteousness. However, many malevolent cultivators, ruthless beings often referred to as demons, were the very stormbringers of yore. Their return now will surely not herald benevolence. Furthermore, even the so-called immortals, those with relatively righteous orthodoxies, cannot be as pure as white paper. Only the ruthless survive to this day." Just then, the large screen erupted in dazzling brilliance, golden umbrella-shaped energy clouds billowing forth, casting a hush over the Sun family, rendering them silent. Their secret base had been destroyed. Amidst the mountains, Wang Xuan pursued relentlessly. As the three blood-colored figures vanished into the untamed forest, temporarily evading the celestial eye and various detection devices. Finally, within a primordial thicket, they re-emerged, surrounding Wang Xuan once more. Indeed, it is a poignant spectacle to witness the once mighty tiger reduced to a pitiful state, akin to a fallen monarch beset by curse. I, Qi Meng, in my former existence among mortals, was revered as the demon lord. Yet upon my return, I find myself in such disarray, besieged by battleships. How the world has transformed. It is only now that Wang Xuan keenly perceives a singular essence among the three, suggesting they may be one and the same. He scrutinizes their true forms with suspicion, pondering the nature of their intentions. "Who are you? What grudge do we share? Why do you impede me?" Wang Xuan inquires with a calm demeanor. "I am Qi Meng, a true immortal of the Netherblood sect. You have slain numerous immortals returning from the great beyond, landing yourself on a death list. Do you not comprehend your situation? In this realm, it is not for a mere transcendent like you to dictate the course of events." The blood-hued figure retorts, wielding a divine net, his tone icy and disdainful. "Were it not for the current targeting of the celestial beings, someone of your ilk would be crushed by a mere glance from a true immortal." Wang Xuan gazes intently at him, sensing a dissonance in his celestial aura, as if something were amiss. He dismisses the figure's empty bravado, muttering that there are no ifs in reality. "Your demeanor suggests a certain arrogance toward the celestial beings. How delightful! Was I not similarly proud in days gone by? During my time among mortals, I stood unrivaled, fearing no one. To me, the celestial beings were but decayed relics, and once I ascended, I would surely trample them beneath my feet. Yet, reality has imparted a harsh lesson. In the presence of titans of the celestial path, I remain woefully inadequate." Possessing a keen spiritual eye, Wang Xuan perceives the figure's artifice and interrupts. "As one of the celestial class, you squander your potential, entangled in petty rivalries with a humble cultivator like myself. Do you not aspire to explore the mythic pathways and carve out a new extraordinary world? Instead, you should first ponder whether you can survive this day." With a faint smile, the blood-hued figure suddenly strikes, joining forces with two other sanguine specters to assault Wang Xuan. In an instant, the grand red net disintegrates, each of them sustaining a segment, as runes flicker and an endless blood mist envelopes the scene. Wang Xuan braces himself, erecting a protective barrier while unleashing crimson arrows from his divine lamp and summoning his flying sword for a decisive strike. Alas, the extraordinary has collapsed, rendering even the nether blood formation ineffective. Otherwise, even an immortal would be reduced to mere ichor. Within the blood mist, the self-proclaimed Qi Ming sighs, tinged with regret. Wang Xuan's spiritual eye radiates brilliance as he discerns the truth. Their blood-colored apparitions are blurred, yet 3 bones glow, revealing distinct markings identical to the crimson sigils upon his own form. Without hesitation, he brandishes the divine slaying flag, sensing the anomaly within this individual, who appears intent on his demise, yet repeatedly seeks to leave a crimson mark upon him, betraying an insincerity in his actions. What is this? A cry of alarm echoes from the blood mist, marking the first moment of panic from the figure claiming to be Qi Ming. The blood mist reverberates with fierce collisions as the bones tremble, spiritual entities darting about in rapid motion, resonating with the life force unique to the celestial beings. This vibrant essence resides within the true bones. The celestial life force erupts forth, albeit faint, lacking the richness one might expect based on legend. I, Chimin, shall not perish. I shall once again manifest upon this earthly realm. The spiritual entity amidst the sanguine mist has been utterly obliterated, restoring tranquility to this place. As the blood fog dissipates swiftly, what manner of creature is this, Chimin? Wang Xuan muses to himself, approaching to gaze upon the 3 fractured remnants of true bones. Simultaneously, he peers within using his spiritual eye and is taken aback to discover yet another crimson mark upon his body. Despite having vanquished the original host, the claw marks have not faded. Instead, they have multiplied. To date, he bears a total of 9 red marks. What could this signify? He attempts to eradicate the marks. And indeed, the red streaks become faint, yet ultimately, they resurface with clarity. Have they taken root? He sits in meditation, reciting the verses of the stone tablet, the scriptures of Shakyamuni, and the golden bamboo slips of the pre-Qin era, channeling the supreme texts to obliterate those crimson imprints. A sigh of relief escapes him. He can eliminate them, yet remnants linger, demanding further investigation, for within these marks, he senses a peculiar energy. Old Chen, do you comprehend what this is? Wang Xuan reaches out to Old Chen, recounting the events in detail. Doubt I? No, it's not that, Motai. Neither is it Shanta. Old Chen suddenly exclaims, realizing its resemblance to a passage he had encountered not long ago in a scripture from the Zhong family. It bears a striking similarity to the legendary Tenji, suggesting that someone seeks to resurrect through him, nurturing a celestial K, thereby achieving their own ascendance. Old Chen elaborates with a flurry of explanations. Wang Xuan is overcome with revulsion. Is this being attempting to resurrect through his corporeal form, or is it seeking to incubate a celestial Te from his flesh? Such folly. He feels utterly appalled, uncertain whether the entity is male or female, human or beast, coveting his physical being. Do not be hasty. You have the power to obliterate it. Or you may choose to engage with it, ultimately turning the tables and seizing its fortune, rendering its grand aspirations futile, Old Chen advises, divulging various secrets of the matter. Wang Xuan pinches his nose and restrains himself, beginning to examine his spoils, with the primary treasures being the 3 bones. Meanwhile, the external world is rife with unrest. Humanity on the new star is abuzz with discussion. Many beings have returned from the great beyond, fervently debating the unprecedented clash between the celestial beings and the extraordinary of the mortal realm. A significant number of beings have returned, many of whom are descendants of celestial beings and demon kin, all notably youthful. They suddenly realize that the young human, Wang Xuan, is cultivating in this world at a pace that rivals their own. Wang Xuan seeks a serene location to scrutinize the celestial bones, preparing to forcibly unveil the inner landscape. He furrows his brow. The first celestial bone holds not a trace of celestial essence, nor any dormant primordial spirit, utterly devoid of value. The second bone proves similarly barren, clearly having been exploited and drained of its vitality. This becomes increasingly alarming. As he investigates the third bone, he beholds a dim inner landscape and successfully forces it open, revealing a frail figure that nods at him, as if liberated, before dissolving into ashes. This bone too has been exploited, its celestial essence exhausted. It is rather unsettling. All three celestial bones have had their essence pilfered. However, since the inner landscape has been unveiled, Wang Xuan sees no reason not to take advantage of it. Yet, he frowns. This inner landscape is on the verge of collapse. The essence of its master has dissipated, and the shadowy inner realm is riddled with fissures, threatening to crumble at any moment. Wang Xuan's spiritual entity sat cross-legged in the center, embarking on a journey of cultivation. While a multitude of mysterious essences were drawn towards the flying vessel, the ancient lamp, and the yellow gourd, each a remarkable treasure. Within the inner landscape, one could sense the inexorable passage of time and the transformation of the ages. Yet, it was merely the evolution of spiritual perception that had accelerated. As mysterious substances enveloped him, Wang Xuan felt his life force being nourished, his flesh rejoicing, and his spirit growing vigorous as he sank into the highest realm of meditation, continuously enhancing his strength. He had succeeded, for the moment, in traversing the cycle of reincarnation. In Chapter 280, titled Enhancement of Cultivation, a long-lost sensation washed over Wang Xuan as his spirit was submerged in these mysterious essences, undergoing a profound baptism. Rich, vibrant substances coursed through his corporeal form, casting an encompassing aura around him. This place was nothing short of a sacred ground for cultivation, where spiritual perception surged to the extraordinary, significantly amplifying the metabolism of his physical body. For a species to evolve and achieve a leap in the levels of life, it requires generations of collective accumulation, an immeasurable passage of time. However, should one inadvertently enter this inner landscape, the process could be remarkably expedited. Wang Xuan remained seated, enveloped in the highest state of meditation, both spirit and flesh undergoing transformation and elevation. The so-called bodhisattva realm, the unity of man and heaven, epitomized his current state. His heart was serene, his body and mind clear. With an exponential enhancement of perception, Wang Xuan contemplated the inscriptions on the stone tablet, reciting the true teachings of Shakyamuni, and perusing the golden bamboo slips from the preaching era. In this state, his efficiency was astonishing, a marvel to behold. That which he had previously struggled to comprehend now became crystal clear, revealing profound truths that yielded immense rewards. He endeavored to decipher the third true form of the stone tablet scripture, of which there were 9 in total, having mastered 2. He now sought to anticipate the subsequent passages. In that moment, he resonated in harmony, his spirit soaring as he glimpsed layer upon layer of a nebulous spiritual realm. Tantalizingly close, Wang Xuan reached out, attempting to penetrate one layer of this spiritual world, and surprisingly succeeded. He grasped a handful of soil, feeling its palpable essence. The third true form of the scripture primarily targeted the spiritual dimension, imbued with unfathomable power, imperceptible to ordinary minds. This scripture must be cultivated from the mortal realm. One can only imagine how arduous the initial stages were. How could an ordinary person ever hope to grasp it? Retrieving his hand from that layer of the spiritual world, Wang Xuan lamented that he could not bring forth the soil. His realm remained too low. Just before his withdrawal, the soil slipped through his fingers like quicksand, dissipating into a shower of light. The materials of the spiritual world, every blade of grass, every tree, the magnificent mountains, anything he could extract would greatly benefit his existence in the real world. He persistently attempted to explore further, and soon beheld a medicinal field within the first layer of the spiritual realm. He yearned to approach it, stretching out his hand with great difficulty to seize one of the herbs. The area appeared desolate, seemingly neglected for ages, yet it burst forth in vibrant hues, with numerous rare herbs like the jilan and shingu flourishing amidst the wild grasses. Alas, this was a domain inaccessible to one of his current standing. Only those who had attained the lofty realm of carefree wandering could enter such spiritual realms. Once again, he faltered, his palm brushed against a wondrous herb, only to grasp a mere weed. With a heavy heart, he reluctantly retracted. He had inadvertently brought forth something. It was uncertain whether he should feel disheartened or relieved, as he had extracted a type of half-energy, half-ethereal weed from the realm of the mind. Regrettably, it was not the potent spiritual herb from the medicinal field. In an instant, this wild grass was partially absorbed by his spiritual essence, only to subsequently dissipate into fine ash. At that moment, Wang Xuan felt his mental acuity accelerate slightly, even witnessing an enhancement in the energy of his spiritual being. He found himself momentarily entranced. How wondrous was the spiritual realm! Such a mere weed had proven effective for him. What marvels might await if he truly ventured forth to harvest the great spiritual herb? Yet, within this inner sanctum, he could not afford to lose focus. It was as if he were standing in the liminal space of clarity, where the highest state of meditation corrected his wandering thoughts, restoring his calmness and lucidity. Unfortunately, subsequent attempts yielded no further rewards. The nebulous spiritual realm remained tantalizingly elusive, a testament to his insufficient mastery. If, in the future, the extraordinary aftershocks dissipated and the mysterious substances were entirely depleted, how could he ever hope to reach those realms again? He then began to contemplate the profound tenets of Buddhism, reciting the true scriptures of Shakyamuni. From spirit to flesh, everything radiated a resplendent golden hue, as if he were transforming into a majestic Buddha. In that moment, he was enveloped in the light of the Buddha, his countenance solemn and dignified, as though he were destined for the divine. At that juncture, his spiritual third eye opened, revealing not only the present but also glimpses of the past and future. Looking back, he beheld a great Buddha seated in meditation, silent and still, shrouded in darkness, entombed in dust. Observing the present, he saw the Buddhas departing, the bodhisattvas setting forth, and the arhats bearing luminous temples, all seemingly on the verge of transcending into the real world. Gazing into the future, he witnessed a profound stillness. The celestial beings and divine entities had vanished, leaving the mortal realm to revert to its mundane state. Was this the collapse of myth, the demise of the extraordinary? Everything returned to dust, and all things in heaven and earth succumbed to decay. Nothing could endure in this world. Even the celestial beings, demons, Buddhas, gods, and spirits were no exceptions. The so-called unparalleled powerhouses must ultimately perish, unable to transcend their fate. In the future, all would dissolve into emptiness, myths would remain unfulfilled, and the celestial beings would return to the ordinary, their sanctity extinguished. Was this the harsh reality of the future? It was indeed disheartening. Wang Xuan softly murmured. Rejecting such an ending, he did not wish for this to be his conclusion. He still aspired to explore the celestial realm of Guanghan and to rest in the pure land of Yaochi. He continued to recite the scriptures, delving deeper into his understanding. Ultimately, those Buddhas, those chants of Zen, those sacred presences vanished, leaving only himself in meditation, radiating brilliance. His spirit seemed to traverse the celestial realm. Wandering through the Buddhist land, his body and hair aglow with golden light, illuminating the desolate expanse. Finally, he ceased his contemplation and practice of the Shakyamuni scriptures. Taking a moment to observe himself closely, both his spirit and corporeal form had elevated, adorned with a faint golden sheen. He nodded, realizing that even the most formidable of scriptures could not dispel the power of the teachings of Shakyamuni, a testament to the scripture's formidable prowess. Undeniably one of the highest texts. With that, Wang Xuan rose, stretching his body, and began to comprehend the ancient golden bamboo slips of the preaching period, which leaned more towards action, harnessing the power of the physical body to stimulate the spirit and beyond. Perhaps this is also related to the rampant presence of ancient celestial birds and sacred beasts, necessitating formidable might to instill fear. Everything begins with the art of slaughter. With a thunderous boom, the inner realm erupted in brilliance, akin to a torrential downpour. Wang Xuan was practicing the feather transformation fist, a powerful martial art inscribed on a golden bamboo slip. As he advanced in his practice, he envisioned the figures of those practitioners from the preaching era, battling in the wild, capturing sacred beasts, and vanquishing celestial birds with astonishing prowess. He followed suit, executing punches that embodied the true essence of this supreme martial art, a technique born from conflict, known as the feather transformation fist. It resonates with an ethereal quality, yet it fundamentally revolves around life and death struggles. In that moment, within the dim inner realm, a cascade of luminous energy rained down, illuminating the space as if the twinkling stars were scattered across the night sky. In the surrounding expanse, the ethereal silhouettes of various celestial birds and sacred beasts emerged, seemingly lying in wait, trembling. Boom! A radiant punch sliced through the silence of the inner realm, momentarily illuminating the vast and desolate cosmos, making the heavens and the earth resplendent with clarity. Wang Xuan retracted his fist, feeling invigorated. It had been a long time since he had engaged in direct combat, relying instead on extraordinary treasures for warfare. Yet, he understood that his reliance on external artifacts could not endure indefinitely. After the corrections of the present world, there would come a day when he must rely on his own strength. Gradually, he sensed the mysterious essence of the inner realm thinning. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He had depleted the reservoir of the inner realm, and upon re-establishing the connection, the mysterious substances he gathered were alarmingly scant. Even with the invocation of supreme scriptures, had the day of reckoning approached, leading even the inner realm to desiccate? Wang Xuan gazed upward into the shadowy and tranquil heights of the inner realm, where the descending mysterious essence had indeed diminished. What had become of his unique inner realm? He was uncertain, for entry required a life and death juncture to trigger an extraordinary mental sensitivity, even a divine perception, to unlock that peculiar domain. Before him lay an inner realm riddled with fissures, destined for oblivion. Wang Xuan approached a vast crack, using his spiritual third eye to peer within, eager to discern what lay beyond the rupture and where the inner realm connected. Particularly, from where were these mysterious essences cascading? Deep within the crevice, darkness and coldness pervaded, rendering visibility impossible, a realm of eternal silence. Wang Xuan gazed outward, his physical form bathed in the mysterious essence, vibrant with life, while several of his extraordinary treasures, once on the verge of depletion, had now been replenished. He gestured with tentative curiosity, yet those treasures remained inert, save for the god-slaying banner, which floated upward. Entering the inner realm, he was profoundly astonished. This legendary artifact from antiquity was indeed extraordinary, shrouded in mystery. Among the worldly objects he had encountered, only the life-nourishing furnace could enter the inner realm, albeit it remained confined within. Other extraordinary treasures, including an indestructible short sword and a combination of fishing line and hooks capable of piercing the spiritual realm and the cosmic curtain, could not be drawn in. Most critically, the small banner had begun to be refined by Wang Xuan, and even in his spiritual form, he would not be harmed. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. As if he had traversed many years, the inner realm trembled, and then, like a cataclysm, it began to collapse. Wang Xuan, brandishing a palm-sized golden flag, surged forth like a streak of light from the collapsing inner realm. He swiftly turned to gaze back, employing his spiritual eye, seeking to discern the essence of the realm's destruction. It was torn asunder, mysterious forces surging forth, and soon, darkness enveloped everything, rendering even the spiritual eye blind. In a moment of daze, he perceived vague shapes on the distant shore of that darkness. Yet, the inner realm had crumbled, utterly submerging all into silence, merging with the void, leaving nothing visible. In that very spot, a vortex formed, ripples dissipating, as the inner realm vanished forever, leaving behind emptiness. Upon his return to his corporeal form, Wang Xuan felt an overwhelming strength from the unity of spirit and body. He had undergone a metamorphosis from the essence of his soul to his flesh. Previously, he had merely entered the realm of destiny. But now he had ascended to the mid-stage of this domain, an advancement so swift it was astonishing, even in the mythic era, illuminated by extraordinary brilliance. Such rapid cultivation would be deemed remarkable, especially in this peculiar age of decay. Yet, Wang Xuan remained unsatisfied, yearning to accelerate his cultivation further. Eager to discover the realms he might attain before the lingering echoes of the extraordinary faded entirely. Would all he achieved in the future also dissipate alongside it? Having withstood bombardment from warships and emerged from a fierce battle not only unscathed but even strengthened, he found the extraordinary substances of several treasures had resaturated. If each confrontation led to a breakthrough, he would welcome daily battles. Wang Xuan contemplated the prospect of unearthing the celestial beings of the opposing faction to engage in daily skirmishes, believing he could ascend to great heights before the extraordinary was completely extinguished. Chapter 281. The world is so enchanting. On the ground lay 3 cracked bones, devoid of the vibrant life force of immortals, nearing decay. Should they be discovered in the future, who would ponder that they had once been celestial beings? Ultimately, they were reduced to mere mortals, returning to the earth. Throughout history, this world of mortal splendor has seen the rise and fall of great eras, with heroes emerging from the populace, their brilliance accentuated by the fervor that followed. Yet, those endowed with exceptional talent chose the path of cultivation, secluding themselves in the depths of mountains, missing countless moments of brilliance and harboring many regrets. In the end, it all amounted to naught. Wang Xuan shook his head, reflecting on the fates of these individuals. He felt a mix of pity and sorrow as he buried the bones in the mountains with stones and earth. Nevertheless, many seekers continued to tread this nearly ethereal path, himself included, and during this time of extraordinary collapse, some were beyond redemption. Wang Xuan chuckled softly, engaging in self-mockery. Perhaps those who sought immortality and the Tao were initially driven by childhood dreams, yearning to escape the cycle of life and death. To soar into the heavens with a sword, traversing mythical realms, leaving their footprints in the vast lunar palaces, the splendid Yaochi, the peaks of Mount Buzhou, the divine courts of thunder, and the paradisiacal lands of the 33 heavens beyond the mundane. Even though it had been proven that many grand visions had dimmed and numerous celestial realms had perished, those who embarked on this journey remained steadfast in their obsessions, determined to continue onward. Though the extraordinary swiftly crumbles, those individuals continue to navigate, their hearts brimming with aspirations, believing that myths still harbor a glimmer of hope for revival. There are even ambitious souls who yearn to create anew, to enact the primordial, to attain enlightenment and transcend all. The primordial beings, the celestial realms, the sacred mountains, and the Buddhist lands ultimately signify the resurgence of vitality. Yet, will it be the Yao pool that runs dry, the caverns that shatter, transforming into vast, lonely graves? Enveloped in silence? A year later, the truth shall unfold. Wang Xuan returns to the city, and merely a day later, Qian has prepared a small private spacecraft for him, discreetly arranging for his departure from the new star. However, the outcome is chilling, with a thunderous explosion. The spacecraft disintegrates in the vastness of space, an energy flare blindingly bright. Qian and Wang Xuan exchange glances, both hidden within the Qian residence, secretly monitoring the situation. No one boarded the ship this time, only two lifelike robots. They are targeting me, intent on ensnaring me within the new star. Wang Xuan's eyes glint with cold fury. As the celestial beings observe him, I shall investigate to uncover which traitor leaked this information. Qian is infuriated. It is likely someone has manipulated their psyche. Allow me to handle this, Wang Xuan asserts, and indeed, it turns out that someone had temporarily accessed another's mental perceptions and induced hypnosis. Upon his return to Sioux City, Wang Xuan is filled with indignation. The beings who emerged from the Great Curtain are brazen, daring to act so directly against him. Do not let me discover your whereabouts. Otherwise, I shall unbox each one of you, collecting fortunes and stripping you of your celestial lives. Wang Xuan's heart is laden with murderous intent, awaiting the moment to open the celestial bone canister. Should he uncover the enemy's trail, regardless of their stature, they shall find no peace. Now, with his cultivation heightened and possessing 2 pieces of medicinal soil, he plans to stabilize further before employing this sacred substance to enhance his strength. If old Chun were to procure the seeds of the 9 calamities celestial lotus, painstakingly gathered by Shakyamuni in the highest spiritual realm, their power would undoubtedly escalate. Thus, if fortune favors him in the near future, his path shall continuously ascend, perfectly preparing him to confront the increasingly restless beings behind the Great Curtain. Wang Xuan, do come to my home. It has been many days since we last met. Let us indulge in wine and admire the photo collection. Zhong Cheng calls, inviting Wang Xuan to the Zhong residence. His words are veiled, as his true intention is to present him with unparalleled scriptures, granting him access to old Zhong's study to peruse the Taoist supreme secrets contained in the 5-color jade book, along with another golden bamboo scroll from the preaching era. Fearing eavesdropping, he resorts to coded language. Moreover, the Zhong family is on the verge of departure. Preparations for the Taichu plan are nearly complete, and a grand retreat into deep space is imminent. This is their final farewell. However, Wang Xuan, consumed by indignation, fails to grasp his good intentions, mistakenly believing he is merely invited to view Xiao Zhong's photos. In a few days, I plan to unbox. There's no rush. When the time comes, I shall bring a few special canisters to assist you in establishing your foundation, whether you become extraordinary hinges on your own efforts. Really? Old Wang. In this moment, I would gladly call you brother-in-law. Stay with us and do not wander. Zhong Cheng exclaims, nearly letting slip their secret. Above all, it is crucial that no one discovers the Zhong family's impending flight. He sincerely hopes Wang Xuan will join them in their exodus. As for potential obstructions, What a jest! Are the warships of the Zhong family to be trifled with? Who dares to obstruct them? They shall unleash a barrage of fire. Old Wang, hurry over. I await your arrival, prepared to carve out a new world and reshape the cosmos. Zhong Cheng declared, for the Zhong family's retreat lies upon a beautiful planet, discovered many years ago. Wang Xuan pondered, troubled by how to reopen the heavens in the mythical realm. Yet even those who are not extraordinary entertain such thoughts. His aspirations seem rather grand. In the ensuing 2 days, Wang Xuan wielded the god-slaying banner, exuding an aura of menace as he sought out celestial bone canisters, preparing to take action. As for the true bones within temples and Taoist halls, he refrained from provoking them, feeling it unkind to annihilate beings with whom he bore no enmity. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the harsh realities of the cultivation world, recognizing that sometimes one must be ruthless. Yet, he could not overcome that inner conflict. He shook his head. Primarily, he wished to avoid making enemies of the world, should he truly seek the bones. All beings behind the veil would rise against him. He was investigating the imprint of the amniotic sac upon his body, cursing the accursed celestial embryo, vowing that he would never permit anyone to use his flesh to reconstruct the foundations of the celestial path. He endeavored to sense that peculiar energy, preparing to locate its true source and extract a substantial celestial bone. Without much deliberation, the individuals capable of cultivating such techniques are undoubtedly formidable, and it is alarming that they are even siphoning life essence from the true bones of other celestial beings. In recent days, the new star has undergone a transformation daily. The beings from behind the curtain are innumerable, as signs of anomalies proliferate across various locales. Some cities, unable to bear the incessant rain, have begun to fire artillery to disperse the storm clouds, lest they succumb to mold. To the astonishment of the populace, even in the absence of clouds, lightning continued to strike from the sky, and news circulated that this was the work of extraordinary life forms crossing realms. For ordinary individuals, aside from lamenting the dismal weather, there were no significant repercussions. However, for major organizations, the situation is quite intricate, as they have been in constant contact with the celestial beings. Take, for instance, the super tycoon Qin family, who once clashed with formidable foes on the new moon, but now find themselves reluctantly welcoming visiting guests, unable to afford a confrontation. Moreover, this time, Qin Hong himself is personally receiving them, which evokes a feeling he cannot quite articulate, for he is a proponent of aggression, yet now must engage in close discussions with beings from behind the curtain. He adorned his neck with numerous jade pendants capable of concealing his thoughts, often positioned near the secret vault at home, employing potent artifacts to suppress various influences and prevent others from probing into his mind or hypnotizing him. In truth, the Qin family is also considering fleeing, overwhelmed by the attention from countless monsters drawn to their secret vault. Furthermore, the Qin family's advanced genetic technology and bodhisattva superbody have piqued the interest of the beings from behind the curtain, who wish to utilize such technology to hasten the growth of bones and flesh, facilitating the reconstitution of their true forms at an accelerated pace. Those responsible for communicating with Qin Hong possess genuine corporeal bodies, rather than mere ethereal souls, rendering the situation rather ominous. Indeed, the life forms recently arriving from behind the curtain exhibit diverse manifestations, including ethereal spirits, souls imbued with true blood, remnants of bones, and individuals who have retained most of their physical forms. Only those beings with incomplete primordial spirits returning must be the true immortals, destined to seek their genuine essence in the mortal realm and reconstruct their authentic selves. Other forms of life have yet to transcend their tribulations to attain immortality. They are the descendants of celestial beings, some with 64 generations of demons and others with 72 generations of immortals. The initial generation was overwhelmingly powerful, and many of these descendants originally belonged to realms beneath the lofty domain of carefree wandering. Some do possess the essence of that carefree level, making their cross-boundary endeavors relatively effortless. Provided their clans offer support and powerful celestial ancestors provide protection, they can retain most of their corporeal forms. Through certain esoteric methods and the magical elixirs they brought, they can restore their physical bodies. The ancient covenant restraining the immortals primarily targets those formidable beings of antiquity, imposing relatively mild constraints on their descendants and the indigenous beings of lesser strength behind the scenes. Thus, in recent days, intact beings have been engaging with various factions, truly in their flesh and blood forms. For instance, today, those who interacted with Qin Hong included not only several exceptionally handsome men and women, but also some rather unsightly individuals. Ultimately, Qin Hong came to realize that one among them might be a Wang Xuan deity. He inwardly cursed his misfortune. Over the past few days, he had indeed broadened his horizons. Witnessing the descendants of immortals, whose stunning appearances and ethereal qualities resembled celestial maidens from paintings. At the same time, he encountered various oddities, such as weasel spirits, tiger spirits, and fox spirits. Some were truly grotesque, while others were irresistibly enchanting, exuding a delicate charm that nearly breached Qin Hong's composure. The true paragons of unparalleled strength, who have yet to cross boundaries, aspire to preserve their complete Tao fruits, aiming to withstand the greatest tribulations during the inevitable obliteration of the extraordinary in the future. Presently, these formidable figures are awaiting their opportune moment. The upper echelons of financial conglomerates and major organizations have been shaken. Some are struggling to adapt to the emergence of vivid beings from behind the scenes, engaging in amicable discourse, which elicits complex and peculiar emotions. Should they engage in combat or refrain? If they choose not to confront them, should they flee in their spacecraft, leaving everything to them? In the end, even Qin Hong found it unbearable, his heart racing in anxiety. He struggled to comprehend how the world had suddenly transformed. A myriad of beings continued to appear, seeking negotiations with them. At times, he truly wished to unleash a super energy cannon to obliterate them all, yet he feared that he might not eradicate them entirely and, instead, endanger the lives of the Qin family. Even Qin Hongyuan, the true decision-maker who once commanded Qin Hong to bombard the apex celestial being on the moon, now found himself at a loss, unable to cope. Old Qin sighed, contemplating retreat as a viable option, feeling that they could no longer remain in this new star. The pressure on various factions is immense. These beings returning from behind the scenes possess remarkable adaptability, swiftly mastering the contemporary rules of life in the new star. These individuals undergo daily transformations, initially garbed in ancient attire, some now don-tailored suits, while others wear Zhongshan suits. And some are adorned in enchanting outfits reminiscent of ethereal maidens, with others flaunting alluring shorts and long legs, blurring the lines between modernity and their origins. And these beings are merely the descendants of demons spanning several generations and immortals across 72 generations. The true ancient demons have yet to reveal themselves, and the unparalleled immortals remain elusive. Young man, it seems you are in a precarious situation. Even someone as battle-hardened and seasoned as Zhou Yun finds it somewhat overwhelming. During negotiations, encountering a captivating enchantress occasionally leaves him feeling quite flustered. Various organizations are on high alert, grappling with uncertainty, and many are contemplating retreating, considering leaving the new star for 3 years before returning. In recent days, all renowned life research institutes and genetic technology companies have been besieged by beings from the shadows, eager for collaboration. Furthermore, the secret vaults of major financial conglomerates are under close scrutiny, and it appears that should these conglomerates withdraw, a multitude of beings will swiftly take control, establishing their own doctrines and transforming those places into sacred grounds. Brother Sun, that grand cauldron is a relic from my ancestors. Brother Qin, to be candid, the golden tree in your secret vault was crafted by the very hands of my sect's founder, left in the mortal realm to safeguard the path of our teachings. Presently, there are already individuals seeking to acquire those extraordinary treasures. So far, the beings returning from the shadows have exhibited a friendly demeanor, communicating and interacting with the modern inhabitants of New Star without displaying any hostility. However, the elders of various sects harbor doubts, fearing that once these beings fully integrate into New Star and regain sufficient strength, they might suddenly turn against them. The future remains uncertain. We are currently in a delicate equilibrium, with a cordial atmosphere prevailing. In the past few days, Zhongcheng has been somewhat dazzled by the visitors, among whom there is a celestial being who has even made her sister feel the pressure. Zhongqing, typically confident in her beauty, found the woman who introduced herself as Zhou Shiqian to be extraordinarily stunning, with an exquisite visage that is nearly flawless, emanating an ethereal aura, occasionally surrounded by a faint mist. Zhongqing believed that while she could match her in terms of beauty, she lacked that otherworldly charm, igniting a fervent desire within her to become extraordinary. As for negotiations and exchanges, she handled them with ease. However, she noticed that the other party quickly adapted to modern society, referring to her and her sister as close friends, increasingly resembling contemporary individuals, making them more challenging to contend with. Old Wang, where are you? Recently, there have been disturbances from demons and immortals. A formidable individual has arrived at our home, becoming quite familiar, even befriending my sister. Her name is Zhou Shiqian, and she appears to be one of the most powerful beings among those crossing realms, a descendant of celestial beings. Zhong Cheng urged Wang Xuan to visit soon, for in just 2 days, the world seems transformed. The realms of immortals and mortals are conversing amiably, and the Zhong family is besieged by all manner of supernatural entities. Old Wang, this woman is a celestial being, and the most crucial aspect is that she is quite articulate. My sister has remarked on her formidable nature. By the way, this woman has inquired about you multiple times, seemingly quite intrigued, though her intentions remain unclear. However, she seems to hail from a prominent lineage, possibly a descendant of an unparalleled powerhouse. Wang Xuan was at a loss for words. Even Qin Qing knew of the extraordinary figures from beyond the shadows. Indeed, New Star is currently witnessing the emergence of celestial descendants, as legends materialize, and the extraordinary ceases to be mysterious. Fox spirits, celestial maidens, and enlightened beings are all making their appearances, rendering the world exceptionally enchanting. Old Wang, do give me a sign. Do you wish to meet her? Come and see. For now, I shall refrain. I fear becoming a slayer of celestial maidens. Wang Xuan shook his head. My dear Wang, I am astounded to discover that you are such a fickle individual. How can I possibly feel at ease in orchestrating a match between you and my sister? What are you contemplating? My threats are genuine. However, if she possesses commendable qualities, I shall refrain from any drastic measures, Wang Xuan remarked. Old Wang, have you revealed your true self? Qin Cheng exclaimed. Wang Xuan advised him to gather more intelligence regarding the enigmatic forces at play behind the scenes. He realized that despite the complexity of the situation following the arrival of numerous descendants of the celestial beings, it also expedited the unveiling of secrets from that realm. Subsequently, he brandished the God-slaying banner, continuing his quest for the celestial bone canisters, guided by the crimson marks adorning his body, determined to uncover their location. Wang Xuan, Ola Amida? Old Chen reached out to Wang Xuan, informing him that there were promising leads regarding the heavenly medicine seeds harvested from the highest spiritual realm. As these seeds were collected by Shakyamuni, it would be prudent to employ Shakyamuni's extraordinary treasures to activate them. He had set his sights on the pristine conch of the Qin family, seeking to borrow or exchange it. The situation had grown exceedingly intricate, with various monstrous entities emerging en masse like bamboo shoots after a rain. He felt compelled to secure this supreme treasure without delay. Chen Yongjia murmured, voicing his concerns. Wang Xuan expressed his support, noting that the world was descending further into chaos, and Old Chen must possess a formidable artifact capable of suppressing such turmoil. In fact, even Wang Xuan was preparing to take action once more, hoping to discover unparalleled treasures. Unwilling to remain a mere spectator as the great financial clans transformed their domains into sanctuaries, dividing the hidden troves among themselves. Old Chen, feel free to act. I am not far from the Qin family and can provide assistance at any moment. You seek the heavenly medicine seeds while I pursue the celestial bone canisters. When our fortunes combine, we shall undoubtedly enhance our strength rapidly, unafraid of those beings returning from behind the veil. Gratitude is extended to Book Friend 201802282026-25054. Thank you for your support, my lord. Chapter 282. The Celestial Realm. The descendants of celestial beings, along with various extraordinary creatures, have emerged, manifesting through the veil in physical form. This marks the full arrival of myth. Yet, in Wang Xuan's eyes, it appears as a chaotic dance of demons. All manner of beings have been unveiled, including descendants of historical figures and the bloodlines of legendary beasts stepping into reality. It remains uncertain whether this is the final echo of the era of myth's collapse or the inception of a new chapter, brimming with opportunities for extraordinary rebirth. In retrospect, history will undoubtedly remember this year. Near Pingyuan City, where lakes abound, Wang Xuan ventured into a wetland, startling a flock of red-crowned cranes as he sought traces of the celestial bone canisters. The 9 crimson marks upon him burned with increasing intensity, signaling impending change. For several days, he had been unable to locate that being, instead following his instincts in a relentless search. He settled by a vast lake, meditating and channeling the stone tablet scriptures, endeavoring to diminish the red markings on his body, denying them the opportunity to flourish. The embryonic marks dulled. However, without the spiritual eye, even extraordinary individuals would remain oblivious to such unique and mysterious imprints. To think of my flesh and blood as the fertile soil for myth. To cultivate an immortal embryo, how ambitious. Are you a fierce dragon crossing the river, or have your ambitions surpassed reason? Wang Xuan pondered, contemplating why this entity sought him. In deep contemplation, he felt a twinge of unease. Could it be that the other party was aware of his unique inner sanctum, prompting such actions? If so, the individual in question was likely far more formidable than he had previously imagined. To borrow my essence and extract the celestial embryo of that being, while simultaneously stripping me of everything, including my special inner realm. As these thoughts coursed through Wang Xuan's mind, his expression changed. He realized he may have underestimated his opponent. This was not merely a simple canister of celestial bones, but rather a primordial dragon of dread. Would the golden bamboo slips and stone tablets from the Preaching era truly obliterate these 9 crimson sigils? That seemed unlikely. His adversary would not let him off so easily, and their next move would likely be even more terrifying. This time, however, he was alert, aware of the intentions behind the actions, an invaluable opportunity. Yet, he found himself unable to locate the other party, grasping at straws as he wandered into the wetlands. After calming his mind, he pressed on, arriving at a desolate hilly region, where mounds reaching 100 or 200 meters loomed like massive ancient graves overrun with mugwort. This must be the place. Wang Xuan furrowed his brow, not spotting the canister of celestial bones. He ventured forth, skeptical of the unknown, wandering amidst the hills, scanning for any lurking monstrosities. Soon, he inhaled sharply, sensing the faintest whispers of a grand tapestry. Could this location be a cross-border node for some faction? The creatures behind the grand veil were tumultuous. Indeed, Wang Xuan murmured to himself. A thought struck him. Through the mist conjured by his Vitu, he could enter a realm of the extraordinary. And he suspected that this might very well be the world beyond the grand tapestry. Days melded into one another, and upon reflection, he mused that the previous turmoil must have subsided by now. Perhaps he could venture back for another look. If it truly was the world beyond the grand tapestry, it would be fascinating. He could accomplish much and glean knowledge unattainable in the present realm. Furthermore, within that domain, he could investigate which sects excelled at implanting embryonic vestiges in others, nurturing supreme celestial embryos. Zhongcheng, assist me indirectly in uncovering some matters. Wang Xuan resolved to employ a dual approach, urging Zhongcheng to engage with the descendants of the immortal beings. Not long after, Wang Xuan found himself seated in a stone cave, his spiritual essence merging with the Mingtu. He attempted a daring feat, and to his astonishment, he succeeded in refining the slaying god banner. It became increasingly intuitive, and in that fleeting moment, his confidence surged. Carrying the slaying god banner would ensure his safety. The Bingtu, the origin of myriad laws, a transcendent sanctuary, was eerily quiet, devoid of sound, an ideal haven for nurturing life. Planting a few celestial herbs here would indeed be splendid. He mused. Yet, it remained a mere thought. Should he find the seeds of the 9 calamity heavenly lotus, it would be a divine stroke of fortune. He wondered if Old Chen could succeed. As wisps of mist coiled and ascended, Wang Xuan followed their trail, which formed a hazy passage leading into the distance. Emerging from the enigmatic fog, he entered a dimly lit world and soon discovered a way station, adorned with crimson lanterns. This was the only spark of vitality in the desolation. Familiar with the surroundings, he dismissed any concerns and continued forward. Soon, his expression shifted. This was no longer the place he had visited last time. Aside from the unchanged fog-laden inn, what had become of the village ahead? Not a soul was in sight. He found himself momentarily lost in thought, as if he had been transported elsewhere. Could this be a reflection of the real world? This revelation brought a smile to his face, for it suggested that every time he changed locations in reality, the point of entry into this realm also shifted. This meant he could swiftly explore new territories, offering him a plethora of possibilities. Moreover, should a particular landing spot prove perilous, he could simply relocate. He exercised caution, wrapping the god-slaying banner around himself to obscure his presence. After a preliminary refinement of this ancient artifact, it had become adaptable in size. Gliding close to the ground, he advanced, and before long, he heard sounds in the distance. Beneath the pitch-black heavens and the dim, chill earth, figures began to emerge ahead, not far from his position. As if some labor was underway, before him stood a colossal altar, magnificent and grand, resembling a monumental mountain, where numerous individuals busied themselves inscribing various runes. Yet, not all who toiled behind the grand curtain could ascend to immortality. These individuals moved with practiced ease and remarkable skill, their rune carvings swift and beautiful. Yet they remained far from achieving transcendence. Nevertheless, it was evident that their cultivation levels surpassed that of Wang Xuan. Surprisingly, no one spoke. Only the sound of stones being moved and the crisp cracks of rune carving filled the air. Time was of the essence. The altar had to be constructed within the coming days, as it was soon to be utilized. At last, someone broke the silence. The rune engravers paused to rest and engaged in casual conversation, their anticipation palpable. When the time comes, both you and I shall bask in the glory, entering the realm of reality. Otherwise, remaining here would only lead to a slow demise, as the curtain is about to fall. Upon hearing such words, Wang Xuan was convinced. This was indeed the realm of immortals, and he had inadvertently stumbled into it. Clearly, this was the celestial realm corresponding to Nova, a space that was half material, half energetic, where both body and spirit could coexist, not merely an illusion. Wang Xuan found himself at a loss for words. Was this a unique form of transcendence? At the very least, he had entered the realm of immortals thrice. Regrettably, in this era, the celestial realm behind the grand curtain was filled with beings desperately seeking escape to the mortal world. Frowning, he pondered why these individuals had chosen such a dark and desolate place, seemingly attempting to conceal their intentions from others in the resplendent realm. Did those of this faction truly desire to transcend boundaries? Would the old master succeed? After all, that was the highest echelon of the spiritual realm. A difficult threshold to cross, especially now, as the curtain dimmed and collapsed, making it increasingly perilous to ascend to such a treacherous spiritual domain. Wang Xuan was astonished. The leading figure of the opposing faction exuded an aura of terror, a feat unattainable by ordinary immortals. Unbelievably formidable. The workers fell silent, and after a brief respite, they resumed their efforts in setting up the altar. Wang Xuan felt helpless. Their idle chatter was not meant for his ears, consisting merely of fragmented information. After a prolonged wait, he finally gleaned a piece of valuable intelligence. If the old master were to procure that legendary celestial herb, presumed dead but speculated to have roots that might revive, it would be a turn of fate, heralding the emergence of two unparalleled powerhouses in the future. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuan's heart trembled. The foremost figure of this faction was an unparalleled powerhouse. It was no wonder they dared to venture into the most exalted realms of the spiritual world. Indeed, in order to cultivate the young master's celestial embryo to fruition, and to successfully seize the flesh and essence of that person from the present world, the old master must have exerted tremendous effort. At that moment, Wang Xuan felt a surge of indignation. Was this truly a plot against him? Even before their departure, the members of this faction had begun to conspire against him, their hearts darkened by malevolence, fixating on his flesh and essence. It was tantamount to courting death. Enraged, Wang Xuan realized that they not only sought his life, but aimed to extract everything from him and usurp his foundational path to enlightenment. The young master, endowed with extraordinary gifts, if further infused with that individual's unique flesh and essence, would undoubtedly emerge as an unparalleled master, a dual prodigy, standing tall above all other sections. These individuals were whispering amongst themselves, dreaming of a future where they too could ascend to greater heights. Wang Xuan's teeth clenched in fury. Had he not crossed realms, he would have remained oblivious to such hidden truths. The existence of a peerless expert supporting this scheme was far too grave. His circumstances were dire, and the situation was exceedingly grim. The young master had gone to procure the medicinal soil from Mount Wuzhou, fearing that the life essence of the individual from the present world, once planted, would be insufficient for the celestial medicine to awaken and sprout. The young master yearned to cultivate the mightiest celestial embryo. It was rumored that the old master had also prepared a portion of medicinal soil for him. Wang Xuan's anger flared, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. The notion of hunting down his adversaries surged within him. They regarded him with utter disdain. believing they had him firmly in their grasp, that all he possessed belonged to the young master. He finally comprehended why he had been able to locate that marshland and enter the hills. A faint breath had permeated through the great veil, corresponding to the altar behind it, which had been set up to ensnare those marked by blood. Soon, someone would sit cross-legged at the altar, performing a ritual to awaken within him and produce the supreme celestial embryo. Wang Xuan endured the turmoil and silently withdrew, for in this world, he was no match for these individuals. Even the weakest of the rune craftsmen were nearing the realm of transcendent existence. Shortly thereafter, Wang Xuan returned to the present world, sitting in meditation within a stone cave for an extended period, contemplating with utmost seriousness, as this matter pertained to his very life and death. He hoped that Old Chun would successfully acquire the white conch, which would herald the arrival of the celestial beings. Simultaneously, Wang Xuan considered the necessity of borrowing treasures from various families. Now that he was being eyed by a peerless powerhouse, no preparation would be excessive. They wished to strip him of everything. This time, he would accompany them to the bitter end. Life essence, celestial medicine, inner landscapes, celestial embryos. How beautifully they envisioned their plans. They could not extinguish his life. Instead, he would annihilate them. Chapter 283. A new era, new monsters, new deities in Pingyuan City, the stronghold of the super financial conglomerate. The Qin family. The night was gentle, and various flying vehicles traversed the sky. Wang Xuan arrived, somewhat uneasy about Qin Yongjia, covertly coming to offer support. After all, with a significant number of descendants of celestial beings emerging, it was hard to say they weren't harboring thoughts about the conch. Towering skyscrapers reached for the heavens, one after another, while urban gardens resembled vast primal forests, expansive and adorned with lakes and rivers. The city exuded a blend of modernity and technological marvel, coupled with refreshing natural beauty. In the quiet of the night, Wang Xuan arrived at a hotel not far from the Qin family estate. Standing before the window, gazing into the distance, Qin Yongjia had informed him that a transaction had been made with the Qin family, securing an extension of 20 years for Qin Hongyuan's life. The old man Qin had readily consented, displaying remarkable decisiveness, instructing Wang Xuan to retrieve the increasingly elusive conch shell himself. Chun had detailed the specifics of the transaction involving the Earth Immortal Spring, and he cautioned Wang Xuan that the time to act was now, as the efficacy of this substance was waning. As Wang Xuan stood at the window, observing the night sky with a cup in hand, he sipped the Earth Immortal Spring mixed with extraordinary royal jelly. Indeed, its potency had diminished. This extraordinary essence, if not preserved within fragments of a blessed land, would lose its effectiveness within 3 days. Currently, the world was undergoing corrections, and all extraordinary substances were depleting and deteriorating, including the Earth Immortal Spring stored in the blessed land fragments. Wang Xuan reflected that apart from reserving some for his parents and himself, he might seriously consider engaging in transactions. He had not anticipated such a rapid decline in the extraordinary. In just a few months, the Earth Immortal Spring would be reduced to mere ordinary water. He possessed a considerable quantity of the Earth Immortal Spring, having initially collected around 4,000 pounds. Despite Master Ma consuming a significant amount and Zhao Qinghan using some for her beauty treatments, a substantial reserve remained. After allocating some to Chun, coupled with Wang Xuan's own indulgence, it was conservatively estimated that over 2,500 pounds still lay within the blessed land fragments. Wang Xuan sighed. He had initially hoped to utilize the Earth Immortal Spring to endure the depletion following the collapse of myth, but now that aspiration lay shattered. Beneath the night sky, the commotion from the Qin family was rather pronounced, a pale golden radiance ascending and suffusing the void with a serene sanctity, akin to the illumination of Buddha's light. Wang Xuan listened intently. He could hear the resonant chants of Zen, the sound grand and majestic, golden characters ascending and reflecting in the air, illuminating the world. What had been a dark night was now entirely enveloped in the golden Buddha light emanating from the Qin family's secret vault. Observing the spectacle, Wang Xuan noted that the commotion instigated by Chun was indeed substantial, further underscoring the formidable nature of the pristine conch shell, which proved difficult to acquire. However, the tumult was not solely due to the conch. The Qin family's vault was filled with ancient artifacts associated with Buddhism, a dazzling array of sacred objects. Among them lay the 12 pages of the golden-foiled Shakyamuni Sutra. Wang Xuan's pupils shimmered with brilliance as he spotted a winged human soaring through the night sky. vanishing into the Qin estate. With a swift motion, he commanded his dark golden flying vessel and propelled himself forward in an instant. Silently, he concealed the vessel and stepped into the Qin family estate, formally making his visit. Brother Wang. Qin Hong greeted him with unexpected warmth upon his uninvited arrival, referring to him in brotherly terms and grasping his arm, inviting him inside. Wang Xuan found this rather nauseating. Had he not known of Qin Hong's true nature, it might have been tolerable. The dog Qin Hong, who looked down upon practitioners, disparaging them as mere martial artists, now displayed such cordiality. In truth, Qin Hong was not as disingenuous as he seemed. He had been tirelessly hosting weasel spirits, tiger spirits, fox spirits, and descendants of immortal beings over the past few days, leaving him somewhat weary. Thus, encountering a normal human felt particularly refreshing. Indeed, as they approached the secret vault, many gathered, some of whom were evidently otherworldly, their third eyes flickering open and closed like lightning. Among the diverse beings, some possess wings and radiate a flowing brilliance, appearing quite extraordinary. The descendants of true immortals and demon immortals, on the other hand, are relatively ordinary, resembling common folk in attire and demeanor, often quite modern and trendy. At the entrance of the secret repository, old Chun, draped in a kasaya, holding a silver alms bowl, exudes an exceptional aura. As he recites the true scriptures of Shakyamuni, a resplendent golden light envelopes him, illuminating his short hair. He undeniably resembles a youthful high monk. There are individuals vying for treasures, a mix of diverse beings and humans, all quite young, chanting scriptures to draw the pristine white conch closer to themselves. This is an intellectual contest, communicating with the conch through spiritual energy, hoping to guide it to their side. Without a doubt, Old Chun holds an absolute advantage at present. The practices of these individuals do not resonate with the rune energy emitted by the conch. Even those who practice Buddhist scriptures cannot compare to the true scriptures of Shakyamuni that Old Chun has mastered, which share the same origin as the white conch. It is rather tedious. Such scholarly discourse hardly resembles the actions of cultivators. Isn't the acquisition of rare treasures typically settled through combat? Chun, let us duel, someone exclaimed, losing patience as the white conch began to drift toward Old Chun, drawing ever closer. This individual, with a sharp visage and prominent cheekbones, adorned with yellow eyebrows, likely belongs to a diverse lineage, yet his vigor is undeniable. He is a formidable opponent. Huang Ming, you are not destined for Buddhism, having not practiced its teachings. You should withdraw, Old Chun stated, his demeanor dignified in the kasaya, exuding a benevolent countenance. Who said that? In the journey to the West, there is a character named Huang Mei Daxian, who hails from the Buddhist realm. Look at my yellow eyebrows. I am naturally connected to Buddhism. Huang Ming shook his head, perceiving him as no more than a yellow weasel spirit. In truth, he indeed was, as nearby, some descendants of celestial beings whispered, "What are you, a yellow immortal?" Pretending to be a person of the Buddhist order. Wang Xuan observed keenly. This fellow was intriguing, having familiarized himself with the journey to the West in just a few days. He could not merely watch. At least 10 individuals were engaged in a verbal contest with Chun Yongjia, and if Old Chun were distracted, the conch might truly be drawn away by another. Wang Xuan uttered a syllable, while others felt nothing. Huang Ming suddenly turned, as he perceived a dazzling golden light rushing toward him, bursting forth in his vicinity, accompanied by a grand lion's roar that stirred his vital energy violently. He envisioned a golden lion lunging toward him with a fierce roar. This was a result of Wang Xuan's practice of the true scriptures of Shakyamuni in the inner realm days prior. He had mastered various secret arts and was now capable of partially demonstrating them. Do you wish for him to step in on your behalf? Huang Ming inquired, looking over. Wang Xuan nodded. There were too many opponents facing Chun Yongjia, and he wished to share the burden. He was also curious to see how strong these young beings from other realms truly were. You are that Wang Xuan? Huang Ming's face changed, as many among the celestial beings had become acquainted with this name, especially after he had caused significant losses to Huang Kuan's faction. Notably, the powerful faction that had sent individuals across realms was now silent, with many perishing without a trace or sound. Some speculated that Wang Xuan possessed rare and precious treasures. We agreed. This will be a physical sparring match. No treasures allowed. Let us keep it within limits, Huang Ming declared. People expected Wang Xuan to nod in agreement, considering Huang Ming's lowly posture and reasonable demeanor. This is rather unfortunate. I am not adept at physical combat, and I possess but a single weapon that is merely serviceable," Wang Xuan remarked, shaking his head. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by his audacity. The old immortal felt his hair stand on end. Was this rascal intending to bludgeon him with a rare treasure? Much like the previous encounters with those otherworldly beings, he surmised that had he not spoken up first, his fate would have been dire indeed. When celestial beings traverse realms, their corporeal forms disintegrate, with only fragments of their original essence able to cross over. And the same applies to weapons of equal rank. Thus, this time, the celestial beings sent forth some descendants whose powers were modest, minimally affected by the old covenant, allowing their physical forms to remain intact. However, they too could not bring along formidable treasures. "I treat others with sincerity, yet you lack decorum," Huang Ming declared. Wang Xuan found himself lost in thought. This weasel did not conform to his expectations nor the legends he had heard, exhibiting an unexpected sincerity. Unbelievable. The conch had been exchanged by Chun Yongjie for a divine artifact, and your arrival to claim it was inherently flawed. Furthermore, is it truly fair for you to engage in battle with me, even if you have traversed the veil and suffered losses in your cultivation? It is highly likely that you are still practitioners nearing the realm of carefree transcendence, aren't you? Wang Xuan inquired, scrutinizing him. "If I recover fully, regaining my corporeal form and approaching the realm of carefree transcendence, my condition would be comparable to yours," Huang Ming attempted to continue. However, Wang Xuan, without hesitation, interrupted. "All right, let us proceed." He had already received confidential information from Zhong Chong, who learned from the descendants of the celestial beings that, following the rectification of the current world, nearing carefree transcendence represented the present pinnacle of power. Yet, many who had crossed realms were currently suffering from bodily harm, broken bones, and even disfigurement, their states being quite wretched. The old immortal pondered, perplexed by the speed at which this fellow turned hostile. Wang Xuan, feeling a surge of eagerness, recognized that since they were now at similar levels, it was an opportune moment to gauge the caliber of these celestial descendants. Of course, if his opponent concealed their true strength and aimed to strike him down, he would have no choice but to employ his formidable artifacts in response. As they clashed, their movements were devoid of flamboyant techniques, remarkably straightforward, with their fists meeting in a thunderous exchange. Wang Xuan refrained from utilizing the feather transformation fist, as it was too conspicuous and might attract unwanted attention. Instead, he employed a body technique derived from the inscrutable scriptures of the stone tablet, one that no one else could master. As the second true form unfolded, a cascade of vibrant mystical energies surged within him, erupting from his fist with formidable force that was indeed terrifying. Across the expanse of heaven and earth, it felt as if a thunderbolt had struck, stirring the very essence of blood and invoking a tremor in the soul. Huang Ming, feeling his demonic blood boil, held nothing back. He dared not underestimate the danger posed by this individual, who had previously obliterated fragments of celestial souls. A deafening boom resonated. A terrifying surge of vitality erupted between them, tearing apart the grass in the courtyard and obliterating several ancient trees in an instant. "Good heavens!" Huang Ming exclaimed, shaking his arm, which was already injured. Now it was in even worse condition, nearly losing a sizable chunk of flesh. Wang Xuan was taken aback. His opponent had only been pushed back a few steps. The vitality of the old immortal was robust, and if his corporeal form were to recover, he would undoubtedly approach the realm of carefree transcendence. Wang Xuan realized he must strive diligently to elevate himself and reach the combat prowess permitted by the new star's limitations. Many were astonished, for they hailed from the shadows of the great beyond, endowed with resources and cultivation techniques bestowed by celestial beings, remarkably potent. Even though Huang Ming was not in peak form, he should have been able to overpower beings of the same level in the mortal realm. Yet, he found himself retreating a few steps instead. The gazes of many shifted towards Wang Xuan, and it became evident why he had caught the attention of certain celestial beings. Indeed, he was extraordinary. Intrigued, Huang Ming declared, "Allow me to try again." Astonishingly, his stature increased significantly, his cheekbones became more pronounced, and his teeth sharpened considerably, while a formidable tail emerged from behind him. Was he undergoing a transformation into a half-demon? His blood surged, and his strength escalated dramatically. With a resounding roar, he charged forward, his boiling demonic blood amplifying his power. creating a force field that lifted several hundred pounds of peculiar stones in the courtyard. That's enough, Huang Ming. This is merely a spar. What have you turned into? You are on the brink of becoming a demon. Someone interjected, swiftly taking action. This was a trendy young man adorned in vibrant red pants and a flamboyant patterned t-shirt, sporting a luxurious watch with a bracelet forged from solar gold. He was undeniably handsome, with well-defined features, striking silver hair, and piercing eyes. He extended a finger, and with a sonic boom, the surrounding stones trembled and soared into the distance. With a single fingertip, he held back Huang Ming's fist, sending him reeling backward as if struck by lightning, propelling him 6 or 7 meters away. Huang Ming's fist bled, and he quickly shook his arm, feeling as though his entire limb might explode. Xiao Yu? Wang Xuan was taken aback. This young silver-haired man was indeed a formidable expert. Not quite. I still have a long way to go, and I too bear injuries. The young man chuckled, introducing himself as Kong Yun. He hailed from the demon clan, but was eligible to compete for the pristine law conk due to his lineage's close ties with Buddhism. As legend spoke of a peacock associated with the Buddha mother. Kong Gu, Huang Ming approached, then turned to Wang Xuan to apologize, saying my apologies. In a moment of competitive spirit, I acted impulsively, which was unwise. Wang Xuan was perplexed. Why did the demons he encountered differ so drastically from his expectations? The celestial elder shook his head with a wry smile, saying, please do not regard me with such eyes. The historical context of our ancestors' lives was vastly different from today. Back then, bloodshed and competition were necessities, shaped by the environment, leading to what may appear as a tarnished reputation. However, we, the newer generation, are much like you. In truth, we abhor bloodshed and violence. Wang Xuan regarded him with skepticism. Was this assertion credible? In fact, I find great fondness for contemporary society. I am acquainted with Zhou Yun. We hit it off immediately. He has invited me to venture into the sea and even travel in a spaceship beyond the stars. Such a life suits me well. Perhaps we could embark on this journey together? The trendy Kong Yun sighed, a hint of reluctance on his handsome face, stating, very well. I shall no longer vie with the Chen cultivator. It seems the law conch has favored him, merging with runes in a way that I cannot hope to seize it. Attempting to forcefully claim it may lead to my own demise at the hands of the Shakyamuni law conch. Huang Ming held Kong Yun in high regard, informing Wang Xuan that this individual was indeed a notable figure among the younger generation in the shadows of the great beyond, with terrifying strength. Kong Yun introduced the individuals present to Wang Xuan. They were either descendants of the demon race or progeny of true immortals. Surprisingly, the atmosphere was harmonious, devoid of the fierce life-and-death confrontations one would expect. Wang Xuan's expression shifted, for in this new era, these descendants of demons and true immortals were markedly different from his preconceived notions. They exhibited a keen interest in technology, revered warships, and embraced modern cuisine and culture. However, the tranquility was disrupted by the appearance of a crimson figure. Upon recognizing his identity, the countenance of Wang Xuan transformed, palpable killing intent emanating from him. Qimeng. Wang Xuan fixated on him, recalling the individual who had bombarded him with a warship and marked him. It appeared he had not perished just days prior. Who are you? He demanded. The true immortal Qimeng, hailing from the blood underworld sect, appeared battered, his primordial spirit fragmented and nourished by the blood energy emitted from his true bones. He cast a perplexed glance at Wang Xuan. Chapter 284. All is prepared. Qimeng scrutinized Wang Xuan, astonished that this young man dared to express such intense hostility towards him. After all, the Blood Underworld sect was one of the most formidable forces behind the scenes. The sect's progenitor, Blood Underworld, was an unparalleled powerhouse, a genuine sovereign. Few dared to provoke the true immortal disciples emerging from this esteemed lineage. The Blood Underworld sect, while not aligned with the new stars, had secret passages connecting them to the greater tapestry of existence, and this time, they intended to descend upon this remarkable life planet. It is you, Qimeng suddenly realized, recalling a recent incident where someone had masqueraded as him, brazenly threatening to annihilate Wang Xuan, which had left him bearing an immense burden of blame. Wang Xuan assessed him, pondering whether that individual was indeed the culprit, though he felt it unlikely. Wang Xiaoyu, I have been seeking you. I have been wronged. We are natural allies in our shared enmity, and we must together unearth that adversary, Qimeng hastily proclaimed, rattling off various suspicions and asserting his innocence in the matter. His emotions surged, and the crimson figure enveloping his true bones trembled, vehemently insisting that he had been wronged. Did he also penetrate the great tapestry? Wang Xuan inquired. Indeed, Qi Ming affirmed, eager to enlist Wang Xuan in the quest to eliminate that individual. Wang Xuan remained silent, contemplating the potential for a third party to be involved in the scheming, as well as the likelihood of being manipulated. Qi Ming may have been seeking to leverage the extraordinary treasure in Wang Xuan's possession to eliminate his adversary. Should they strike the wrong target, they would need to regroup and hunt anew. Let us join forces, Qi Ming urged. Wang Xuan regarded him calmly and replied, let us await the truth. Qi Ming was rendered speechless, having anticipated that this young man would channel his indignation into the pursuit of the true culprit. Yet all he received was this seemingly insubstantial reply. Initially, he had intended to utilize Wang Xuan as a weapon to eliminate a long-standing foe. Wang Xuan, however, had no intention of engaging, already aware that the true instigator lay beyond the veil, though he remained unaware of the name or lineage. In truth, he was also contemplating how to fully draw Qi Ming into the fray, to employ him against the true villain. It seemed illogical to disregard such a powerful scapegoat. They both nodded in tacit agreement, momentarily setting aside the matter. The conch shell resounded, shaking the night sky, as the luminous light of Buddha enveloped the Qin family. Many hearing a resounding voice of the Dharma. Not far away, Chun Yongjia, clad in a cassock and holding the conch, resembled an enlightened monk, surrounded by swirling golden scriptures, symbols dancing in the void around him. With bloodshot eyes opening and closing, he felt a surge of impulse to rush forward and seize this pinnacle treasure of Buddhism, yet ultimately restrained himself, realizing it had been preliminarily refined. It was astonishing that in this era, someone could still grasp the true essence of Buddhist teachings. He shook his head, as descendants of celestial beings and demon clans looked on with envy and helplessness. The conch resonated in perfect harmony with Chun Yongjia. With golden symbols swirling in unison, anyone daring to charge in and snatch it would likely be shattered by the power of the sacred artifact. Old Chun approached, wielding a formidable weapon, instilling considerable intimidation in those around him. I can scarcely contain myself. I am on the verge of ascending, he conveyed telepathically to Wang Xuan, revealing that after absorbing the medicinal soil, his cultivation had been steadily increasing. However, he sensed this was not necessarily beneficial. He had lingered too briefly in the realm of herb gathering and had yet to contemplate the path ahead. After foraging, a course must be established. He believed the methods of the ancients had their flaws, yet he could not presently identify a mature and powerful pathway to immortality. He needed to quickly locate the seed of the 9 calamities, celestial lotus, bury it in the soil of fate, and absorb the essence of the medicinal earth to alleviate his condition. However, this would also accumulate a more potent explosive force, and once the seed germinated, he would have to define his path and break through. Wang Xuan pulled him aside, discreetly informing him about the hidden altar behind the grand scene. Preparing for the impending conflict. How maliciously cruel, to grow by feeding on your flesh and blood while depriving you of all your fortunes. This method is truly ruthless. Chun Yongjia's expression turned grave. The two conspired quietly, as Chun Yongjia retracted the Buddha light and discreetly departed to make preparations. In the courtyard of the Qin family, the descendants of celestial beings expressed deep regret, watching as old Chun vanished with the conch. Such an object was immensely precious, attracting throngs of admirers. Brother Wang, will you join us for a gathering? Kong Yun invited, as these descendants sought to ride a spacecraft to explore the new moon, intrigued by all things new. Deep down, Wang Xuan wished to engage with them, finding this group surprisingly benign, entirely different from his expectations, and he hoped to learn more. However, he truly had no time, needing to deal with the life-threatening celestial embryo incident. Otherwise, he would certainly join them, eager to see if anyone dared to unite with him to eliminate this group. That night, Wang Xuan departed, heading directly to the Song family to find Song Yun, clandestinely trading the earth immortal spring with him, leaving old Song nearly stunned. 4. Upon drinking part of the earth immortal spring, his roots darkened, and the wrinkles on his face rapidly diminished, far surpassing the effects of Wang Xuan's previous life-extending efforts. Soon after, the gathering was joyous, and Wang Xuan took the golden tree, leaving some celestial liquid for him. Without the god-slaying flag, Wang Xuan would scarcely have approached this treasure. The golden birds upon the tree could annihilate one's primordial spirit. He dedicated an entire night to his studies. realizing that he could not refine it in such a short span of time. If he were to activate it, he must first ensure his own protection. This artifact had been handled by some of the most formidable practitioners of yore, rivaling even the soul-locking bell in potency, and its power was truly terrifying. The following morning, Wang Xuan visited the Zhong family, seeking to borrow a grimy pool, which was suspected to be a pool of rebirth. Negotiating for its exchange would likely prove challenging, as old Zhong was also an extraordinary being and would not acquiesce. The Zhong family frequently received visitors, primarily due to their extensive collection of ancient artifacts, which attracted many entities from beyond the veil. Recently, the treasures within the Zhong family's secret vault, including relics and incorruptible corpses from ancient coffins, had stirred unrest among them. I had never anticipated such commotion in our secret vault. One night, as I passed by, I witnessed bones clashing and relics striking bells, while a creature covered in silver hair reached out from a coffin. Upon encountering Wang Xuan, Zhong Cheng lamented that their vault had come to life. Every night, phantoms and spirits convened for discussions. Now, with a fresh influx of corporeal youths possessing extraordinary powers visiting daily, their eloquence was overwhelming. Old Wang, he confided, we must depart to execute the primordial plan. As we sense that a new star is about to face calamity, Zhong Cheng revealed this secret directly to him. Departing so decisively, so swiftly, Wang Xuan was taken aback, expressing his desire to assist them in establishing their foundation, assuring that if he survived, results would emerge in the coming days. Zhong Cheng, astonished, responded, "Ah, truly? We too require a few days to wrap up our extensive workload. Before we leave, I shall present you with a significant gift." He added that it would be ideal if Wang Xuan could accompany them. "I have come to borrow the pool of rebirth." Wang Xuan articulated his intentions and soon met with Zhong Chengming for a brief, confidential discussion. After a series of arrangements, the bald head of Zhong heir sprouted fine black hairs, and the transaction was sealed. Concurrently, Wang Xuan discreetly gifted Zhong Cheng 2 jars of Earth Immortal Spring, suggesting he and his sister share them. It had already been established that the Earth Immortal Spring could not aid extraordinary beings in transcending the mythic decline, and Wang Xuan intended to distribute a significant portion of it soon, ensuring that acquaintances received their share. Wang Xuan visited the Zhong family's secret vault, which was indeed astonishing, filled with an overwhelming array of ancient artifacts. From implements used by preaching practitioners to divine objects of Taoist ancestry, as well as significant Buddhist relics and various unknown antiquities, including some peculiar collections like coffins and well-preserved corporeal bodhisattvas. Upon entering, Wang Xuan focused his senses, disregarding the bizarre items, and directly removed the grimy pool. Sounds emanated from the vault, yet no one dared to extend their spiritual presence, fearing the loss of their souls. Even with physical bodies, prolonged exposure would not yield favorable outcomes. This pool, said to facilitate passage to the afterlife, concealed the fates of the souls it had devoured, leaving one to wonder where they had gone. In the vault, whispers echoed. Although envious, no one intervened. They recognized that the grimy pool was perilous. Far beyond the control of ordinary beings, it was a divine artifact reserved for unparalleled masters. In the realm of extraordinary beings, those who approach the pool of rebirth may face an early demise. Wang Xuan now confronts a formidable faction led by unparalleled powers. He believes that the more perilous the situation, the more reliable it becomes. Thus, he aims to navigate through this challenge first. Accompanied by Zhong Cheng, Wang Xuan departs from the secret treasury area, where they spot several young men and women in the distance. Among them, one particularly striking young man exudes an ethereal charm, engaging in light-hearted banter with Zhong Qing. This man, named Chao Qingyu, though refined and possessing an exceptional demeanor, has unsettling eyes. He had appeared yesterday and now seems intent on drawing closer to Wang Xuan's sister. Others appear wary of him, as he holds considerable influence among the descendants of the celestial lineage. Zhong Cheng remarks, "There is something amiss. His spiritual energy continues to expand, affecting how others perceive him." Wang Xuan observes. Zhong Cheng expresses his concern. "No wonder I feel drawn to him when I approach, yet from a distance, I sense his gaze is somewhat predatory, as if he is luring my sister." Wang Xuan, maintaining a distance, snaps his fingers, unleashing a terrifying burst of golden flames that resonates like thunder to the extraordinary beings. Though ordinary mortals remain oblivious, the others instinctively turn to investigate. Utilizing techniques from the Shakyamuni Sutra, Wang Xuan disrupts the expansion effect of Chao Qingyu's spiritual domain, prompting the latter to turn his attention towards him. Xiaoqing, is that your friend? Chao Qingyu inquires. Wang Xuan, over here, Zhongqing waves, beckoning him closer. Do not use your spiritual domain to influence mortals' perceptions, Wang Xuan calmly advises. Ah, it is you. Quite intriguing. Chao Qingyu acknowledges, his robust vitality radiating a faint mist, imposing significant pressure on the other extraordinary beings. For those with such formidable life force, it is highly probable that they are nearing the realm of transcendence. Wang Xuan furrows his brow. This individual may surpass Kong Yun in strength. Ordinary people cannot perceive their life force, remaining unaware. Kong Yun could send Huang Ming flying 6 or 7 meters with a mere fingertip. Presently, human extraordinary beings, without employing extraordinary treasures, cannot reach such a level in terms of physical prowess. Let us gather again another time. I have matters to attend to today. Chao Qingyu smiles, nodding to them before taking his leave. Wang Xuan watches his departing figure, recognizing the immense strength he possesses. As extraordinary treasures inevitably wane, such powerful individuals will become exceedingly perilous. I shall return in a few days. Wang Xuan also departs, preoccupied with various issues arising from the new star, uncertain of the intentions of those who have returned from behind the Grand Curtain. However, he cannot afford to divert his focus. He must first endure the imminent trials. Subsequently, Wang Xuan clandestinely visits several establishments, engaging in a few transactions, confident that he has sufficiently prepared and eager to uncover the truth behind the machinations at play. Chapter 285, Blood of Heaven. Fate of Heaven. The most formidable of Wang Xuan's extraordinary treasures are specifically designed to target the spiritual realm, tailored for the state of beings that have traversed from beyond the Grand Curtain. As he projects his spirit outward, he holds tightly to the banner of slain gods. Cautiously approaching the distant golden tree and the murky pool, he experiments meticulously, confirming that as long as he wields the banner of slain gods, he will face no significant issues. Alas, he laments the absence of a substitute talisman. If only he could find a wooden figurine, it would be perfect. Wang Xuan felt a profound sense of regret as he conducted extensive inquiries, visiting various secret vaults, only to discover the elusive item he sought had become a rarity. A chance encounter that was no longer attainable. As evening fell, he once again ventured into the world behind the veil, propelled by the mist that emerged from the earth. Intent on gathering intelligence about his adversaries and staying abreast of the unfolding circumstances. In the dimly lit realm, the altar was nearly complete, inscribed with an intricate array of runes, suggesting that his opponent would soon make a move against him. He had spent over 10 hours here, piecing together fragmented information, until he finally learned the identity of the one who sought to confront him. Zheng Wu, a rising star in recent years, was endowed with a rare talent. No matter how complex the scriptures, he comprehended them at a glance and mastered them with ease. He could be deemed a contemporary genius of considerable renown. And had it not been for the impending extinguishment of the veil, many believed that given time, he would emerge as the second unparalleled master of the Zheng family. His physical form was extraordinarily robust, with an innate aura of divinity. When his blood fell, it shimmered in the night. His legend was indeed captivating. My only regret is that I did not unlock the inner realm before stepping into the extraordinary, were his own words, aspiring to rival the myths. Others comforted him, suggesting that perhaps it was for the best. No being that opened their inner realm during mortal life met a favorable end, even if some had swept through many veils. They ultimately perished. Wang Xuan waited for over a day before finally laying eyes on this individual. A youthful figure appeared, ethereal and radiant, standing upon the altar, murmuring to himself, "This aspect of the inner realm must be completed. I apologize for the one in the mortal realm. You were born in the wrong era, ultimately. You shall decline into mortality after the myths wither, perishing midway along the path of the extraordinary. I shall carry forth in your stead. My destined celestial essence shall be born through you, ensuring your remains are laid to rest properly." Before long, someone approached with fervent news, exclaiming, "The master has succeeded. He has returned from the highest spiritual realm, having harvested the main root of the resurrected celestial herb. He just arrived back in the celestial realm and is nurturing it with divine nectar. It is expected to be delivered in 2 days." Indeed, the ancestral power was unparalleled. Since ancient times, aside from a few, such as Shakyamuni, None had managed to procure celestial herbs from the highest spiritual realm. Zheng Wu beamed with joy. In 2 days, he would be reborn in the mortal realm. Alas, his physical form, inherently strong, stood unmatched at his age, yet he would have to relinquish it. However, therein lay the peculiar and invincible nature of the technique he practiced. He could carry forth his celestial blood and the essence of destiny. Upon rebirth in a new body, integrating the strengths of its host, he would emerge even more formidable, ultimately giving rise to the most potent celestial essence. In the past, some referred to it as a demonic embryo, yet it was indeed invincible. Zheng Wu wore a radiant smile. His striking features held a certain allure that struck Wang Xuan as almost bewitching. How could one express such genuine joy over such a cruel fate? Young master, you shall undoubtedly forge the most powerful celestial essence, enduring the impending mythic tribulation. One day, you will ascend as the foremost expert among the immortals. The surrounding individuals lauded him, their spirits lifted, thrilled that he entrusted them with such secrets, truly considering them as confidants, ready to accompany him to the mortal realm. Zheng Wu nodded with a smile, yet his gaze was icy. All those who participated in the construction of the altar must perish, silenced to prevent any future revelation of his foundations. I require his body for half a year to unveil its inner essence and strip away its celestial roots. A miraculous herb shall take root in his life's soil, nurturing my demonic embryo. The reborn me will possess everything, surpassing the unmatched foundation of this current mortal vessel. In the shadows, Wang Xuan observed silently. Had he not been able to enter the grand scheme and discern these matters beforehand, he would likely have been forcibly stripped of everything by Zheng Wu. Even so, a weight bore heavily upon his heart. For this was a formidable faction backed by an unparalleled master. Could this possibly be the faction of Wang Xuan? Wang Xuan pondered. For how else would they know the secrets of his inner realm? If so, it would be a blend of new enmity and old grievances. He needed to relay the information, instructing Zheng Hong to mobilize his men to stir the waters in the coming days, creating distractions for the other factions that had crossed over, preventing them from interfering with my plan for the rebirth of my celestial embryo. Zheng Wu spoke coldly. Wang Xuan then withdrew, enveloping himself in the god-slaying banner, severing all traces of his presence, merging into the pitch-black expanse of the world. Upon returning to the realm of reality, he commenced various preparations anew. The following day, he contacted Qi Ming, having exchanged phone numbers last time. It must be said that these individuals quickly adapted to the rhythm of modern society, easily mastering various new phenomena and tools. Wang Xiaoyu, what brings you to me? Qi Ming inquired, surprised. Wang Xuan informed him that he had preliminarily discerned who was framing him and sought someone named Zheng Hong, a being from behind the Grand Curtain, who might uncover all truths. I am familiar with this person, a true immortal of the Zheng family from behind the curtain, Qi Ming replied with a frown. Wang Xuan was unafraid of his investigation. As long as Qi Ming proceeded, Zheng Hong and others would likely become anxious, potentially leading to conflict. Go ahead and investigate. Afterward, I shall reveal an even more significant secret. That very day, Qi Ming utilized the methods of the Immortal Assembly to locate Zheng Hong, who, to his astonishment and fury, revealed his guilty conscience by attacking him upon their meeting. Wang Xiaoyu, I have eliminated Zheng Hong. Currently, no one is aware and no whispers have escaped. This time, their conversation was face-to-face, with Qi Ming taking the initiative to visit him, wary of being monitored and leaking information. For you, it is a tremendous fortune. It all hinges on your courage, Wang Xuan said, lowering his voice as he gazed at him. You practice the blood of darkness divine art. And you are most intrigued by various fateful bloods, are you not? What do you mean? Qi Ming's eyes instantly turned cold. Someone is preparing to cross realms, having set up a grand altar, bringing with them blood essence and fateful destinies through the grand curtain. If you dare to act, remain outside the curtain. Such blood essence and fateful destiny could potentially alter your fate. The Zheng family? The celestial embryo. Qi Ming's pupils contracted as he quickly deduced. For few practiced such unique and terrifying arts. He then swiftly inquired, how do you know of this secret? It should not have leaked. Wang Xuan stated. Someone behind the scenes happened to catch sight of the situation and relayed the information. The news is exceedingly reliable, so there is no need for doubt. Last time, you eliminated their people on Golden Peak Mountain, thwarting their plans. It is likely that some believe you harbor a grudge against the Zheng family. Hence they have chosen to inform you directly this time. hoping you will disrupt the Zheng family's endeavors. Qi Ming spoke calmly, yet deep within, tumultuous waves surged. Indeed, the individuals from the great backdrop of Golden Peak Mountain were the Zheng family. New grievances mingled with old ones. At that moment, the unparalleled powerhouse clad in black armor, whose face was entirely obscured, was none other than Zheng Yuantian of the Zheng family. Qi Ming remained composed, but his mind churned with profound revelations. The host that the Zheng family's celestial embryo sought was very likely Wang Xuan. In truth, the Zheng family's previous actions had already raised suspicions among certain individuals. Qi Ming now realized that Wang Xuan had most likely indeed opened the inner landscape. Of course, he contemplated that this occurred in the realm of the extraordinary, not during mortal times. Even so, it would provide immense assistance in transcending boundaries. The earlier one opens the inner landscape, the more unique, profound, and far-reaching it is. If one were to locate and forcibly penetrate through to the celestial realm, it could facilitate a clandestine passage, thus erasing old contracts. Qi Ming sighed. The Zheng family possesses unmatched experts, ranking among the foremost of the great backdrop. The kind of overwhelming pressure they exude is unfathomable to those who have never truly experienced it, instilling fear even in true immortals, compelling them to kneel and pay homage. Wang Xuan enticed. As they say, fortune favors the bold. The decision rests with you. This is an opportunity to alter one's fate. How extraordinary must that person from the Zheng family be? Surely you are aware that they possess true heavenly blood and destiny. Moreover, with the decline of the extraordinary, even if peerless powerhouses cross over, they might not be able to shatter the ceiling of the carefree realm. What do you fear? Qi Ming, gripped by trepidation, responded, No. Peerless powerhouses are different. If they were to arrive now, it is highly probable they could break through the ceiling, potentially reaching the realm of Earth immortals. Do you and I have the means to breach that ceiling? Wang Xuan inquired. It is difficult. As for me, hope is nearly non-existent. Unless I were to harvest heavenly fate several times. For you, it necessitates laying down the strongest foundation, such as planting celestial herbs in the soil of fate, or having the opportunity to enter a higher spiritual realm for spiritual purification. At this point, Qi Ming shook his head and declared, You have no hope. Who could possibly harvest celestial herbs for you? Even the unparalleled powerhouses in the celestial realm find it challenging. The great backdrop has dimmed, the higher spiritual realm has receded, and the future remains unseen. Wang Xuan's expression was stoic, yet within, turbulent waves surged. Old Chun had indeed found the right path. He must seek out the half-lotus pod that Shakyamuni had harvested. Additionally, he recalled that Zheng Wu seemed intent on bringing a main root of celestial herbs over. This path must not be severed. I will consider this. Tell me, from where does the Zheng family's celestial embryo plan to cross over? Qi Ming inquired, his eyes revealing both fervor and profound fear. Outside of Pingyuan City, adjacent to the wetlands, lies a series of hills. If you have intentions, prepare early. Wang Xuan specified the exact location. The two parted ways. Wang Xuan immediately communicated with Old Chun in code. Ola, if Qi Ming takes action, then he has entered the fray. If he refrains, then we shall eliminate him alongside. After concluding the call, Wang Xuan pondered, realizing that Qi Ming had undoubtedly surmised his hidden circumstances. In truth, such matters could not remain concealed for long. He furrowed his brow, primarily due to the actions of the Zheng family at Jinding Mountain, which had incited suspicions from various quarters. Subsequently, Wang Xuan roamed about, ensuring that the clandestine dealings proceeded without a hitch. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had slipped away. From the dawn of this day, Wang Xuan entered a suitable forest, fully prepared for what lay ahead. As evening fell, a hazy light emerged from the hills before the wetlands outside Pingyuan City, accompanied by thunder and torrential rain. The moment had finally arrived. Suddenly, a streak of blood light surged forth, unmatched in speed, seemingly destined to escape into the horizon. Blood of heaven, destiny of heaven. Qi Ming had arrived, fixated on a vibrant mass of blood essence, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Chapter 286. The fish that leaps from the river to alter its fate with forbearance and restraint. Qi Ming contemplated the prospect of becoming a mere mortal in a year's time, gradually declining over the decades and centuries to eventually become a handful of dust. His body made a choice, having already acted in advance. The bloodlight surged across dozens of miles, roaring, "This is not my desire. I shall change my fate. If he did not shatter his existing life trajectory, then fate and future had already been inscribed on paper. Everything was preordained. He chose to strike. Having taken this step, there was no turning back. At this moment, Qi Ming manifested as a faint blood shadow, enveloping his true essence, traversing 50 miles to pursue the radiant blood essence. Dare you obstruct my path? The blood essence was blindingly bright, akin to a rising crimson mist, emanating a fierce wave of energy. False heavenly blood, Zheng family immortal? Qi Ming's countenance darkened. This was not true heavenly blood. Misled, he raised his hand and struck forward. The sacredly luminous blood essence erupted, revealing a creature concealed within, a spiritual entity. He was an interdimensional immortal, lacking a physical form, with only a fragment of his torn primordial spirit remaining. Qi Ming, you thwart my clan's grand designs, and shall be scrutinized by the gaze of unparalleled power. Your immortal fate will be shattered in an instant, he warned. Clearly, Qi Ming's significance extended beyond the surface, as even the Zheng family's immortal recognized him at once. Incessant noise. Qi Ming's blood-hued figure radiated light as he reached forward. Shrouding the void, hundreds of crimson symbols shimmered like stars, ensnaring the spiritual entity. The omnipresent gaze of the peerless power would not be deceived. The primordial spirit unleashed celestial radiance, fiercely resisting. However, it was no match. Already severely wounded from crossing dimensions, the primordial spirit was pierced again, suffering immense energy depletion. This Qi Ming was formidable, swiftly vanquishing one opponent. Chen Yongjie fixated on the large screen, closely monitoring the situation and informing Wang Xuan. In truth, Wang Xuan himself observed the unfolding battle through the holographic projection of his neural interface, as the area near the wetlands was teeming with detectors. The strength of this individual from the Zheng family was indeed notable, yet he was swiftly torn apart by Qi Ming's assault, leading to his complete annihilation. Come forth, Qi Ming declared coldly, his gaze fixed on the distant blood lightning, piercing through the torrential downpour. He did not approach the central region of the crimson lightning. Instead, he quietly waited outside, eager to avoid the gaze of Zheng Yuantian. Within the range shrouded by the crimson lightning, blood essences surged forth once more, this time manifesting as 6 distinct spheres, each darting towards different directions. In an instant, Qi Ming's form split into a multitude of blood shadows, each pursuing their respective targets, while several others remained stationed in the 4 cardinal directions, poised for tracking. This was the advantage of the dark blood divine art, capable of manifesting avatars, albeit some were feeble while others exhibited extraordinary strength. Before long, several avatars were extinguished. However, he discerned that these were still not the true manifestation of celestial blood and destiny. At that moment, a spiritual entity, having vanquished an avatar, sought to converge upon his main body. Qi Ming did not conceal his prowess. He produced an ancient mirror and directed its gaze towards the incoming spiritual entity, unleashing a formidable beam of light that shattered the essence of the being. He struck again, and once more, obliterated the adversary, subsequently eliminating another adept from the Zheng family. Qi Ming was remarkably formidable, having acquired and mastered such a powerful relic, truly not an ordinary individual. Chen Yongjie observed the large screen with a serious demeanor. Since the opponent had taken action, the target was no longer merely a matter of annihilation. Old Chen began to monitor the movements of the Zheng clan. With a resounding crash, Qi Ming again wielded the ancient mirror, unleashing successive beams and vanquishing another individual, shattering their essence once more. In a brief span, he had dispatched 3 foes, yet he remained outside the tumultuous heart of the storm. This step forward was irrevocable, he mused, realizing there was no turning back. He understood that after today, the Zheng family would mark him as a target for extermination, relentlessly pursuing his demise, potentially with unparalleled powerhouses personally intervening. I feel like a fish leaping from the river, destined for the waters to run dry. I long to alter my fate and discover a new source of sustenance. He must acquire celestial blood to find a glimmer of hope at the twilight of myth and alter his destiny. Here it comes, Qi Ming confirmed. Having discovered the true celestial blood, his training in the dark blood divine art made him acutely sensitive to celestial blood and destiny. It was a sphere of astonishing vitality, enveloped in the essence of the immortal fetus. Once the sphere distanced itself from the lightning zone, Qi Ming made his move. aspiring to seize Zheng Wu's celestial blood and destiny without the Zheng family being aware. Yet, he understood the improbability of this. The gaze of an unparalleled powerhouse might already be upon him. He struck with ferocity, sending forth dozens of crimson flags that enveloped the sphere of blood essence. Qi Meng, are you intent on ruining my immortal fetus, rendering us mortal enemies? Zheng Wu's voice echoed, followed by a terrifying counterattack. From the blood essence surged a drop of golden liquid, transforming into a golden talisman, racing forward and rapidly enlarging, intent on shattering Qi Meng. A drop of blood from the unparalleled powerhouse Zheng Yuantian. Qi Meng's blood-red silhouette receded, his true bones trembling. However, he did not panic, stating, upon crossing realms, the blood of an unparalleled powerhouse is infinitely weakened. The residual power coalescing into a talisman cannot slay me. Dozens of crimson flags danced, forming a magical array, charging towards the enormous golden talisman to thwart its terrifying onslaught. Zheng Wu, revealing a phantom amidst the blood essence, changed countenance and exclaimed, the aura of the progenitor of the dark blood sect. These flags have been nourished by a trace of his blood essence? Boom. Dozens of crimson banners clashed with golden talismans, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. At that moment, Qi Meng surged forward, enveloped in a radiant crimson aura that painted the sky in hues of red, fiercely engaging Zheng Wu in battle. Intent on seizing the celestial blood and destiny with utmost urgency, Qi Meng raised the ancient mirror in his hand and struck it against the pulsating blood essence, unleashing a blinding light. This artifact was extraordinarily powerful, capable of vanquishing beings that had merely crossed realms. It must be said, Zheng Wu was remarkable. Despite the eruption of his blood essence and the presence of a peculiar defensive object within his celestial bloodlight sphere, he managed to withstand the assault. In an instant, Qi Meng summoned a six-sided bronze tablet, its blood-red patterns causing Zheng Wu's expression to shift. This artifact still bore the aura of the progenitor of the Nether Blood sect. How do you possess such items? Years ago, before the progenitor ascended, he had visited this life-bearing planet, leaving behind some extraordinary treasures. Qi Meng coldly informed him, aiming to intimidate and shatter his confidence. The two engaged in a fierce clash, ultimately resulting in Qi Meng using the ancient mirror to emit a beam of light that tore through the blood essence, forcibly stripping away part of the celestial blood. How dare you? Zheng Wu exclaimed in fury. As a rising star, he possessed astonishing talent and feared few of the older generation. Yet, unfortunately, having just crossed realms, he was in a compromised state, and his artifact had shattered, unable to withstand the ancient mirror's power. At that moment, Qi Meng felt a chill run down his spine. He abruptly turned to see, amidst the blood-red lightning and torrential rain, a softly glowing altar in the depths, where a figure clad in black armor gazed back coldly. Qi Meng turned to flee, swiftly diving underground, for the gaze of an unparalleled powerhouse was upon him, marking him. Suddenly, two golden beams shot forth, penetrating the great curtain and diving underground to hunt down Qi Meng. For a descendant, he dares to confront the great curtain early to kill me and reclaim the celestial blood? Qi Meng trembled, gripped by terror. He summoned the 6 bronze tablets, casting them behind him, and amidst a terrifying cacophony, the 6 divine tablets, imbued with the aura of the nether blood progenitor, erupted. Qi Meng fled at an astonishing speed, directing the ancient mirror behind him. Initially, it emitted a blinding light, but soon the mirror's surface dimmed, and the extraordinary substance within evaporated entirely. No, Qi Meng cried out. In a critical moment, he swallowed the celestial blood, only to be struck by the pursuing dim golden light, causing his blood-red form to shatter and reveal cracks in his true essence. However, he ultimately did not perish. Moments later, he reformed his blood body and erupted into laughter. He had seized a portion of celestial blood and destiny, the very essence of Zheng Wu, which was more than sufficient for Qi Meng. He swiftly vanished along the subterranean river, disappearing completely. In the wetland thicket, a mass of blood essence reassembled, and Zheng Wu's figure emerged within, his gaze icy but unfaltering as he sped away. Following the guidance of the fetal membrane, he traversed the vast skies. Boom. After crossing 1,000 miles, Zheng Wu encountered the bombardment of warships within a mountainous region. He evaded numerous beams of light, yet one eventually locked onto him and struck. A blinding radiance erupted, nearly scattering his blood essence. In that critical moment, faint golden runes illuminated, shielding his celestial blood and destiny. The young man exhibited peculiar traits. Perhaps I should eliminate him entirely? Chen Yongjia, seated within the warship, communicated the situation to Wang Xuan. No, not yet. If we scare him away or destroy the celestial medicine, it would be disastrous, Wang Xuan interjected. The notion of seeking fortune and glory through peril was not merely a temptation for Qi Ming. He himself was engaged in similar pursuits. He aimed to rectify the present world and suppress the celestial beings, aspiring to forge the strongest foundation for his path and shatter the limitations before him. This is exceedingly risky. Exercise caution. Old Chen cautioned, feeling an unsettling sense of instability, bordering on madness. Who invites others into their own realm? Wang Xuan focused intently on the holographic projection, meditating amidst the forest, awaiting the arrival of Zheng Wu. However, he furrowed his brow. The blood essence did not retreat underground as anticipated, but rather traversed the forest with alarming speed. Was this confidence or a deliberate test? As time passed, the blood essence traversed 2,000 miles, guided by the imprint of the amniotic sac, and finally arrived. Zheng Wu materialized from the blood essence, standing at a distance, scrutinizing Wang Xuan. Were it not for the crimson apparition, his handsome features and ethereal presence would render him seemingly harmless, exuding an air of otherworldliness. Who are you? You disturb my tranquil meditation. Wang Xuan abruptly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon the blood silhouette. Zheng Wu remained silent, circling him at a distance, nodding slightly before exhaling a sigh, seemingly filled with melancholy and lamentation. What do you mean? Wang Xuan inquired. You are commendable, indeed, quite extraordinary. Yet, regrettably, with the collapse of the mythic realm, your path is severed. You shall ultimately become a mere pile of bones along the extraordinary journey. Allow me to carry you forth, granting you brilliance and leading you to the celestial heights you can never reach. Zheng Wu spoke calmly. Chapter 287. The demon fetus stars twinkled overhead. The silver moon hung high, and various nocturnal birds sang within the forest, while distant beasts howled. This was a remote mountain wilderness, far removed from civilization. To reach the celestial heights together, let me share in your brilliance? Wang Xuan frowned, displaying confusion as he gazed at him. What do you mean? I shall honor you in death, Zheng Wu declared, surging forward like a crimson flash of lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. Wang Xuan activated the ancient lamp, and a dark red arrow soared through the air, shattering towering ancient trees along its path. The rushing blood figure snapped its fingers, unleashing a torrent of blood light and dazzling runes that collided fiercely with the dark red arrow. In the forest, an explosion of blinding light erupted, illuminating the night sky and rendering the bright moon dim in comparison. As ancient trees shattered, vines exploded, and the ground melted into a sea of magma, glowing fiercely. With a swift motion, Zheng Wu, akin to a specter, approached Wang Xuan, intent on merging with his body with the speed of thunder. Behind Wang Xuan stood a thatched cottage, from which a brilliant golden light emanated. A diminutive golden tree, merely a meter tall, rooted in a copper basin, exuded a sacred aura. Atop the tree, 9 golden birds chirped melodiously, 4 of which launched themselves toward the blood figure, ready to attack. Zheng Wu darted through the forest like a bolt of lightning, his speed unparalleled. Wherever he passed, ancient trees snapped, and boulders were violently dislodged, as if he were a tempest of thunder and hurricane, leaving ruin in his wake. Yet, he could not escape. He was intercepted by 4 golden birds. In an instant, 4 beams of golden light erupted, akin to the divine sword energy capable of cleaving the heavens, binding Zheng Wu in place. With a sharp sound, the beams sliced through him. The 4 golden birds chirped eerily, their beaks once again unleashing golden light that shredded the remnants of his blood. I had expected a formidable foe, yet he spoke nonsensically of brilliance and splendor, and now it seemed he had merely come to feed the birds. Wang Xuan shook his head. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He sensed that after the blood-colored figure was torn apart, several scraps of paper fell, stained with luminous blood, turning to ash. Not the true form. In the distance, a figure emerged from the dense woods, ethereal and indistinct under the moonlight, a boy imbued with celestial grace, radiating a rich essence of blood, like a small sun glowing within. Is this the extraordinary treasure you wielded when you slain my Zheng clan's expert? Truly remarkable. Those supreme artifacts left behind by the practitioners of the mortal realm, designed to hunt the primordial spirit, are both sinister and divine. A remarkable acquisition indeed. Zheng Wu approached, exuding an otherworldly aura, his demeanor serene and confident, resembling a graceful celestial youth descending to the mortal realm. With a swift motion, he split into 9, transforming into 9 red beams of light that vanished from sight, as if piercing through the void, attempting to infiltrate Wang Xuan through the 9 red marks on his body. Utterly unanticipated, the golden tree glowed, and the 9 birds chirped again, unleashing their might. In an instant, a terrifying golden radiance engulfed the forest, compelling the 9 beams to retreat, aiming to capture them. Even with the assistance of the fetal membranes, Zheng Wu could not penetrate Wang Xuan's flesh. The 9 golden divine birds surged forth, intent on annihilating him completely. Zheng Wu sighed, forcibly extracting a drop of golden blood from the sanguine light, which erupted in a dazzling brilliance, manifesting a faint phantom clad in black armor, radiating countless golden strands, engulfing the entire mountain range. The Zheng clan had prepared abundantly. That unparalleled master had bestowed upon him more than just a single drop of blood. The 9 divine birds, undaunted, charged forward to devour the armored figure, unflinching in their intent to obliterate him. Wang Xuan was genuinely moved. The formidable presence behind his opponent was indeed terrifying, and even wielding a supreme treasure might not suffice to withstand it. As the 9 divine birds lunged at the phantom of Zheng Yuantian, Zheng Wu stirred, resonating with the 9 red marks upon Wang Xuan. In an instant, he disintegrated, transforming into a cascade of radiant light, gathering from all directions like a crimson haze, abruptly merging into Wang Xuan's flesh and blood. Wang Xuan's gaze deepened as he resisted the crimson haze. After a fierce struggle, his spiritual essence swiftly retracted, surging towards the realm of fate. He sensed that Zheng Wu had already coalesced from flesh into aura, rapidly reaching the periphery of the land of destiny. In that moment, the two encountered once more in this extraordinary realm, standing upon a land rich with vitality, the primordial origin of myriad laws. Wang Xuan fixed his eyes upon him, remaining silent. This unwelcome guest had intruded upon his domain, seeking to usurp him and strip him of everything, all while smiling at him. Zheng Wu's spiritual essence was formidable, yet appeared ethereal. He surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "Beyond my expectations, this place is not inferior to my own land of fate. It is fortuitous. My celestial blood and destiny have arrived infused with essence, and by borrowing your body for rebirth, the results will be even more splendid." A demonic embryo? Wang Xuan's gaze turned cold as he stared at the youth before him. However, he did not perceive the main root of the celestial medicine or the medicinal soil, which caused him to frown. Had the crimson haze unexpectedly intercepted them? Whether it be a celestial embryo or a demonic one, the nomenclature differed. Yet the effect remained the same, capable of establishing the strongest foundation. Surviving the great calamity of the immortal beings, I shall ascend to the skies, given enough time. None shall be my adversary. Zheng Wu smiled lightly, his fair visage radiating confidence as he clasped his hands behind his back, looking down upon Wang Xuan, stating, "You may choose to dissipate from the realm of fate. This place has been claimed by me. No one could tolerate such an attitude, invading another's domain while exhibiting such arrogance, urging the opponent to self-destruct." Zheng Wu appeared ethereal, yet his demeanor was exceedingly domineering. Wang Xuan's killing intent surged as he focused ahead, questioning why he could not see the celestial medicine. His body resonated with a clang, clad in divine armor, wielding an ancient jade dragon knife, both armor and blade vibrating in unison with him. "Begone!" Wang Xuan shouted, swinging the ancient jade dragon knife to unleash a terrifying beam of light, a formidable weapon designed to slay spiritual beings. This was one of the fruits of his transactions with the financial magnates, though it paled in comparison to the golden tree. It was still a rare treasure. In truth, he was striving to restrain himself. The absence of the celestial medicine left him unsatisfied. The sound of metal chains rattled as 3 silver divine chains erupted from Zheng Wu's body, swiftly colliding with the jade dragon knife. During the clash, spiritual energy trembled, and sparks flew. Remarkably, the 3 divine chains managed to block the jade dragon knife, showcasing their might. Alas, this was originally a top-tier treasure. During its traversal, it shattered into 3 segments, requiring a protracted period for restoration. Zheng Wu sighed softly. Clang. The jade dragon knife was deflected, and the 3 severed silver chains intertwined. Soaring towards Wang Xuan, intent on binding him, Wang Xuan vanished in a flash, retreating into the corporeal realm, seemingly attempting to refine his opponent. Zheng Wu chuckled, saying, "It appears your methods are rather limited. Although you possess some fortune in being able to slay fragments of my Zheng family's immortal beings in Golden Peak Mountain, it is primarily reliant on that external golden divine tree." He smiled, yet a chilling depth lingered in his eyes as he proclaimed, "I permit you to continue existing, for I still require some time. Now, the realm of fate is under my dominion." Zheng Wu spoke, asserting that controlling this place equated to mastering the genesis of myriad laws. He was acutely aware of the connection between the realm of fate and the inner landscape. This was his ultimate aspiration, calm and composed. Zheng Wu anticipated that once he refined the realm of fate, he would not need to pursue Wang Xuan. He possessed the means to eliminate the latter's spiritual essence through the realm of fate itself. With a thunderous eloquence, Zheng Wu unleashed a surge of runes that erupted from the realm of fate, escaping Wang Xuan's corporeal form. From the depths of the soil, a more vibrant blood-red orb surged forth, instantly lunging towards Wang Xuan's physical body, disappearing into the realm of fate in the blink of an eye. Another Zheng Wu emerged, his celestial blood and destiny far more potent than before. This was the true Zheng Wu, unnoticed by Qi Ming, harboring the most formidable essence, having long remained concealed. Now assured that the moment was ripe for his entrance. "How cowardly you are, this so-called demonic embryo, so timid and feeble," Wang Xuan derided as he witnessed this spectacle within his flesh. Yet, deep within, he harbored immense trepidation. Zheng Wu's previous arrogance and haughty demeanor were but tests. Wary of any peculiarities, now, having repelled Wang Xuan and driven away his spiritual essence, Zheng Wu believed he had secured control over the crucial realm of fate, thus revealing his true self. "In a time when my power does not yet allow me to traverse the world with an air of supremacy, it is prudent to exercise caution. Once I establish the strongest foundation, I shall rise to prominence. And whether it be the foremost adept among the practitioners or the progenitors of Buddhism and Taoism, they will all succumb to my might." The Zheng Wu that emerged later possessed even more vigorous celestial blood and destiny, accompanied by unparalleled treasures. In an instant, the two Zheng Wus merged into one, exuding an ethereal charm, and he laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. With all preparations in place, it was finally time to commence. He retrieved some 5-colored soil, not true earth, but rather a semi-energetic, semi-material state, harvested from the vibrant terrains of the unparalleled Mount Buzhou. This mountain, perpetually lush, birthed various spiritual essences and divine medicines, as the 5-colored soil was exceptionally suited for the growth of profound spiritual elixirs. This was a remarkable treasure, the quintessence of Mount Buzhou, excavated from ancient medicinal fields on the mountain, capable of enhancing the vitality of the realm of fate, making it more conducive for nurturing celestial medicines. As the 5-colored soil from Mount Buzhou was scattered into the realm of fate, vitality surged, and the essence of life intensified significantly, yielding remarkable effects. Subsequently, Zheng Wu produced a piece of medicinal soil, black and lustrous, resembling a precious jade, pulsating with immense life force and exuding a faint herbal fragrance. This was the medicinal soil of the unparalleled powerhouse Zheng Yuantian. It needed no further elaboration, for it was a priceless treasure. No amount of rare artifacts or divine objects could tempt me to trade this ancestral medicinal soil, a wondrous gem for nourishing the realm of fate, Zheng Wu remarked, deeply resonating with its significance, having utilized such a substance in his true form within the grand tapestry. The black, jade-like medicinal soil instantly merged into the realm of fate, causing ripples of darkness to spread across the area, further amplifying the flourishing life force. Wang Xuan's life soil, now shrouded in ethereal mist, has truly transformed into a sacred realm, where even a single breath evokes a sensation of transcending to the heavens. All of this is for its rejuvenation, allowing it to once again take root and thrive, coexisting with me, nurturing the essence of magic, and establishing the most formidable foundation. Zheng Wu extracted a plant's rhizome, its size modest, about the thickness of a wrist, with numerous roots sprawling, generally over 3 feet long. My anticipation swells. He erupted into laughter. I share his excitement. Wang Xuan chuckled as well, his heart racing with exhilaration. After all, That was the fabled main root of the celestial medicine, sourced from the highest echelon of the spiritual realm, now poised to take root in his life soil. Chapter 288. Abundant harvest. The life soil, enveloped in misty, celestial vapors, appeared elusive and otherworldly, reminiscent of the most sacred sanctuary. A rich vitality flowed, nourishing the corporeal form and strengthening the primordial spirit. Even though Wang Xuan's spiritual entity resided within flesh and blood, not yet grounded in the life soil, he could still perceive the astonishing changes. His eyes deepened with expectation. He finally comprehended old Chen's condition. Ever since Chun Yongjia employed the medicinal soil, each encounter was marked by his declarations of impending breakthroughs. Under such vibrant vitality, both form and spirit were receiving extraordinary life substances from the life soil, rendering it impossible for flesh and spirit not to grow stronger. You, too, are filled with excitement, unable to contain yourself, yearning to reclaim it all, are you not? Zheng Wu laughed heartily, a knowing smile gracing his lips, unconcerned by Wang Xuan's scrutiny. He excavated a pit and buried the silver main root of the celestial medicine within, his smile fading, surrounded by an aura of otherworldliness. The celestial liquid, a legendary essence, could rejuvenate the main roots swiftly, ensuring a future of vigorous growth. Zheng Wu then employed a rare divine substance, capable of nurturing celestial medicine, a precious product of the celestial realm, unbeknownst to most, even by name. In an instant, the ethereal mist within the life soil surged, becoming denser, and a deep breath induced a state of euphoria, as if one were on the brink of ascension, with beams of light cascading down. Wang Xuan felt a flicker of concern. Would this lead to incessant breakthroughs, leaving him no time to solidify and comprehend those realms, thus resulting in a fragile and unstable foundation? Suddenly, the main root buried within the life soil trembled slightly, continuously absorbing the surrounding ethereal mist and celestial liquid, stabilizing the overwhelming vitality and settling into a state of equilibrium. At this moment, Wang Xuan's life soil was utterly transformed. With the planting of a celestial medicine, it exuded a refreshing aura, a newfound vitality. It seemed to resonate with the spiritual world, inviting strands of mysterious substances to enter, absorbed by the roots, awakening itself. Throughout history, how many have managed to plant a celestial medicine so soon after establishing their life soil? In the realm of herbal gathering, acquiring celestial medicine is an unfathomable fortune. Zheng Wu marveled. His emotions surged as he declared, "Not even my true form has experienced such a phenomenon." It was once a desire beyond reach. In recent times, even unparalleled powerhouses have found it exceedingly difficult to venture into the highest spiritual realm to harvest celestial medicine, as the dangers are immense. Behind the grand scenes, a revered figure who once looked down upon the celestial beings met his demise in such endeavors. Today, Zheng Wu immersed himself in the cultivation of the demonic embryo, re-establishing his foundational roots. With such an extraordinary opportunity at hand, he found it nearly impossible to contain his exhilaration, longing to release a triumphant roar. Those legendary figures, renowned in the grand tapestry of existence, each possessed their own monumental fortunes. Otherwise, how could they transcend the ranks of celestial beings, standing exalted above all? Zheng Wu mused that he too had embarked upon this path, destined to carve out his own place among the unparalleled. In this age where myths fade into oblivion, how might one transcend the limitations of carefree wandering? Only by nurturing the strongest foundations and planting celestial medicines within the soil of fate could one hope to do so. Are you well? Zheng Wu suddenly turned, casting a smile towards the realm beyond his destined soil, his eyes shimmering with runes as they caught the essence of Wang Xuan's spiritual entity. Do you still believe you can turn the tide and seize all that I have cultivated? Zheng Wu inquired, his demeanor calm and self-assured, resonating with the blood of heaven and the decree of destiny. Wang Xuan frowned, feeling an inexplicable weakness wash over him, akin to a plant severed from its roots. Zheng Wu spoke. The soil of fate is the origin of myriad laws, the primordial ground, the cradle of life. The extraordinary begins here. Many have perused ancient texts, yet few truly comprehend their significance, particularly those of you who practice in the wild, uninitiated into the celestial realm, lacking the guidance of the esteemed. Know even less, aware of the phenomena but oblivious to their underlying principles. With a hint of coldness, Zheng Wu gazed down upon Wang Xuan with a mocking expression. fully aware of the latter's intent to retaliate. Yet, having claimed the soil of fate, would he truly be concerned? Before the realm of carefree wandering, what audacity permits you to invade my domain? Once control slips away, one becomes akin to a rootless reed or a fish out of water. I shall seal the soil of fate and sever the delicate threads of our mysterious connection. Without my intervention, you shall wither away. A chill ran down Wang Xuan's spine. He recognized that he had indeed ventured too far this time. The adage of seeking fortune amid peril rang true, for often one is so fixated on the allure of wealth that they overlook the lurking dangers. The scriptures undoubtedly emphasize the critical nature of the soil of fate, yet he had not grasped its profound implications. A moment's departure could lead to life and death. Wang Xuan summoned supermatter, fervently directing it into the soil of fate, striving to exhaust himself for the sake of conquering it. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming frailty. The foundational realm of myriad laws had been sealed, leaving him precariously vulnerable, and even the god-slaying banner seemed burdensome to wield. Reflecting upon his circumstances, Wang Xuan realized that had he not previously entered the grand tapestry and gained invaluable foresight, he would likely have faced utter defeat. Futile, Zhengwu declared. His voice calm, yet laced with a chilling resolve. He intended to extinguish the host. His supermatter silently seeped into the soil of fate, his primordial spirit taking root there, imprinting his essence in the place. His heavenly blood and decree would commence from this point, spreading throughout the entirety of his flesh and blood, usurping all that rightfully belonged to the other. Suddenly, Zhengwu was struck by a wave of terror, sensing a rapid heartbeat, swiftly retracting 3 locking chains to encircle himself. Spinning in a protective dance, silver threads shimmering like a dragon, enveloping and safeguarding him. What was happening? An intense unease gripped him. The essence of fate is profoundly enigmatic, elusive within the corporeal realm and devoid of a tangible counterpart within the human form. Yet its existence is irrefutable. It resembles a fertile field of medicine, a sanctuary of life. As Zheng Wu's supermaterial merged with the essence of fate, his primordial spirit rooted itself downward. An overwhelming sense of panic surged through his life imprint, causing his visage to pale for the first time. He ceased the flow of supermaterial, preventing his spirit from further descending. However, this cessation heralded Wang Xuan's relentless counterattack to reclaim the essence of fate. No, he endeavored once more to regain control. Yet the consequences were even more terrifying. In the next moment, an instinctual desire to flee enveloped him, as an indescribable dread blossomed within, as if a calamity were imminent. Reluctant to yield, he placed the 5-colored soil of Buzhou, Zheng Yuantian's medicinal earth, celestial nectar, and the root of heavenly medicine here. Who would willingly abandon such treasures? Yet, he was no ordinary individual. At this critical juncture, he resolutely turned to flee, gritting his teeth, nearly on the verge of spitting blood. However, he soon realized he could not escape. Once his spirit took root beneath the essence of fate, it became ensnared, as if bound by an unbreakable lock. At that moment, Wang Xuan established a connection with the essence of fate and frantically infused it with supermaterial. Buzz. Finally, the veil was lifted, revealing a murky pool beneath the essence of fate, which, nourished by the supermaterial, rapidly revived, consuming the very souls of the unwary. This was the pool of rebirth, said to ferry souls to the afterlife. However, nearly all souls devoured by it had vanished forever, never to return. After depleting the supermaterial within the pool, Wang Xuan buried it within the essence of fate, placing it into a dormant state. Whether he or his adversaries injected supermaterial into the essence of fate, it could be reactivated once more. How is this possible? Zheng Wu's pupils contracted, filled with astonishment and fear, his heart gripped by terror. Hailing from the celestial realm behind the curtain, seasoned and learned, he made a conjecture at first glance, and now, sensing the ominous power of the murky pool, he deduced its nature. He could hardly believe it. This entity was a harbinger of doom, a usurper. Those who had ever possessed it rarely met a favorable end, often being devoured by it. Who would dare to house such a lethal weapon within the essence of fate? Approaching the primordial spirit was tantamount to courting death, as it would consume one alive. Yet, someone had done just that, and astonishingly, had not perished or been consumed. Zheng Wu found it impossible to accept. This was utterly contrary to reason. Once activated, the pool of rebirth indiscriminately annihilated all, divine or mortal, devouring any soul light it encountered. Only the most extraordinary beings would dare to engage with it, wielding such a formidable weapon. The pool of rebirth radiated a cosmic brilliance, seemingly capable of devouring the very stars themselves, and in an instant, it tore away a fragment of Zheng Wu's primordial spirit. He could not break free. The essence of fate, infused with celestial blood and destiny, clung to him, leaving him to sigh in resignation. Was he truly to meet his end here? A torrent of frustration and resentment surged within him. How could he have encountered the pool of rebirth? In his final moments, golden rays erupted from his celestial blood and fate, and 9 characters soared forth, resembling 9 suns illuminating the essence of fate. Zheng Yuantian's influence is omnipresent. An unparalleled master inscribed 9 characters within Zheng Wu's primordial spirit. Regrettably, during the dimensional transition, he was shackled by an ancient covenant, which diminished his power by 90%. At last, the obscure golden mark has been activated. Zheng Wu struggles, utilizing the 9 characters to stave off death temporarily. Fueled by a fierce resolve, he yearns to tear apart the fabric of destiny, unwilling to allow the emergence of a monstrous entity with a terrifying foundation. Anything he cannot possess must be destroyed. Boom. As he propels the severed silver divine chain, preparing to pierce through the fabric of fate and obliterate this realm, even the root of the heavenly medicine. A tapestry of golden patterns intertwines, fracturing his primordial spirit. Zheng Wu trembles, overwhelmed by a mix of rage and helplessness. Wang Xuan, donned in primordial armor and wielding the god-slaying banner, steps into the realm of fate without hesitation, waving the golden flag before him. This evokes an indescribable sense of defeat within Zheng Wu. It is as if he is witnessing one terrifying divine artifact after another today. Especially now, that palm-sized flag can even shield against the pool of rebirth, fearless of its devouring nature. What is this object? He recalls the formidable weapons chronicled in ancient texts. In that instant, he surmises that it is the long-lost god-slaying flag from antiquity. As Zheng Wu's primordial spirit is shattered at a critical moment, the 9 golden symbols descend, merging with his primordial essence in a desperate attempt to preserve his life. This is in vain. The imprint inscribed by the unparalleled master has long faded beyond the veil, unable to withstand the encroaching golden patterns of the god-slaying flag, which instantaneously disintegrate Zheng Wu's essence into countless fragments. Wang Xuan's mind stirs as he slightly retracts the god-slaying flag, preventing the fragments of the primordial spirit from exploding, momentarily maintaining their form. He advances, his spiritual eye fixed intently upon these fragments, as if deciphering one scripture after another, one cultivation manuscript after another. Zheng Wu's primordial essence has been dissected by him, existing now in a state of neither life nor death, in a peculiar condition. Wang Xuan explores its memories, sifting through its past. He disregards the trivial and useless shards, focusing solely on elements related to cultivation. For a time, the entire realm of fate became tranquil, enveloped in ethereal mist, attaining an unparalleled sanctity. The pool of rebirth attempted several times to consume the primordial fragments of Wang Xuan and Zheng Wu, but was thwarted by the god-slaying flag, falling into utter silence. It is uncertain how long it has been. Within the realm of fate, it feels as though years have swiftly passed, primarily due to Wang Xuan's intense mental activities. Sighing in reflection, Wang Xuan perceives that he has traversed Zheng Wu's cultivation journey, an experience of inestimable value. Concerning cultivation, the fragments of primordial essence sparkle like a myriad of stars, which Wang Xuan meticulously analyzes and silently records. Among them are the Yuantian Sutra and Immortal Embryo, both exceedingly precious, belonging to the pinnacle of immortal teachings. The Yuantian Sutra is the scripture of the unparalleled powerhouse Zheng Yuantian. The origins of the immortal embryo are even more ancient and unverifiable, also referred to as the demonic embryo, and from the evaluations of the immortals, its power is not inferior to the supreme scriptures. It is deemed excessively malevolent, criticized for its flaws, with practitioners believed to eventually incur divine retribution. Hence it has not been classified among the supreme texts. However, scriptures do not hold much significance for Wang Xuan, as he possesses supreme scriptures himself, lacking for no tomes. What is truly invaluable are the experiences gained through cultivation, those profound insights, and the wisdom imparted by renowned masters to Zheng Wu, including even the handwritten letters of Zheng Yuantian. These treasures are priceless and will be validated over time. Wang Xuan feels that the impact of this knowledge on his cultivation journey is profound, far surpassing any material possession. The path of leveraging enemies. Encountering the authentic realm of immortal beings and uncovering the myriad secrets and truths of cultivation offers an unparalleled experience. At the final moment, Zhengwu awakened, and hundreds of fragments of his primordial spirit resonated in fury. How could his prey turn the tables and hunt him instead? This was the host through which he intended to channel heavenly blood and destiny, the very soil for reshaping his demonic essence. Yet now, the tables had turned. The adversary, having discerned the mark of his primordial spirit, seized his fortune, rendering him a captive. With such exceptional talent, must he meet his demise in such a humiliating manner? In the realm behind the scenes, he was a genius who attracted the gaze of countless eyes, only to find himself in this predicament upon arriving in the mortal world. Wang Zhengwu barely uttered a word when, in an instant, golden patterns intertwined as Wang Xuan wielded the god-slaying banner, denying him the chance to speak. Since he had attained everything, let him depart with lingering regrets. With a swift motion, the golden banner swept through, shattering the hundreds of fragments of Zheng Wu's primordial spirit, as well as the 9 dimming characters inscribed by Zheng Yuantian, turning them into dust. 918. We honor our predecessors and remember history. Chapter 289. I am Zheng Wu. The entire realm of life was purified, leaving Wang Xuan standing alone amid ethereal mists that floated like threads, with radiant droplets cascading down, creating a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. The vibrant vitality surged towards his primordial spirit, expanding into his flesh and blood. Zheng Wu, thank you for such a generous gift. One that is sufficient to catalyze a transformation in my flesh and spirit. This is no mere illusion. His essence is indeed undergoing a metamorphosis. Celestial medicine, immortal nectar, and the 5-colored soil of Mount Buzhou are all capable of altering the trajectory of a cultivator's life. In this moment of rectifying the present and witnessing the decay of myths, it felt as though a dark curtain was descending, further weakening the immortal beings and erasing all traces of the extraordinary. Wang Xuan believed that what he gained today laid the strongest foundation, one that could change his destiny. A fortuitous encounter with a noble figure, unexpectedly, it is you. Alas, despite the immense assistance you provided, we are indeed adversaries. Safe travels. I shall burn a few less papers for you. The main root of the celestial medicine infused with vibrant life force merged with the realm of life, transforming it into a sanctuary beyond the world. Wang Xuan truly sensed his cultivation advancing, with the extraordinary benefits of today manifesting at every moment, truly astonishing. On the ground lay a mass of blood essence, the heavenly blood of Zheng Wu, a rare treasure for many, capable of altering fate. Yet Wang Xuan paid it no mind. Integrating another's extraordinary blood and flesh was distasteful to him. For instance, had Zheng Wu successfully seized his body this time and integrated into his flesh, who would his descendants ultimately belong to? Whether in body or spirit, Wang Xuan believed purity was essential, requiring a foundation rooted in oneself, untainted by external impurities. He had acquired the ancient stone scriptures, practiced the true teachings of Shakyamuni, and contemplated the golden bamboo slips from the preaching era, all of which belonged to the highest scriptures. With formidable mental discipline, he propelled his transformation from the corporeal to the spiritual, seeking purity and singularity. As Wang Xuan restored his spirit, he opened his eyes, and the entire world appeared transformed. Clearer than ever, as if the distance between him and all things had diminished. In the night sky, the stars and moon shone brilliantly, resembling colossal life forms breathing and lying in wait, attuned to the calls from the depths of the cosmos. Before the thatched cottage, the flora was vibrant, the lake pristine. As great fish leapt from the water, creating ripples that sparkled under the moonlight. Nightingales sang, and wild beasts roared, harmonizing the essence of all existence, imparting upon him profound insights about life. The myriad laws stemmed from the primordial vibrations of life, perishing in the stillness of death's silence. In contrast to the eternal cosmos, life was but a radiant moment, and mythology a fleeting flash across the dark heavens, both merely transient phenomena. Wang Xuan gazed up at the starry sky, fixating on the horizon of the night. After the silence, time flowed on, and perhaps extraordinary meteors would appear in the long night, heralding the resurgence of myth. Yet, The previous unexpected event had long faded, and no one could endure it. The curtain fell without awaiting rebirth, and what had passed could not return. The new arrivals were merely new celestial beings, still just ephemeral glories that would swiftly descend, leaving the universe in eternal tranquility, the ancient night unbroken. Wang Xuan withdrew his gaze, sensing that the conclusion seemed preordained, unchangeable, and inescapable. Nevertheless, he harbored an unwillingness to accept this destined fate. Presently, his strength surged rapidly. He felt no joy, for soon all would fade away. Only by striving for greater heights and gazing further could there be a glimmer of hope. Who could pierce the darkness with the brilliance of their fists, illuminate the ancient night sky like the fierce sun tearing through dawn, like the morning glow radiating in all directions, dispelling the long night to reveal a true, resplendent era of myth rather than a mere momentary shimmer. Wang Xuan found tranquility, following this path, stepping forward with resolute intention. If he ultimately returned to the mundane, lost to the cycles of life and death, then let it be regarded as a grand dream, and he would rest, finding peace in eternal silence. Perhaps he thought too much. It was best to remain grounded. In this dire time, he had encountered a perfect opportunity, at the very least ensuring a chance to transcend the ceiling of carefree existence. Wang Xuan collected Zheng Wu's celestial blood in a small, golden gourd, while Zheng Wu's primordial essence and other matters were utterly extinguished. Having experienced the teachings of Old Chun, his pace of advancement was astonishingly swift. He had now reached the later stages of the life soil. Just days ago, he had utilized true bones to unlock the inner landscape, breaking through to the mid-stage of the life soil, and within a few short days, he had taken another significant step forward. If this trend continued, he would soon enter the realm of herbal gathering. It was challenging for other extraordinary beings to share such an exhilarating sensation of progress, especially on this night, as they sensed the residual waves of the extraordinary world dissipating. The ceiling pressed down. Even the carefree existence felt unattainable. Even without engaging in combat or invoking extraordinary treasures, their own supermaterial essence was slowly waning. All beings that have crossed over are filled with dread. This time, the dissipating remnants of the extraordinary are far more terrifying than they had anticipated. In the end, will they annihilate all transcendence, leaving not a single mythic figure behind? At this moment, Wang Xuan feels none of that trepidation. Instead, he is invigorated, as extraordinary vitality continuously expands within his life essence, permeating his flesh and blood, cleansing him time and again. Am I about to enter the realm of herb gathering? He furrows his brow, hoping it is not so. Yet, he soon relaxes, having perused the mental fragments of Zheng Wu, filled with various manuscripts, ancestral wisdom, and insights that he can validate against his own experience, rendering him unafraid of a shallow foundation. With his spiritual eye, he reads those imprints, as if he has personally traversed the life of a prodigious genius. This is not enough. I need my own insights. It would be best to open a canister of celestial bones, for when my spiritual perception reaches its zenith, I shall comprehend the law, understand myself, and discern the path ahead. Not long after, Chen Yongjie contacts him, immediately speaking in coded language. Euler, mountains and rivers, irreconcilable enmity. Old Chun is somewhat anxious. This is a code, fearing that Wang Xuan might fail and be usurped by the genius behind the curtain, becoming another person entirely. Euler, foreign realms, heavenly retribution. Wang Xuan engages, which brings a sigh of relief from Old Chun, who swiftly relays the latest developments through various coded phrases. The Zheng family has sent at least 5 powerful figures, some arriving with remnants of bones, clearly having attained immortality behind the scenes. Several blood shadows have been bombarded by my battleship. They were dispersed multiple times, ultimately fleeing through the earth. I suspect they will all end up at your place. Be cautious. One has arrived. I will speak more later. Wang Xuan hastily ends the call, noticing a fleeting red shadow at the farthest reaches of the distant mountains and forests. He pays it no mind, turning back to regard the golden tree in the thatched cottage. What has happened? Why does it seem somewhat dim? The consumption of the extraordinary substance is alarmingly severe. Nearly reaching depletion, Wang Xuan sweeps his fist through the void, realizing the flow rate of the extraordinary substance is astonishing. However, most of what he has squandered is forcibly reclaimed by his life essence. Planting celestial herbs has elevated and transformed his life essence as a whole. What a remarkable benefit. Wang Xuan is moved, once again appreciating the advantages of a solid foundation. This night feels markedly different. The residual influences of the extraordinary are collapsing, and the present world is harsh. All signs indicate the total annihilation of the celestial assembly. Will I need to fight personally in the future? Over time, I will be unable to afford the extraordinary treasures. He muses softly. For one, the power of the treasures is rapidly diminishing, and two, the consumption of extraordinary substances is surging dramatically. The golden tree surprisingly contains few mysterious elements left. It has only fought for a brief moment. How terrifying this is, as no one can sustain such demands. Of course, it could also be related to the terrifying drop of golden blood from Zheng Yuantian. Wang Xuan gazes into the distance, his spiritual eye perceiving clearly. A blood shadow approaches, enveloping a piece of true bone. A celestial being from the Zheng family has arrived. Young master, the blood shadow calls from afar. Wang Xuan nods and waves, but soon realizes the impropriety. The other party is signaling in code. He has responded incorrectly. He should not have pretended to acknowledge with a nod, but rather corrected. Zheng Wu is reborn. From now on, please call me Wang Xuan. In the original fragments of Zheng Wu, he had glimpsed these matters, but only briefly, as his primary focus was on memorizing aspects related to cultivation. Splendid news indeed. Congratulations, young master. The celestial embryo has taken root within the flesh and blood of the mortal realm, poised to forge the mightiest of celestial progeny. The skeletal fragments of that blood shadow bore cracks, nearly shattered by old Chun's assault. This time, Wang Xuan engaged in trade not only to acquire the golden tree, the Preaching Jade Dragon Blade, and the rebirth pool, formidable weapons of the spiritual domain, but also exchanged for a warship to be utilized by Chen Yongjia. He spared no expense, depleting the earth immortal spring, solely to confront the formidable Zheng family of the dark forces behind the scenes with unwavering resolve. This celestial being met a grim fate. Having barely emerged before being relentlessly struck down, ill-suited to contend against modern technological weaponry, ultimately managing to escape through earth evasion. As the blood shadow approached with flattery, his countenance turned grave, stating, "Young master, tonight the heavens and earth will undergo a cataclysm, and myths will further dissipate." Wang Xuan inquired, aware that failing to communicate the covert signals had exposed him, as the other party sought to ensnare him, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The laws of the extraordinary had vanished, yet their residual effects lingered. Before this night, cross-border beings could still wield powers akin to the realm of carefree flight. But now they could only exert the strength of the mortal world's 6 stages. He spoke no falsehood. This was the harsh reality following tonight's upheaval. The realms of mist, flame, life, and herb collecting constituted the first 4 minor realms of the mortal sphere, while the various life planetary systems in the cosmos differed in classification standards. Thus, some preferred a more universal approach, directly correlating the 9 minor realms of the mortal world to 9 stages. Wang Xuan felt both anxious and relieved, his emotions a tempest. The deteriorating environment of the extraordinary stirred concern, yet the overall diminishing combat power of the beings from beyond alleviated some of his burdens. Now, even without deploying extraordinary treasures, he still possessed a fighting chance. Shall we proceed according to the predetermined plan, young master? First, we shall silently take control of a major financial conglomerate, securing an invulnerable position regardless of what the future holds. However, the decision to choose between the Zheng family or the Qin family ultimately lies with you, Blood Shadow remarked. Taking a few steps forward, Wang Xuan nodded, affirming his agreement. However, unease lingered in his heart. The Zheng family's actions from behind the scenes were ruthless, intent on covertly subverting a super financial powerhouse. Indeed, young master, we must first target those around Wang Xuan to prevent them from noticing your peculiarities, such as Chen Yongjia and Qin Sheng. At this point, Blood Shadow suddenly launched an assault, transforming into a crimson haze that surged toward Wang Xuan. His visage twisted with malevolence, exuding an aura of boundless malice, bellowing, "You will pay for the demise of my clan's young master." Allowing the unparalleled celestial embryo that could sweep through the cross-border beings to perish. "You must die." Wang Xuan regarded him with indifference, his banner remaining still in his grasp. Instead, it coiled with a swift motion, intertwining golden patterns that stripped away his true bones. His mastery over the divine severing banner had become increasingly seamless. With the celestial bone canister now in hand, he planned to invite others to partake in the blind box, ensuring his acquaintances and friends would also reap the benefits. Then, Wang Xuan retracted the divine severing banner, his physical vitality formidable, and his spirit exceedingly vigorous. He personally descended into the fray, for after tonight's upheaval, he might directly confront the beings that had traversed from the shadows. The blood shadow let out a harrowing cry, as the essence of his being was abruptly stripped away, leaving his very soul significantly diminished. Having already suffered grievous injuries from the bombardment of the warship, he now faced an escalation of his afflictions. Yet undeterred, he maintained his offensive, wielding formidable might despite being unable to call upon celestial arts or transcendental laws. His hand moved like a streak of light, unleashing a tempest of thunder that illuminated the entire forest. Indeed, he was powerful, conjuring dense arcs of lightning with astonishing ferocity. However, Wang Xuan remained fearless, his body enveloped in a cascade of luminous rain as he stepped forward, boldly confronting his adversary. His fist, imbued with terror, seemed capable of piercing the very fabric of reality. This was the feathered transformation fist, derived from the ancient golden bamboo scrolls of the pre-Qin era. With a resounding boom, the heavens echoed as towering ancient trees and massive boulders shattered under the brilliance of the feathered transformation fist. Wang Xuan's expression remained impassive, vitality radiating from him, as he engaged in pure martial combat with unparalleled ferocity. The strength of his foundational skills was evident. Although he was at a lower tier than his opponent in this realm, his destructive power was astonishing. With each clash, the blood shadow was nearly dispersed, a consequence of the absence of transcendental laws in this world. The celestial beings had lost their essential habitat, and the blood shadow was no longer a celestial entity, merely a fragmented remnant of a once vibrant soul. What kind of martial art is this? The expert from the Zheng family was taken aback. Even in this crumbled reality of the extraordinary, he had once held a revered position among the celestial ranks. Yet this adversary of lower stature could withstand his blows, evoking a sensation of imminent explosion within him. Most alarming was the fact that he now existed in a spiritual form. Yet the opponent's fleshly strikes could still inflict harm upon his spirit. Wang Xuan paid him no heed. He unleashed the feathered transformation fist, merging form and spirit into a singular entity. Even in a state of spiritual essence, he could still deliver devastating blows with his corporeal fists. In recent times, circumstances had forced him to rely on external treasures, unable to confront beings from other realms with his true self. However, this night marked a turning point, as he had finally ascended, relishing the thrill of fleshly combat. It had been some time since he had engaged directly, and he found exhilaration in this unrestrained display of power. The radiance of his fists produced a terrifying sonic boom, obliterating any obstacles in their path. Impossible. The celestial from the Zheng family was astounded. Ultimately, Wang Xuan delivered a devastating blow that shattered the blood shadow, causing his spiritual form to disintegrate, unable to coalesce once more. With a final strike, Wang Xuan obliterated the remnants of his essence, incinerating it within the light of his fists, rendering it utterly extinguished. Once he had cleared the scene, a mere 15 minutes later, another blood shadow emerged from the distance. The second true celestial from the Zheng family had arrived. Young master, Zheng Wu was reborn. From now on, please refer to me as Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan spoke calmly, having successfully transmitted the signal this time. Gratitude was expressed to Miss Jiran and the support of the alliance leader. Chapter 290. The peerless young master, the blood-red figure, was instantly elated. The young master had succeeded in rooting himself within the host, reconstructing the mightiest demonic embryo. Soon, he would gaze down upon the celestial beings. Psychologically, he felt reassured. What remarkable talent Zheng Wu possessed. In the concealed celestial realm, he was celebrated as an extraordinarily rare genius. Moreover, with droplets of golden blood from an unparalleled powerhouse coursing through Zheng Wu, claiming a foothold in the mortal realm was a perfectly reasonable endeavor. How could it possibly fail? Yet, he continued to test the waters, invoking various cryptic phrases as per their agreement. This time, Wang Xuan exhibited remarkable composure, not only validating each step with precision, but also adeptly mimicking Zheng Wu's demeanor, revealing no signs of faltering. The shadow, cloaked in crimson, lowered its voice to inquire. Young master, shall we target the Zheng family soon, or opt for the Qin family? Personally, I lean towards the Zheng family. Our investigations reveal their secret vault is immensely rich. The voice resonated through the blood mist enveloping the true bones, quivering in anticipation. Wang Xuan cast a fleeting glance, a twinge of reluctance surfacing, yet another internal canister. However, he exercised restraint. This individual was a capable subordinate, once among the celestial ranks, capable of undertaking numerous tasks. And the time for reaping rewards had not yet arrived. He donned a contemplative expression and replied, "Let me ponder this further. We must not act rashly." "Indeed, young master. However, we must avoid prolonged delays. Many eyes are watching. The Zhong family possesses not only top-tier treasures, but also the esteemed golden bamboo slips of the Taoist classics. Moreover, it is rumored that the legendary Taoist supreme tome, the five-colored jade book, is likely housed within their estate." The Crimson Shadow's eyes sparkled with eagerness, its true bones resonating in unison as it expressed an insatiable yearning, a desire even a long-ascended being like itself could not quell for such scriptures. Wang Xuan smiled and remarked, "I am Wang Xuan now, and I share a favorable rapport with two descendants of the Zhong family. A shortcut to the supreme tome is within reach. Indeed, proximity to water guarantees the first taste of moonlight. Who would have thought this fleshly vessel would prove so useful?" The Crimson Shadow rejoiced, laughter spilling forth. Suddenly, a flicker of sorrow flashed deep within its eyes, imperceptible to the ordinary observer. Yet Wang Xuan, possessing a spiritual eye, captured it with keen insight. What was amiss? He sighed in resignation, realizing a slip had occurred, likely due to this individual's growing awareness of something amiss. As anticipated, the Crimson Shadow approached stealthily, erupting with blinding crimson light, as its primordial spirit transformed into a cascade of deep red, aiming to penetrate Wang Xuan's forehead, hoping to directly annihilate his spirit and usurp his corporeal form. "Have you lost your senses? Do you wish to slay your master while I am weakened?" Wang Xuan evaded the attack, refraining from immediate retaliation as he sought to discern the source of the anomaly. "You have brought about the demise of the young master, severing his unparalleled path, and yet you dare to impersonate him." The Crimson Shadow was engulfed in a tempest of despair, lamenting the failure of the young master, whom it had watched grow. This was a bitter pill to swallow. In its heart, the young master was unparalleled, a talent bestowed by the heavens. Yet he had faltered at the hands of this mortal vessel destined to become mere flesh and blood sustenance. It would not reveal to the other where the fault lay, its gaze icy and resolute as its primordial spirit morphed into a wisp of smoke, attempting to infiltrate Wang Xuan's corporeal form. "It is clear you wish to take root within my flesh, robbing me of all that is rightfully mine. How can you turn against me?" Wang Xuan spoke with tranquility. Subsequently, he resolved not to waste any more time. Vitality surged around him, an extraordinary power expanded, a torrent of blood energy swirling. At this moment, he harmonized body and spirit, approaching a state of perfection, exuding an aura of transcendence with every movement. Wang Xuan took the initiative, accompanied by a billowing white mist. And with a resounding crash, he engaged the opponent's primordial spirit with his physical form, instantaneously dispersing the crimson haze. The Crimson Shadow was taken aback. What kind of prowess was this? A corporeal form capable of vanquishing the formless primordial spirit? His condition was not much better than that of the earlier individual. Upon crossing the grand curtain, his primordial spirit had been dismembered, leaving him in an exceedingly weakened state. Wang Xuan, unwilling to waste time, pressed down the god-slaying banner, which swiftly whisked away that fragment of true bone, causing him to emit a startled cry, akin to a rootless weed. Subsequently, the banner unfurled slowly, ensnaring him. His primordial spirit began to exhibit fine cracks, and should the banner strike down violently, it would lead to the explosion of his spiritual essence. Wang Xuan utilized his spiritual eye to scrutinize the imprint of his primordial spirit, seeking to identify any shortcomings that had led to the loss of a capable subordinate. Thus, it became clear to him that he had not emitted the faint aura of heavenly blood, and, crucially, the traces of the embryonic sac had not dissipated. Understanding the reason, Wang Xuan nodded and proclaimed, "Next time, I shall perform better, flawlessly." Who would have imagined that a mere extraordinary being from the present world could actually retaliate against our Crimson Shadows? Their faction has suffered a significant loss this time. Most critically, given the opponent's demeanor, they seemed intent on bringing forth a young master, a consequence that could prove quite severe. His heart trembled. The more he contemplated, the more fear enveloped him. If he could not swiftly expose the adversary, who knew what terrifying subsequent events might unfold. Wang Xuan murmured, "I have erred and must bear the corresponding consequences. You shall become a celestial bone canister." The immortal from the Zheng family was taken aback, then trembled with rage. "So you have erred, and that implies I must bear the consequences?" He was infuriated beyond measure. With a resounding crash, Wang Xuan pressed down the banner, shattering his opponent without a hint of sympathy. If the Zheng family sought to strip him of everything, they would have to see who would ultimately prevail. Wang Xuan sat cross-legged, invoking the supreme scriptures to erase the 9 dark red traces upon him. He then extracted a trace of heavenly blood from Zheng Wu and placed it into the life soil, which occasionally exuded wisps of aura. He reflected, stating, "I have lost 2 formidable factions. They could have accomplished many significant deeds. Such mishaps must not occur again." At last, the 3rd immortal of the Zheng family arrived. And this time, it proceeded smoothly without any discrepancies. "Young master, do you feel unwell?" This individual exhibited genuine concern for his current state. Wang Xuan furrowed his brow and replied, "After planting the root of the heavenly medicine, it lacks vitality and shows no signs of revival. You must find a way to contact the forces behind the grand curtain. I still require some celestial nectar and the 5-colored soil from Mount Buzhou." Clearly, what he stated was not entirely truthful. Understood. The individual departed promptly to devise a plan. Wang Xuan maintained a serene expression, aware that exposure could occur at any moment. Thus, he sought to seize as many advantages as possible while he could. If old Qin truly found the seeds of the heavenly medicine from Shakyamuni, then it was only prudent to prepare some celestial nectar and the 5-colored soil from Buzhou in advance. The 4th immortal of the Zheng family arrived, and after a conversation, Wang Xuan conveyed, "The heavenly blood and heavenly destiny have taken root in the flesh and soil. Although the effects are commendable, I feel that my spirit and vitality are not sufficiently stable in the short term, particularly as the extraordinary beings fade away in this grand environment. I require some foundational divine objects and resources of the immortal path. I must solidify my foundation and cultivate the most formidable demonic embryo. The young master is unparalleled, with lofty aspirations, destined to become an extraordinary powerhouse." The Zheng family immortal's eyes gleamed with fervor as he clasped his fists and retreated, vanishing into the night. As the 5th blood-red figure emerged, it advised Wang Xuan to swiftly seize the Zheng family, stating that the old master placed great importance on the 5-colored jade book and the golden bamboo slips. Wang Xuan nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "I am well aware that those scriptures cannot be tainted by others. Keep a close watch. Anyone who dares to act recklessly shall be dealt with first." He further added, "Additionally, investigate thoroughly who among the various factions is plotting against me. Keep an eye on them. Those who need to be stopped must be halted, and those who must be extinguished shall be obliterated. Yes, it is imperative that my companions remain unscathed in the near future. If an incident were to occur, do you think I should seek vengeance on their behalf?" The moon hung high, casting a serene beauty upon the night. Wang Xuan stood alone amidst the forest, invigorated by the support of a formidable faction behind him, relishing in the ease of his endeavors. With his commands issued, a group of skilled individuals rallied to serve him, alleviating his burdens of time and effort. Subsequently, he conversed with old Chun in hushed tones, informing him that all was proceeding smoothly and that they would visit the Zhong family the following day to open the canister. Upon hearing this, Qin Yongjie immediately understood the implications and exclaimed, "I must bring my family." Wang Xuan instructed him to also bring Qin Cheng and Professor Lin, as he possessed celestial bones and was confident in their ability to unlock the inner realm. He wished for those close to him to undergo a baptism before the impending era of desolation. That night, the beings who had crossed over from the grand curtain faced turmoil. The youthful souls, even those who had suffered severe injuries during the crossing, were once skilled practitioners of the 8th or even 9th tier in the mortal realm. However, now they felt diminished, an overwhelming sense of unease settling within them, as if the eternal night of life had fallen silent, forever obscuring the dawn and the light of hope. What transpired that night? Why had there been yet another collapse? Wang Xuan engaged in solitary meditation throughout the night, his spiritual fire penetrating every inch of his flesh, harmonizing his essence and spirit, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of well-being. His spirit took root within his blood and flesh, nourished by the vital essence, growing ever more vigorous. Meanwhile, his physical form, having undergone a cleansing and nurturing by spiritual power, became increasingly pure, expelling impurities. Blood, imbued with a luminous glow, dripped down, illuminating the darkness. At dawn, Wang Xuan opened his eyes and embarked on his journey home. In the morning, he arrived in Kuan City, the stronghold of the Sun family. He returned to the rebirth pool, realizing that had he not buried the dusty pool in the fateful earth beforehand, he might have faced dire consequences. The Zhong family estate was vast, with ancient trees soaring high, lush grass carpeting the ground, and a serene lake nearby adorned with blooming lotus flowers and shimmering koi, radiating vitality amidst tranquility. Wang Xuan, you have finally arrived. Ever since you took the rebirth pool, at first, all seemed well. However, since yesterday, our household has been haunted. With various disturbances emerging, Zhongcheng approached, lowering his voice to inform him. The spirits are probing, restless, and stirring. Fortunately, the Zhong family still possessed numerous extraordinary treasures and other formidable weapons. Old Zhong paced beside the 9-tier stone pagoda on the rockery, which glowed ominously in the dead of night, the source of a chilling wail that had echoed forth. That might be the demon refining tower, Wang Xuan remarked, having long recognized its exceptional nature. It was no coincidence that the powerful beings behind the curtain had their sights set here. Indeed, there were far too many valuable artifacts. A large bronze furnace had also emitted light the previous night, seemingly containing something within. Zhongcheng shook his head, expressing his discontent. The night was too chaotic. We truly must depart. The new star can no longer remain. Behold the inscription, a lavish offering enshrined within the incense burner of the ancestral hall of Taoism. The last time Wang Xuan beheld it, his gaze became somewhat transfixed. That scoundrel has returned, seeking my sister once more. Zhongcheng cast his eyes toward the distance, where several individuals approached the Zhong family for a visit, and his expression betrayed his discontent. Chao Qingyu had arrived, accompanied by a few young men and women, all descendants of the celestial beings, exuding an ethereal aura, surrounded by wisps of white mist. Among them, a handsome youth spoke. That Wang Xuan is back again. Is he intent on thwarting Brother Chao's endeavors? Last time, Brother Chao merely laughed and departed, but this time we cannot indulge him. A fair maiden, enveloped in white mist, though not a stunning beauty, certainly possessed the grace of a celestial being. Her power behind the grand curtain approached that of an earth immortal, yet has since diminished significantly. She spoke softly. Wang Xuan is crucial. Various factions surmise that he has prematurely unlocked his inner landscape. We require his assistance. Brother Chao, your forbearance is primarily to allow him to guide the ancestral teacher into the mortal realm. A tall and robust man interjected. Last night, the residual extraordinary energies collapsed once more, darkening the grand curtain further. The powerful beings behind it have begun to stir restlessly, and it is highly probable they will soon cross realms. We must take preemptive action and prepare for the reception. Chao Qingyu nodded, stating, I have received confidential reports indicating some unforeseen developments. Plans cannot keep pace with changes, and decisive action is warranted. However, the Zhong family must be secured. Simultaneously, another group arrived at the Zhong residence, including Kong Yun and Huang Ming, the Yellow Emperor, who were visiting after their 2-day excursion during the crescent moon. The Zhong family possessed certain rare treasures, which had already attracted the attention of the beings behind the grand curtain. Subsequently, a third group arrived, led by a woman whose beauty was striking, her features painted with grace, exuding an otherworldly charm, untouched by the mundane world. She bore an exquisite figure, clad in contemporary attire, which seemed uncharacteristic of beings from beyond the grand curtain. She wore shorts that revealed her alabaster legs, and simply paired a t-shirt above, her long hair cascading elegantly. Zhongcheng gestured for Wang Xuan to look and remarked, Do you see? This is Zhou Shixian, my sister's close friend, a source of pressure for her. She possesses an undeniable celestial aura. Your household is indeed lively, Wang Xuan commented, noting that all present were descendants of celestial beings with their own aspirations, fixated on certain extraordinary artifacts. Once we depart, they may stir as they please, but chaos is not an option at present. Zhongcheng appeared unfazed and inquired further, Old Wang, what is your current state? Are you able to deliver a sound thrashing to Chao Qingyu? I find him particularly irksome. Wang Xuan glanced in that direction and replied, It is highly likely he finds us equally bothersome, perceiving us as an impediment. Teach him a lesson, Zhongcheng murmured. Incensed that he would dare lay eyes on his sister, perhaps plotting to usurp the Zhong family's assets. Such audacity deserved a swift and decisive response. Chapter 291. The ancestral teacher of the real world Wang Xuan turned his gaze toward Chao Qingyu, still harboring no goodwill toward him. Must he continue to yield? A handsome youth spoke, appearing youthful, yet already having attained the realm of carefree wandering behind the Grand Curtain, capable of traversing thousands of miles in an instant. However, during his cross-realm journey, he suffered severe injuries and now found himself barely above the level of herbal gathering, scarcely occupying the fifth stage of the mortal realm. The ethereal and graceful woman beside Chao Qingyu spoke, suggesting, "Shall we test him? If he can be subdued, we shall seize him immediately." The latest developments reveal a fierce intensity behind the scenes. The sect leader might soon transcend boundaries, having forsaken the pursuit of the elusive Xiaoyao boat. No one anticipated that just before the curtain fell, a treasure of immense value would suddenly emerge, compelling even the most formidable beings to abandon all else in its pursuit. The Xiaoyao boat is reputed to traverse all high realms of the spiritual world, reaching places where even the immortal beings cannot tread, granting its passengers the ability to navigate as if walking on solid ground. In days gone by, someone had harnessed its power, venturing into the highest realms of the spirit world, and successfully harvested 2 celestial herbs, thereby establishing an unparalleled foundation. Chao Qingyu's expression turned grave as he remarked, "Moreover, it is said that the human world sword has also revealed itself, cutting through the vibrant light of a curtain that is on the verge of extinguishing, briefly cleaving a path through the celestial realm." The group was taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Could it be that this legendary treasure has resurfaced? It had been missing for countless years, and it is rumored that it does not dwell behind the Great Curtain. Tales speak of the human world sword as being indomitable, capable of slicing through the curtain. Should one acquire this treasure, the immortals could escape their confinement beyond the Great Curtain. The human world sword, the Xiaoyao boat, the nurturing furnace, and the feathered banner are just a few of the treasures, each possessing unique capabilities that surpass all other extraordinary artifacts, standing supreme. The simultaneous emergence of 2 such items is nothing short of astonishing. Might there be an error, or is someone intentionally disseminating false information? At the very least, the human world sword should not appear behind the Great Curtain. Chao Qingyu shook his head, asserting, "It must be true. An unparalleled master has been grievously wounded by the sword's aura, having been cleaved through their indestructible immortal body. Ordinary weapons cannot even graze him. The world is on the brink of chaos. The appearance of 2 treasures in succession is an unprecedented event. Whoever manages to secure even one of these artifacts may very well endure the decline of myth and retain their extraordinary power." Meanwhile, Kong Yun, Huang Ming, and other descendants of the demon immortals were also engaged in discussion regarding the simultaneous emergence of 2 treasures at the twilight of myth. Could this be a glimmer of hope? It is said that an unparalleled strongman from our demon clan was originally contemplating crossing realms, but has now halted to contend for the human world sword. Should she succeed, she could undoubtedly carve her own path out of the celestial realm. Kong Yun whispered in admiration, recalling how that legendary demon had once contended for the nurturing furnace, causing all clans to flee in terror, having personally slain other supreme beings. Now, she is prepared to act again. The winds of change are rising behind the Great Curtain. That would be Wang Xuan, a woman beside Zhou Shiqian informed her, indicating that the young man ahead is the very individual she has longed to engage with. Although the human world sword and Xiaoyao boat have sequentially revealed their presence, the ability to breach the Great Curtain through such treasures does not guarantee that those who obtain them would willingly assist others from differing factions. Regardless of who among the supreme beings acquires these treasures, once they are refined, they will become invincible, able to traverse all Great Curtains without opposition. Should he harbor intentions of violence, other supreme beings would find themselves in grave peril, utterly unable to withstand him. Thus, some sect leaders have opted to abandon their pursuits, seeking immediate entry into the mortal realm. What can we do to secure his assistance and facilitate the cross-border arrival of our ancestral leader? Zhou Shiqian inquired, her delicate nose wrinkling in thought as she addressed those around her. Of course, she would marry him. A renowned beauty from the celestial realm marrying a mortal is certainly a prospect he would embrace, a young woman remarked with a light laugh. Another maiden promptly nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, a stunning beauty nearing the realm of earth immortals, a celebrated fairy from the celestial world. Becoming a companion to a mere mortal, what could he possibly find unsatisfactory? Do not speak so carelessly, Zhou Shiqian interjected, her delicate nose crinkling in disapproval. Within their faction, some advocated for a gentle approach, suggesting they first extend goodwill and, if that proved futile, seek alternative measures. It is somewhat regrettable, though. He is ultimately just a novice in the extraordinary realm, unworthy of Shiqian's affections, some murmured in dissent. Moreover, she elaborated, following the teachings of the guiding ancestor, Wang Xuan's inner landscape would likely be rendered useless, probably reducing him to a mere shell of a man. His achievements were indeed commendable, yet without the aid of extraordinary treasures, and given his low cultivation level, he appeared somewhat feeble. Evidently, in the eyes of the descendants of the celestial beings, the secrets surrounding Wang Xuan were being unraveled, and they speculated about his extraordinary inner landscape, hoping to win him over. However, few guessed that he had activated this inner landscape during his mortal phase, for such a feat was exceedingly rare, with only a handful recorded in history, all of whom had perished. I shall provoke him. If he refrains from using extraordinary treasures in our duel, I will strive to subdue him swiftly and then whisk him away, spoke Chao Qingyu, a youthful figure within that faction, preparing to challenge Wang Xuan. The winds of change were stirring behind the scenes, and their faction could hardly contain their impatience. Are you Wang Xuan? The youthful figure approached, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In this era of decay, achieving such a level of cultivation is no small feat. I hold immense respect for geniuses and earnestly wish to spar with you. Might you grant me this opportunity? Clad in flowing white garments, he moved with an ethereal grace toward Wang Xuan and Zhong Cheng. All eyes turned toward him. Those privy to his background understood he was far from ordinary, having once traversed the vast realms of carefree transcendence. Oh, and you are? Wang Xuan inquired, directing his gaze toward him. Jiang Yuan, the white-clad youth replied with a smile. Be cautious, old Wang. He hails from the direct lineage of celestial beings, Zhong Cheng warned. He had always held unwavering confidence in Wang Xuan, but now, confronted with the reality of facing a descendant of the celestial lineage, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Wang Xuan, do not engage, Zhong Qing interjected, having spent much of the past few days sequestered in old Zhong's study, as she was besieged by those seeking her out. Particularly, Chao Qingyu's peculiar gaze made her wary, sensing an unusual mental energy emanating from him, as if attempting to invade her mind. She preferred to maintain her distance. Unlike Zhong Cheng, who felt compelled to teach the other party a lesson, she believed Wang Xuan to be formidable, but feared he would likely falter against the descendants of the celestial beings. Xiaoqing, Zhou Shiqian chimed sweetly, striding gracefully toward them. Zhong Qing smiled, noting the ethereal aura of white mist that surrounded Zhou Shiqian, a beauty that elicited both envy and resignation within her. The two approached one another, both statuesque and strikingly beautiful, captivating the attention of all around. Brother Wang, I genuinely yearn for an exchange. Please forgive my martial obsession. I am simply curious about an extraordinary being born in this age of stagnation and wish to spar. Jiang Yuan implored. Very well, Wang Xuan replied, a smile illuminating his face. Many were taken aback by his swift acquiescence, their gazes converging to witness the outcome of this confrontation. It was widely acknowledged that he was extraordinary, yet his realm remained somewhat lacking, leaving uncertainty about whether he would produce any unexpected feats this time. In truth, I am not in much better shape. I have broken over a dozen bones and have yet to recover. My spirit is also wounded. At most I am at the realm of herb gathering. Jiang Yuan remarked with a smile. Wang Xuan chuckled softly, but remained silent. Zhong Qing shot a fierce glare at her brother, suspecting he was the one who had urged Wang Xuan to take action. Fear not. With us here, no unforeseen incidents will arise, Zhou Shiqian whispered reassuringly, for she had once approached the realm of celestial immortals. In the arena, only a handful, such as Chao Qingyu and Kong Yun, could rival her prowess. Undoubtedly, the descendants of the immortal lineage were formidable, and Zhou Shiqian, as a standout among them, was undeniably a significant figure behind the scenes. In an instant, the two engaged in combat. Jiang Yuan, clad in white, moved with the swiftness of lightning, teleporting and leaving behind but an afterimage. His right hand, fingers splayed, emitted a blinding sword light aimed at Wang Xuan. Simultaneously, a beam of light emanated from his left palm, inscribed with faint runes, winding towards Wang Xuan like an ethereal chain. He struck with thunderous ferocity, intent on swiftly concluding the battle. Capturing Wang Xuan in an instant would be ideal for his escape through the passageway. Clearly, he was overestimating his advantage. Wang Xuan channeled the ancient scripture, vibrant energies swirling within him, radiating a blinding brilliance. His hands formed seals, blooming like a lotus, as he unleashed a terrifying surge of extraordinary power. Seal break. He intoned with a voice like thunder, enacting a true incantation that neutralized all of Jiang Yuan's offensive maneuvers, dimming his sword light as if frozen in time. While the ethereal chains halted midair, with a change in his gestures, the sealing symbol transformed into one of destruction, shattering the sword light and fracturing the light chains. With a resounding impact, Wang Xuan's mystical seal struck Jiang Yuan, leaving him in a state of disbelief as he coughed up blood, being violently propelled away. How could this be? He exclaimed, dazed and bleeding, casting a bewildered glance at Wang Xuan. As a descendant of the immortal lineage, he had trained in celestial arts. Yet he felt as vulnerable as a herbivore before a beast king when confronted with the true incantation. What kind of technique did his opponent wield? His heart raced with confusion. Wang Xuan would not divulge that it was a supreme scripture, one that had once incited fierce battles among the immortal beings behind the veil, causing the demise of unparalleled experts. The onlookers were astonished. Jiang Yuan had been so decisively defeated. A descendant of the immortal lineage, a master from beyond the curtain, had been effortlessly cast aside. For a moment, silence enveloped the crowd, their expressions shifting. Wang Xuan had far surpassed their expectations. Had he truly remained unaffected by the extraordinary upheavals of the previous night? Not far off, Huang Daxian murmured, recalling his past encounters with Wang Xuan and understanding his true capabilities. This individual had not only withstood the changes in the grand environment, but had seemingly grown stronger. Huang Ming was left speechless, feeling as though he had witnessed the extraordinary. In this present world, his accomplishments are truly extraordinary. Beside Zhou Shiqian, someone murmured, perceiving the peculiarity of the situation. Zhong Qing was astonished. She never anticipated that Wang Xuan could defeat the descendants of the immortal lineage with such swiftness. Zhou Shiqian was equally surprised. Having once approached the realm of the celestial beings, she recognized the underlying principles. Wang Xuan was utterly formidable, capable of dispatching Jiang Yuan with ease. How had he cultivated to such a level in this realm? Old Wang, you're incredible, Zhong Cheng exclaimed, feeling a surge of exhilaration. What of the descendants of the immortal lineage? Upon arriving in the mortal realm, they too must face defeat. A young man clad in a t-shirt and jeans approached Chao Qingyu, stating, I wish to spar with you. He strode forward with confidence. From beyond the lawn, another voice interjected, is this never-ending? Defeating one only for another to emerge. When will it cease? If it's a battle you seek, then spar with me. In this world, there exists not only Wang, the ancestral teacher, but also Chun, the ancestral teacher. A youth radiating with the light of Buddha approached, resplendent and imposing, wielding a black sword measuring an impressive 5 feet. The young man in the t-shirt and jeans did not falter, responding, Buddhist monk, do you wish to duel with me? With a clang, Chun Yongjia unsheathed his long sword and struck without hesitation, his form ablaze with the luminous energy of Buddha, resembling a wrathful deity. The clash of swords rang out. The brilliance of the Buddha's light surged as old Chun subdued the young man. After several exchanges, he delivered a final blow. The blade poised at the young man's throat, drawing a crimson line of blood. Just a slight exertion would sever his head from his body. Understand this clearly. I am the ancestral teacher of the present world, not the Buddha. Mind your words. Chun Yongjia warned sternly, his gaze sharp. His family was nearby. He was truly confident, unconcerned about whether his opponent was a descendant of the immortal lineage, for if they were in ancient times, he would indeed be the ancestral teacher. The atmosphere fell silent, a hush enveloping the gathering. In the mortal realm, few transcendent beings existed, yet from among them, 2 emerged to dominate the descendants of the immortal lineage. How could they endure such humiliation? Their ancestors were of significant stature, yet upon returning to the present world, those with true immortal blood were swiftly bested. This monk is indeed formidable, Huang Ming whispered, sensing that both Wang Xuan and those beside him possessed an otherworldly aura. Could it be that the Buddhist sect has orchestrated the appearance of a golden-bodied arhat in the mortal realm as part of a dream transmission? A girl beside Zhou Shiqian speculated quietly. I must confront this monk. Another man beside Chao Qingyu prepared to advance, only to be restrained by a companion. Old Chen clearly heard their exchange, his brows furrowing in disbelief. Did they truly mistake him for a monk? With a swift kick, he sent the young man in jeans and a t-shirt tumbling several meters away, brandishing his black sword with a fierce glare directed at the onlookers. They were left speechless. Why such urgency? With his radiant aura, he was employing the formidable stature of a Buddhist monk. How could he claim otherwise? Oh, perhaps his short hair was obscured by the golden light of Buddha, which I failed to notice earlier. However, practicing Buddhism can also be regarded as a form of layman-esque pursuit, intertwined with the essence of the Buddha. What is amiss in referring to a monk as such? It is, after all, a mark of respect. The words of Huang Daxian resonated with the crowd, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his statement. Upon hearing this, Chun Yongjia brandished his long, black sword, striking the air with fervor. The dark radiance surged violently, seemingly capable of tearing asunder the very heavens, an awe-inspiring spectacle. It was indeed remarkable. The extraordinary had receded, yet how had they arrived at such a juncture? Kong Yun sighed. In truth, the gravity of the moment affected everyone. Had it been a flourishing era of cultivation, it would have been one thing, but what age were they in now? In such a daunting environment, aspiring cultivators seemed utterly stifled, yet here emerged two formidable individuals, instilling a sense of fearsome absurdity in them all. If they were to be born in this era of new stars, would they still have the opportunity to cultivate? Could they ever tread into the realms of the extraordinary? Many pondered deeply, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Only Wang Xuan nodded and smiled, appearing quite content. His efforts as a protector had not been in vain, for he had successfully nurtured Chun Yongjia. With challenges looming ahead, he could not always intervene directly when the time came. He believed Chun Yongjia could hold his own and dominate a territory without issue. Were old Chun to know his thoughts, he would surely feel anxious. After all, sparring a few moves? That was better left aside. Chun Yongjia had established a principle for himself. Absolutely no internal strife, to prevent any party from suffering a severe defeat. "Oh my!" exclaimed the woman beside Chao Qingyu. Her name was Chun Yan. While she was not the epitome of beauty, she exuded an ethereal charm, with an otherworldly grace. Her strength was formidable, having once glimpsed the path of the earth immortal, making her one of the most skilled fighters present, far surpassing others. Though her injuries had yet to heal, however, she had been intercepted by Chao Qingyu, and after gauging the strength of her adversaries, she realized that while the earlier two had failed, they had successfully assessed the situation, with plenty of opportunities to come. Guanlin approached, her face alight with a radiant smile. Having imbibed the earth immortal spring, she appeared even more youthful and greeted Wang Xuan and the others. Qin Sheng and Professor Lin also arrived, well aware that a significant opportunity awaited them today, possibly the greatest turning point in their cultivation journey. "My dear friends," spoke Zhong Qing, "to be able to encounter you all in this era as a modern individual truly feels extraordinary, a fortunate convergence." As the host, she wished to maintain a pleasant atmosphere, and some of her words were heartfelt. Who could have imagined that myth would intertwine with reality? In the past, the celestial realm behind the scenes was merely a legend, with the celestial beings having vanished for centuries, utterly unattainable. Yet, here we are, meeting in contemporary society. I perceive this as a benevolent fate. Given this auspicious beginning, I hope we can coexist joyfully and harmoniously. Zhongqing understood well that soon they would depart, carrying with them all they could, leaving behind what could not be taken. The Zhong family sought stability. Chaos was to be avoided, and they had no desire to engage in conflict with the celestial beings. Despite the daily warnings of battleships hovering in the skies, poised for precise strikes, dealing with those in the state of primordial spirits was far from simple. Zhongqing felt a deep reluctance, if given the choice. She truly wished to remain in the new star, rather than venture into the mysterious and distant depths of the cosmos, as this felt akin to leaving one's homeland. Old Zhong had once mentioned to her that the beings now emerging were merely descendants of the celestial immortals, posing no immediate threat. However, when the true warriors, those who had waded through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, returned, the consequences were uncertain. Those patriarchs, the sovereigns of the celestial realm, had once been ruthless tyrants capable of slaughtering entire cities, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. while others were unparalleled sword immortals who could cleave the very fragments of the moon with a single strike, their decisiveness in battle unmatched. Should a conflict arise with the powerful clans, these individuals could possess and invade, rendering defenses futile. Suddenly, Wang Xuan felt an unsettling prickling sensation along his back, akin to an ethereal sword approaching, poised to pierce his skin, instilling within him a profound sense of suffocation. What was this predicament? The imminent danger felt palpable, as if a grave calamity loomed near. His eyes suddenly blazed with divine light, scanning the surroundings for any signs of unusual activity among those present. Yet he discerned nothing amiss. Who was targeting him? He executed multiple instantaneous movements, conjuring an ancient crimson lamp that projected a protective barrier around him, yet it proved ineffective. His body was racked with excruciating pain as if cut by a blade. In his normal state, he possessed the ability of the heavenly eye, but at this moment, he saw nothing. His spirit detached, hovering above his head, surveying the distance and scrutinizing himself. It was then that he noticed distressing anomalies upon his skin, where dark patterns appeared, binding him. Upon closer inspection, they resembled black chains, tightening around his flesh and entwining within his bones, intangible yet lethal. What manner of cursed thing was this? A chilling aura seeped into his marrow. Who was responsible for this assault, seeking to extinguish his corporeal form? In that instant, he sensed the faint sound of iron chains clashing, as if invisible shackles were attempting to drag him away. Wang Xuan, what is wrong with you? At that moment, others began to notice his distress. His body was drenched in crimson, inexplicable blood seeping forth, and it was evident that invisible ropes constricted him, rendering him ensnared and in a precarious condition. What has happened to you? Chun Yongjie stepped forward, brandishing his long sword, reaching Wang Xuan in an instant, attempting to purify him with Buddhist light, but to no avail. Wang Xuan invoked the supreme script. The inscriptions within him roared, and every part of his body vibrated in a peculiar rhythm, vibrant mystical energies swirling, emanating brilliant light from his pores, accompanied by a haze of blood mist. As he endeavored to sever the black chains, that intangible entity could only be perceived through the spiritual heavenly eye, and in broad daylight. He was subjected to such an assault, instilling within him a profound sense of peril. There existed someone capable of inflicting harm upon his life through inscrutable means. He fought with every ounce of his strength. In the distance, a more chilling presence approached. He abruptly looked up as 7 crimson small swords descended from the void above, utterly silent. Each was less than a foot long, appearing abruptly, aimed at Wang Xuan, swiftly closing in upon his flesh. Each organ corresponded with one of the swords, one aimed at his abdomen, another at his skull. Before the red blades even grazed his skin, Wang Xuan felt an agonizing tearing sensation as those areas began to bleed, raising goosebumps across his body. The luminous veil formed by the ancient lamp was astonishingly overlooked, as 7 blood-red blades pierced through, carrying a chilling aura of death that approached his surface. Wang Xuan, what is your condition? Old Chun brandished his black sword, guided by his keen instinct, slicing through the void. Yet the crimson blade seemed imperceptible, distorting time and space, isolating Wang Xuan from all existence. Outsiders could neither see nor touch him. Something is amiss, Brother Wang. Do you require assistance? Inquired Kong Yun, a descendant of the demon immortals. As he drew closer with his entourage, Chao Qingyu fixed his gaze on the scene and said, I shall investigate. He too advanced with determination. What is this, a curse, or an enigmatic power we fail to comprehend? Zhou Shiqian's beautiful eyes shimmered with a divine light as she stepped forward. Do not approach, none of you, Wang Xuan commanded. With a thunderous roar, the blood within him surged forth, radiating brilliance like a crimson dawn, erupting from his pores to resist the 7 blood-red blades. Simultaneously, the black chains binding him rattled violently, tightening swiftly, pulling him off the ground as if attempting to elevate him into the air. Swish! A streak of light erupted from Wang Xuan as he summoned his indomitable short sword, only for it to slice through the void near the black chains, warping light and shadow, causing space-time to seem to collapse. The short sword proved ineffective. The mythos crumbled. Who possessed such means? Silently, he was ensnared, as if by a harbinger from the depths of hell, striding in broad daylight to capture him. Wang Xuan's blood boiled, becoming increasingly dazzling. Upon invoking the ancient inscriptions, he temporarily withstood the 7 blood-red blades, which had not truly penetrated deeply into his flesh. They merely pierced the surface, causing a crimson flow that was quite alarming. Wang Xuan, Professor Lin arrived on the scene and, upon witnessing this, grew anxious, fixated on the marks on his surface, attempting to correlate them with certain ancient texts. Qin Sheng rushed over, grasping Zhong Cheng's arm urgently, stating, "If something happens to old Wang, it will be catastrophic for the descendants of the immortal lineage. Their reckless actions might very well target your Zhong family today. Indeed, we must prepare who dares to act recklessly. If they do, it will be a mutual destruction," Zhong Cheng declared. Old Chen activated the Shakyamuni Sutra, his eyes glowing like golden lamps, emanating beams of divine fire, and summoned golden Buddhist power to envelop Wang Xuan, aiding him in purging the malevolent forces. This had some effect, it must be said, as the supreme Buddhist scripture, the Shakyamuni Sutra, radiated a rich golden brilliance, diminishing the chill of the blood-red blades, rendering them somewhat dimmer. Wang Xuan confirmed that this was neither a mental invasion nor a visible assault of extraordinary material power. This peculiar, intangible, and chilling force was exceedingly bizarre. "Did you see that?" he subtly inquired of old Chen, as he resisted the 7 crimson blades attempting to breach him. Continuously invoking the ancient inscriptions, expanding the resplendent power within him, surging and merging with his consciousness, akin to the tumultuous waves of the sea, washing over every inch of his flesh. Chun Yongjia, with a grave expression, communicated telepathically, "I truly cannot see." Sizzle. The black iron chains, embedded within flesh, were seared by the supreme scriptures, glowing crimson with parts on the verge of melting, emanating a strange and chilling darkness. "I care not who you are. Dare to strike me, and we shall engage in a fight to the death," Wang Xuan declared coldly. "This may be a curse. Let me examine it," Zhou Shiqian said, her feet aglow as she gracefully approached, intending to assist Wang Xuan in assessing his condition. "Step back." Wang Xuan, bleeding, unleashed a gaze that radiated like twin bolts of lightning, instilling fear that deterred anyone from meeting his eyes. "Brother Wang, we harbor no ill will. Your situation is dire." Kong Yun also arrived, commanding Huang Ming and others to maintain vigilance against potential attacks. "You two step back," Wang Xuan insisted, distrustful of the descendants of the immortal beings, particularly when faced with a life-threatening predicament. Chao Qingyu approached, accompanied by several others to disperse around them, also on guard. "I have a method, through the cleansing light technique. I can eradicate the afflictions of various curses." Chun Yin spoke, the second strongest in Chao Qingyu's faction, having approached the realm of earthly immortals. A faint luminescence blossomed, resembling ripples of water cascading towards Wang Xuan, aiming to purify his corporeal form. Boom! From within, luminous blood erupted from Wang Xuan's pores, transforming into a dazzling crimson mist, akin to heavenly thunder, reverberating through the air and threatening to rupture eardrums. The cleansing light summoned by Chun Yin was instantly dispersed, scattering into nothingness. "Whoever approaches is my enemy. All of you, retreat," Wang Xuan bellowed. "Step back." Old Chun, resembling a wrathful golden deity, radiated a golden Buddhist light, brandishing a massive black sword to intimidate those nearby. "You are somewhat unreasonable. I am genuinely trying to help you," Chun Yin retorted, her entire being enveloped in cleansing light. In an instant, Wang Xuan's blood boiled. The searing black chain embedded in his body finally glowed red-hot before shattering. He gained partial freedom, able to strike back. Drawing a deep breath, his entire being radiated crimson mist, engulfing a radius of 10 feet in a torrent of blood energy. He lunged at Chun Yin like a dragon. In this moment, he wished for no one to approach. Perhaps through the baptism of his own blood, he could gradually resolve the matter. Among them, it was evident that some harbored malicious intent, seeking to exploit this opportunity to subdue him. In a heartbeat, he clashed with Chun Yin multiple times, his fists slicing through the void like lightning. Whoosh! The blinding sword light flashed as Chun Yongjia engaged others, his sword driving back numerous foes. Boom! In the next moment, Wang Xuan exchanged a series of 4 blows with Chao Qingyu, the heavens seeming to collide as 2 forces of thunder converged, erupting with extraordinary energy. In an instant, Kong Yun's expression shifted. He passively invoked a secret technique, a white peacock manifesting behind him, transforming into a radiant brilliance that surged forward to collide with Wang Xuan's fist. The void trembled, and the sonic explosion was terrifying, as Wang Xuan and Zhou Shiqian engaged in a fierce clash. Everyone was astonished, Within a fleeting moment, he had contended with several of the strongest individuals present, showcasing unparalleled strength, making it clear that should they not retreat, they would be his enemies, ready for a decisive battle to the death. Keeping your distance from me is the greatest assistance you can offer, Wang Xuan proclaimed. Chapter 293. Finally entering the study of the old clock, he bore a solitary black chain, which, despite having snapped, clung to him as if it were a living entity, yearning to burrow into Wang Xuan's very being. Blood flowed more profusely from his wounds, his garments tattered, and crimson droplets stained the ground, a chilling sight indeed. No one could discern the nature of this affliction, as if some inexplicable creature had ensnared him, intent on dragging him away. Is it a malevolent spirit? Wang Xuan pondered, immediately considering such a monster. Was the black iron chain, visible only to the spiritual eye, a manifestation of their handiwork? With a swift hiss, 7 blood-red blades descended once more, seeking to penetrate his flesh. This was a curse, formless and intangible, that needed to be eradicated with utmost urgency. Yaochi spoke up, warning him that if not resolved quickly, his life would be in peril. Zhou Shixian remarked, if the extraordinary world has not yet collapsed, this phenomenon could be explained, as several celestial techniques might yield such results. Yet now, those spells aligned with the rules have become ineffective. The myriad wondrous methods of the celestial beings have turned into mere decorations, utterly useless. In the present realm, only simple techniques, such as the lion's roar, thunder, and heavenly fire, those that directly manipulate the extraordinary material, can still be employed. Wang Xuan fixed his gaze upon Chao Qingyu. Should he dare approach, battle would ensue. In his current state, he would not permit such an individual to draw near. Boom! A blinding crimson glow erupted from his pores, swirling around him like a tempest, incinerating several chains, reducing them to molten fragments. Simultaneously, the 7 scarlet blades, which had just pierced his skin, were forcefully expelled. At that moment, Professor Lin rushed over, whispering, "You are covered in blood. The marks upon you, along with this formless affliction, resemble the celestial binding ropes described in ancient texts. Is that not a form of treasure?" Wang Xuan was taken aback. Chun Yongjia paused, as if recalling something, and said, "Treasures are also derived and refined according to the rules. The original celestial binding rope is a formidable technique, involving aspects of the power of rules, elusive and intangible." The 2 elderly men, having forged ties with the wealthy, had recently perused numerous texts, leading to such a conjecture. However, it seemed impossible to wield extraordinary power in the present realm. How had the adversary achieved this? No matter. I shall break free first. Wang Xuan once again channeled the sacred texts, melting the black chains, and this time successfully shattered a blood-red blade. Could there truly be individuals in this world who could manipulate the rules? In the distance, Zhou Shixian was moved, having also speculated it might be a celestial technique. If it contained even a hint of the power of rules, how could he withstand it? Huang Daxian was incredulous, feeling utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Chao Qingyu whispered to those nearby. Perhaps some factions could no longer contain themselves, urgently needing to cross boundaries, resorting to forbidden methods to forcibly abduct Wang Xuan. The ability to manipulate rules is indeed frightening and astonishing. How could they accomplish this? In that moment, no one dared to approach. The atmosphere suggested that Wang Xuan was prepared to fight desperately. It was widely understood that he likely possessed a formidable weapon, making it unwise to provoke or challenge him at this stage. In a swift motion, Wang Xuan channeled the Shakyamuni Sutra, employing a different arcane technique to continue incinerating the iron chains and the vivid crimson blades. The spectators were genuinely astonished. The constricted areas of his body began to heal sequentially, suggesting he had indeed severed the chains imbued with fragments of the underlying laws. Shortly thereafter, Wang Xuan recited the scriptures inscribed on the golden bamboo slips from the preaching era. This alternating approach, continuously shifting his mental techniques, proved to be remarkably effective. Within and around him, an intricate tapestry of characters emerged, manifesting vividly and radiantly, colliding with the iron chains and the scarlet swords. Clang! Eventually, even the sound of a sword shattering reverberated, faintly heard by onlookers, signifying the dissolution of intangible and formless regulations. Outside Koan City, someone sighed and remarked, "Who would have thought that to contend with a mere mortal, one would pay the price of celestial life? This is the lament of those who aspire to transcendence. In this era, we have lost the brilliance of yore." Two blood-colored figures erected two altars from enigmatic black stones, inscribed with intricate patterns, one emanating a flowing dark radiance, the other exuding a sanguine glow, both eerily peculiar. The mythic realm had collapsed into oblivion, unable to utilize celestial means. They resorted to sacrificing their own life force to extract remnants of extraordinary rules, a desperate measure akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. One blood-hued figure spoke. The other replied, "Let it be. After all, it is not our true essence at stake. To us, the death of a fellow traveler bears no consequence. We shall borrow their power." The term celestial life refers to the vibrant vitality that resides within the true bones left by the celestial beings, the very essence from which their flesh is reshaped and reborn. Currently, the extraordinary rules were largely depleted, with only a trace remaining in the true bones of the immortals. Now, in their attempt to directly capture Wang Xuan, they resorted to such drastic measures. The god-slaying banner was likely in his possession. Without invoking the last remnants of celestial rules, we find ourselves in a state of primordial spirit, incapable of approaching him. The two figures, resigned, reflected on how the once mighty celestial beings had fallen to such a state in this peculiar era of decline, powerless against a mortal of the tangible world. To them, those yet to ascend to immortality were mere mortals. The god-slaying banner, a relic lost since antiquity, must be one of the most formidable treasures, alongside the body-slaying banner. Its appearance would rival that of several other supreme artifacts. It is said that there are tales connecting the god-slaying banner and the body-slaying banner, though they remain unfathomable in the present day. The two blood-colored figures hastened to activate the altars, determined to seize Wang Xuan before their celestial life force was fully expended. Otherwise, this would be an egregious waste. Two pieces of celestial true bones had been squandered in this pursuit. Could he possibly withstand it? Why had they not yet detained him? Although it was merely a fragment of regulatory power, it should not be within his capacity to resist. Unless he had mastered a certain supreme scripture of legend. Wang Xuan trembled. Indeed, he was injured this time. The binding ropes infused with remnants of law had penetrated his flesh, leaving him battered and bloodied. His body bore several gaping wounds, apart from the head. Where he had managed to brace himself, the other areas had been pierced to a depth of an inch by the crimson blades. The sound of snapping echoed incessantly as he nearly shattered the black iron chains completely, with only a segment left intentionally intact. The blood-red small sword lay in ruins. In an instant, Wang Xuan retrieved the dark golden boat, taking Chun Yongjia along as they surged towards a specific direction. The remaining fragment of the black iron chain still exerted a pull on him, attempting to carry him away. This time, he relinquished his resistance and urged the boat forward at astonishing speed. He had found it. Indeed, it bore the mark of the celestial immortals. Outside of Kuanqing, Wang Xuan discerned two blood-red figures and the altars, instantly grasping the situation. Kill. In a heartbeat, a myriad of sword energies erupted as the flying sword, borne by the golden boat, shot forth, magnifying rapidly and slashing downwards. Simultaneously, the bowl in Old Chen's hand radiated countless beams of light, aiming to draw the two individuals into it. How could this be? Even the remnants of the rules within the true bones of the immortals could not prevail against him? The two on the ground were momentarily stunned. Could they truly falter? He possessed the supreme scriptures, and had comprehended and perfected them. The two were shaken. Merely acquiring the knowledge was insufficient. One must also comprehend it. How could an ordinary mortal master such things? However, they had little time to ponder. Swiftly turning to flee, unwilling to engage in a direct confrontation with the two in the sky. But could they escape? Chun Yongjia spoke, flicking his wrist, causing the robe draped over him to transform into a vast red cloud, enveloping everything below. The red cloud loomed overhead, obstructing their path. While the massive flying sword cleaved down, the bowl glimmered, and various extraordinary treasures surged forth, bombarding the two blood-red figures. Wang Xuan, unwilling to squander time, and even less inclined for others to witness their battle, waved the god-slaying flag, and with a swift motion, deprived them of their true bones. Bang! At the same moment, as the flag unfurled, it shattered a significant portion of their primordial spirits. Chun Yongjia stared in astonishment, quickly urging the robe to envelop the remaining primordial spirits, gathering them, and directly depositing them into the bowl. Which faction do you hail from? In the bowl, the two fragmented primordial spirits bore a sense of desolation. This was indeed the sorrow of the celestial immortals. Once, they had been so resplendent and powerful. Now, they were subdued by mere mortals. They gazed at the god-slaying flag that Wang Xuan had retracted, momentarily lost in thought, only to shake their heads. The extraordinary had withered. The re-emergence of such entities in the world was unfathomable. The celestial immortals were destined for complete annihilation, and none could escape. This was a despairing and pitiful era. With bitter smiles, the two disintegrated. They had perished without revealing anything. Chen Yongjia felt regret. Let us proceed to the inner sanctum. Our strength remains inadequate. I nearly met my end at their hands today, Wang Xuan remarked. He sensed that a threat was approaching. The world was descending into chaos. Old Zhong sought to flee. The celestial immortals aimed to swarm across realms, and true dangers were about to emerge. The present reality grew ever more perilous. Chen Yongjia nodded, acknowledging, the situation is indeed amiss. I must hasten to find the lotus pod and acquire the celestial seed of Shakyamuni. Then we must make our escape. The new star grows increasingly hazardous. Soon, Zhou Shiqian, Chao Qingyu, Kong Yun, and others arrived, only to find that the battle had long concluded. They were momentarily taken aback. Were the two truly so ruthless? With a swift and overwhelming force, they had dispatched their adversaries in the blink of an eye. Disperse. There is nothing more to witness. Old Chun waved his hand dismissively. Wang Xuan skillfully maneuvered the flying vessel, swiftly returning to the Zhong family in Kuan City. Is everything resolved? Professor Lin and Qin Chung approached, their concern evident. All is well, Wang Xuan affirmed with a nod. The Zhong siblings were profoundly astonished. The celestial intervention had swiftly dispelled the lurking curse at this location. Thanks to Wang Xuan. Lowering her voice, Zhong Qing addressed Wang Xuan, my great-grandfather wishes to meet you. Indeed, old Zhong had long been alive, albeit in hiding, likely preparing to pass on instructions regarding how to shoulder the blame. Chen Yongjia interjected, his expression darkening. This was not the first time he had borne the burden for Zhongyao. During their time in the Immortal City, he and Wang Xuan had battled fiercely against others outside the city, enduring harrowing escapes, while old Zhong reveled within, enjoying monkey wine and camaraderie with various demons. Zhong Qing led the way towards the heart of the Zhong family estate, specifically to old Zhong's study. Wang Xuan felt a surge of sentimentality. He had long yearned for this place, often reminiscing since his time on the old soil, and today, his wish had finally come to fruition. It has been a long endeavor for this wish to manifest, Wang Xuan sighed. Zhong Qing shot him a glance. It was evident he had not forgotten this place. Chapter 294. The abundance of secret texts old Zhong's study exuded an ancient charm, steeped in history and imbued with an air of mystery that showcased its extraordinary essence. The meticulously arranged bookshelves were adorned with unique symbols, including the swastika and the Yin-Yang Bagua. Some of these shelves originate from ancient temples, while others hail from time-honored Taoist monasteries, Zhong Qing explained. Chen Yongjia nodded, recognizing that old Zhong had an affinity for the exquisite, as even the items he used bore significant origins. Rows upon rows of shelves were filled with books, bamboo slips, ancient tomes with yellowed pages and wormholes, and silk-bound atlases among them. Some of these books, nourished by transcendent energies, shimmered with brilliance, resonating with faint sounds as if echoing from a distant realm, accompanied by hazy images. In a daze, he observed that some ancient tomes reflected indistinct silhouettes, some in meditation, others engaged in fierce battles with ferocious beasts, evoking the grandeur of an extraordinary ancient world. Naturally, such ethereal visions were perceptible only to the transcendent. Ordinary individuals remained oblivious. Wang Xuan pondered whether the inability of common folk to perceive these anomalies might lead the spiritually attuned to misconstrue them as manifestations of some mental ailment. As the transcendent energies receded, perhaps the remnants of spiritual power would still possess some efficacy. Might the myths truly exist solely within the minds of those with heightened perception? Great-grandfather, Zhong Qing softly called. Chen Yongjia, feeling rather awkward, noticed that old Zhong still bore a layer of skin, having not fully shed it. The golden cicada technique had enabled him to attain a second life. At that moment, old Chen was also surprised to find Zhong Yong reclining in a jade-green rattan chair, brimming with vitality. Particularly striking was the back of the chair, where a vine sprouted two fresh, tender leaves, glistening with verdant brilliance, pulsating with the essence of rebirth. This chair had been unearthed from ancient ruins, and even after the passage of time, New leaves continued to emerge, suggesting its extraordinary provenance. Wang Xuan, with his spiritual eyes, beheld the true form of Zhongyong within the cicada shell, a mane of jet-black hair, lustrous and thick, and a visage that appeared remarkably youthful. He seemed to have regressed many years in age compared to their time in the dense wilderness. Now, Zhongyong's appearance suggested he was merely in his 20s. This state of perpetual rejuvenation was utterly astonishing. The golden cicada technique had indeed been mastered by him. A mysterious ancient practice akin to a cicada emerging from the earth, shedding its shell, and soaring into the skies to live a more resplendent life. Even Wang Xuan found himself intrigued, eager to delve into the intricacies of this technique. In this peculiar era of desolation, how had old Zhong transformed into such a being? "Come in, my brother," Zhongyong spoke. "Qing, please serve the tea." He dismissed Zhongqing with a wave. "Yongjia, your presence evokes memories of your master. We share a bond akin to sworn brothers." Alas, during the mysterious incident, he was consumed by the light rain. In those days, we traversed various ruins and perilous places together, facing life and death side by side. To this day, my heart aches at the memory. Alas, old Qin fixed his gaze upon him. The old rascal had struck a chord deep within by mentioning his master, inciting a wave of emotional turmoil. Chun Yongjia felt that much of what was said required careful scrutiny, for this old fellow was most afraid of death. How could he possibly venture into ruins for exploration? Each time a mysterious encounter transpired, and the light rain dissipated, an ancient weapon would invariably be left behind. Look, that ancient sword beneath the bookshelf is one such relic left in the New Star, retrieved by someone. I acquired it for a hefty sum, hoping to one day locate your master. I have not given up on the search." Old Qin's pupils constricted as he beheld the ancient blade not far away. Its design archaic and elegant. He approached and struck it lightly with his black long sword, leaving no trace. Undoubtedly, the ancient sword was a formidable weapon, akin to his own black long sword, both remnants of the mysterious encounters left behind. "Xiao Jia," Zhongyong spoke again. A chill ran down Chen's spine, prompting him to interject. "All right, just call me Xiao Chun. I accept it. Xiao Chun, I believe your master is still alive and will be found. He once visited my study to study scriptures, and seeing you reminds me of him. My bookshelf is now entirely open to you. Feel free to study any tome that captivates you." Chun Yongjia perked up immediately, dismissing any grievances about being used as a scapegoat. Old Zhong indeed had a grand vision. The shelves were lined with various scriptures, each emanating sounds and swirling with mysterious symbols, utterly mesmerizing. "Young Wang, you are indeed formidable," old Zhong praised, now embodying youth himself. A veritable old sorcerer. Just then, Zhongqing returned, overhearing such a designation, nearly dropping the teapot in shock. How could she address him with such a title? "Old Zhong," Wang Xuan responded, having previously yearned to enter old Zhong's study while simultaneously avoiding an encounter with him, fearing he might be dissected. Now, he could finally face him without trepidation. "I heard from Qing that every time you visit our home, you linger in my study for quite a while. Your gaze almost ravenous." Hearing this made my heart race, pondering whether you might burst in and deliver a fatal blow. Wang Xuan did not believe his words. In the past, there was a pool of rebirth here, where anyone's primordial spirit that intruded would be devoured. Would old Zhong be afraid? Indeed, I possess several extraordinary tomes. What they are, I believe you are already well aware, as you have been long preoccupied with them. They are yours now. Zhongyong spoke. Just like that. They are given away? Wang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Old Zhong was indeed quite magnanimous. A youthful voice echoed from the cicada's shell, saying, "If you wish to join us, sever all ties with the mortal realm, and I would even permit Zhongqing to marry you. What say you? Come with us into the depths of space." Great-grandfather. Zhongqing blushed furiously. Little Zhong was indeed beautiful, kind-hearted, and had assisted him greatly. But he could not sever his ties with the mortal world. His parents remained in the old land, and there were others waiting for him to rescue and guide them. "I cannot leave," Wang Xuan declared. "Then let us meet again in the depths of space." At this stage, your inability to sever ties with the mortal realm makes me somewhat apprehensive. You have caught the attention of the most formidable beings lurking behind the curtain. Old Zhong candidly informed him as he prepared to depart. "Old Zhong, is there anything you require my assistance with?" Wang Xuan felt a twinge of guilt for not reciprocating after receiving such a profound gift. "I hear you lack mysterious elements. If you possess an abundance, Do provide some to replenish my hide, old Zhong requested, prompting Zhong Qing to fetch a piece of beast skin. Qilin hide. Chen Yongji leaned in. Having long heard that old Zhong always covered himself with a piece of auspicious beast skin, now he finally beheld it. An inner scene treasure? Wang Xuan was equally astonished. This hide contained a world of its own, infused with the essence of the cosmos, a divine artifact from a bygone era, refined into the present day before the destruction of the inner scene realm. He had only encountered one such treasure in the secret land, the precious nurturing furnace, which he had extracted from within. The active substances within are scarce, old Zhong remarked. The space within the beast skin's inner scene was vast, befitting an extraordinary treasure crafted from the hide of a sacred beast. Such wonders were rare, often only possessed by the top ancient sections. It was said that even in the celestial realm behind the curtain, living Qilin were a rarity. Wang Xuan gazed at old Zhong's cicada shell, his eyes deep with contemplation. This old fellow, when silent, was manageable, but when he spoke, he sought to burden him with the task of refilling this inner scene treasure with mysterious elements. Transporting them from those ancient temples and Taoist shrines would indeed be a monumental endeavor. Nonetheless, he now possessed 4 pieces of celestial bone, allowing him to forcibly access the treasure. Very well, Wang Xuan acquiesced, retrieving the Wang family's pool of rebirth, which he intended to return to old Zhong, and then produced a piece of true bone. Boom. He activated it on the spot, and a vague silhouette surged forth from the inner scene realm, only to be swallowed by the grayish pool in an instant. Within the inner scene corresponding to the true bone, mysterious substances scattered. This world was riddled with cracks, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Was this the result of the true immortal being previously vanquished by Wang Xuan's god-slaying banner? Or was it due to the depletion of the present world, causing the cosmic environment to shift, leading to the decay of the inner scene realm? Wang Xuan remained silent, placing the true bone into the beast skin's inner scene, allowing the super substance from the true bone's inner scene to pour forth entirely. The advantage of the inner scene treasure was its ability to gather all mysterious elements without wasting a single one. If the old clock is used sparingly, it could indeed sustain the Zhang family for a considerable duration. Wang Xuan opened 2 pieces of celestial bone, placing them within the skin of a mythical beast. You may take any scripture you desire. I will carry away some of the remainder, leaving behind what is inconsequential, Zhang Yong remarked. Wang Xuan approached, his gaze immediately drawn to the golden bamboo slips from the preaching period, the second set, still comprising 27 pieces, glistening like jade and heavy as celestial gold, exuding a remarkable weight. Old Shun had previously studied them, wearing a look of helplessness, feeling that the Buddhist texts were more suited for practice. This scripture was particularly challenging for him, almost causing him to spit blood earlier. The engraved illustrations could be discerned, yet most of the characters were unfamiliar, requiring a mental exploration to resonate with their meanings. Wang Xuan felt somewhat bewildered, as this piece deviated from the method he had encountered with the golden bamboo slips from the Sun family. He sought to practice through spiritual resonance, grasping its true essence. But his vitality surged violently, his heart echoing like thunder, producing a terrifying sound that nearly caused it to burst. Recognizing that this method was flawed, he paused momentarily. Over there lie all the significant scriptures of the Buddhist faith. You may examine them closely, Zhang Yong directed old Chen. Chen Yongjie approached, initially captivated, but ultimately he hesitated, genuinely fearful of one day shaving his head and converting to Buddhism. I must find balance. I need to practice Taoist techniques, to wield the sword, to cultivate a killing intent, and remain rooted in the mundane world. He reminded himself. The old clock spoke. I possess the supreme texts of Taoism. Regrettably, I have been unable to comprehend them over the years. A 5-colored jade book, inscribed with peculiar characters, seemed incomprehensible even to experts in ancient script studies, appearing exceedingly ancient. Only by becoming an extraordinary being could one perceive fragments of the profound truths within. Wang Xuan and old Chun attempted to resonate with it, only to frown in unison. The material was overly obscure and difficult to grasp, seemingly at odds with their learning. What sort of experience was this? Wang Xuan felt akin to the sensation he experienced while practicing the stone tablet scriptures, exceedingly difficult, nearly indecipherable, rendering it impossible to cultivate through conventional means. He suspected that this item had an even more ancient origin, its provenance shrouded in mystery, ultimately falling into the hands of Taoists. misleading posterity into believing it was a supreme Taoist scripture. Unable to fathom its meanings at present, they decided to resonate with it, noting the elusive profundities of the Tao. For in the event that the extraordinary were to vanish entirely, rendering these scriptures unreadable, they might once again revert to silent, immobile stone tablets. Subsequently, Wang Xuan refrained from opening the celestial bone canisters, instead immersing himself with Old Chun in memorizing various texts and studying the scriptures that had been lost to the world. Fully absorbed in their endeavor, the five-colored jade book remained beyond their comprehension, so they could only temporarily retain its essence in their minds. As for the unparalleled chapters of the Taoist ancestral hall, they examined them with great focus. Moreover, the old clock had a stone tablet featuring 9 human figures along with some annotations. This was a concise version of the stone tablet scriptures, capturing 3 parts of the true essence. Someone had previously attempted to practice it, but had failed, leaving behind some insights. Wang Xuan spared no scripture. Even the most fundamental physical techniques, from boxing to movement, he meticulously committed all the texts to memory with his formidable mental prowess. In the future, shrouded in darkness and unable to discern a transcendent path forward, he yearned to stand upon the shoulders of the ancients to gaze further into the distance, ensuring that no sacred texts were overlooked. For 2 consecutive days, Wang Xuan felt his mind teetering on the brink of explosion as he, endowed with formidable spiritual perception, immersed himself in a plethora of scriptures. Regardless of the circumstances, he meticulously examined the various secret tomes within the old clock study, which encompassed an extensive range of topics, including Taoist scriptures, Buddhist texts, and the esoteric methods of demonic cultivators, along with monstrous treatises that significantly broadened his horizons. Some of the techniques were utterly astonishing. For instance, the method of the demonic cultivator's soul coffin, which lay dormant within another's soul without any consumption, remaining unaware until the chosen coffin's occupant transcended, at which point the formidable demonic cultivator would awaken, either manifesting in the tangible world or seeking out another suitable soul coffin for a prolonged slumber. Upon encountering this scripture, Wang Xuan was momentarily startled, pondering whether someone had remained in the realm of the living, never having crossed into the great curtain. Among the myriad texts, there were indeed secret volumes from the demon race, such as the heavenly demon reincarnation technique, which allowed one to swiftly capture powerful prey, experiencing a complete cycle of reincarnation within its body and acquiring all the attributes of the hunted. Over the span of 2 days, Wang Xuan expanded his knowledge, absorbing vast amounts of scripture, which would suffice for his future research and digestion. He then dedicated an additional day to a brief period of reflection, specifically seeking out texts related to his fate soil to validate his current state of cultivation. At last, Wang Xuan opened his eyes, feeling as though he had unraveled certain mysteries, ready to enter the inner realm for meditation, utilizing the heightened state of spiritual awareness to comprehend the laws and himself. In fact, the old clock had grown somewhat anxious, eager to retreat into the depths of space. The moment had finally arrived. Qin Cheng rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement, for he had never ventured into the inner realm before. It was a pity that Qing Mu had not come to the new star. Lao Chun lamented the missed opportunity, yet he was aware that Wang Xuan might soon journey to the old earth. Transcendence, I am coming. Zhong Cheng was exhilarated, mistakenly believing that a single entry into the inner realm would lead to transformation and direct entry into the domain of the extraordinary. Steady yourself, Zhong Qing admonished him. Ultimately, Wang Xuan was prepared to activate the inner realm, even when he was merely on the verge of mastering his skills. He had previously guided Qing Mu and Lao Chun into the inner realm, an experience that had nearly drained him. Now, as a transcendent being in the later stages of the fate soil realm, he believed it would not be as taxing. Within a certain expanse of the great curtain, a blinding beam of sword light soared into the heavens, seemingly severing time itself, causing the entire world to freeze. In an instant, it cleaved through the great curtain. Moreover, that sword light slashed through one of the 5 small moons orbiting the life planet corresponding to the present world, producing a resounding impact. The sword of humanity. Behind the great curtain, a peerless powerhouse roared. At that moment, Wang Xuan was taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Grasping the immortal bone, he stood rooted to the spot, momentarily stunned. He sensed that his inner realm was on the verge of forcibly opening, and in a hurried glance, he even caught sight of the nurturing furnace within. No, It was that the precious furnace was about to emerge. Wang Xuan confirmed that he was not in a life-and-death crisis and had not reached a state of heightened perception. He certainly did not intend to activate the inner realm. Wishing all fellow readers a joyous Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 295. The treasure enters the destiny soil. You have occupied my inner realm. Have you finally come to your senses? Wang Xuan scrutinized the situation within, sensing an unsettling fluctuation. The fissures of the inner realm intermittently opened and closed, as though something from the outside was provoking it. At this moment, behind a great curtain, various experts were engaged in fierce combat, their sword lights piercing the heavens, shattering the curtain, presenting an extremely terrifying spectacle. Those daring to vie for the sword of the mortal realm were naturally unparalleled masters of an era. Even the renowned patriarchs of history would not dare to intervene, lest they be swiftly eliminated. Their sword and fist lights could crack the curtain, threatening to spill into the mortal realm, yet they refrained from crossing boundaries. For the power of the old covenant had yet to dissipate. To cross over now would diminish their own cultivation. A sword, over a meter in length, fled into the void, gleaming silver, adorned with intricate symbols of the great Tao, radiating magnificently. Many sighed. It had once cleaved the curtain in a fleeting moment, but they were too far away and missed the opportunity yet again. The treasure, the sword of the mortal realm, could cleave through all things, sever the great Tao, and nothing could withstand it. If an unparalleled patriarch were to possess it, they would nearly be invincible, both in heaven and on earth. A formidable force, already among the elite of the Great Curtain, wielding the sword of the mortal realm, would pose a lethal threat to all other top-tier experts. To counter this, only the carefree boat, the nurturing furnace, and the ascension banner, similarly wielded by supreme beings, could withstand the might of the treasure, the sword of the mortal realm. As the sword of the mortal realm emerged, it was witnessed by many, igniting a fervor among the realms of immortals, with all beings paying close attention. Even as many pathways between the great curtains extinguished, some individuals forcibly traversed, eager to contend for it. For instance, at this moment, the main body of the scarlet-clad female demoness had mobilized, originally planning a more cautious approach to crossover. She traversed the great curtain, charging towards a distant realm of immortals. Along the way, she shattered an ambushing top-tier immortal beast with her pure white fist. The colossal corpse, thousands of feet long, disintegrated with a thunderous crash, staining the earth red as she moved onward. The main body of the female adept also set forth, accompanied by showers of light, piercing through the dark expanse, carving a brilliant path from one great curtain to another. She swept through effortlessly, awakening terrifying eyes in the darkness. However, under the radiance of her light and the execution of her extraordinary secret arts, all was obliterated, accompanied by howls as she soared into the air, the darkness bursting forth with endless blood and bone. In another great curtain, Old Zhang also emerged, his main body now markedly different from his bar appearance, slightly aloof. With a mere gesture, he effortlessly drained the ocean before him, searching for the sword of the mortal realm. Clearly, after their main bodies ventured to contend for the treasure, they would not seek Wang Xuan for guidance in the near future. Wang Xuan waited for a moment. The nurturing furnace indeed stirred restlessly, yet ultimately did not emerge. He felt a wave of uncertainty, suspecting that it had sensed something. The vibrations of the sacrum resonated as a decaying inner realm unfolded, still rife with fissures, resembling a place on the brink of collapse. Old Chun sighed, remarking, "The state of this inner realm likely corresponds to the mythic world, on the verge of obliteration, soon to cease to exist." Beside him, Guan Lin echoed his sentiments, their bond evident as they entered the inner realm together, settling in a tranquil area to meditate. "Is this truly the inner realm? My soul has entered. I can sense my corporeal form outside," Qin Cheng exclaimed with fervor. Professor Lin cautioned him, saying, "Such an opportunity is rare. This place is a miraculous haven on the path of cultivation, one of the sources of the extraordinary. Do not squander your time. Hasten your training to strive for mastery, even grand mastery." Upon seeing Old Zhong, Zhongcheng was momentarily taken aback, questioning, "Who is this big brother?" Only to receive 2 sharp slaps from Old Zhong. Zhongyang's spiritual essence was also ushered in, youthful with rosy lips and pearly teeth, reflective of his physical state. The group fell silent, recognizing the immortal vitality of this old fellow. "I must restrain my cultivation. I cannot sow the seeds of celestial herbs, and must not depart from the realm of herb gathering. Chen Yongjie admonished himself. He felt the pressure mounting, on the verge of breaking through. If other anxious, extraordinary beings from the outside world learned of his state, they would surely unite to confront him. With the mythic fading and the extraordinary dwindling, did he still need to suppress himself? Zhongqing moved gracefully, her figure enchanting, and in this serene space, she felt an extraordinary strangeness, unable to resist voicing. Could the celestial realm behind the grand curtain have once been an inner realm of a supremely powerful being? Professor Lin shook his head, replying, "While it is a valid thought, it lacks practicality. There are multiple grand curtains. Must all those supreme beings perish for the curtain to extinguish? Such reasoning is flawed. Even in death, there would be a struggle rather than a silent extinguishing." Old Chun interjected, "The world beyond the grand curtain bears some connection to the spiritual realm, a fusion of the material and the spiritual, now on the verge of destruction." Soon, each individual settled into meditation, seizing this precious opportunity. Zhongqing, Guanlin, and Qincheng found themselves somewhat unaccustomed. Their spirits seemed tireless. Thoughts racing as if months had passed, yet the end was nowhere in sight. Wang Xuan infused mysterious elements into various extraordinary treasures, then turned his focus to comprehending the law. According to ancient texts, there was some connection between the fate soil and the inner realm. He too was on the cusp of breaking through, but knew he must first achieve a thorough understanding of fate soil before he could transcend. In a moment of silence, Wang Xuan became utterly still, meditating and resonating with his corporeal form, enhancing his mental acuity exponentially as he observed the myriad transformations occurring within his body and the fate soil. At the genesis of all methods, the nurturing ground of life, the very foundation where spirit takes root, the extraordinary expands from here. Fate soil is the cradle of myth. Wang Xuan realized this, and, during the process, returned to his corporeal form several times. Have I become a master? It felt as though an eternity had passed, and as Zhongcheng extended his hand, he sensed his spiritual power solidifying, his external form undergoing a remarkable transformation. Indeed, he had consumed elixirs and imbibed the essence of celestial springs, and it was high time he attained such a level of cultivation. In the words of old Zhang, his innate talent was somewhat lacking. This truly was a realm of the extraordinary, one of the sources of the transcendent, with the domain of the Grand Master tantalizingly close. Professor Lin felt a tumult of emotions. Amidst the rapidly deteriorating environment of the cosmos, to have reached this juncture was a poignant reminder of the marvels of life's serendipity. Once plagued by chronic coughs, and having suffered a severe chest injury that rendered him unable to cultivate, he now felt his physical form emanating a radiant glow, as though it were on the cusp of breaking through. Zhongcheng's face was alight with joy. Zhongqing calmly informed him that her own body had radiated light on 2 occasions. The myriad wonders of Wang Xuan's spiritual entity intertwined and manifested vividly, which he refined, transforming into a resplendent 5-colored celestial robe that enveloped him, safeguarding his primordial spirit. Not far away, Zhongyong observed with astonishment. This bore a remarkable resemblance to the essence of Chun Tuan's 5-colored golden elixir, as this young man had, from the very source, carved out his own unique path. Old Zhong was moved and significantly inspired. While he cultivated the 5-colored golden elixir energy, this young man had directly deciphered something far more fundamental. The 5-colored divine light surged from Wang Xuan, his primordial spirit nestled within, the vibrant radiance seemingly capable of becoming a formidable offensive force. He transformed the celestial robe into a dazzling storm of multicolored lightning, morphing it into an imposing 5-colored seal, then into a vast expanse of sword energy, constantly shifting, creating a spectacle akin to light and electricity, with 5 beams of kaleidoscopic light sweeping forth, as if to rend the very fabric of the void. 5-colored primordial spirit attack technique. Old Zhong was astounded. Chen Yongjie was likewise awakened. He nodded, realizing that his approach to suppressing his own realm appeared to be correct, and he had indeed found the right direction. He was exploring his own marvelous visions, which had once been indistinct but were now becoming increasingly clear, on the verge of complete revelation. In the inner realm, the passage of time felt entirely different. They seemed to have grasped the key to time, feeling as though years had slipped by. Each individual experienced tremendous gains. Professor Lin ascended to the level of Grand Master. Old Chen found 2 vivid and tangible visions emerging beside him, and golden light emanated from Zhongyong. Wang Xuan felt a resonance between his physical form and spirit, existing at a unique nexus. In an instant, he returned to his corporeal being, merging his essence, energy, and spirit into one. He had accumulated profound depth within the realm of destiny, no longer adrift within the inner landscape. He felt as if he had undergone years of refinement and was ready to break through. It was at this moment that his spirit shone brilliantly, and with a whoosh, he stood firm within the realm of destiny, attempting once more to connect with his inner landscape. His spirit took root in the realm of destiny, expanding into the transcendent, weaving a myth. In an instant, he beheld the once indistinct inner landscape. His spirit surged forward, enveloped in a state of heightened perception. With a thunderous sound, he unlocked his inner landscape, instantaneously entering a realm dense with mysterious substances cascading down like a heavy snowfall, blanketing the ground. This was in stark contrast to the decayed and cracked inner landscapes of others. Here, vitality thrived, showing no signs of exhaustion. Deep within the inner landscape, the nurturing furnace lay in silence, smothered by the thick, feathery snow. I can now enter the realm of herb gathering. Wang Xuan did not hesitate. He released himself, no longer suppressing his potential, and in an instant, he broke through the barriers, stepping into the realm of herbal gathering. Outside, in another inner landscape, cracks proliferated, becoming increasingly numerous, now accelerating the decay and gradually collapsing. Zhong Qing, Professor Lin, and others were awakened. After Wang Xuan's breakthrough, he felt an unprecedented surge of vitality. His strength enhanced significantly. However, in the external world, some individuals did not share in this splendid sensation. Beings from behind the curtain, some of whom had consumed secret elixirs over the past 2 days, sought to break through once more, aiming to dismantle the 6-stage limitations of the mortal realm and ascend into the 7th stage. With a resounding roar, they once again sensed the reverberations of the extraordinary collapse. Some directly coughed up blood, having not yet stepped into the 7th stage, but instead plummeting from the pinnacle of the 6th stage to its mid-tier. Why has it shaken again? Some were enraged, blood frothing at their mouths, finding it hard to believe. The dissipation of the extraordinary waves accelerated, impacting far too many. Behind the curtain, old Zhang struck with a palm, facing him a red-haired elder with wide, furious eyes, yet he could not withstand this unparalleled blow. Exploding with a resounding bang, celestial blood splattering everywhere. The snow-white mortal sword shot forth, soaring into the distance, pursued by others. The red-clad female demoness, hindered in her chase, was forced into a fierce confrontation with a peerless powerhouse, shattering mountains and rivers. The oil paper umbrella in her hand expanded rapidly, enveloping the man standing amidst the golden sun. The umbrella spun, extinguishing the resplendent golden orb, as her pristine fist sliced through the void of the celestial realm, tearing apart the heavens and earth with a muffled sound. Piercing through the chest of a formidable adversary, blood spraying into the sky. The female warrior pressed forward, repelling her rivals, reaching for the snow-white mortal sword, only to be beset by several extraordinary experts, as this place was engulfed in celestial light. With a whoosh, the treasured mortal sword once again retreated into the distance, cleaving through the curtain at the edge of the sky. Simultaneously, Wang Xuan's inner landscape trembled. The treasured health furnace seemed to have been stimulated, roaring and radiating a hazy glow, unexpectedly vanishing from his inner realm and entering the present world, landing in his fateful soil. Chapter 296. Who is burning paper beyond the night curtain? The health furnace, ancient and natural, surrounded by a misty light, soared from the inner landscape, closely tied to his spirit, into the realm of reality. You have finally emerged, Wang Xuan exclaimed softly. This artifact had occupied his inner landscape for a considerable time, once blocking him from the outside world. Yet, his heart leapt to his throat. Although the furnace was not large, it felt as heavy as a mountain, and he had been unable to move it in the past. Several months ago, outside the immortal city, merely a fallen lid from the furnace had crushed a group of practitioners in the herbal gathering realm. My fateful soil. He feared that the furnace would shatter his fateful soil into pieces. If the primordial ground of all things were to be destroyed, it would spell tragedy for him. Fortunately, after the health furnace settled within, it remained silent, not triggering any collapse, and the fateful soil seemed to exist outside the realm of reality. Wang Xuan, disregarding the inner landscape, swiftly dove into the fateful soil to assess the situation. The furnace exuded ethereal mist, akin to a stabilizing anchor. Located at the very center of his fateful soil, he did not perceive the impending misfortune. Instead, he felt that with the furnace's permanence, the fateful soil would grow even more robust and enduring. Moreover, he soon sensed an unusual aura, perceiving a revitalization of life within the soil. As wisps of delicate mist emanated from the furnace, nourishing the vital roots of the celestial herb nearby, Wang Xuan felt a tumult of emotions within. He recalled the legends surrounding this furnace, renowned not only for its ability to harvest herbs, but also for its capacity to nurture potent elixirs, enhancing their quality. The arrival of the life-nurturing furnace undoubtedly brought immense benefits to the roots cultivated in the fateful soil, fostering their growth and even facilitating their transformation. Thankfully, everything seemed to be in order. Wang Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief, his lips curling into a smile. For having the life-nurturing furnace guarding the fateful soil was a tremendous advantage. Simultaneously, he pondered what unforeseen events had led it to depart from the inner realm. Had the myth begun to decay, giving rise to new troubles? Wang Xuan's consciousness departed, swiftly sensing the anomaly of the celestial bone canister, which corresponded to an inner realm now withering and collapsing on the verge of destruction. Chen Yongjie and Zhong Yong were laboriously assisting individuals to safety. Their efforts akin to drawing blood. A monumental opportunity was about to transform into a tragic calamity. Wang Xuan hastily intervened, guiding Zhong Qing, Professor Lin, and others, ushering them into his inner realm. My goodness, that terrified me. A world has collapsed. I now truly comprehend what the apocalypse feels like. It is akin to a life-bearing planet suddenly disintegrating, leaving everyone to face inevitable demise with no escape. Qin Sheng's heart raced with trepidation, realizing that an entire inner realm had crumbled, instilling an overwhelming sense of despair in that fleeting moment. Where's this? Why do I feel as if I have transcended to immortality? Has it started snowing here? Mysterious elements are descending upon me, and I need no guidance. Zhong Cheng stood in a daze, reaching out to catch the enigmatic substance, gazing upwards with an expression of incredulity. As the extraordinary receded, the decay of the inner realm mirrored the myth, signifying a pervasive dissolution. Even the celestial beings were destined to revert to mortality, yet this place thrived with vitality. Old Zhong spoke, astonished, standing there gazing at the sky in serene silence, where only the ethereal snow-like supermaterial descended, accumulating upon the ground. He looked towards Wang Xuan, feeling utterly astounded. What was this situation? Old Zhong, being perceptive, quickly surmised that this was Wang Xuan's inner realm, which had drawn the attention of certain factions lurking behind the grand curtain. He had long been awakened and had been monitoring the external world, aware of the emergence of the Golden Summit's grand shroud and the celestial being's intent to hunt Wang Xuan and transcend boundaries. However, he had not anticipated the extraordinary nature of this place. Old Zhong's mind was in turmoil, and for a fleeting moment, he contemplated remaining here, collaborating with Wang Xuan to bask in the light of the inner realm. Yet, he rationally shook his head. He had to flee. Some temptations, though alluring, were perilous and fraught with danger. Not a single peerless powerhouse among the celestial beings had yet appeared, and once such individuals returned, it was likely no one could withstand them. Be cautious, Old Zhong advised, believing that Wang Xuan's secrets would inevitably attract the attention of unparalleled powerhouses. When the storms ensued and connections to Wang Xuan were forged, those close to him would likely be ground to dust. It feels as if we have traversed from one world to another. Could this be considered a form of transcendence? Zhong Qing also displayed an expression of wonder. The realm of the spirit is indeed wondrous, a bridge between two worlds, transcending from desolation to a realm of rebirth. The gathered individuals did not squander a moment, resuming their cultivation, particularly precious in this era of depletion. Wang Xuan ventured deep within, settling into a meditative posture, contemplating the path ahead now that he had truly entered the realm of herbal gathering, a pressing reality. How does one determine their course? Here, the river of time seems ensnared, granting each person ample opportunity for reflection, cultivation, and self-discovery. In the external world, their corporeal forms are being nourished as transcendent energies permeate their beings, instigating profound transformations and enhancing their physical constitution. Observing closely, one could perceive the continuous expulsion of toxins. Each individual possesses a distinct aura, Even the beauty-conscious Zhongqing is no exception. The pace of metabolism is astonishing, hearts beating like drums, as if they have arrived at a unique juncture in time. Witnessing extraordinary evolution, mysterious elements infiltrate their essence, enhancing their physical attributes, elongating telomeres, and evidently prolonging life, while imperceptible impurities are expelled in abundance. Wang Xuan sat in stillness, various scriptures surfacing in his mind, seeking his path amidst an age of diminishing doctrines. He delved into the five-colored jade script, yet found it frustratingly obscure. Feeling momentarily incapable of comprehension, even suspecting errors within. Ultimately, he chose the golden bamboo scroll, for he had previously mastered one. And this tome acquired from the old Zhong family must also be deciphered. In this extraordinary era, he yearned to find a way through the supreme texts, a veritable lifeline. Year after year, within this ethereal realm, Wang Xuan felt as though 7 years had passed. Of course, this was merely a figment of his spiritual perception. He remained in meditative silence, deeply immersed in the golden bamboo scroll from the Zhong family. While others rose periodically, he remained enraptured, entirely absorbed. As if severed from the outside world. The characters on the scroll eluded his understanding. He grasped their truths through spiritual resonance, suggesting that the text was profoundly idealistic. These spiritual imprints resembled an expansive universe, difficult to articulate or elucidate. Wandering through the textual realm for 7 years, pondering deeply, he gradually pierced the mists, unveiling the essence of the scripture. No wonder I felt out of place. This was wholly distinct from another bamboo scroll. The golden scroll obtained from the Sun family emphasized combat, centering on the foundational principles of the spirit and advocating for physical practice to elevate the spirit through the corporeal. In stark contrast, the Zhong family scroll seemed to belong to an entirely different paradigm, raising doubts about its origin. It delineated the arts of technique and law. It expounded from the source, detailing the application of various extraordinary substances, analyzing their essence, and arranging these elements through spirit to construct the most rational formulations, maximizing the exertion of supernatural powers. It delved deeply. As various formulas emerged, they were further refined and continuously extrapolated, inevitably giving rise to some exceedingly formidable models. This signifies that the formation of mystic arts and the manifestation of divine powers are the culmination of various models, creating a formidable framework that is both potent and fearsome. This bamboo manuscript constructs extraordinary paradigms through the spirit, honing the mind, ultimately elevating the corporeal form in unison. This embodies the process of the evolution and establishment of Taoist techniques. Wang Xuan remarked that these 27 bamboo slips are extraordinarily formidable and must be thoroughly comprehended. However, the essence of supermateriality is destined to wane. Does this scripture still hold relevance? Can other forms of energy substitute for those extraordinary materials? Wang Xuan pondered, estimating that it would be quite challenging and not to harbor excessive hopes. Ultimately, will the demise of mythology render all scriptures ineffective? He sighed, realizing that he could not escape this dilemma. Is it truly wise to place hope in the vitality of his inner realm? One must not take this lightly. The darkest hour has yet to arrive, and should that day come, what if his inner realm were to wither as well? This is indeed a strong possibility. Just like the unparalleled powerhouses within the grand tapestry, who remain immensely strong, yet are prophesied to fall and perhaps become mere mortals in the future. One must not be disheartened. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall continue forward, grounded upon the exalted scriptures of the ancients, in order to better discover a path forward. This scripture is truly enigmatic, vast, and profound, and its methodology is remarkably unique. He harbored serious doubts that the legendary 4 golden bamboo slips were products of a single epoch. In fact, the great sage and ferryman Su Fu had also remarked that the slate scriptures and golden bamboo slips are quite special, with origins that are untraceable. Arranging supermaterial factors, as described in the bamboo slips, is arduous, requiring exploration and relentless experimentation, consuming a significant amount of time, yet I seem to be able to expedite this process. Wang Xuan suddenly realized that possessing a spiritual eye does not necessitate such complexity. He could clearly perceive various factors without the fuss. Oh, the scripture also notes that those endowed with rare transcendent sight are suited for this path. Otherwise, progress would be exceedingly difficult. Clearly, he possesses the rare elements mentioned in the bamboo slips. Wang Xuan delved into the study of the bamboo slips. arranging the mysterious factors and attempting to configure the particles of supermateriality to construct a simplified model of mystic arts. Shortly thereafter, his spirit briefly returned to his corporeal form, and with a snap of his fingers directed at the courtyard beyond the room, a burst of flames erupted, landing in the fish pond. With a whoosh, steam billowed forth, incinerating everything, transforming the pond into a pool of molten rock. At his level, he could already unleash thunder and true fire, which are innate supernatural abilities. However, the flames he had arranged now possessed greater power while consuming fewer mysterious factors. Remarkable. Wang Xuan was entranced, profoundly moved. This indicates that supermateriality can be utilized more judiciously, which also signifies an enhancement of his strength within the same realm. He perused various scriptures, which recorded numerous mystic arts and divine powers. These are indeed manifestations of a formidable structure formed by the combination of supermaterials. The techniques and divine powers left behind by predecessors are standard models constructed from transcendent factors, providing me with a reference for validation. This path is extraordinarily resplendent, if I truly grasp it fully and analyze it clearly. Who in the same realm would I need to fear? The unparalleled strongman has fallen. If the realms are similar, he remains unperturbed. Wang Xuan's primordial spirit once again enters the inner realm, where he has been in meditation for 7 years. Now, he ventures deeper into this tranquil and mysterious land, slightly relaxing as he meticulously explores. The inner realm is vaguely recorded in various ancient texts, with numerous interpretations shrouded in obscurity, many of which are veiled in allegory. And even the authors struggle to articulate the phenomena. There are speculations that the inner realm may not consist of a single layer. As Wang Xuan delves into the profound depths, traversing through the mist, he finally discovers a boundary wall. He opens his spiritual eye, peering through the rough stone surface, and he vaguely perceives a living being. To his astonishment, he even hears an extremely faint sound of weeping. He is immediately taken aback. What is the meaning of this? The indistinct outline, accompanied by a flickering flame, seems to be surrounded by a flurry of burning paper, resonating with the sounds of sorrow. Wang Xuan is dumbfounded, and a chill runs down his spine. Who is burning paper money and weeping? His mind races to the mysterious world from which the mist emanates, where, above the heavens, amidst the pitch-black night, a multitude of paper money silently drifts down. Who are you, and how long have you been crying? Why have you come here to frighten me? He thinks, his hair standing on end. Chapter 297. Sailing into deep space. Wang Xuan is filled with trepidation, goosebumps rising on his skin. This is his inner realm, a domain he has always considered his private sanctuary. Yet, someone is weeping, burning paper money, and a haze of indistinct flames dances about. What manner of being is this, and from whence do they come? With his spiritual eye, he gazes intently through the rough stone wall, longing to call out and inquire about the identity of this presence. However, he restrains himself, fearing the summoning of an unfathomable creature, for there are countless tales regarding the inner realm. Who knows what lies beyond? Some of the legends of the inner realm are exquisite, while others are terrifying. He does not wish to court danger. When he entered this peculiar world, he witnessed the silent descent of withered yellow paper money from the dark sky. If this bears any relation to what he now perceives, it could spell great trouble. He recalls how old Zhang's expression changed when he revealed the yellowed paper money in the bar using a bronze mirror. One glance made it evident that something was amiss, a matter best left untouched. Simultaneously, he considers the health cultivation furnace. Could his departure from the inner realm be connected to this as well? Logically, it should not be so, for the health cultivation furnace is a treasured artifact, impervious to all. Perhaps after the collapse of the mythic world, some new aberration has arisen, attracting and provoking it. Wang Xuan's gaze deepens as he observes for an extended period. Beyond the rough boundary wall lies an infinite darkness, devoid of an endpoint, illuminated solely by that flickering flame, casting a faint glow. He lingers there for a while. The fire appears to be dimming, destined to extinguish sooner or later, while the paper flutters and falls, drifting away unignited. Silently, he departs from this place, keeping his presence discreet, lest he alarm Zhongqing, Qin Cheng, and the others. The ancient paths of the old arts are fraught with peril, whether it be the realm of the deceased or the inner realm. Both harbor dangers and opportunities, leaving one at a loss. Wang Xuan reflects deeply. For the realm of the deceased, and the inner realm are regarded as the origins of the extraordinary. This is somewhat ominous, suggesting that problems may exist even at the source. Extraordinary events are often serendipitous, akin to a fleeting meteor or the flickering flames of a fire that, once extinguished, shrouds the world in darkness. The celestial realm falls silent, the immortals descend, and the mythological world decays into obscurity, returning to a state of normalcy. Wang Xuan whispered, but as he spoke, a chill coursed through him, prompting him to turn abruptly and gaze into the depths of his inner landscape, through the rough stone walls, fixating on the dimly glowing fire. His body felt icy, and he realized that his metaphor resonated too eerily, evoking a sense of dread that could petrify even the strongest of immortals. Wang Xuan retreated to his original position, settling into a meditative posture to calm his mind. The peculiar ambience of his inner realm, the haunting cries, and the enigmatic fire compelled a myriad of associations. He extended his hand, and a flurry of snowflakes descended like goose feathers. He scrutinized them closely, searching for any intermingling substances, such as ashes. The intangible matter could only be perceived by the spiritual eye. It was a mysterious factor, a particle of extraordinary energy. Wang Xuan remained silent, contemplating this world while gazing toward the real world outside his inner landscape, yearning to behold the vastness of the cosmos and the infinite depths of space. The ancient stone tablets, golden bamboo slips, and multicolored jade texts, of indeterminate origin, perhaps remnants from an era long past, lay beneath the ashes. He speculated that the dissonance among these scriptures, their inability to connect, was due to their diverse origins, each with its own history and path. Casting aside distractions, he resumed his study of the golden bamboo slip from the Laozhong family, correlating it with various techniques and divine powers for mutual verification. Wang Xuan organized the extraordinary particles, delving into their origins to comprehend the processes of various secret arts emergence, unveiling the most essential truths. Among the unparalleled powers of the immortals, their ability to unleash lightning, true fire, and various divine abilities must stem from the most formidable combinations and structures of particles. Their every gesture was a manifestation of perfected and terrifying extraordinary forms, the result of years of cultivation, ceaselessly refined until it became an instinctual nature. Wang Xuan believed that these formidable beings continuously honed their skills through real combat, gradually forming their unique models of techniques and divine forms. In contrast, he endeavored from the outset to construct these formidable forms, striving for optimality. Such models of technique were inherently terrifying. Here, everyone seemed to be stealing time, leisurely contemplating their cultivation and verifying their thoughts. In the ensuing years, Wang Xuan persistently combined mysterious factors to forge various forms, continuously refining them to achieve standardization and elevation, leaving no flaws to be found. During this period, he occasionally returned to his physical form to experience the reality of the world. He discovered that reciting incantations or forming seals could resonate with the mysterious particles, enhancing his models of technique and correcting minor errors, thus allowing the arrangement of extraordinary matter to become more refined. Thus, the so-called spells and gestures served such auxiliary purposes. Wang Xuan conducted various experiments, constructing numerous extraordinary forms, and comparing them with the techniques inscribed in ancient scriptures, achieving satisfaction with the results. In this realm, while others utilized techniques according to the scriptures, he engaged from the source, constructing and thoroughly understanding before manifesting. During this period, Laozhong's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed Wang Xuan seemingly conjuring the true fire of samadhi in the mortal realm. Wang Xuan shook his head, stating, "Not quite. I still have a way to go. The third-level formula is rather challenging, and I must exert more effort." Chen Yongjie was equally astonished. What was the situation? Not only was he releasing divine fire, but he was also crafting formidable formulas? Wang Xuan nodded and explained, "Behold these symbols and patterns. They represent the arrangement of extraordinary factors, a harmonious combination of energy particles that significantly enhances their power." He succinctly elaborated that while the first-level true fire formula was not overly difficult, layering it to construct a second-level model and arranging various energy particles escalated the complexity considerably. But the resultant potency was immensely amplified. Are you suggesting that the third-level true fire formula corresponds to the true fire of samadhi? Lao Zhong inquired, astonished. Wang Xin affirmed, revealing that while he was experimenting with it, The endeavor was exceedingly taxing on his mental faculties, and such true fire was theoretically beyond the reach of those in the realm of herb foraging. However, utilizing his spiritual eye to combine energy particles and construct a model seemed to offer a glimmer of hope. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lao Zhong asked, "According to your theory, do 4th-level formulas or even 9th-level formulas exist?" Wang Xuan responded, "In theory, indeed. I suspect that anything above the 5th or 6th level would fall under the categories of celestial techniques or divine spells, while the 9th level likely pertains to fundamental laws." Lao Zhong was rendered speechless, astounded that divine powers and laws were arranged according to such formidable formulas. Chen Yongjia, too, was left without words, until a thought struck him. Are not the forbidden spells and sorcery and magic that can annihilate a city instantaneously akin to these? Perhaps in the 4th or 5th level range. Wang Xuan paused, pondering the idea. Zhong Yong remarked, "It seems somewhat close. All methods are interconnected." However, he noted that the various secret texts in his study, which recorded divine techniques and spells, once mastered, did not require the recitation of incantations. In this peculiar era, it appeared that the most powerful extraordinary formulas might no longer be feasible to construct, Wang Xuan concluded. Shortly thereafter, they each immersed themselves in diligent practice, contemplating their respective paths and methods. In this environment, their mental faculties operated at a rapid pace, creating the illusion that over 2 years had elapsed. Suddenly, Wang Xuan lifted his head, sensing that time was running short. The inner realm would soon close. Chen Yongjia had made significant gains, experiencing 3 authentic miraculous visions, and his mental power surged dramatically, his physical form undergoing transformation as well. He had cultivated the Buddhist golden body to a considerable level, sitting in solemn meditation, enveloped in a rich aura of Buddhist light. His internal mystical energy thrived, becoming increasingly volatile, on the verge of a breakthrough, which he forcibly suppressed with Buddhist esoteric techniques. Not content to remain in the realm of herb foraging, he yearned to rival those legendary figures of antiquity, aspiring to shine brilliantly in this lifetime. Lao Zhong's golden cicada shell split open at the back, revealing a youthful figure with rosy lips and white teeth, appearing to be under 20 years of age, who had completely mastered this remarkable skill. Zhong Cheng was left speechless, his gaze fixated in astonishment, almost exclaiming, "Big brother." Again, from that moment forth, Zhong Yong's innate qualities and talents ceased to pose any concern. He underwent a complete transformation, utterly detached from the frailty of age. Most crucially, the Jinchang technique was so extraordinary that this metamorphosis significantly amplified his cultivation and strength. This provoked envy in both Wang Xuan and Old Chun, compelling them to prioritize their study of the Jinchang technique, particularly as the era of depletion approached, rendering this practice ever more invaluable. Their gains were substantial. Even the weakest of the Shuangqing brothers had ascended to the rank of seasoned masters. Qin Sheng had previously consumed spiritual herbs and the earth immortal spring, while Zhong Cheng had ventured into the secret realms, feasting on spiritual medicines and often sharing extraordinary rat meat with his sister. Though their experiences were fraught with darkness and regret, they had indeed reaped considerable benefits. Wang Xuan guided them out of the inner landscape, allowing them to return to their corporeal forms, while he himself cast another gaze into the depths of the desolate realm. Behind the rough stone walls, a dim fire flickered ominously, accompanied by a faint, unsettling weeping that persisted unceasingly. He turned to depart, and the inner landscape gradually sealed behind him, erasing the darkness, the fire, and the heavy snowfall. In the real world, everyone opened their eyes. Guan Lin appeared increasingly youthful, while Zhong Qing, in addition to her enhanced strength, radiated with a brilliance that suggested a transformation. Xiao Zhong, have you undergone a second maturation? Wang Xuan, a straightforward man just returned from the realm of cultivation, blurted out, his mind still occupied with extraordinary notions, as he observed her change. Zhong Qing stood in stunned silence. Her skin was luminous and alabaster, and upon glancing down, she was struck with shock and joy, ultimately flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "Get lost." She fled, primarily disturbed by her own overpowering scent, an intolerable discomfort for any young woman, leading her to hastily escape. "Wait for me." Guan Lin quickly followed, eager to refresh herself as well. Professor Lin had naturally ascended to the rank of a seasoned grandmaster. With a few more breakthroughs, he could step into the extraordinary realm. "Old Wang, You have skin peeling off your face, Qin Sheng pointed out. In this long-lost sensation, Wang Xuan touched his face. Having practiced various scriptures, he discovered that upon transformation, his body shed a layer of old skin, emerging anew without the scars of past battles, his flesh teeming with robust vitality. Unbeknownst to him, he had already become a master herbalist. At this rate, with the celestial medicines planted in the soil of life, he would soon breach another barrier. His next realm would require him to chart a distinct path, one that diverged from the ordinary. On this day, a great earthquake struck the Zhong family, prompting them to relocate into the depths of space, embarking on a journey into the vast cosmos, with no intention of turning back. Old Zhong acted decisively, choosing to temporarily distance himself from worldly disputes, unwilling to become ensnared in the mire of future troubles. Wang Xuan personally escorted them aboard a warship, venturing into outer space. The Zhong family, aware of his exceptional perceptual abilities, requested his assistance to ascertain whether any spiritual entities from the immortal realm had followed them. Numerous warships of the Zhong family ascended, yet in the vastness of outer space, a veritable jungle of steel awaited them, with fleets having been on standby for some time. Wang Xuan utilized his mental eye to scrutinize each vessel, taking considerable time to ensure that none exhibited anomalies, confirming that no spiritual entities had pursued them. As they parted, the Zhong siblings felt a tinge of sadness, uncertain if they would ever return, a sentiment that remained shrouded in uncertainty. Will the new star briefly step into the era of celestial beings? And the depths of the universe are not as splendid as they seem. Everything remains shrouded in uncertainty. Zhongqing and Zhongcheng embraced Wang Xuan for a final farewell. Take care, Wang Xuan murmured softly. In the end, Zhongcheng gifted him a scripture, assuring him it was richly illustrated and precisely what he desired. Wang Xuan remained speechless. Little Zhong tugged at Zhongcheng's ear, leading him away. A colossal fleet of warships set sail, vanishing swiftly into the dark abyss of the cosmos. Old Zhong, in a gesture of generosity, presented Wang Xuan with a large warship. After activating the defense systems, Wang Xuan commanded a return to the new star. Once he discovers the lotus seed left behind by Shakyamuni, he too shall depart from the new star. Within the earth, the life-preserving furnace quivered slightly, exhibiting signs of agitation. His expression grew grave. Indeed, something was transpiring in the real world, provoking this precious artifact, yet he remained oblivious. Chapter 298. Demons rampant in the cold expanse of outer space. A gleaming metallic sheen streaked by, as the massive hull resembled a cloud of steel, instilling a profound sense of oppression, hurtling towards the new star. Wang Xuan sat in the control room, introspectively gazing at the life-preserving furnace. Had it sensed something? Was that the cause of its disturbance? If the pinnacle powerhouses from the celestial beings were to return, it must not exhibit agitation in their presence, lest calamity ensue. His countenance was serious. Should Zheng Yuantian, the crimson-clad demoness, and others discover that he possessed a treasure, they would undoubtedly devise ways to hunt him down. The Zhong family departed, relinquishing the new star, their immense fleet venturing into deep space, an event akin to a cataclysmic avalanche, shaking the very foundations of the world. There was no greater news than this. Momentarily, all were left in stunned silence as the super-rich of the new star sailed away into the vast universe without a backward glance. The Zhong family's enterprises spanned various industries. Although professional managers oversaw operations and a few members of the family remained, it was still a terrifying tempest. The psychological impact and the effects on the real world were unparalleled in their magnitude. Deep space probes captured vivid images of the Zhong family's fleet departing, the cold hulls and the massive armada embarking on a silent journey. The footage was brief. Soon, the fleet transformed into mere black dots before vanishing into the icy void of space, insignificant in comparison to the universe. Old Zhong has fled. Someone sighed, not particularly surprised, as this aligned perfectly with Zhong Yang's character. In truth, every family had contingency plans. The emergence of celestial beings transformed myth into reality, and the unseen spiritual entities instilled profound trepidation within them. The calamity of the celestial beings even caused Zhong Yang to feel unease. Thus, he decisively severed all ties to the new star, prioritizing survival above all. The Zhong family's grand retreat into the starry sea profoundly affected other families. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall, and those large organizations contemplating withdrawal could no longer remain still. Ordinary people were utterly astonished, followed by a surge of anxiety. If even the super-rich were fearful, was their escape warranted? We had romanticized the celestial beings too much. Tales of the Moon Goddess, the Magpie Bridge on Qixi, and the legend of the White Snake. Those ethereal and enchanting legends belong to a select few. The true return would inevitably be terrifying. In the new star, the citizens of various cities engage in fervent discussions, the psychological impact of which is akin to a tempest of unimaginable magnitude, sweeping across the land like a deluge. What constitutes a myth? It encompasses both celestial beings and malevolent entities. In ancient legends, were there not numerous fearsome monsters that preyed upon humanity? Should they return, they would indiscriminately annihilate entire cities. Indeed, the accounts of these ancient creatures and the terrifying scenes they wrought are abundant. There were times when vast swathes of land lay barren, devoid of human life, as they consumed the populations of many cities. On this day, fear gripped the hearts of the people, many sensing the impending doom. No one spoke of entering the realm of the immortals, nor did anyone aspire to become a sword immortal. After all, even the colossal financial conglomerates have fled, while individuals from all walks of life are engulfed in panic. Even formidable powers with fleets of warships tremble, underscoring the gravity of the situation. I wish to depart from the new star and journey to the crescent moon. Nay, I shall return to the old lands. Can one not escape what they cannot confront? Do not be naive. The old lands are perpetually shrouded in ominous clouds, with crimson lightning that never ceases and dark whirlwinds ravaging the desolate outskirts. Various demons and celestial beings are queuing to cross into our realm. Indeed, the old lands are far from secure. One must understand that it is a source of myth, littered with the graves of monsters. The terrifying tales you hear today predominantly originate from the ancient old lands. The populace is paralyzed, unable to flee. Is the world not the same, with demons rampaging everywhere? Some beings from the shadows are restless. They do not wish for any turmoil in the new star at this stage and hope for a smooth transition. Certain factions, resolute in their actions, indeed aspire to seize control of territory swiftly, moving covertly to prepare for the future. However, some factions are plagued by anxiety. What if, in the near future, time erases all mythological attributes, rendering them mere mortals? Will the emotions of those in the new star not explode in vehement backlash against them? Could it be that some financial powers are deliberately manipulating public sentiment, inciting chaos in the situation? The beings from behind the scenes are in doubt. During this period, descendants of illustrious immortals such as Kong Yun, Zhou Shixian, Chao Qingyu, Chen Yan, and Huang Ming have stepped forward to dispel rumors. Where are the man-eating demons? The true bloodthirsty monsters have been eradicated in ancient times, relegated to history. Today, anyone who dares to slaughter a city would face the united wrath of the illustrious immortals. To this end, these individuals have gone to great lengths to hold press conferences, clarifying the truth across major platforms, even revealing the myriad secrets and realities of the world behind the scenes. This has indeed captivated the public, who are curious about mythology and eager to discover the true nature of the celestial realm. Our ancestors hail from the real world. Our roots lie here, and we share the same bloodline. Who would attack their own homeland? Do not be misled. The so-called demons and immortals are, in fact, predominantly of human descent. It is merely that their cultivation techniques were flawed, transforming them into forms such as the golden-winged roc, the white peacock, and the thousand-handed true deity. They have embraced the path of true physicality, yet they remain human. The people are awakening to the realization that many of the mythological beings are indeed human. Are the likes of Tao Tai, Tao Wu, and Pishio not manifestations of those who have taken on the true forms of demons? Wang Xuan perused the scriptures gifted to him by Zhong Chong, which were indeed rich in illustrations, providing a visual feast. He flipped through more than half of the volume, convinced that there was no deceit this time. It was a collection of photographs featuring Zhongqing. There were images of a pure student attire amidst the crimson maple forest at dusk, and playful scenes beneath the azure sky, exuding grace and charm, unmistakably showcasing Zhongqing herself. What on earth does this fellow mean by sending me such a gift? Wang Xuan shook his head, yet continued to turn the pages. The latter half of the book revealed the latest portraits of Zhongqing. Wang Xuan was astonished, examining them closely, confirming that these were hastily prepared by Zhong Chong, indeed capturing Zhongqing after her emergence from the inner realms. A person like me, who has vanquished numerous cross-boundary challengers, would surely find it hard to withstand such trials. Truly remarkable. As he mused, he savored the images. Upon reaching the final page, he closed the collection with a soft sigh, pondering whether he would ever see them again. The universe is vast, the starry sky immense, and the distance too great. A colossal battleship descended at a base belonging to the Zhong family. Although it appeared desolate, some resources remained, sufficient for the ship's short-term replenishment. Otherwise, Wang Xuan alone could not sustain such an enormous vessel, with expenses burning like a blazing inferno every moment. He gazed toward the distant Kuan city. After the Zhong family's departure, their estate, once a stronghold, had become utterly restless, shrouded in demonic energy, with the radiance of Buddhism rising and ethereal mists enveloping the surroundings. Undoubtedly, the Zhong family's secret vault had become a coveted prize for all factions. Following the disappearance of the pool of rebirth and the departure of the Zhong family's high-ranking members, transcendent beings had taken over. Wang Xuan harbored no regrets. Before the Zhong family's departure, he, along with Chun Yongjia and Zhong Yong, had ventured into the secret vault with the pool of rebirth, successfully procuring some valuable items. For instance, he discovered a form of living gold, which allowed him to reconnect and restore the supreme treasure, the soul-locking chain, that had been shattered into 3 pieces during the cross-boundary encounter. Furthermore, he acquired a piece of soul armor, swirling with black and white energies, ancient yet imbued with profound essence, far superior to the armors he had previously obtained. As for old Zhong, Chun Yongjia had also secured several formidable artifacts, such as the 5-colored soul attire, the mountains and rivers seal, and the divine illumination mirror. As the landlord, old Zhong naturally took away a substantial bounty. Chun Yongjia had already set off to seek the lotus seed pod, this time with great confidence. He hoped that the true immortals of the Zhong family would promptly send the 5-colored soil and celestial nectar from the untraversable mountain, as he and old Chun were eager to cultivate medicinal herbs. Upon Wang Xuan's return, he naturally intended to rendezvous with Chun Yongjia, as well as conduct a final sweep. There were still many treasures in the new star that could not be left solely for the celestial beings. Although it wouldn't be long before they might revert to being mere artifacts, becoming ordinary collectibles, they were indeed invaluable at present. Beyond the grand backdrop, beneath a vast expanse of clouds, the mountains rose majestically. Ancient trees and wolfish thickets abounded, with 1,000-year-old trees and vines as thick as water tanks everywhere. In the deepest recesses of the mountains, vitality surged, tinting the clouds crimson, as if a being were breathing there. Each inhalation consumed the blood clouds, while each exhalation caused countless mountains to tremble, the blood energy soaring skyward, transforming into a sea of clouds. Here dwelled a terrifying demon, a renowned formidable being of the celestial realm named Qi. No one knows his true form, yet he is undeniably formidable. Not long ago, he pursued another legendary treasure, the carefree boat, and killed a master of the same level, shaking the celestial realm. However, he did not obtain the treasure, for the carefree boat, appearing momentarily, vanished again in a manner so swift it defied belief, eluding even the most extraordinary of beings. Shortly thereafter, he concluded his meditation, and a voice echoed from the depths of the mountains. Matters of the present world must be expedited. I am indifferent to the process. Only the outcome matters. The scriptures I seek must be found, and I require a territory without inciting significant turmoil. In ancient times, he was a notorious monster, having laid waste to countless cities, rendering a certain life-bearing planet a desolate wasteland, with rivers of blood flowing across the land. Indeed, such malevolent creatures existed in antiquity. This time, he chose not to return to that planet, for a new star is destined to descend. Compared to ancient times, he has since diminished much of his ferocity, unwilling to provoke chaos, yet certain intrinsic traits remain unchanged. Not only he, but other unparalleled beings are also issuing commands, instructing their celestial subordinates to prepare for interdimensional incursions. As for themselves, they are reluctant to relinquish their mortal swords. Treasures like the carefree boat will continue to be sought and contested. The 5-colored jade book, to find it is my utmost desire. Behind the scenes, in a celestial expanse, resplendent palaces rise, one after another. A stunning beauty, marked by a crimson mole on her brow, sits cross-legged in the grand palace, shrouded in celestial mist, her presence ethereal, with the essence of the Tao permeating the air, and rules interweaving. She is undoubtedly a peerless powerhouse, known as the chaotic immortal, a name both peculiar and formidable. Those from the highest echelons of the celestial realm are in motion. Beings from the shadows are entering the material world in droves, inevitably stirring various complications. In the present world, Wang Xuan departs from Kuanqing, deep in thought. The departure of the Zhong family has far-reaching implications. Will other financial conglomerates follow suit? Will the celestial beings take any actions as a result? Will the Zhao family also depart? How has old Zhao been lately? He feels compelled to check on Zhao Qinghan's father, Zhao Zijuan, especially given the current complex situation. Inevitably, he thinks of Zhao Qinghan and Wu Yin, wondering why they have not yet returned. That wretched black fox, so untrustworthy. Old fox, do you expect me to personally fetch them? Wang Xuan gazes towards the horizon. On his journey, his phone rings. The caller ID indicates it is Qian and seeking him, a rather decent elder. However, he is taken aback when the call disconnects after a single ring. He redials, and after a brief wait, Qian wearily answers, saying, "Young Wang, I was merely reflecting. Old Zhong has actually fled. I wanted to discuss the details with you, but after some thought, I decided against it. Old Zhong is just that kind of person." After their brief exchange, Wang Xuan furrows his brow and puts away his phone. He looks up to see two enormous birds circling in the distant sky. One is entirely golden, measuring about 10 meters in length, while the other, a greenish giant bird, is of similar size, both exuding a sinister aura. He is taken aback. Are there truly so many demons and monsters in the material world already? They are undoubtedly creatures of malevolence, having crossed over from the shadows. Now, in the realm of the new stars, demonic beings and the descendants of the celestial beings are ubiquitous, suggesting that the old world is no different, perhaps even worse. He sets forth once more, intending to visit the old Zhao, and while passing through Su City, he plans to check on Qianan, with whom he had just spoken on the phone. Upon approaching Su City, Wang Xuan gazes at a serene estate outside the city, where Qianan resides. Accompanied by a temple, an ideal setting for retirement. Old Qian is a warm-hearted individual, and after this farewell, who knows when they might meet again. The health sanctuary building he has is a gift from Qianan, and it was within the confines of the Qian family temple that he and old Chun first obtained scriptures in abundance, with Qianan laying out a plethora for them to peruse freely. Following the attack on the Sun family, when Chun Yongjie was struck by an arrow emitted from a dark red ancient lamp, he nearly perished on the journey. It was only due to Qian An's continuous warnings that Wang Xuan was able to rush over and rescue old Chun. Wang Xuan arrives to pay a visit, having spoken only 2 hours prior. "My grandfather is unwell. He has just lain down." Qian An's granddaughter greets him, expressing her apologies. "I shall go see him and provide treatment," Wang Xuan states, proceeding directly inside, for he has extended life to Qian on multiple occasions, and thus, old Qian ought to be in good health. However, the next moment, his expression changes. Through the door and window, he perceives Qian An's condition with his spiritual eye. Indeed, only the spiritual eye can accurately discern the essence of a person's spirit. Qian An's spiritual entity has been devoured to a significant extent. He has nearly been supplanted, his soul trembling and weeping. Wang Xian's heart quakes at the sight of such a bloody and brutal occurrence. The primordial spirit that seeks to usurp Qian and still lingers, having not departed. Chapter 299. The re-emergence of ancient bloodstained scenes. Qian and has genuinely been kind to Wang Xuan as a gentle old man. It is tragic that he faces such a fate in his own home, with his spiritual essence nearly consumed by a creature, devoid of blood, yet more cruel. Do you wish to recreate the bloodstained scenes of antiquity? Wang Xuan, provoked, furrows his brow, without hesitation, charging forward. Along the way, he had spotted some massive raptors. Unmistakably demonic beings. How dare they act with such impunity? Old Qian, a good man, now faces a desolate twilight, his spiritual essence gnawed nearly to extinguishment. On the verge of becoming a mere shell of his former self, Wang Xian's eyes turn red, filled with intense murderous intent. In a single leap, he covers dozens of meters, crashing through doors and windows with a resounding boom, storming inside, unable to contain his fury. Brother Wang, Qian An's granddaughter, Qian, unaware of the unfolding events, gasps in shock as she witnesses him burst into her grandfather's bedroom. On the bed, Qian sits up abruptly, a faint dark glow emanating from his eyes as he expresses surprise. "Wang Xian, What has happened to you? The Qian family is roused, many rushing in, puzzled. As they know of Wang Xian's close relationship with the elder, what could be troubling him so? Wang Xian fixates on the elderly man, and even after such an uproar, that creature remains composed, attempting to evade detection. However, it dared not emerge from the ethereal form of Qianan, quietly lurking within the flesh, scrutinizing Wang Xian. Come forth. In this era, you, as beings that have escaped the grand stage, choose not to integrate amicably into human society, yet dare to feast upon ordinary people? Are you courting death? Wang Xian's voice thundered through the courtyard, commanding attention and instilling fear in the creature. Simultaneously, this served to elucidate the situation for the Qian family, preventing them from misunderstanding and causing further chaos. The Qian family members were stunned, then chilled to the bone. There existed a demon here, regarding Qian and as its sustenance? This was utterly unimaginable. At present, discussions among the new stars revolved around the Zhong family's escape into the depths of the cosmos, and the terrifying consequences of the celestial beings crossing realms. Yet the Qian family was the first to experience such a gruesome reality. Brother Wang, please save my grandfather. Qian's face drained of color. This matter was too horrifying. Brother Wang, what is happening? You must protect our elder. The others from the Qian family implored. Nonsense. Qian interjected, his eyes glimmering ominously as he surveyed his kin. This individual has set his sights on our family's assets. He then smiled faintly, adding, Wang Xian, what are your demands? We can sit down and discuss. Everything is negotiable, just spare my family. Wang Xian felt an urge to strike him down. The creature within old Qian was emboldened, using the remnants of Qian and spirit as a hostage. Wang Xian observed keenly, recognizing its form, shrouded in darkness. Resembling a beastly spirit akin to a wolf, yet adorned with a single horn and 3 pairs of ebony wings. Its spiritual manifestation bore a likeness to its corporeal form. This was indeed a demon. At this moment, the creature seemed to realize that Wang Xian could see through its true nature. Licking its lips within Qian's body, it smiled coldly, exuding malice, as it pressed down on the less than 40% of Qian and spirit, baring its teeth. The Qian family was in disarray. Many were at a loss as to whom to listen. Wang Xian looked ahead and declared, Come forth now, reveal your origins, and you may yet find a favorable outcome. Otherwise, you shall regret it. Wang Xian, there remains a sense of justice in this world. You cannot rely on your extraordinary abilities to act with impunity. The celestial beings will not allow someone like you to transcend societal bounds and act recklessly. Even if you covet our family's assets and treasure, you must adhere to some principles. The beastly spirit within Qian wore a malicious grin, signaling for reinforcements. Wang Xian's perception was exceedingly acute. He sensed the creature's subtle release of special spiritual waves, calling upon its kin. After a moment's consideration, he believed he could subdue it without harming Qian's fractured spirit and prepared to take action. You are fully aware of the moral order in this world, yet you choose to offend it, distorting truth and placing your own transgressions upon others. Have you considered the consequences? Wang Xian stated. In an instant, a silvery streak shot forth, so swift it resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens, blindingly radiant, and in a heartbeat, it pierced into Qian's body, leaving onlookers momentarily bewildered. This is the primordial spirit chain of Zhongwu, a treasure of the highest caliber, severed by the old covenant. However, it was reconnected and restored by Wang Xian using the living gold from the ancestral vault of the Laozhong family. Everyone gasped in astonishment, questioning what entity had entered Qian's body. With a sudden pull, Wang Xian yanked the primordial spirit chain, fully extracting the creature and binding it securely. It resembled a wolf, its single horn radiating a sinister aura as it struggled violently, emitting a terrifying roar. Wang Xian exhaled with relief. Although it was his first time wielding this extraordinary artifact, he had successfully subdued the beast without error. Yet, as he gazed at Qian, a shadow of sorrow crossed his features. Old Qian would likely not survive for long, with only 30 to 40% of his spiritual essence remaining, severely injured. The beast howled in defiance, having previously existed as a spiritual entity invisible to ordinary humans, now rendered visible by the renowned primordial spirit chain, revealing its grotesque form in this realm. Monster! It had just been lurking within my grandfather's body. What unspeakable deeds had it committed? As a core member of the Qian family, the gravity of the situation prompted an immediate call for assistance from their headquarters. detailing the unfolding events. Wang Xuan fixed his gaze upon the creature ensnared by the chain and queried, "Will you speak willingly, or shall I compel you?" With a sharp sound, the primordial spirit chain emitted a beam of light, instantly severing a portion of the beast's spirit, transforming it into shimmering motes that scattered into the air, eliciting a piercing scream from the creature. In ancient times, when demons roamed freely, slaughtering cities and feasting on the living. "Do you wish to see such bloodshed return to this world?" Wang Xuan demanded. The demon continued to wail, each tightening of the chain causing fragments of its spirit to dissolve, dismembering its essence. "Will you speak or not?" Wang Xuan's voice turned icy. Genuine anger coursed through him, for even should he slay this beast, Qian's life could not be salvaged. He projected a beam of light, imbued with profound mystique, into Qian's being, reviving him momentarily. "I never imagined encountering such a demon. My twilight hours are so grim." Thankfully, Wang Xuan, you arrived in time, preventing my demise from being silent. Allowing this creature to claim my body and turn me into a living corpse, Qian lamented. He understood his dire predicament, as the demon consumed his spiritual essence. It stripped away his life's imprint, seizing his memories with the intention of usurping his identity, explicitly declaring his fate was sealed. Now, he existed merely as a remnant of his former self, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. Grandfather Qian and Qian Rui wept. Rushing to Qian's bedside, Wang Xuan remained silent. Old Qian was merely an ordinary man, not an extraordinary being. His spiritual essence was inherently fragile, lacking any potent means for survival. "Let me go? I will talk." The demon howled, each exertion of the primordial spirit chain disintegrating it further, akin to 1,000 cuts. Soon, Wang Xuan discerned that it hailed from an exceedingly powerful demonic faction, behind which lurked an unparalleled demon, Qi, a daring individual, bold enough to seize the coveted treasure, the wandering vessel, and to slay an unparalleled powerhouse, a terrifying demon. "How many companions do you have, and where are they?" Wang Xuan pressed. "A group has arrived at the cold mist mountain outside Sioux City. They may come at any moment." The demon could not withstand the purgatorial torment, continuously losing fragments of its primordial spirit, howling in agony. Bang! With a vigorous shake, Wang Xuan tightened the silver chains, obliterating it into fragments. In its final wail, the creature disintegrated, its primordial spirit reduced to ashes by the silver light. "Old Qian, I have avenged you," Wang Xuan declared. Qian nodded, offering a weary smile. Yet he appeared utterly fatigued, his spirit waning, eyes dimmed, sighing, "I am not as resolute as old Zhong. I should have departed long ago." Senior members of the Qian family arrived, whispering to Qian, discussing various matters. Suddenly, Wang Xuan fixed his gaze upon a senior member, and with a swift motion, the primordial spirit chain shot forth, extracting a monstrous entity from within him, revealing its ethereal form. The beast's roar resounded, shaking the very essence of those present. It howled longingly, yet Wang Xuan swiftly dispatched it, rendering it incapable of harming even an ordinary person. "How reckless! You return to the mortal realm, seeking to saturate it with bloodshed. Such demons as yourselves deserve to be eradicated. Do you believe this is still ancient times?" Wang Xuan spoke coldly. The expressions of the Qian family's high-ranking officials shifted dramatically, and they swiftly resolved, "We must depart immediately," venturing into deep space to execute the primordial plan. They were indeed frightened. "Let us leave promptly, and do not return in the near future," Qian advised. He weakly nodded at Wang Xuan, and soon after, he slowly closed his eyes. "Farewell, old Qian." Wang Xuan turned away, the death of a familiar friend igniting a fierce resolve within him. This group of demons was lawless. In this era, they still sought to feast upon humanity's lifeblood. Now, this faction had returned with a considerable number of followers. Who could say how many lives they would consume? "Hey!" Wang Xuan reached out to the celestial of the Zheng family, seeking to ascertain the situation. Now, he was Zheng Wu, and he could not afford to neglect his resources and connections. Since their last meeting, the three celestials had contacted him only once, exchanging phone numbers and agreeing to connect him with the influential figures behind the scenes to procure 5-colored soil, celestial nectar, and more. In truth, the Zheng family celestials had begun to harbor doubts, for today Wang Xuan had dispatched the Zheng family's fleet. "I have acquired the items." Wang Xuan's tone turned slightly frigid as he sent a blurred photograph of a golden bamboo slip, informing them that success did not necessarily require bloodshed. Subtlety often proved more effective. "Young master, I shall come to meet you right away." The response was immediate and filled with excitement. 3 days ago, while at the Zhong family, I was ensnared in a ritualistic hunt. "Have you discovered who orchestrated it?" Wang Xuan inquired calmly, recalling the black chains that had ensnared him and the 7 blood-red blades that had indeed threatened his life. "Zhou Chong, he is the one targeting you." Behind him stands an unparalleled powerhouse, revered as the ancestor of celestial beings, Qi Tong, before he ascended to immortality. The Zheng family's celestial conveyed gravely, warning Wang Xuan to be on high alert, for not only was the formidable being behind this faction truly terrifying, but Zhou Chong was also a formidable adversary, suspected of possessing the legendary soul-locking bell from ancient tales. Zhou Chong has recently developed close ties with the members of the demon clan, and they have been conspiring together. We suspect that the key figures from the 2 factions, the celestial ancestor Qi Tong and the unparalleled demon Qi Yi, may have formed an alliance. Outside Su City, I have encountered a group of demons. Could Zhou Chong be instigating them? Wang Xuan asked coldly. "I will investigate." Wang Xuan put away his phone, his gaze deep and contemplative. On that fateful day, Zhou Chong acquired the soul-locking bell from the Sun family, while he quietly took the god-slaying flag for himself. Furthermore, not long before, Zhou Chong had made his presence known at Source Pool Mountain, where his subordinates had summoned Wang Xuan, intending to mark him and claim him as their own. Wang Xuan had declined, and on that very day, Source Pool Mountain was obliterated by the Sun family's warships. He could surmise that the god-slaying flag had fallen into my possession. A fierce killing intent surged within Wang Xuan. It was they who had provoked him first, repeatedly targeting him. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept past, and a colossal bird of prey soared through the air, its massive body stretching 10 meters in length, cloaked in deep black and shrouded in ominous dark mist. The demons are truly despicable. Wang Xuan looked up, sensing a faint yet palpable hostility. In this age, these creatures still dream of resurrecting the horrors of the past. Of slaughtering cities? What audacity! They had the gall to send a demon to probe for information after causing the death of Qian Un and losing 2 comrades to Wang Xuan's wrath. Wang Xuan ascended in his flying vessel, launching into the sky. With a single sword strike, a chilling light illuminated the heavens, a force that could pierce the firmament. The flying sword arced through the air like a cascade of stars, decapitating the formidable demon and sending blood splattering as the enormous head plummeted from the height above. With a furious roar, the demon's primordial spirit surged forth, glaring fiercely at Wang Xuan, attempting to flee. With a swift motion, the chain of primordial spirits shot out, ensnaring it directly. Wang Xuan coldly reeled it back, giving it a slight tremor that instantly crushed its essence. After breaking through to the herbal gathering realm, his power had significantly increased, while others were once again weakened by the residual effects of the extraordinary waves. It was a true case of mutual diminishment. With Qian dead, he was prepared to exact vengeance upon the demons. "You have allied yourselves with Zhou Chong's faction, initially intending to target me. And now you have caused the death of old Qian. In this era, you still harbor dreams of demon sovereignty over the land. It is time to awaken you from this delusion." Wang Xuan hovered in the air, gazing at the distant mountains, ready to unleash a bloodbath. In ancient times, an era dominated by powerful demons, the land was drenched in blood. Today, he would reckon old scores with you. For some among you have likely survived from that bygone age. Chapter 300. A great commotion. It is indeed somewhat terrifying, and rather unusual. Wang Xuan gazed toward the mountains at the horizon, where the ancient legends and tales appeared to be resurfacing. In his early years, when he first embarked on the path of ancient techniques, he harbored doubts about the existence of the immortal lineage, believing that the ancients were most likely all deceased. Now, everything has been validated. Those ancient beings not only survive, but yearn to recreate the sanguine scenes of yesteryear. He stood for a long while, not acting immediately, pondering various questions. He knew he must unleash a massacre to eliminate the demons that sought human lives as sustenance. But this was not a battle he could wage alone. He needed to rally more allies to join him. He descended, stowed away his flying vessel, and then walked upon the ground, each step covering a distance of several hundred meters, as if he had contracted the very earth beneath him, moving with astonishing speed. In truth, with every exertion, he briefly skimmed just above the surface, traversing the land with grace. Wang Xuan approached the mountainous woods outside Su City, stealthily concealing his presence. Soon, he discerned an anomaly, a charming, antiquated lodge nestled within the forest, uniquely tailored for climbers and adventurers seeking refuge. Yet, the demeanor of the 4 staff members was decidedly off. Had they been replaced? Their spiritual essence had been devoured. Within their bodies resided the primordial spirits of malevolent birds and ferocious beasts. Wang Xuan observed them intently for an extended period, eavesdropping on their conversations. Once their identities were familiarized, he could infiltrate that vibrant world of transient pleasures. With a modicum of caution, he could perpetually exchange bodies, indulging in fresh sustenance. In the short term, these entities were adapting to the various rules of modern society, thus targeting unsuspecting individuals in such secluded locales. Soon, as they fully integrated into this society, they would infiltrate urban areas, allowing the bodies they currently inhabited to succumb to reasonable ailments. The horror of their methods and pace was palpable. The vast throngs of the city, teeming with a burgeoning population, would be viewed by them as mere sustenance, indeed, their paradise. The times had changed, and so had they. It appeared they no longer wished to tread the path of brutish violence that had once stained the land with blood, a style too stark and unsustainable. Now, they sought a silent return. Our higher-ups were preparing to soon occupy the bodies of the wealthy and powerful, steering the overarching direction. In truth, their existence seemed more burdensome than ours. This planet was truly beautiful, teeming with vibrant life, and I found myself enamored with this world. Far superior to the ancient times. Within one man dwelled the primordial spirit of a fierce bird, its beak curved like a hook, its talons sharp, a smile that was somewhat cold. Wang Xuan quietly observed them from a distance, grasping the habits of these malevolent beings and unearthing their myriad secrets. He furrowed his brow. These creatures could only be considered low-tier members, with the higher echelons residing in the cold mist mountains. Yet, based on their fragmented utterances, it was evident that they were formidable adversaries. This time, the demons aimed to silently infiltrate the human realm, making detection exceedingly difficult. With blood as abundant as the ground beneath them, they merged seamlessly, quietly harvesting, taking at will. How exhilarating! Even if the realm of the extraordinary were to collapse. If daily sustenance remained plentiful and the spiritual essence was consumed, our own primordial spirits might gradually grow stronger, or at the very least, not regress. Within another man, the primordial spirit of a black wolf manifested, its visage grotesque, yet grinning, eager to enter the city and blend into this era. Wang Xuan remained silent. In this society, various demons had returned, cohabitating with humans. On the surface, the bloodshed was concealed, but in the long run, it was hardly better than the past tales of city massacres. He refrained from acting hastily, unwilling to provoke unwarranted alarm. In fact, his discoveries did not end there. Shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon several forest rangers, who had also been supplanted by these malevolent entities. He traversed the forest in silence, casting his gaze toward the distant cold mist mountain, where a miasma of malevolence lingered. Yet, no demons were in sight. The place was desolate. The higher echelons of these fiends had evidently abandoned their stronghold not long ago. Their departure was remarkably decisive, leaving Wang Xuan with no opportunity to investigate further. Initially, he had no intention of acting alone, but their stealthy retreat took him aback. It was indeed a display of caution. Had they fled, or were they deliberately leading him on a path of inquiry, only to ensnare him with a sudden onslaught? It was by chance that he received a startling call from Qianan, which sparked his curiosity to check in on him. Was it truly Qianan's intention to seek help, or had the demons merely dialed and hung up? Alas, the man was already deceased, and he had not thought to inquire further at the time. On his return journey, he annihilated the demonic spirits within the forest guardians, observing as they fell silently, and he sighed softly. He then eradicated 4 demons dwelling in the mountain inn. Upon returning to the Qian family, he scrutinized the ancient path, noting the celestial bones within the copper walls had been devoured by the demons, leaving a pall of death. It seemed he had overthought the matter, initially believing it to be the true essence of a significant Taoist figure. The demons showed no restraint, even against the celestial beings. Their audacity was remarkable. Wang Xuan realized that the true essence of formidable beings might be hidden away with great secrecy. This revelation warranted informing the Taoists to see if they would take action against the demons. Why should he, as a modern transcendent, bear the entire burden alone? Unless the celestial beings had indeed colluded with the demons, being dismissive of their responsibilities, or had chosen to remain uninvolved altogether, in that case, the situation would be dire. The Qian family was fervently preparing for a great migration. In truth, they had long devised a primordial plan, and their preparations were thorough, so it was not a hasty endeavor. All matters were progressing in an orderly fashion. Though he had avenged old Qian on the surface, the true malevolent force remained. Did they not wish for revenge before their retreat? Wang Xuan engaged in a private discussion with the two brothers from the Qian family. Of course we desire retribution. My brother met a most tragic end. He was robust, yet had his soul devoured, treated as mere sustenance by the monsters. His demise was utterly humiliating and sorrowful. The elder Qian brothers were seething with indignation. As they were about to withdraw, they naturally yearned to exact vengeance. Look, did not the descendants of the celestial beings hold a press conference? They proclaimed their active integration into modern society. I believe the first step is to bring them into the fold. Recent appearances of cross-disciplinary Taoist masters must be sought out. They should be shown the Taoist temple. Prompting a response, Wang Xuan conversed extensively with the Qian family. If he were to act independently, it would only create minor ripples and draw unwanted attention, placing him in a perilous situation. Instead, he envisioned a cataclysmic upheaval. This opportunity would also allow him to observe the reactions of various factions and gain insights into the underlying issues. Naturally, he intended to take action, not solely for the sake of avenging old Qian, but due to the rampant tyranny of the demons, who hunted ordinary people with impunity. Were they still wallowing in the blood-soaked glory of the past? He truly wished to unleash a massacre. However, he must also consider his own safety, ensuring that he is accompanied by a group, lest the gaze of the celestial ancestor Qi Teng and the unparalleled demon Qi Yi fall upon him. Soon after, the true immortal from the Zheng family arrived to meet with Wang Xuan. I now find myself, as Wang Xuan, unwittingly ensnared in the tumult of conflict involving the Qian family, demons, and Zhou Chong. I urge you to investigate thoroughly, lest I unexpectedly become a target of a covert scheme against Wang Xuan. Furthermore, are the celestial elixir and five-colored soil ready as I requested? The true immortal Zheng nodded, indicating that they are currently investigating the specifics. They will deliver the items from behind the scenes within 2 days at the latest. Those divine objects are exceedingly rare and difficult to procure in the celestial realm, but they have gathered most of them. It must be said that some descendants of the celestial beings have adapted remarkably well, integrating swiftly and seamlessly into modern society, indistinguishable from the youth of the new era. Following a press conference held by some representatives during the day, there were several large live broadcasts in the evening, aimed at bridging the gap with the public and dispelling various negative rumors. In this new age of dazzling technology, ordinary people can now traverse the vastness of the cosmos. The passage of time has transformed everything. The celestial beings have also evolved, progressing with the times, and are not the rigid figures many have envisioned. Upon reflection, it seems that the descendants of the celestial beings have, thus far, committed no significant transgressions. We are striving to integrate into society and cherish all that we have. I have now signed a contract to become a singer, and I find great joy in my current life. Zhou Shixian appeared, exuding youth and vitality, enveloped in an ethereal aura, leaving a strikingly beautiful impression, undeniably not resembling the monstrous entities that once wrought havoc upon ordinary lives. Moreover, a record company has stepped forward to support her, praising her dedication to her craft, and she is set to release new music soon, garnering eager anticipation from the public. Wang Xuan observed their every move, contemplating how to bring them down, and he was momentarily lost in thought and speechless at the scene before him. An investor has collaborated with me to establish a wellness center, which aims to extend the lives of elderly friends and enhance the beauty of young individuals. This is a closely guarded secret of the celestial families, and I am diligently working to assimilate into contemporary life. Chunyan also made an appearance. Although not a top-tier beauty, her exceptional demeanor left a positive impression, easing the unrest caused by the departure of the Zhong family. Kong Yun, Chao Qingyu, and others also stepped forward, handsome and dignified, embodying a rare charm and humility that resonated well with those around them. Wang Xuan silently observed, fearing not the celestial beings confronting battleships, but rather the prospect of their complete integration into this era. Ultimately, the old financial magnates would be supplanted by the Celestial Financial Consortium and the Demon Financial Consortium, which would be far more terrifying. Nonetheless, for now, this situation is acceptable. These individuals have proclaimed their intentions and erected their own platform. So we shall see how they perform in the near future as we prepare to provide them with a stage. Of course, not all descendants of the celestial and demonic lineages are endearing. For instance, Huang Ming's entrance was met with lackluster reception. He expressed a desire for a new star's lifestyle and sought employment, inquiring if there were any openings for bodyguards, as he wished to apply. It can be said that Huang Daxian adopts a humble demeanor. As a descendant of the celestial beings, he sets aside his pride, whether for the sake of appearances or to experience life more fully, which is commendable. However, the commentary is overwhelmingly negative. Look, that is undoubtedly a weasel with shifty eyes. Can he ensure safety if welcomed into one's home? He is Huang Daxian. Huang Ming, infuriated, muttered under his breath, "You are all superficial, obsessed with appearances." The following day, Qian met his demise. A prominent figure within the financial elite was consumed by demons, his soul devoured, sending shockwaves throughout the world akin to a nuclear explosion. Soon, news of the 4 individuals from the mountain lodge and 6 forest rangers being stripped of their primordial spirits by these creatures spread rapidly. The morning in the new star was tumultuous. "You wretched demons, you have begun to feast upon humans, all while masquerading as celestial beings and elegant youths. I eagerly await your explanations." Rumors circulated that in 3 years, or perhaps even 1, extraordinary powers would wane, and the demons and celestial beings should brace themselves for annihilation. What era is this? Over a century ago, we had big data and facial recognition, let alone now. Do you think you can hide and evade? We shall see you in a year. You wish to turn us into your blood food? I curse your celestial ancestors. Public outrage erupted. In a sense, they spoke the truth. Why did the descendants of the celestial beings hold a press conference, laden with explanations? It was to secure a fallback, fearing the total collapse of their myths and their descent into ordinary lives, targeted by the present-day populace. News reports also referenced various bloody terror incidents involving ancient demons, further fueling the anger. Demons? They still aspire to slaughter cities and wash the land in blood. With so many a new star, do you think you can devour them all? In the future, we shall revert you all to your original forms, confining you to pigsties and sheep pens. Old Chun called immediately, using coded language to communicate with Wang Xuan, inquiring about the situation. Focus on finding Lien Peng swiftly. Do not involve yourself in this matter. Wang Xuan responded calmly. This commotion seems rather significant. Is it connected to you? Might it be dangerous? Chen Yongjia asked, feeling sorrow for Qian's death. With acquaintances lost and many others treated as mere sustenance, he felt a profound anger and felt compelled to take action. However, I will be fine. A group will charge ahead, while I follow closely behind to enact retribution, Wang Xuan assured him. It is about to begin. Chapter 301. Annihilation while searching for Lien Peng. Be vigilant along the way. Observe if there are any signs of demonic energy. Perhaps other influential figures have also been consumed, Wang Xuan advised. The previous night, he had discreetly surveyed the Zhao, Wu, Sun, and Qin families, finding no signs of demonic presence for the time being. If these families had high-ranking members consumed or their spiritual consciousness replaced, it would indicate a far-reaching scheme by these demons. At this juncture, public sentiment was inflamed. Earlier notions of myths had been filled with hope, yet the gruesome truth was revealed this very morning. The demons are infiltrating modern society, their methods insidious. Yet the brutal reality bears no difference from ancient times. They seek to treat humans as mere food. The Qian family naturally reached out to the celestial beings, feeling both sorrowful and indignant, inquiring about their stance and whether they were involved in the turmoil. That morning, both Chao Qingyu and Zhou Shixian were somewhat bewildered. They had just concluded a press conference, asserting that their ancestors were indeed living beings, sharing the same bloodline, only to find themselves entangled in such a predicament. Kong Yun and Huang Ming felt even greater pressure, as they were descendants of the Yaoshan, and the current chaos wrought by demons severely jeopardized their living conditions. My ancestors were human, following the path of true essence, and transformed into a white peacock. I have never harmed a soul, Kong Yun stated bitterly, wishing to clarify. Yet who would listen? In truth, their faction was quietly preparing to take action. As for Huang Daxian, he was utterly disheartened, realizing that his reputation had likely plummeted further. A Taoist figure emerged, a young man named Wang Hai, leading a group to the Qin family. explicitly declaring their intent to intervene. For the demons had desecrated their celestial bones, an intolerable affront. Chao Qingyu, Kong Yun, and Zhou Shixian promptly followed suit, publicly announcing that the demons, who feasted upon the living, were not of their world. The primal demons are our foes, hailing from another realm. We shall not permit their rampant destruction. We will not stand idly by. A faction among the descendants of the celestial beings hastened toward the Qian family, expressing their willingness to lend support. A significant number of Qian family members had taken refuge aboard warships in the skies, reluctant to confront the situation, harboring an innate aversion, while others felt intimidated. Since the previous day, the Qian family had mobilized various connections, liaising with major organizations for assistance. All the families activated their celestial eyes and detectors, relentlessly searching for traces of the demons, determined not to let any escape. The demons had vanished underground. They discovered that the demons had fled from the depths of Hanwu Mountain, and each family diligently investigated, hoping to uncover clues elsewhere. Soon after, they had pinpointed a specific area, suspecting that the demons might have used Earth escape techniques to enter Sioux City. Celestial beings from the Zheng family arrived, their expressions grim, informing Wang Xuan that their pursuit of clues left behind at Hanwu Mountain had resulted in several casualties. With the formidable Zheng Yuantian presiding over the Zheng family, a robust faction had sent reinforcements, yet in their investigation, 2 exceptionally skilled individuals had tragically perished. 2 highly esteemed true immortals met a gruesome fate, their bodies marred by violet markings, their souls extinguished. This is aimed at me. If I pursue this further, I may trigger these traps. They died in my stead. Wang Xuan lamented, offering solace to the Zheng family's celestial being. The method employed was reminiscent of the previous incident, yet appeared even more insidious, leading to silent, sudden deaths upon contact. Wang Xuan speculated that the demons had allied with Zhou Chang's faction, once again seizing some celestial bones and utilizing the residual extraordinary rules against him, which indeed posed a threat to his life. This tactic has a range limitation. If they seek to target me, they must come closer. I shall not grant them the opportunity. He boarded the Qian family's warship, ascending into the skies. At noon, the immortal from the Zheng family once again contacted Wang Xuan. Seemingly trembling with rage, his voice transformed as he proclaimed, "Your uncle has perished." Wang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. The infamous Zheng Yunming had been ruthlessly pierced through by a venomous black celestial sword, emerging from the void, obliterating both body and spirit. He could not help but feel a pang of sorrow, striving to temper his emotions as he declared, "This time, I shall take action to avenge the Zheng family." He then feigned anger, questioning why Zheng Yunming had been sent to pursue the enemy personally, a task that could have been entirely circumvented. The Zheng family immortal responded with a bitter tone, explaining, "We did not send him into danger. We have been wandering underground, and 5 of our masters have already fallen. It was only then that we discovered the demons had seemingly circled back into Sioux City. Your uncle happened to cross into this realm, and upon learning of our presence in this area, he entered Sioux City." Wang Xuan remained composed, previously believing that Zheng Yunming had arrived earlier, lying in wait in the mortal realm. Now, he began to suspect that something was amiss. His uncle's arrival could indicate that someone had grown suspicious of him, allowing a familiar individual to draw close for a closer examination. Wang Xuan felt a sense of urgency. This identity would likely not last long, and he hoped to acquire the resources he sought. However, the fact that the Zheng family immortal confided in him suggested that his standing had not yet been entirely dismissed, else such information would not have been shared. Upon entering Sioux City, Zheng Yunming had ventured to the health sanctuary associated with Wang Xuan's current identity, intending to investigate. Yet, upon nearing it, he fell victim to a lethal ambush. Hearing this, Wang Xuan's heart raced. The adversary had circled around, lying in wait at his stronghold, plotting to deliver a decisive blow one day. His formidable uncle, Zheng Yunming, had been vanquished with a single strike, highlighting the perilous nature of the situation. Including his uncle, 6 immortals from the Zheng family had now perished at the hands of these vile demons. "Zhou Cheng, you dare to harm my kin? I shall not let this transgression go unpunished." Wang Xuan informed the Zheng family's overseer of his intent to avenge Zheng Yunming and reclaim the renowned ancient artifact, the Soul Locking Bell. "I suspect that this group of demons has set up a 5-element slaughtering formation using 5 genuine bones. Each bone corresponds to a remnant of transcendent laws, capable of exterminating any practitioner on the current stellar stage. The overseer of the Zheng family, filled with anguish and fury, voiced his suspicions that it could also be the seven immortals burning heaven formation. Wang Xuan promptly contacted the Qian family, communicating with Qian and his two brothers, urging them to swiftly and cautiously verify this information. If confirmed, they should act decisively. Remaining in the health sanctuary of Su City, the Qian family mobilized their celestial sight and detection devices, quickly identifying anomalies and confirming the presence of extraordinary beings, even noting signs of a possible retreat. Wang Xuan commanded, "Act immediately, but exercise restraint. Do not harm the innocent." He was aboard a large warship, preparing to personally engage in the fray. Meanwhile, the Qian family had already set their warships ready beyond the heavens. Taoist, we have located the demons. Zhou Xianzi, Kong Xianren, the demons are indeed within Su City. Prior to their assault, the Qian family informed the young Taoist Mo Hai, along with Chao Qingyu, Kong Yun, Zhou Shixian, and others, instructing them to encircle and hunt the adversaries. Behind these young individuals, celestial beings naturally follow, though their strength may not surpass that of the youths. When penetrating the veil, the consequences are dire, often resulting in a shattered primordial spirit. Should we intervene only once the conflict ignites? A single shot from a super energy cannon could resolve everything. Old Qian's younger brother, consumed by rage, was resolute in his intentions. As he was departing, he did not mind imparting a memorable lesson to these hidden entities. Wang Xuan hastily intervened, urging caution. Enough is enough. Let them incur some losses and promptly signal them to retreat. We shall bombard them with our warships. Otherwise, inciting all factions could lead to catastrophic repercussions. Extraordinary rules. Chao Qingyu gasped in horror. A veteran powerhouse from their faction had perished near the wellness hall, pierced by a runic sword enveloped in black flames. The sound it made was akin to dry parchment being pierced by a heated iron, resulting in a tragic demise. Reduced to ash. Do not approach. This is incinerating celestial lives. An elder beside Zhou Shixian exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Everyone retreated at an accelerated pace. However, some still fell victim to the celestial swords forged from extraordinary rules, incinerated completely. Several factions sustained casualties. Initially, some had intended to feign their efforts, yet they were now provoked beyond measure. All celestial beings, please withdraw. Allow us to take the lead. At this moment, the Qian family reached out to them, preparing to engage. The Qian family elucidated that, within the city, they preferred not to act hastily, fearing collateral damage to innocent civilians. Whether the descendants of the celestial beings pondered this was inconsequential to the Qian family, as they were soon to embark on a journey. Boom! A beam of light descended from the heavens, piercing the wellness hall with precision. Fortunately, it was a standalone structure, complete with a lawn and garden, creating a distinct area suitable for targeted eradication. My wellness hall. Each time it seems destined to be breached, Wang Xuan murmured, gazing at the sizable building and garden below, feeling a twinge of regret, as it was a gift from Old Qian. Old Qian, I shall avenge you. His gaze sharpened. The beam struck the area, melting and even evaporating everything. There were no ashes, only boiling magma, indicating the targeted eradication was a resounding success. Alas, demonic entities were howling, their primordial spirits escaping. Some young demons, having crossed realms with corporeal forms, now found themselves in a pitiful state, their flesh and bones obliterated instantaneously. Even in a spiritual state, they were battered by the energies of the present world, causing the supermaterial within their primordial spirits to disintegrate significantly. As their spiritual forms reassembled, they naturally appeared weakened. The weaponry of the warships could not annihilate primordial spirits, but it did not imply that their supermaterial could not be exhausted. Kill, commanded Mo Hai of the Taoist sect, instigating the hunt for the demons, with Zhou Shixian, Chao Qingyu, and others joining the fray. Wang Xuan, seated within the warship, awaited outside Su City, having already targeted the most formidable primordial bodies. Upon witnessing some escape the city, he immediately commanded the bombardment. As certain demon immortals fled Su City, their primordial spirits enveloped their true bones, glowing faintly with blood, indicating their ongoing strength. Their true bones had not been entirely shattered. However, they are now enduring a second wave of assault, blinded by piercing beams that have long since unleashed terror upon the city. Their souls tremble, their awareness dulled. as they are besieged by a myriad of intertwined energy attacks, suffering injuries at every turn. Boom. In the end, some true bones were shattered by the warships of the present world, vibrant life dissipating, leaving only the anguished cries of their souls as they fled. No, some demons have gone mad. That was their celestial essence, the very foundation for the reconstruction of their demonic forms, now utterly destroyed. Old Qian, may you rest in peace. I shall help you reclaim a significant debt of blood, Wang Xuan declared. In the sky, beams continued to rain down, and the mountains outside Sioux City underwent a terrifying baptism. The demons that managed to escape were left with shattered true bones and dimmed souls, all severely wounded. As for the younger demons, their physical forms had long perished, leaving their spiritual entities in a state of frantic disarray. Wang Xuan sought a secluded spot, commandeering his flying vessel to depart from the warship, a fleeting shimmer vanishing into the forest as he personally set out to hunt. At this moment, Mo Hai, Chao Qingyu, Zhou Shixian, and others were in pursuit. They indeed held a grudge against the demon camp, having opposed them from behind the Grand Curtain. The situation was somewhat awkward for Kong Yun and his faction. Their ancestors were human, yet they had taken the path of true embodiment, transforming into forms akin to the white peacock and the golden-winged pong. They considered themselves both human and demon, straddling the line between two factions. Yet now they found themselves reluctantly following the hunt, their actions not as decisive. Wang Xuan arrived, and many noticed him. "Brother Wang, you too have come," they exclaimed. "To slay demons and eradicate evil is the duty of every man." Wang Xuan replied gravely. "Kill." A throng shouted as they pursued the demons. Regardless of others, Wang Xuan was truly on a rampage. Once targeted by him, few stood a chance of survival. Armed with soul chains, he specifically hunted those spiritual entities. Simultaneously, he validated his extraordinary techniques. Fire and thunder, one strike after another, fell upon the foes with devastating efficacy. On this day, the demon camp suffered catastrophic losses. The formidable demon immortals were nearly annihilated, and every target Wang Xuan had set his sights on was eradicated, none remaining. Outside, the populace was in an uproar, aghast at the demons' dire plight. Were they to be entirely eradicated? People were both shocked and awed. Chapter 302. Lost in the great era of various detectors tracked the events from afar, accurately reporting the unfolding battle. Alas, as most demons were spiritual entities, humanity could only gauge the victory through the explosions on the mountaintops and the overwhelming pursuit that indicated a resounding triumph. Legendary beings of ancient lore, once feeding on humanity, stained the earth crimson during certain epochs, were now being purged, eliciting both fear and a sense of the extraordinary among modern individuals. The sword immortal had arrived, still as resplendent as ever. With the descendants of the celestial beings appearing, he was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them in the battle against the demons. Soon, someone spotted Wang Xuan, observing as he conjured flames with a mere snap of his fingers, streaks of light darting across the mountains, igniting fervent discussions. Within the Sun family, some furrowed their brows, fixated on the images from the front lines, never having anticipated Wang Xuan's burgeoning strength. All parties were captivated, moved. As during this period of the return of beings behind the Grand Curtain, Wang Xuan had not fallen behind. Sizzle. Wang Xuan bound a silver lion with a chain of his primordial spirit, its essence manifesting under the influence of a rare treasure, radiating a silvery brilliance akin to flames. Exuding a ferocious demeanor. Even through the screen, one could sense its menacing presence. As it struggled, the mountain beneath it cracked, and colossal cliffs crumbled. Was that a demon? I was astonished to behold such a creature. These entities reside within human bodies, preying upon their vitality, taking on the terrifying forms of various savage beasts. How frightening! After vanquishing another formidable demon immortal, Wang Xuan withdrew from the battlefield. He had slain enough. The higher echelons of the demon horde had fled in 5 directions, and he had eradicated 2 of those paths. It could be said that he was genuinely hunting demons, not merely toying with them. Though the same could not be said for the others. Nevertheless, he felt that he had achieved his objective today, having personally dispatched a multitude of demons, thereby preventing these monstrous beings from infiltrating human society on a grand scale. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt no remorse. At the same time, he had avenged Qian. This time, Mo Hai, Chao Qingyu, and Zhou Shixian had all participated, their formidable backgrounds contributing to the ensuing chaos. Wang Xuan turned to depart. the unparalleled demon Qi, if seeking retribution, would find it impossible to bypass those factions already opposed to him. My lord, we have located Zhou Chong. His personal strength is lacking, yet he possesses the soul-locking bell. We cannot withstand him, and we have lost 2 more. The Zheng family immortal contacted Wang Xuan, his anxiety palpable. They had suffered significant losses today, totaling 8 masters slain thus far. Zhou Chong was not in Su City but had been discovered in Mu City, hundreds of miles away. Upon receiving the report, Wang Xuan immediately set out to pursue him, determined not to let Zhou Chong escape. Along the way, he consoled the Zheng family immortal, saying, "It is indeed tragic that our clan has lost several elders. I shall slay Zhou Chong to avenge them." He vowed to acquire the supreme ancient artifact, the soul-locking bell, to compensate for the losses incurred during this operation. They perished for my sake. I cannot betray the expectations of my clan. In this desolate era, I must do everything in my power to find a path to survival for the extraordinary. He solemnly remarked on the urgency of having the celestial brew and multicolored soil delivered promptly, for the situation was changing rapidly, with the tide of the extraordinary receding ever more swiftly. In these extraordinary times, if there existed even a sliver of hope, he wished to seize it precisely. Upon hearing his words, the Zheng family immortal was somewhat stirred, exclaiming, "My lord possesses great ambition. Tonight, those resources should be delivered from behind the curtain." Wang Xuan felt a twinge of guilt, yet when he recalled how this faction had used Wang Xuan to ensnare him at Golden Peak Mountain, treating him as a mere passage for their ambitions, he felt no sympathy. Had it not been for the wooden figurine sacrificing itself for him, his fate would have been dire. Following the guidance, Wang Xuan pursued further, while the remaining Zheng family members hesitated, daunted by the prospect of confronting the soul-locking bell. "You stay back. I possess the most elite primordial spirit chain, along with other divine artifacts that can counter him." Wang Xuan ventured deeper into a mountain range and soon discovered Zhou Chong. At present, Zhou Chong is imbued with a vigorous essence, his true bones now flourishing with flesh. During this period, he has been diligently reconstructing his foundation and true form. However, he has yet to achieve his anticipated results, especially considering his celestial bones had once been severed. The mountainous terrain is perilous, shrouded in ancient trees and a wolf-infested forest, where the avian and terrestrial creatures sense danger and flee in advance, rendering the area eerily silent. "Have you seized the god-slaying flag?" Zhou Chong inquired with a grim expression, exhausted from his flight and no longer wishing to retreat. The last encounter with the 5th mechanical being had been a fierce battle, only to be thwarted, resulting in the most potent treasure from the Sun family's secret vault vanishing without a trace. At this moment, he clutched a silver bell, renowned as the ancient treasure known as the Soul Lock Bell, which he has now fully refined, causing the specter to flee. Wang Xuan remained silent, scrutinizing him intently. Days prior, an altar had been set outside Kuan City with intentions to kill him, orchestrated by this very individual. During the recent demonic incursion into the financial factions, there were also attempts on his life, further instigated by him. A lingering malevolence, this individual poses a significant threat. With a resounding clang, Zhou Chong activated the bell, unleashing a rapid wave of silver sound that spread like ripples, a sight both beautiful and gentle, yet fraught with peril. Thus far, this artifact had never faltered against the extraordinary beings of the present world, whether it was the celestial beings that tore apart souls or powerful demons. None could withstand its might. In an instant, golden patterns intertwined before Wang Xuan, resembling a celestial net or flowing light, swiftly enveloping the area to counter the silver sound wave. Boom! A blinding radiance erupted in the void, stunning countless birds and beasts in the distance, their souls momentarily wrenched from their bodies, only to be shattered thereafter. This time, neither the Soul Lock Bell nor the God-slaying flag acted passively. They clashed violently for the first time after being initially refined by someone else. Even with a physical form and flesh to protect the spiritual entity, nearby creatures were still obliterated amidst the collision of these 2 formidable weapons. Wang Xuan brandished a small golden flag. Hearing the thunderous sound that threatened to rend the very fabric of his spirit, akin to a tsunami or a landslide. Was this the clash of the strongest treasure? Here, true spiritual thunder coursed through the air, resonating within the realm of the mind. This was the consequence of the monumental confrontation between the Soul Lock Bell and the God-slaying flag. Outside the mountains, several members of the Zheng family had just arrived. instantly suffering from a splitting headache. Even from a distance, they felt a sense of dread, naturally associating it with the bell's wave, the spiritual thunder unleashed by the soul lock bell. Who could withstand such a force? They swiftly retreated, heavy-hearted. The soul lock bell, a legendary artifact from ancient times, is unmatched by few weapons. Would the young master be safe? Worry etched across their faces. They pondered whether Zheng Wu's hidden trump cards could withstand it. A golden light spread within the mountains, suggesting that the young master must have invoked the unparalleled true blood bestowed by the former master. One individual spoke gravely. Deep within the mountains, Wang Xuan stood firm, clutching the palm-sized golden flag, successfully blocking the onslaught of silver ripples as golden patterns enveloped the front. Zhou Cheng's gaze dimmed, sighing, indeed. The god-slaying flag seems to possess an extraordinary origin, perhaps a remnant artifact, yet it remains unyielding against the soul lock bell. The silver bell shrank to the size of a fist, its ripples rapidly dissipating. Zhou Cheng resembled exquisite porcelain shattered by a colossal hammer, his spiritual essence fracturing entirely, submerged beneath golden patterns, and in an instant, he was reduced to mere ashes. With a resounding thud, a dim silver bell plummeted to the ground. The blood mist surrounding Zhou Cheng dissipated completely. Even his true bones were obliterated, leading to the collapse of the inner realm. Wang Xuan approached, retrieving the soul-locking bell, and remarked, "You have long sought to take my life, and with considerable hope of success, it is time to send you on your way." The soul-locking bell remained unscathed, though its ethereal essence had been entirely expended. Wang Xuan furrowed his brow, realizing this signified a day-by-day deterioration of the extraordinary environment. "Young master, are you all right?" The people from the Zheng family entered the mountains and, upon seeing him standing amidst the trees, immediately expressed their delight. Wang Xuan replied, "I have utilized the golden blood bestowed by my forebears. Even so, the chain of my primordial spirit has still been destroyed, and I have sustained injuries that require a period of recuperation. Young master, please take care of your wounds. The resources will be delivered this evening." The group appeared quite anxious. Wang Xuan nodded, saying, "Yes, I understand. I am still Wang Xuan, and I must continue to act in his capacity. Please do not follow me so closely." He departed the mountains alone, having acquired an ancient divine artifact, a treasure ranking among the foremost of spiritual weapons. Yet he did not succumb to excessive excitement, for he already possessed the god-slaying banner. More importantly, the world was changing, and all extraordinary treasures were destined to lose their potency. A heaviness settled in his heart. The extraordinary continued to crumble, and once great beings were returning. Could he withstand this? He sensed a bleak path ahead. Did myth still hold a future? A sense of disorientation enveloped him, although he had always maintained a radiant confidence. The deteriorating state of the world left him feeling uncertain. After all, even the unparalleled beings were contemplating their fallback plans, urging future generations to swiftly integrate into the mundane world, fearing a descent into mortality, which promised a grim fate. The formidable demon Qi indeed wielded great power, targeting the financial aristocracy in an attempt to usurp their position. Was this not also an expression of fear for the future? Seeking to gain the upper hand, he aimed to secure a foothold in the real world, hoping to avoid a dismal end once the age of myth concluded. It seemed that among the unparalleled beings, be they the heavenly immortal ancestor Qi Tong, Zheng Yuan Tian, or the formidable demon Qi Yi, they all shared a sense of pessimism regarding the future. If such figures could not find a way forward, what hope could he cling to, relying solely on faith? Wang Xuan examined his inner self. He indeed felt less optimistic than before. In this grand era, he felt as though he stood amidst a dense fog, unable to discern the path ahead, lost in uncertainty. As for the achievements he had attained thus far, he regarded them with indifference. The ability to slay demons and vanquish the spirits of celestial beings was but a result of their incomplete forms, all torn asunder by the Grand Curtain, no longer truly immortal. Even the descendants of those celestial beings who had crossed realms were broken and battered, their spiritual essence wounded. Defeating them scarcely proved anything. In the afternoon, Shun Yongjie contacted him, brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "I have found a clue and confirmed the location. I can even smell the fragrance of medicine." Wang Xuan snapped back to reality, asking, "Where?" Old Shun replied, "At your former father-in-law's house. Hurry. The Buddha's light is surging, forming a sacred realm that engulfs the entire estate. I sense trouble is brewing. We must provide swift support." A magnificent and extraordinary curtain, known as the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss, conceals within it a majestic spiritual mountain, a sanctuary for celestial beings and enlightened Buddhas. At this moment, outside the Grand Palace, the air is infused with the fragrance of orchids, celestial dragons weave through the atmosphere, and the resonant sounds of Buddhist chants fill the air. In the main hall, Shakyamuni is absent, and his foremost disciple presides over the affairs of the sacred mountain. At this juncture, he opens his eyes and proclaims, "In days of yore, the world-honored one ascended to the highest spiritual realm and harvested the 9-calamity heavenly lotus, yet was thwarted by an unparalleled fiend, causing the lotus seeds to fall to the mortal realm. Now, someone has breached the Buddhist prohibitions, and the lotus pod is set to emerge into the world. This presents a tremendous opportunity. Shall there be Buddhas, celestial maidens, or the 8 divisions of heavenly beings descend into the mortal realm? Within another realm, towering mountains and expansive ranges conceal the formidable demon Chi-E, who lurks in the deepest recesses of the mountains. As he breathes in and out, the thunderous winds roar, and the essence of blood transforms into heavy clouds that shroud the heavens and the earth. The heavenly medicine that the monk once inadvertently dropped has now manifested, and he sends forth emissaries to retrieve it. The second son of Chi-E speaks, seated before the demon palace, and at the moment he opens his eyes, 2 beams of terrifying light tear through the firmament. Chapter 303. The former father-in-law's house outside the demon palace. Chi-Yi's second son, his gaze piercing like lightning, witnesses a scene akin to the demon race transcending the tribulation of immortality, a sight so fearsome that it draws forth several demon immortals to pay their respects. The emergence of the heavenly medicine in the mortal realm indeed signifies a rare opportunity. Some great demons, upon learning of this, exclaim in awe, recognizing it as far easier than entering the higher spiritual realm to gather such treasures. In recent history, only Shakyamuni and a handful of others, such as Zheng Yuantian, have successfully harvested heavenly medicine. The fact that such a thing now exists in the human world is worthy of contention. The latest news reveals our clan has suffered setbacks. Nearly all demon immortals who ventured to the new star have been annihilated. An elder demon speaks gravely, indicating that sending more demon immortals at this juncture would likely result in further calamities, failing to secure the seeds of the 9-calamity heavenly lotus, and ultimately leading to the loss of their lives. The human realm is equipped with formidable weapons, ancient relics from a bygone era, which even the ancestral demons lament having missed in their time. A demon immortal speaks, referring to Chi-E, who is revered as the supreme ancestral demon in this realm. A true paragon of demonic power who has never tasted defeat. Artifacts such as the soul-locking bell, the golden divine tree, and the pool of rebirth have now resurfaced. Our demon clan's recent attempt to seize control of the financial conglomerate has faced obstruction, resulting in the loss of many skilled individuals and substantial casualties. Select suitable disciples. Chi-Yi's second son commands, for he is now the principal authority of the demon race. He adds, moreover, bestow upon them the ancestral blood from the demon pool, granting them a fleeting resistance against top-tier extraordinary treasures. If they prove their worth, they may seize the formidable weapons of the human realm for their own use. Shortly thereafter, a blood pool materializes, exuding chaotic energy and radiating a profoundly potent demonic essence. The clan prepares to traverse the curtain, sending forth some exceptional disciples into the world. Of course, dispatching powerful demon immortals across realms would likely lead to their dismemberment. Currently, there is no resolution to this predicament, necessitating the selection of those who have yet to undergo tribulation. In the pure land of ultimate bliss, the entire spiritual mountain radiates with light, its sacred power vast and boundless. The Buddhist light envelopes certain diligent practitioners who are on the verge of penetrating the curtain. Among them are monks, white elephants, and hounds, closely associated with auspicious beasts whose ancestors once served as steeds for certain bodhisattvas. These divine creatures flourish upon the sacred mountain, imbued with extraordinary strength, having been nurtured in the luminous embrace of the Buddha's light. At this moment, these beings, empowered by the mountain's spiritual forces, penetrate the veil of light and step into the new realm. Remarkably, these youthful entities remain largely unscathed, though certain energies surrounding them dissipate swiftly. The Buddha's power wanes. A wandering monk speaks, his spiritual essence diminishing, akin to a fish out of water, struggling to adapt. Within the grand tapestry, many of the techniques at their disposal have become ineffective, as if a heavy ceiling has abruptly descended upon them. 7 segments. Someone bitterly remarks, I am at 8 segments. Despite their melancholy and helplessness, the revelation of the formidable strength possessed by this newly arrived group would undoubtedly astonish others. With the immense power of the sacred mountain assisting them, their losses are not as severe, and their current prowess far surpasses that of the transcendent beings of the mundane world. Wang Xuan, en route, contemplates giving old Chen a good talking to. The notion of his former father-in-law initially left him perplexed. He is now a promising young bachelor, yet to be wed. Ling Wei's family, he murmurs, as he boards a hovering vehicle, racing towards the city where her family resides. He indeed never anticipated that the lotus seed would ultimately manifest at her home. With such an unannounced visit, he wonders if old Ling might harbor further intentions towards him. Wang Xuan feels a sense of resignation. Each encounter with old Ling reveals him to be a fierce protector of his daughter. Were it up to him, he would prefer to avoid providing old Ling with any opportunity to showcase his protective instincts. Nevertheless, he must hasten to their side. When the time comes, he must urge old Ling to swiftly escort Ling Wei into the depths of space. This new realm is no longer a safe haven. While ordinary individuals may fare well, those with substantial backgrounds, like Ling Wei, are likely to attract the attention of certain celestial beings. He sighs, reflecting on Qian, a truly remarkable individual, now lost to the world. The Qian family had set out for the depths of space by noon. At that time, Wang Xuan personally saw them off, ensuring that no malevolent entities trailed behind. In the eastern region lies Luo City, a picturesque and highly livable metropolis, where modern skyscrapers ascend towards the heavens. Yet, amidst this urban landscape, wetland parks, tranquil lakes, and expansive gardens persist, forming a sprawling urban cluster that encompasses a wealth of natural beauty. Upon his arrival in this city, Wang Xuan approaches Ling Wei's home for the first time. As he nears, he becomes somewhat entranced. Chen Yongjia's words ring true. The Ling residence is enveloped in sacred Buddhist light, with the entire structure and its gardens cloaked in a soft golden radiance. Indeed, this extraordinary sight has made headlines, making it impossible to remain inconspicuous. Otherwise, old Chen would not have urged Wang Xuan to come so hastily. Such an omen, with the Buddha's light illuminating all directions, is certain to capture the attention of all beings who have traversed from beyond the Grand Veil. However, this divine light harbors mysterious elements. While those within it feel comfortable and greatly benefit, it may not bode well for the Ling family, as this place could very well become a battleground. Old Chen has been waiting for some time, pacing near the entrance. Upon seeing Wang Xuan, he immediately calls out, I did not anticipate such a commotion. At the same moment, Wang Xuan caught sight of Ling Qiming, who indeed wore no smile as he emerged from within. Wang Xuan nearly called out, but soon noticed a figure nearby, noticeably more slender than before. Ling Qiming shot him a fierce glare, signaling him to refrain from outbursts. Once radiant, Ling Wei now appeared slightly diminished, her beautiful visage pale, as she gazed at Wang Xuan, standing quietly. It has been a long time, she softly remarked. Indeed, it had been quite a while. She seemed to have lost some of her former sunny disposition, becoming increasingly tranquil, her face devoid of color. Observing her state, Wang Xuan sighed gently, unable to suppress the urge to speak. You must take better care of yourself. It seems you haven't exercised in a while. You should go for a run and soak up the sun. Upon hearing this, Ling Qiming opened his mouth, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Yet he ultimately fell silent. Chen Yongjia, who shared a close bond with Ling Qiming since their youth, discreetly conveyed, do not provoke old Ling. Wang Xuan acknowledged this with a nod, and after some contemplation, he called out to Ling Qiming in front of Ling Wei, addressing him as Uncle Ling. Ling Qiming appeared lost in thought. The term felt rather distant. He pulled Wang Xuan aside and murmured, Ling Wei has become much more fragile. Compared to her former brilliance, she is increasingly subdued. Alas, it pains me deeply. Uncle Ling, the current circumstances are dire. Malevolent forces have emerged, and those with extraordinary abilities live in a precarious state. As do the wealthy. I advise you to take Ling Wei and your family, and, like old Zhong, swiftly retreat into deep space, avoiding return for the time being. Ling Qiming regarded Wang Xuan, harboring myriad thoughts yet unable to articulate them. Finally, he said, we shall depart soon. But my concern for Ling Wei weighs heavily on my heart. I wish for her health and happiness. You and Old Chen are searching for the lotus seed, correct? If there are any surplus seeds, please reserve one for Ling Wei. If possible, I hope she can become extraordinary, free from worries, for a long time. Very well. Old Chen and I will seek it out, Wang Xuan replied, nodding, and urged him to take Ling Wei aboard the ship and leave this place promptly. Ling Qiming nodded, already having made arrangements. As they parted, Ling Wei watched him from a distance, softly reminding him, "You must be careful." Wang Xuan nodded and waved to her, hastening away with Old Chen. Old Chen was exuberant, exclaiming, "I have never been this close to the celestial medicine. Today seems to be the day for Chen Jiazu to bestow upon you a grand opportunity. If we manage to find the seeds of the 9 calamities celestial lotus, it would indeed be an unimaginable stroke of fortune. After searching for so long, my efforts have finally borne fruit. Let me present you with a treasure," Wang Xuan mused, handing the soul lock bell to Old Chen, anticipating a potential eruption of conflict. He aimed to arm Chen Yongjie for the impending turmoil. He himself possessed the divine slaying banner, and though the soul lock bell was renowned, it held little significance for him now. Is this the famed soul lock bell? Chen Yongjie marveled, as even beings crossing realms coveted this extraordinary artifact. Feel free to make use of it, Wang Xuan affirmed with a nod. The two ventured into the zone of the most concentrated Buddhist light, not within a secret vault, but in a spacious parlor of the Ling family. Here lies a wondrous rocky landscape, standing just over a meter high, adorned with a variety of flora, its surface graced by the gentle flow of clear springs and the delicate cascade of a small waterfall, resembling a miniature yet vivid mountain peak. It was not always thus. An inadvertent activation on my part transformed it, akin to a mustard seed containing Mount Sumru. You may think this rocky formation is modest in size, but come, allow me to reveal its true nature. Chen Yongjie grasped Wang Xuan's hand, leaping forward, and with a swift whoosh, they found themselves atop a grand mountain, as if they had entered an unfamiliar realm. Wang Xuan stood in awe, pondering the possibilities. Gazing outward, he beheld an expansive hall. Do you perceive the fragrance of medicinal herbs? A faint aroma wafts through the air, yet I have been unable to ascertain the location of the celestial medicine, Chen lamented. Standing atop the mountain, Wang Xuan noticed the vast stretches of pine forests, the melodious tinkling of clear springs, and the waterfall cascading below, creating a mist of white vapor. While various vines clung to the cliffs, the mountain was fraught with obstacles, making it difficult to examine closely. How do we extricate ourselves from here? We must observe from outside the mountain, Wang Xuan suggested. Quite simple. We leap off the cliff. Follow my lead, Chen instructed, and with that, they leaped into the abyss, soaring toward the expansive hall, successfully freeing themselves. As Wang Xuan stood close to the peculiar stone, his spirit soared, and he employed his spiritual eye to scrutinize it more thoroughly than he could from the mountain's summit. He circled the stone, examining every minute detail with his divine vision. And at last, he discerned a clue. Amidst the delicate forestation halfway up the mountain, a stone wall was entwined with vines. Behind the vines, the wall was recessed, revealing a stone Buddha seated in meditation, cradling a stone sutra in his right hand. Wang Xuan's keen sight revealed secrets within the stone sutra, which contained lotus seeds. I found it, he exclaimed, astonished at how fortuitously this discovery came to pass. Is this truly the find? Chen Yongjie could hardly believe it. The celestial medicine was nearly within their grasp. Meanwhile, several eminent Buddhist practitioners sat upon a cassock, swiftly soaring toward the city of Luo, drawn to this area bathed in the light of the Buddha. In another direction, disciples of the demon ancestor Qi Yi were also hastening toward Luo City, some possessing formidable powers. Among them were several adept practitioners of the 7th and 8th tiers. Within the Lin family, amidst the richly luminous Buddhist light, Chen, guided by insight, re-entered the mountain, rapidly climbing toward the stone Buddha. Upon nearing it, he was taken aback, unable to touch the stone figure. There is something amiss. Within lies a hidden realm, as if a layer of spiritual world isolates me, akin to a curtain blocking my path. Chen repeatedly attempted to breach this barrier, but to no avail. Allow me to try. Wang Xuan felt a surge of inspiration. He retrieved a glimmering thread severed from the moon in the land of the deceased, along with a hook acquired from the Zhong family. The crystal thread, initially only 2 meters long, was a divine object that, when stimulated by supermaterial forces, began to extend endlessly. Wang Xuan cast it forth, the hook piercing through the barrier akin to a protective veil, retrieving the hefty stone sutra from the Buddha's palm. He swiftly concealed this monumental opportunity, ensuring no one would witness it. Otherwise, he would surely face the wrath of celestial beings. Fortunately, all proceeded smoothly, and at that moment, no one had yet arrived. Chun Yongjia emerged from the cliff, and the two exchanged glances, quickly adjusting their demeanor, maintaining a facade of composure, determined to avoid revealing their secret. Chapter 304. The rising intention to kill the acquisition of the heavenly medicine transpired with such unexpected ease that both Wang Xuan and Chun Yongjia found themselves questioning whether there lay any hidden complications. Such a rare gem is scarcely documented even in myth, and descriptions remain nebulous. In ages past, when the Qin emperor unified the realm, he dispatched the great alchemist Su Fu to seek the elixir of immortality, which is precisely this kind of substance. Yet, even Su Fu found himself powerless, ultimately departing as a mere ferryman. In truth, there have been unparalleled powerhouses who perished while attempting to access the highest echelons of spiritual realms through herbal gathering. All of this underscores the extraordinary value of the heavenly medicine. Encountering even a single specimen is a marvel that may elude entire epochs, rendering it an object of unparalleled worth. We, having only recently stepped into the extraordinary domain, found ourselves plucking this treasure amidst the mundane world. Silence ensued. Their expressions remained placid as they communicated through thought, as if ensconced in a dream, leaving Chun Yongjia feeling somewhat disoriented and incredulous. Wang Xuan was somewhat steadier, having previously obtained one, though he had faced dire mortal peril at that time. Zheng Wu, unwilling to traverse countless miles, sacrificed his flesh and blood as sustenance to cultivate a demonic embryo, ultimately leading to his own demise. They exchanged furtive glances, ensuring no observers lingered nearby. Ready to make their escape, now was not the time to linger. Having consumed their prize, it was time to depart. However, Wang Xuan soon halted, as his spirit ventured forth, scanning the horizon, where he discerned a billowing expanse of crimson clouds tinged with mist racing toward them. Extraordinary beings were approaching. Should they flee now, it would undoubtedly confirm their culpability, subjecting them to relentless pursuit from various factions. Do not run, it may well be your kin arriving. Let us engage in earnest dialogue shortly, Wang Xuan murmured. Chun Yongjia grimaced, contemplating the irony of fate. The large robe they beheld was interwoven with strands of gold, emanating an ethereal light reminiscent of the evening glow, swiftly drawing near amidst the crimson mist. In this era, to command a magical artifact for flight is no trivial feat. It signifies either immense strength or the rarity of the robe itself. Whoosh! A cadre of figures descended, all masters exuding a profound Buddhist radiance, their prowess far surpassing that of Chun Yongjia. This realization put both Wang Xuan and Chun Yongjia on high alert, wary of how this group could eclipse the likes of Chao Qingyu and Kong Yun. Where's the ceiling? Why does it not collapse? They maintained calm demeanors, steeling themselves for any eventuality. One among them recited a Buddhist chant, and upon gazing at Chun Yongjia, paused in astonishment. This young man radiated pure Buddhist energy, golden light swirling around him, a testament to his mastery of the 6-foot golden body. Comrade, Chun Yongjia greeted, bringing his palms together in solemnity. A monk, appearing to be in his late 20s, also joined his hands in reverence, his dharma name being Xiushan. He scrutinized Chun Yongjia closely, inquiring, "Have you practiced the Shakyamuni Sutra?" The group reacted with intrigue. Only a few among them had ventured into the Shakyamuni Sutra, and each was required to attain a certain level of enlightenment before progressing to the next chapter. I share a bond with the Buddha, navigating the mundane world while my spirit wanders the sacred mountains, Chun Yongjia replied earnestly. In the distance, dark clouds loomed ominously, malevolent energies surging forth. As a massive beast hide exuded a sinister aura, with black lightning sporadically erupting from its fur and cascading downward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The forces of the demon ancestor Qi have arrived, lacking any demon immortals. However, this time, having consumed the ancestral blood of the demon pool, those sent forth possess formidable physical bodies. These demons, some shrouded in black mist, others radiating with bloodthirst, some revealing their true forms, and others taking on human guise, display a myriad of postures, yet all exude a palpable aura of menace. Is it him? He has slain many of our esteemed clan. One of the Azure Wolves spoke, disdainfully opting not to take human form. its fur bristling, immediately recognizing Wang Xuan. Upon crossing realms, they swiftly received intelligence regarding the situation, learning that while seizing control of the Qian family, it was this very individual who had uncovered and disrupted their plans, precipitating a catastrophic upheaval. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Xuan had covertly orchestrated everything, compelling other factions to join in the hunt and employing warships to annihilate the demons. Nevertheless, some demons, with frigid gazes, declared with great authority, "You dare to interfere in the affairs of the demon race, seeking your own demise?" One known as He Lai extended a massive, furry hand, unperturbed by the mortal realm, regarding humanity with an air of superiority. In an instant, that dark, hairy hand reached towards Wang Xuan, intent on seizing his neck with unyielding ferocity. Silently, an ancient short sword materialized in Wang Xuan's hand, held before him, slicing forward. With a soft thud, the seemingly ordinary sword proved extraordinarily sharp, cleaving through the demon's hand and drawing forth a torrent of blood. It must be said that He Lai possessed remarkable strength, as he managed to retreat like lightning, narrowly evading the loss of his hand. Blood dripped from his wounded appendage, exposing white bone beneath the flesh. His eyes glinted with an even colder light as he fixated on Wang Xuan. He Lai was not merely defined by his large hand. His entire body was cloaked in black fur, standing erect like steel needles, his mouth adorned with two protruding fangs, presenting a fearsome visage. "You have slain so many of us, and yet you dare to show your face again. To allow you to live is a crime. The demon race cannot tolerate your existence." As he spoke, he recited incantations, summoning a cascade of bloodlight that transformed into blooming blood-red lotuses, descending upon Wang Xuan as he unleashed his sorcery. Though this demon was fierce and terrifying, his power was indeed extraordinary, surpassing that of beings such as Kong Yun and Huang Daxian, making him a more formidable primordial creature. The blood-red lotuses glimmered, and the supermaterial surged, as wave after wave of their petals bore down on Wang Xuan like mountains. With both hands raised, Wang Xuan swiftly formed a unique gesture, employing a transcendent formula. At this stage, he was unable to wield the third-level formula, the three mystical true fire. However, the true fire he summoned was still exceedingly powerful, far exceeding his current capabilities, as the golden bamboo slip had imparted to him the essence of sorcery. With the aid of his spiritual eye, he mobilized mysterious factors into rapid alignment, constructing a relatively perfect, extraordinary flame, an abyssal black fire that erupted as if summoned from the depths of hell. With a whoosh, the black flames engulfed the blood-red lotuses, and the supermaterial collided with the nearby structures, instantly shattering them, exploding, and reducing them to ash. Boom! With a dark mane, he brandished a formidable wolf-toothed club, charging forth with the force of a mountain as the clash of magical powers erupted. Wang Xuan's expression turned grave. The physical prowess of this foe was overwhelming. Surely, he must be a creature of more than 8 segments. At this realm, it was indeed rare for anyone in the mortal realm to withstand such might. Suddenly, a golden tree materialized beside Wang Xuan, and in an instant, 4 golden birds soared forth, flapping their wings and assailing the fur-clad demon. As the golden birds chirped, their cries resembled phoenixes piercing the heavens, causing the surrounding void to blur. The dark-maned creature felt a splitting headache as its mind was assaulted, threatening to burst its very brain. The momentum of its wolf-toothed club faltered. In a swift motion, a drop of peculiar blood manifested on its form, exuding a menacing pressure that temporarily resisted the spiritual onslaught of the 4 golden birds. This was the ancestral blood from the demon's pool. Indeed, those who had traversed the veil brought forth potent trump cards capable of slaying foes and preserving their own lives. With a resounding crash, Wang Xuan swung the entire golden tree towards him. The dark-maned creature was compelled to block with its wolf-toothed club, sparks flying amidst the clash as the supermaterial surged. Blood dripped from the creature's brow. Despite its defenses, its mental domain succumbed to erosion, igniting a ferocious rage as it retaliated with its ancestral blood, lunging toward Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan felt a searing pain in his arm. Though unbroken, he staggered backward from the immense force of this formidable beast. This made him acutely aware of the significant disparity in their realms. In a life-and-death struggle, without protective treasures, the situation appeared dire. Fortunately, he had obtained celestial medicine, which would soon enhance his cultivation. In an era where the efficacy of rare treasures was steadily diminishing, Failing to elevate his own strength could render him prey to the demons. 3 more golden birds erupted from the tree, causing the dark-maned creature to grunt in pain. Blood seeping from its brow as it was forced to retreat, the ancestral blood it had summoned dimmed considerably. Darkmane, are you capable? A figure, transformed from a silver bat into human form, inquired, his silvery hair cascading as he advanced. Meanwhile, a colossal blue wolf, exuding a murderous aura, approached with its maw agape. Darkmane, you seem rather inept. You cannot even secure a delectable blood meal of the herb-gathering level. Allow me, the blue wolf remarked, its demeanor bold yet cautious, eyeing the golden tree with a glint of avarice. Chun Yongjia intoned a solemn Buddhist chant, his expression grave, a thunderous sound reverberated, sending silver ripples surging forth, startling both the silver bat and the blue wolf into a hasty retreat as they employed spells and ancestral blood to counter the threat. Though driven by greed, they were equally wary, having witnessed lethal weapons, and were on high alert while yearning to seize them. "Monk, do you wish to intervene?" queried a blood-feathered demon across the way, mistakenly believing that old Chun hailed from the sacred mountain. This was a blood rock, endowed with the formidable lineage of the Rock clan, leading a host of demons with terrifying strength. The ascetic monk, Su Shan, clasped his hands in prayer, glancing at old Chun and then at Wang Xuan, who was also cultivating the supreme scriptures of Shakyamuni, surrounded by a protective radiance of Buddhist light. This truly left him speechless, for among their group, only he and 3 others practiced the highest Buddhist texts. Practicing this scripture may not be deemed orthodox, yet it signifies a connection with those who are fated, and thus cannot be disregarded. Your murderous intent runs too deep. This is not the realm of demons, but of humanity, which necessitates the embrace of compassion. Cease your exhortations, monk. Your words may seem easy, but this man has wrought havoc upon my clan. The blood falcon pointed at Wang Xuan and declared, he has slain numerous distinguished beings of the demon race. Does he still wish to live? Such a human, who has merely stepped into the realm of the extraordinary, would have been regarded as a blood sacrifice in ancient times. For his sake, do you intend to obstruct us? The black mane, after wiping the blood from his brow, spoke coldly. In the days of yore, my ancestors occupied vast territories on a certain life-bearing planet, sustaining blood sacrifices through dozens of cities, and none dared to interfere. After a long absence, has this world changed so drastically? You monks should remain in your pure land and refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. They are primordial demons, not humans who have transformed through the path of true embodiment, and are exceedingly ferocious, disregarding human life entirely. The silver bat then interjected, moreover, I suspect the heavenly medicine may reside within those too. It is imperative that we capture them and examine their flesh thoroughly to ascertain whether it is concealed within their hearts or elsewhere. He licked his lips, displaying an eagerness to tear apart Wang Xuan and old Chun. I have observed with the Bodhi divine eye, and the heavenly medicine is not within them, the monk interposed. Wang Xuan was astonished. This monk was indeed remarkable, having mastered the Bodhi divine eye. Nevertheless, he had buried that ancient stone scripture in the soil of fate, beneath the precious life-nurturing furnace. If it could still be perceived by another, he would accept it. Wang Xuan, holding the golden tree, stepped forward and said, Master, please do not create difficulties. This world must harbor a clear and expansive sky, unyielding to the rampant chaos of such demons. We are capable of resolving this ourselves, and we shall eradicate the malevolent spirits with the true teachings of Shakyamuni. He could not abide these primordial demons, for none among them were innocent. All deserved to perish. A group of demons, each possessing formidable strength, approached with cold laughter, indeed imposing tremendous pressure upon Wang Xuan and old Chun, whose realms were insufficient to contend. At that moment, skilled practitioners from the Buddhist sect on Ling Mountain stealthily attempted to envelop the stone mountain with their robes, intending to carry it away. However, the peculiar mountain was exceedingly heavy. Once activated, its weight was akin to that of a colossal mountain, rendering it immovable. In an instant, several adept monks silently entered the enigmatic stone mountain, seeking the heavenly medicine. Observing this, the demon faction immediately followed suit. For their primary objective was the seed of the 9-calamity celestial lotus, which they valued 1,000-fold more than those 2 humans. In a heartbeat, the Buddhist masters and the powerful figures of the demon progenitors surged toward the peculiar stone mountain, leaving only a few behind. We shall go as well. Wang Xuan signaled to old Chun, determined to force their way in. Step aside. The black mane obstructed their path, with the silver bat and the blue wolf standing behind him, tasked with guarding the outside to prevent these two from entering the mountain, intent on taking action again. Although Wang Xuan and Chun Yongjia feigned an intention to enter the mountain, they were genuinely filled with murderous intent towards these demons. This was no mere pretense. The silver bat, though humanoid, bore a pair of silver wings upon his back and sneered, "Do not presume that with two formidable weapons you are invincible. There is no time to deal with you now. For the time being, we shall leave you in your current state, but once this matter is resolved, there will be no refuge for you in this world. I shall return to eliminate you." Wang Xuan and old Chun retreated, both stirred by a murderous intent to eliminate these monstrous beings. However, the strength of these creatures was exceedingly formidable, making them a formidable adversary. After distancing themselves from the Ling family, Chun Yongjia communicated telepathically, suggesting, "Shall we return to our old homeland while we still can?" Wang Xuan gazed skyward and replied, "The Zheng family's celestial being will deliver the 5-colored soil and celestial liquid tonight. As dusk approaches, it would be regrettable to abandon this opportunity." Before their departure, he wished to acquire those extraordinary items transported from the celestial realm. Chun Yongjia asserted, "I am resolute in my desire to eradicate these fiends. They are utterly detestable. Their existence is a calamity, and who knows how many lives they will claim. They are more arrogant than the previous celestial demons, brazenly demanding blood and carnage." Wang Xuan replied solemnly, "Then we must devise a way to annihilate them. At the very least, we ought to eliminate a portion of them." He too could no longer endure the presence of these vile creatures. Chapter 305. A difficult reunion subsequently. Chun Yongjia communicated with Ling Qiming to confirm that the Ling family had already ventured into outer space. He then reached out to several old friends from the new star, subtly indicating that it was time for them to depart. Wang Xuan also contacted Zhao Zijuan, informing him of the emergence of these monstrous hordes, asserting that locations like the Zhao family were their prime targets. "We are preparing to leave imminently," he conveyed. Zhao Zijuan's voice was heavy with concern. He deeply missed Zhao Qinghan, but had yet to see her return. "Uncle Zhao, do not fret. After some time, I will venture into the hidden realm to find her and will certainly bring her back. You all should leave first." Wang Xuan genuinely harbored such intentions. He longed to confront the old fox, who had failed to uphold his word, as it had been far too long without Zhao Qinghan and Wu Yin being sent from that life-sustaining planet. Now, he needed to enhance his strength to reach his zenith. Otherwise, even if he encountered the old fox one day, he might not be its match. "Wang Xuan, thank you for helping me locate Qing'an. Please ensure she remains safe," Zhao Zijuan implored, his heart heavy with worry after such a long separation from his daughter. "Rest assured." Wang Xuan nodded earnestly in response. Soon after, he communicated with Wu Chenglin and others. When he reached the Zhou family, Zhou Yun informed Wang Xuan that they had completely resigned themselves and were not planning to leave. Wang Xuan was left speechless, yet everyone has their own choices. He had offered his advice, and how they proceeded was ultimately up to them. "I have directly invited the descendants of the celestial beings to my home, granting them access to the secret vault. It is somewhat of a collaboration." Zhou Yun detailed the situation. As for himself, he had recently ascended the new moon with the likes of Huang Daxian and had also taken those individuals out to sea, establishing a decent rapport. Wang Xuan chose not to comment on his decisions, for the future was uncertain, and no one could truly foresee the prevailing tides. Should a series of celestial financial conglomerates emerge to dominate in the future, Zhou Yun's choice might not be misguided. However, it was evident that Zhou Yun had somewhat resigned himself. In this lifetime, he was destined to be devoid of cultivation. Previously, Wang Xuan had contacted him regarding the Zhong family, hoping to guide him into the inner realms. Yet Zhou Yun had expressed his unwillingness to pursue that path any further, stating that one experience in the hidden realm was sufficient. "Take care." Wang Xuan concluded the conversation. He was eager to commandeer a warship and confront the monstrous beings head-on. These entities, returning from the great beyond, were insufferably arrogant, as if they believed that upon their return, the human realm would wholly belong to them. He and Chun Yongjia unanimously believed that these corporeal demons should be forcefully obliterated with modern technological weaponry. Patience was required for the moment. The sky was slightly darkening, and in a few hours, the Zheng family would arrive. Nothing could go awry during this process. "No, I must scout the path." If the Zheng family proves to be a treacherous pit, we might meet a disastrous end. Suddenly, Wang Xuan recalled that his inexpensive uncle had crossed over without a word last time, fortunately meeting his demise at the hands of demons in Sioux City. Otherwise, it was possible that issues related to Zheng Wu's usual habits and details might have been uncovered. Wang Xuan sensed that the true immortal from the Zheng family harbored some doubts about him. He and Old Chun hurriedly made their way to the wetlands outside Pingyuan City, adjacent to the hilly terrain where the Zheng family had constructed an altar behind the Great Curtain. Wang Xuan sat cross-legged, his spirit entering the realm of destiny, pulling up the god-slaying banner planted there. He then stepped into the rising mist, his figure gradually vanishing as he entered the world beyond the Great Curtain. The dilapidated post station, the hanging lanterns, and the darkness ahead remained unchanged. He advanced swiftly, and as he traversed the darkest area, he noticed paper money drifting down from the sky, momentarily lost in thought, but he could not afford to linger on such distractions. Soon, he beheld the immense altar ahead, a crucial node for the Zheng family's operations beyond the Great Curtain. Indeed, members of the Zheng family were already preparing. Several individuals were seated at the altar, engaged in conversation, while numerous figures around the grand altar busily arranged and checked whether the inscriptions were unclear or if the extraordinary energy was sufficient. Wang Xuan lay in wait from a distance, and after a considerable time, he silently departed. Upon his spiritual return, he called out to Chen Yongjia and fled quickly from the location. "What is going on? Are they truly planning to target you?" Old Chen inquired. "The resources are no issue. They are all laid out on the altar." From their conversation, it is evident they possessed genuine immortal elixir and five-colored earth. "The problem lies in their deliberation on how to protect me without bruising my pride, silently applying a drop of golden blood upon me. My goodness, thunder from the heavens. That must be the blood of Zheng Yuantian," Chen Yongjia exclaimed, astonished. Wang Xuan nodded, saying, "I suspect so. They intend to keep this from Zheng Wu." He believed that those few immortals were unaware of the situation, likely because the unparalleled powerhouse Zheng Yuantian was planning to take action. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "Last time, I used the golden tree and the god-slaying banner to extinguish 2 drops of his golden blood. Could he have sensed something? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible across the Great Curtain. My goodness, could that old fellow be coveting my corporeal form as well?" Wang Xuan's scalp tingled with anxiety. Zheng Wu was practicing the immortal fetus, also known as the demon fetus, and as a supreme powerhouse, Zheng Yuantian was naturally more adept. Another unparalleled powerhouse has set their sights on my body. Wang Xuan could not help but ponder. Was Zheng Yuantian seeking an additional powerful avatar, or was he too impatient, hoping to occupy a body with a unique inner landscape and bring his true self over? This time, it seemed that conflict was inevitable. This charade could not continue, and the danger was escalating. It was time to flee and strive to elevate himself. Regardless, the celestial medicine is now in hand, and various scriptures have been nearly collected. The next step is to strive to elevate our power to the pinnacle permitted in the present world. Old Chen spoke, "It is almost time. Let us proceed outside Mused City. We must act decisively shortly." Wang Xuan nodded and remarked, "This time, the one leading the team is another uncle of Zheng Wu. It seems I must slay my uncle this time." Suddenly, Zhou Yin contacted him, which surprised Wang Xuan, as they had just spoken on the phone not long ago. He felt a twinge of confusion. "Do not activate the large warship that old Zhong sent you for the time being. The demons from the Demon Ancestors faction are colluding with certain financial magnates and have occupied part of their bases. If your warship takes off, it will be targeted and its power system destroyed, leading to your annihilation. This information is reliable," Zhou Yin hurriedly informed him. Wang Xuan was taken aback. Not long ago, they had planned to use that warship to confront the demons, never anticipating that there were those among the demons waiting to ambush them. These demons have adapted too well. Are they beginning to seize control of the warship? Old Chen also felt a chill run down his spine. The new star had been thoroughly thrown into chaos, becoming increasingly perilous. Where did this news come from? Wang Xuan inquired, suspecting that someone had uncovered his covert assistance to the Qian family and the deployment of the warship against the demons, prompting the demons to seek vengeance against him. Kong Yin informed me. He probably wishes to ingratiate himself with you through me, Zhou Yin disclosed. Please convey my thanks to him. Wang Xuan ended the call. Under the moonlight, outside Mused City, where Old Chun had previously battled the Sun family's mechanized beings and extraordinary individuals, the ground was pockmarked and much of the forest lay in ruins. The Zheng family members approached, stepping upon the moonlit ground, their figures draped in crimson. Enveloped in true bone. A blood-colored figure sighed. My intuition tells me that my nephew is problematic. What a pity. Zheng Wu possesses unparalleled talent. What? The others gasped in astonishment. His posture is incorrect, differing from Wuer's habits. Zheng Wu's fourth uncle lamented. We must hurry. We cannot allow him to access the celestial resources. Someone exclaimed. They communicated mentally, thus alleviating concerns about Wang Xuan overhearing from a distance. Zheng Wu's fourth uncle shook his head, stating, no need. The distant ancestor once told me that regardless of who he is, all resources should be granted to him. This is akin to raising livestock. I suspect they will eventually eliminate him once he is sufficiently fattened. Under the bright moon, a few night birds cooed as they flew into the distance, and both sides drew closer. Hidden in the shadows, Old Chun was the first to strike, brandishing a pure white conch and blowing it, which instantly scattered several blood-colored figures, causing the blood mist to explode. This top-tier treasure had been acquired from the Qin family, a conch left behind by Shakyamuni. Not long ago, during the confrontation with the demons at the Ling family, Qin Yongjia had refrained from using it for fear of the Buddhist sect reclaiming it. Wang Xuan also made his move, wielding the god-slaying flag, and with a vigorous swirl, he seized 6 pieces of celestial bone from the exploding blood mist, holding them in his grasp. Additionally, a fragment of a blessed land fell to the ground, intended for storage and containing celestial resources, likely including a drop of golden blood from Zheng Yuan Tian, which Wang Xuan hesitated to collect for the moment. Boom! Old Chen activated the soul-locking bell, while Wang Xuan once again wielded the god-slaying flag to annihilate the remaining spiritual entities. This battle held no suspense. All 6 members of the Zheng family were obliterated. After a brief moment, Wang Xuan and Old Chun prepared the golden tree, the god-slaying flag, and the soul-locking bell, swiftly activating the fragment of the blessed land. They quickly extracted a crystal vial sealed with golden liquid. A moment of silence enveloped them, as it lay ensconced within the seal. It could be activated directly, serving as a formidable weapon. However, retaining it felt akin to burying a potential landmine within their grasp. After pondering for a while and reluctant to take unnecessary risks, Wang Xuan discarded the golden blood into a cesspool. Regardless of whether the golden liquid eventually diluted and dispersed or gradually lost its extraordinary properties due to the deteriorating environment, it signified that it posed no future threat. Contentment washed over him. The celestial medicine was in hand, and resources like the immortal nectar and the 5-colored earth had also been delivered. What more could one desire in life? A minor blemish marred his satisfaction. He had intended to unleash a few energy blasts upon the demons, yet he nearly became their target, unsure of their alliances. No rush. Before we depart, I will undoubtedly eliminate a horde of demons, Qin Yongjia proclaimed. Wang Xuan retrieved the ancient stone scripture, which could only be unveiled through the operation of the Shakyamuni Sutra, illuminating the text within. Upon opening, he discovered it was devoid of written verses. Instead, it resembled a stone box containing half a lotus pod, from which ethereal light radiated, accompanied by a fragrant aroma. This is indeed the 9 calamities celestial lotus. Wang Xuan marveled, noting 5 plump and translucent lotus seeds nestled within, exuding an overwhelming essence of life. Old Ling, come quickly to receive us. Qin Yongjia contacted Ling Qiming from outer space. This lotus pod had been procured from the Ling family. Having promised, they were obliged to offer a seed in return. Shortly thereafter, the two boarded a spacecraft and journeyed to the cosmos. Wang Xuan promptly assisted the Ling family in verifying that none had been possessed, ensuring no errant souls lurked among their fleet. Thankfully, all was in order, with no irregularities detected. Wang Xuan presented a lustrous seed pulsating with 9 soft glimmers of light to Ling Qiming, saying, "This is the seed of the 9 calamities celestial lotus. It would be wise to place it in a vessel rich in supermaterial." Qin Yongjia interjected. "Old Ling and I have gathered all that could be transported from their secret vault. Upon meticulous inspection, the most valuable item is a treasure of inner landscape." Old Ling had intended to gift it to him, but Wang Xuan felt it would serve Ling Wei far better in her cultivation, for the mysterious essence contained within was abundant. As the moment of parting approached, Ling Qiming gazed at Wang Xuan and then at his quietly standing daughter, a pang of sorrow filling his heart, yet he found no words to express. Ultimately, he turned to leave, with Old Chun following suit. We shall never meet again, Ling Wei remarked, her complexion ghastly pale as she stared at Wang Xuan. The Ling family may not return. With that, she wept silently, realizing this departure marked the end of any potential reunions with Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan regarded her gently, whispering, "Once you reach the other side of the starry expanse, take care to maintain your health and cultivate in this new environment. Everything begins anew. Take care." Ling Wei's tears blurred her vision, cascading down her cheeks without a sound. Observing this, Wang Xuan sighed softly, noticing the inner landscape treasure she bore, summoning it over with a gesture. He extracted a fragment of celestial bone from himself, using the divine slaying flag to cleave open the decaying inner realm, infusing the extraordinary treasure with a plethora of mysterious essences. Simultaneously, he channeled part of these enigmatic essences into Ling Wei's body. Ultimately, as the decayed inner realm collapsed and vanished, the inner treasure was almost completely filled with these mysterious elements. Ling Wei stared at him, motionless for a prolonged moment, her face devoid of color, silently shedding tears. It was only at last that she slowly turned her frail body, covering her mouth to stifle her cries, and fled outside. On the way back, Chen Yongjia sighed, choosing silence as he and Wang Xuan prepared to conclude their affairs on the New Star land before embarking on their journey. "Professor Lin, have you considered leaving New Star?" Wang Xuan inquired during their conversation. Professor Lin shook his head in gentle refusal. His family resided there, and he was reluctant to travel far. Ultimately, Qin Sheng and Guan Lin decided to accompany Wang Xuan and Old Chun back to the old soil, as they were originally from that region. Chapter 306. Era of Transformation. The turmoil in the old soil was quite severe, even more terrifying than before. Old Chun conveyed his understanding of Wang Xuan's longing to return home, yet cautioned that the situation there might not be any more peaceful than here. "Are my parents truly safe?" Wang Xuan expressed his concern. The malevolent creatures were exceptionally ruthless, and he feared significant trouble might arise in the old soil. Currently, they diligently perused ancient texts and historical records, leading fulfilling days. Old Chen reassured him. Not long ago, Wang Xuan's parents had been taken by Qingmu to a nearby department, a location deemed the safest in the old soil. Within that city lay the largest museum of cultural relics, housing various extraordinary artifacts capable of annihilating spiritual entities and subduing malevolent beings. Chen Yongjia remarked, "Your parents are remarkably composed, making even Qingmu feel inadequate." The two spent their days engrossed in various mythologies and historical manuscripts, seemingly delighted by their pursuits. Wang Xuan felt helpless. His parents had always been carefree, hardly paying attention to his departure to New Star, and even as he left, they had cheerfully planned a trip. That old Zhang had appeared in the old soil last time, receiving a formal invitation from the relevant authorities, and their relationship was amicable. His presence wielded considerable deterrent power, preventing malevolent creatures from acting out of line. "I feel somewhat reluctant to return," Wang Xuan confessed, uncertain if that truly was the old Zhang from Longhu Mountain. The resemblance seemed increasingly tenuous. He had departed from the old soil, possibly returning to New Moon. Chen Yongjia pointed to the moon above. Recently, the powers behind the scenes had been causing considerable unrest, with influential figures vying for treasures, leaving them no time to divert their attention. "Have you tracked down the whereabouts of the red-clad demoness and the female sorceress?" Wang Xuan inquired. Chen Yongjia shook his head, stating, "No leads have been discovered thus far." They were preparing for a retreat, needing to ascertain who was targeting Wang Xuan's massive warship. Being struck just as it took off would be catastrophic. This time, some members of Old Chen's organization would accompany them back, with the warship under their command. Before departing, they intended to conduct a final search for extraordinary artifacts and scriptures, as leaving them behind would only benefit the celestial beings and malevolent entities. Thus, on this night, the two engaged in active endeavors, embarking on a nocturnal exploration of New Star. Both the conglomerates and the esteemed life research institutes have been frequented by the two of them. At this juncture, one cannot afford to be overly courteous. Certain items, if left behind, will undoubtedly fall into the hands of malevolent entities. It is astonishing that the monstrosities within these genetic research institutes are more numerous than elsewhere. The duo was taken aback, as various spiritual entities, accompanied by genuine bones and the like, sought to expedite the growth of flesh through technological means, aiming to reconstruct their true forms. Wang Xuan exhibited a peculiar expression and remarked, "Many of them are indeed malevolent beings. Let us remember these locations for now. We shall refrain from alarming them. When we depart, we will collect these demonic bone cans. Since opposition is inevitable, there is no need for leniency. In a certain sense, those genuine bones serve as resources for cultivation. In an era where the world is devoid of supermaterial, Wang Xuan finds himself in dire need of these bones, imbued with decaying inner landscapes. If they can be utilized, let them be used. Within a year, these decaying inner landscapes will inevitably collapse on their own. Chen Yongjie nodded in agreement. It is now apparent to all that the overarching trend indicates that the traces of the extraordinary will be thoroughly erased, leaving no remnants. We are cultivating in an era devoid of hope. Embarking on this path indeed elicits a sense of helplessness. Wang Xuan's thoughts were tumultuous. In the current environment, no matter how confident or powerful the celestial immortals may be, they cannot discern a viable path forward. The future remains shrouded in uncertainty for everyone. In a single night, the two traversed various locales, reaping considerable rewards. However, the expanse of the new star is immense, with numerous organizations present. The figures of celestial immortals and malevolent beings are omnipresent, compelling the duo to remain vigilant while they acted, with a night's time proving insufficient. Many places already had their masters, and they stealthily seized food from the mouths of celestial immortals and malevolent entities. The Zhao family was in turmoil. Wang Xuan's expression shifted, as he had contact with Zhao Zijuan and knew they were set to embark into deep space at noon that day. He and old Chun hurried over, prepared to receive a batch of extraordinary artifacts from the Zhao family, while also assisting old Zhao in checking for any infiltrating malevolent beings. At this moment, Wang Xuan had yet to enter the Zhao residence. From a distance, he extended his spirit, using his heavenly eye to scrutinize, detecting malevolent auras and even glimpsing a blood shadow. Just yesterday, when they passed by, the Zhao family was unharmed. The malevolent beings must have arrived today, or even just moments ago. Old Chen's countenance also darkened. The movements of the beings behind the curtain were growing increasingly pronounced, exhibiting an impatient, ravenous demeanor, bordering on madness. At this moment, the malevolent entities desperately sought to seize territory, encroaching upon the assets of the conglomerates. This was indeed terrifying. As they yearned for a substantial number of warships, Wang Xuan's expression was grim. If the ancient variety of malevolent beings were to contend with, it would be manageable. However, now that they have integrated into modern society, adapting with the times, the situation has become complicated. The Zhao family was now in chaos, as even they had detected the malevolent entities, with blood shadows weaving through, causing some high-ranking members to faint and collapse to the ground. Moreover, key figures were likely to have been possessed, issuing orders to halt their departure, insisting on remaining in place, claiming that some individuals at home were ill and required urgent treatment. 7 malevolent immortals, shrouded in blood mist and bearing genuine bones, approached. Such beings are suitable for possession, intending to usurp their hosts. Additionally, 6 flesh-and-blood malevolent beings, having assumed human forms, came to pay a visit, welcomed inside by the possessed members of the Zhao family. Wang Xuan fixed his gaze ahead. All of this transpired in a remarkably short span of time. The demons indeed arrived just before noon, intercepting the Zhao family and preventing their departure. At present, the greatest vulnerability of various organizations lies in their inability to fend off the invasion of spiritual entities. If they were merely corporeal demons, they could not withstand the might of a warship. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos surrounding the Zhao family, the two stealthily infiltrated, making their way toward the demons at the earliest opportunity. Fortunately, they were intercepted before their departure, thus acquiring a formidable foundation to better navigate the impending changes. Who could have anticipated the emergence of the feathered banner, now seized by an unparalleled powerhouse? The factions behind the scenes are now restless. If that individual fully refines it, many will face annihilation, and even the collaboration of supreme beings may prove futile. The demons were conversing. Wang Xuan and Chun Yongjie exchanged glances, both feeling a chill creep into their hearts. Indeed, significant turmoil was afoot. Someone had obtained a coveted treasure, inciting agitation among other elite figures, who were ready to flee into the realm of the living. A bloodbath was imminent behind the scenes, and the fall of an extraordinary powerhouse was likely. Wang Xuan recognized familiar demons, the Black Mane, the Silver Bat, and the Azure Wolf. He had clashed with them at the Ling family estate. They were exceptionally formidable. exuding an air of invincibility. Flesh and blood demons led by these three had indeed come to the Zhao family. However, their leader, Blood Peng, was conspicuously absent, presumably still commanding more fleshly demons in search of the heavenly medicinal seeds. In the next moment, Wang Xuan's pupils constricted. He beheld Zhao Zijuan, pale and emaciated, as if he had endured a grave illness, a stark contrast to his former self. After all, he was but a mortal, his blood devoid of any substantial spiritual essence. The silver bat spoke, its white hair cascading, a trace of blood staining the corners of its mouth. Had this bat's spirit feasted on blood? In that instant, Wang Xuan's murderous intent flared. Should anything happen to Zhao Zijuan, it would be a profound regret, for he was Zhao Qinghan's father. Be content, the times have changed, and the era of extraordinary blood sustenance has passed. The azure wolf interjected, revealing its true form, its body cloaked in green fur, emanating a sinister aura, fangs glistening menacingly with crimson. When would they dispose of him? The black mane gazed down at Zhao Zijuan, poised to consume the spiritual energy from his flesh. The silver bat, donned in a tailcoat as if preparing for a banquet, wiped the blood from its mouth with a pristine silk handkerchief, stating, "There's no rush. Let's keep him alive to bait that Wang Xuan. It is said his daughter shares a deep connection with him, making his demise worthwhile to exploit." It had only drained Zhao Zijuan's blood, leaving the spiritual essence intact, intent on digging a deeper pit. Having slain so many of ours, he must be dealt with. There are also unique inner landscapes to consider. Those favored by heaven who do not seize the opportunity will inevitably suffer retribution. The black mane nodded, its human form cloaked in dark fur, even its face so adorned, revealing white fangs when it smiled, exuding a terrifying demeanor. Wang Xuan concealed himself within a distant structure, suppressing his murderous intent and reigning in his boiling fury, seeking the opportune moment to act. Rushing in now might jeopardize Zhao Zijuan's safety. Meanwhile, Old Chen quietly polished the pristine conch shell, tightening his grip on the black longsword. The demons were indeed overstepping their bounds. The silver bat tossed a pristine white silk scarf onto the motionless face of Zhao Zijuan, bending down with a smile and inquiring, "Where has your daughter gone? It is truly regrettable that she is not at home." Zhao Zijuan, frail and weak, remained silent, struggling to turn his face away. Once a striking figure, he now appeared gaunt and unrecognizable. The world has transformed dramatically. You will gradually acclimate to this new era,